Welcome to day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2026 Asia Online Qualifiers. Me, Avril, and Leg Day. The Vast joining us a little bit later on. We've already got a bunch of matches played yesterday, but Harry, today we've actually got a massive jam-packed day, not just in Asia, but we're going to go through every single region. I mean, maybe not specifically us, but this broadcast is going to go through all the regions today. We've got a lot of games.
Yeah, that's the thing about the World Cup. We've got to go all around the world to see all of the best talent that Overwatch has to offer. And this is an absolutely jam-packed schedule. 11 matches today. And it's probably going to be wall-to-wall bangers. USA versus Mexico's one I'm particularly looking forward to over in America. But of course, Great Britain versus Norway. I might be a little bit biased for that one, so I can't be on the cast. It's not allowed.
Oh, brother, we already had a vast casting for Pakistan. I don't know if we can get more biased than that. And, well, I actually think he did a pretty decent job of not being overly biased for it. Certainly, the Australia game versus Thailand was a pretty decent one in favor of Australia. And I kept my cool for that one as well. But as you can see, yeah, it's just a ton of games on board today. And obviously, we already had a day of matches yesterday. We sort of, you know, teased a little bit in terms of what those results were. If you haven't seen those yet, well, check out the VOD. But otherwise, you know, we're getting to day 2 here, Harry.
Yeah, we've got big expectations here for a lot of our teams, of course. Team Korea, some would argue, the favorite in the world, if not second favorite in the world. Obviously, Saudi Arabia managed to get one over on them in 2023. She saw in our really cool intro graphic. So props to the artist for that one. That's an amazing intro that we love to see. Just bringing up all the production values here in Overwatch. Here's a quick look at how our standings are currently shaking out in Group A and Group B.
It's mostly 3 Overwatch, mate, but we did get that 3-1 game between Hong Kong and Pakistan. The only match that actually delivered an extra map on top of the others. Decent India-Philippines game that was, despite a 3-0, pretty competitive in terms of the closeness on every single map. But otherwise, Korea, they had their way with Japan, as did Australia against Thailand. Probably expected both of those games to be slightly more competitive.
Yeah, I think that we were expecting like a little bit more competitiveness right there. Like India, I definitely was very surprised that Philippines managed to edge out the 3-0 of them. Like you said, it was incredibly close, coming down to the wire multiple times. But I thought with India's roster, they'd be able to pick up a couple more maps heading into that one. But Philippines at the moment being kind of a upset dark horse over in Group B. Thailand better watch out because they didn't do amazingly against Australia. We were expecting that one to be a little bit closer than it was.
Yeah, I think we have our clear-cut, you know, favorites and leaders in our respective groups. Korea in A, Australia in B. Hoping it still could be a 3-horse race for the other 3 teams in their respective groups. But speaking of groups, we're going to start out things in Group A today. Let's talk about our first match on board. It's South Korea versus Hong Kong.
Yeah, South Korea coming in very strong after a 3-0 victory over Japan, which we expected to be a Korea win, but a little bit more hotly contested. Of course, this quick look at where it all went down. Junbin aura farming after an Earth Shadow. When you're going to bring out the Reinhardt, you might as well aura farm afterwards.
South Korea obviously coming off strong with the majority of these players. When you see the roster, they're like 5 members of Crazy Coon, who just won Champions Clash, currently the best team in the world globally from the OWWC side of things. And when you have that many players from that specific team, then bolstered by the likes of Simple and Sonjin together, doesn't seem to be any weakness for the South Korean team.
Yeah, an incredibly strong roster. Even taking out some of their former compatriots in Finn, who was over on Japan roster. And I think this is just an absolute wall-to-wall star-studded team. This would not look out of place in a star show match. Here's a quick look who's going to be starting today with Sonjin and Cho-Rong both on the bench. Is that Junbin?
Is that Junbin? Support?
Is that Junbin on support?
I'm going to double check that one. Guys, so we have Junbin on support. Apparently it is real. We're going to get Junbin on support. Cho-Rong is going to step out of this one. Too much embarrassment from dropping an Ajax yesterday versus Japan.
True.
This is, by the way, the first time we've had Junbin and Max on at the same time since, I want to say, O2 Blast.
Yeah.
Back in 6v6 Overwatch. I can't remember the last time we've had both Junbin and Max together. Definitely not in recent memory. Definitely not during the last 3 years.
I mean, who could you trust to support you more than your old tank duo from way back in the day? Here's a quick look, though, at Team Hong Kong. I think for me, Kurumi was one of the big standouts yesterday as a real power player, being fantastic on the Sojourn, as well as a wide mix of other DPS heroes as well.
Definitely a bit of a DPS show for Hong Kong. and a team as well where you have some talent that's been around for some time, have played for the Hong Kong roster for multiple World Cups now. A couple of players that have been there since the early days of Overwatch with some competitive and high-level professional experience. Now coming back in 2026, rebuilding this team, led in the front by, as you sort of mentioned, the DPS lineup of Kurumi and Despair.
Yeah, and Despair's also played a little bit of the Arisa as well. This is a team that definitely has a little bit of flexibility in their roles, but it's going to be Despair rolling out on the DPS today with Macau once again taking up the mantle of the tank. Mango Giant, a substitute role here, very impressive resume as well, definitely playing like the big brother figure to a bunch of these players as that leader in the back who keeps things stable.
A Mango Jai of OPC fame, once upon a time on Hong Kong Attitude, was the team that he was part of, and so seeing if Hong Kong can maybe be that second team coming out of this group. Of course, the Hong Kong versus Japan match will be the all-important one to see if they can maybe get one over Japan. But for now, we talk about the fact that Korea, you're probably not going to beat them. It's very unlikely that anyone can hold a torch to Korea. However, if you can take maps, that suddenly has a lot of impact in terms of standings, because we're just playing groups. We're just playing two groups here, round robins. There's no playoffs, there's no elimination brackets, so it's all about getting those wins. If you can't get the match win, map differential will count eventually.
Yeah, and choosing the first map is very important here. So to decide the first map for our control, we have a 1 versus 1 between two players for these teams. To decide it is going to be Kurumi versus Sonjin, who opted for the Genji 1v1, and Kurumi starting off, going up 1-0. This is a best of 5, or a first of 5 rather.
And this is, of course, already played. We're watching the highlights of the 1v1 that already took place, because otherwise we are not moving through this 1v1 that quickly. This is to decide which team ends up having preference for opening map, and while Sonjin, just based on how this is going, already has a 2-1. The final shot into Kurumi, while Sonjin to have that representative pick for South Korea to decide where to take us. Map 1.
I think Korea first ban as well, which allows them to have that pseudo project. It was best of 5. The too much doing first 2 in Overwatch has forced my brain to always consider things a first to X rather than best of.
Yeah, well, I think in the 1v1s you can't draw, so that one will be definitely a best of. It is definitely a best of 5 for that one. No draws available. I'd be shocked if there was something like a draw. I think even if both Genjis were on 1 HP and they threw shurikens at each other and they both managed to kill each other at the same time, I think whichever one actually goes down first would take it. But Korea's going to take us to Antarctic Peninsula. I did see this map yesterday of the brand new rework. Pretty sure this map was maybe available Champions Clash, but wasn't really picked. Okay, I've actually been told we've got an incorrect map selection, so maybe we are not going to Antarctic Peninsula. We'll get an update on where South Korea would like to take us instead.
Yeah, Sonjin may not miss when it comes to the Genji 1v1s, but might miss when it comes to the map selection here. So we'll figure out where South Korea wants to take us for our first map of the day. And we've got to start thinking about our bans as well, because of course I believe Korea as the map pick is going to get the first ban as well. And the pseudo protect that implies Ilios is a little bit more on the level. This is definitely a Junbin playground for the famous Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, of course, we're straight on to South Korea / Crazy Coon home territory here on Ilios, and Junbin's in, but again, he's not on tank unless he and Max would like to do a quick switcheroo behind the scenes while we're not looking. But as far as we're aware, this is going to be a Max tank start, which more likely says it's going to be a Diva start. Junbin, no idea what he's even going to be bringing on for support. No clue what his support pool is like. With Diva gone, that's going to start limiting some of Max's options. Hey, it might be time for Max to switch it up as well. Maybe Max decides to go Winston or something.
Yeah, the Max Winston, the Forbidden Tex, of course, Bastion being off the docket here. You know what? This Team Korea squad, they've had enough of the OWCS meta. We've had enough of that. So we're just going to get rid of the Bastion. No Cat Bastion in the open skies of Greece. Nothing shall be raining down upon Ilios. Just Korea going back, probably doing some old classic dive. We might even see the Farah come out. We've seen a reasonable amount of that so far, especially when Stalker's on the field. Korea are definitely feeling pretty good about this draft, I imagine.
I actually don't think we got a tiny amount of Cat Bashing yesterday. That was specifically played in the India-Philippines game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Hong Kong and Pakistan played it right, because Australia, Thailand, and Korea, Japan did not. So India-Philippines did show a little bit of that. I'd be surprised if Korea would be doing that, because what it would be Junbin on the Cat. The Bastion's banned anyway. all in all to say that essentially not expecting that to come on through. In fact, given that Junbin's even on support, means that expectations of what Korea's even going to do here is up in the wind.
Man, I love Ilios. I love watching Korea play Ilios as well. This is probably one of the quintessential dive maps in the game, and obviously, for as long as competitive Overwatch has been a thing, Korea has been diving all the way back to the Luxury Watch Red with Awesome Guy. Okay, Unflex, let's get you back to bed. I remember like him coming over during like the Gosu Gamers era and shocking the early proto-competitive world of Overwatch with their dives.
On the modern world of Overwatch in 2026, Junbin is flying through all the possible heroes. There's actually going to be Max on ball. Let's see if Max is able to learn a lesson or two from compatriot Junbin, who is actually looking to be on the cat. Despite there not being a bash, it'll be the cat to combo with most likely the cast. A little bit of maybe play with Simple on the Ana as well, but really this is going to be Sorka being giga-pocketed by the cat.
All right, Max pulling out one of Junbin's signature heroes here. Already the Ana under so much pressure. And well, when the Cowboys come from the sky, it might be a bit of a tech level gap. Karumi is put inside of a room, shot down from all angles. Max just showing off all of his little techs here as Mikau going to stand on business on the Malga, play the corner, keep the point contested, deny a little bit of that additional capture percentage here from the side of Korea. And Simple actually gets hunted down in the back from Despair. We talked about how Hong Kong, definitely an incredibly DPS-led roster, and Despair and Korea going to have their work cut out for them here as Hong Kong grab first cap.
Oh, Hong Kong actually getting that first cap is already pretty impressive. Mikau on low HP, but he'll heal back in short order. He'll Sorka down. Suddenly Hong Kong are in a driver's spot. Junbin pretty low HP as well. And guess what? Korea, they've lost the fight.
Getting a little bit too silly there. Junbin having overcommitted. Simple's going to win out against their counterpart here on Kame. Sends out a speculative sleep, you know. Just a shot in the dark. Maybe it would work out.
That's a whimsical start, one might say, for Korea at the moment. He's saying even taking a decent bit of damage. Cleaned up by Despair. Max running into some issues on this ball. Certainly not the Junbin ball that we remember. The Max ball might need to do a little bit of extra work here. Damo with the Kazuna Rush.
Slowly grinding up that proficiency on the ball. But with Damo's Kitsune Rush coming down, Korea, they still got the disengagement. They're like, you know what? They don't particularly want to fight this one. And now that it's dissipated, there might be an opening for Korea to try and re-engage. He's saying starting to work the margins, giving a little bit of pressure towards that cap. Simple's being actually assaulted here by Damo. 15 HP remains. There's no chase down coming through as Hong Kong don't really have great access to the high ground, and Simple is going to be pretty undeterred to move forward up here. Gives up the high ground to get into a position where Max can be healed up. Maybe just give him a nano, you know? Quick burst of healing for the re-engage, and Korea flip the point.
Well, Simple staying alive, dropping nano onto Sorka now, who gets onto the back line, and well, Simple is just able to keep the Korea in the mix with the flip on top as well. Hong Kong, this is a lost fight, unfortunately, losing too many players. Despair coming back on his own fire.
Despair always returns. Somehow, Mikau is going to have the cage soon, which could make things a little bit more difficult for Max in terms of their disengagements and their hit-and-run tactics.
Now, Korea has now stabilized on 4 ultimates. Junbin once again airlifting Simple up on some really creative angles that Ana otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. And well, wow, okay. Speaking of angles, this is actually Stalker taking a lot of damage from Kame.
Scary. It's just a little bit of a lull of a fighting right now. Hong Kong trying to decide which way they want to aggress. But Max is... Oh, yeah, there it is. Max caught inside of the cage. All of these mines, though, make it so you can't stick around for long. Karumi boosted up by a nano. Mikau almost manages to get an environmental kill coming through over there as well. Not too much gained off the back of the mid-air dive from Junbin, and Karumi's there with the punish. For Hong Kong, this should be a flip in their favor.
Junbin looks like he missed the catnapper there. Either way, cleaned up by Karu, who did receive the nano. Kel just looking for opportunity to cage, gets the perfect target on towards the ball. Max decides to stop screwing around as Junbin says a little bit more whimsy. Please, Mercy now coming through for a bit of a classic, I guess. Pharah Mercy combo, not something you would see really in the big 2-6s. Pharah doesn't really need the Mercy anymore. We'll see how much Mercy Junbin's really played.
See, doesn't quite get the crouch to increase the verticality. A Stalker looks for a direct here onto Despair. He's a little bit swayed from going much further forward until the Mercy rejoins him. Got to try and find that 2 versus 1. Heesang's already down to Karumi. And now so much pressure is going to be on Stalker to try and find an opening. Korea, though, with 5% remaining, going to have so much trouble rolling on forward. Karumi just lying in wait. A movement forward here from Max has the damage reduction off the back of Nano Boost. Simple trying to keep them set up, but the damage is too much and the anti was too strong. No resurrection this time. Simple falling low. It's Stalker playing around the margins. Manages to find Karumi over time, still being ticked over. It's Heesang who's keeping this one contested, but now with no healing available from the side of Korea, it has to be Heesang and Stalker making miracles happen. Jumping can bring everyone back more quickly, but Despair wins out in the Farah versus Farah. Tap, tap, tap from Heesang, but Damo taps him on the head, and Hong Kong claim the first sub-map.
And unfortunately for Korea, no substitutions available mid-map here, so you're going to have to stick through with this one. Jimbin has to do his best on the support lineup. We already see Max kind of giving up on the ball, says, you know what, I ain't Jimbin. Play something I actually know, and that's going to end up being the Malcolm. The Malcolm Merrick here to take us through onto Lighthouse. Jimbin currently looking towards the cat one more time. Doesn't have the Stalker Cassidy to work with here, so it'll be a bit of a weird situation to play the cat into, unless you're just doing this purely to ferry around your Malga. But you're kind of at risk Korea dropping a map here, which would be pretty upsetting, I think, for Japan, where they're like, hang on, guys. Oh, you are full hardcore, you know, sweat playing against us, but now you're getting all whimsical against Hong Kong. Please. What is happening?
You know, Korea, I don't want to bait the memes, but they did have a little bit of a whimsical play, and they got 6-7% on the last point. What did the author mean by this?
We'll check the behind-the-scenes note somewhere. Kareem 1 for 1 so far. Kareem been the top players noted in yesterday's game, and I'm pretty sure as well as a play to look out for on Hong Kong.
Alright,
Max taking a bit of damage
here, but he's going to be able to get out fairly easily. Of course, see the swap over from Simple as well to the Kiriko to have access to that Suzu in case it is needed by Max, who does get antied. Does manage to get out of dodge though, so isn't going to be requiring that cleanse cooldown.
Hong Kong otherwise looking pretty comfortable at the moment, just trying to get themselves into a position to actually take a fight and clean up this point. Ultimate's still reasonably far away, but good damage being found. Karumi soloed though, unprotected. Max will get the solo kill.
Karumi just gets absolutely stepped on here, and Max is not stopping, going forward for even more. 2 supports in his sights, both hearts pumping and both guns firing.
Yeah, multiple opportunities there for Hong Kong. Low players on Korea, just not finished off. Max now onto a bit of a crazy high ground that you wouldn't normally see a Malga on, courtesy of Chunmin's airlift on the cat. So Hong Kong still waiting for first ultimate. It'll be Simple for the first support ultimate, and Heesang and Stalker both looking at the EPS ultimates right now. Just a damage difference. Speaking of damage diff, Kame, okay, good headshots.
Managed to grab the perk, yeah, for those crits onto Stalker. Is going to make playing airborne a touch more difficult to try and deal with. The mid-air here from Jumbin. Do you want to try and step up to this? Simple and Heesang have already started to change the numbers though. All alone is the Malga. Dana manages to TP in, but with the additional fire speed given over by the Kitsune Rush, Hong Kong are soon evicted from the point, and Max is having to stand on business here and exchange gunfire with the opposing Malga.
It's honestly not bad for Hong Kong, despite losing the fight. 2 players alive, forcing a rush out of Simple as resources gone. Now Damo has that all on his lonesome. Should be Hong Kong's fight to come on through. A little bit of slowdown required to heal at Macau, but after that, place or support ultimate in, and Hong Kong should look for a pretty comfortable flip.
Barrage available for both Farahs here. The question is, who can have the surprise needed? Jumbin and Heesang are already down. Sure, only have 3 players. Maybe Stalker has a way to try and even this one up. A nice direct would make it happen, but Despair gets healed on up here, so there's a little bit of additional space to work with. Korea getting to contest the point, but Hong Kong have already flipped it over, and so now there's not so much of an onus on them to stay near that point.
And they actually did that without using ultimates as well, so even more positive for the ult economy here. It's going to be Damo solo into the rush. Pretty easy here, no response from Korea, you would imagine. Extra nano being played by Kame.
Sorry, Mum, says Farah as the barrage instantly evaporates. Kame's gone. Return to atoms. Max catches them within the cage, and the cage match is certainly going to be favoring Korea. A drag off of the point. Junbin just waits at the bottom of the frag box. And it seems that this is everything that Korea needed to bring themselves 1-1 on Ilios.
Wow, they had a good amount of ults there, but I think, yeah, you're right. Stalker finding that kill onto Kame, despite the nano being played through for Hong Kong, doesn't really result in the kills necessary for Hong Kong to get the advantage and continue their camp forward. And Macau as well, unable to get that kill onto Max, who at one point was super low HP. Actually, I believe I saw Despair drop a barrage on Max, and Max tanking that one through. Now I start to think of the capability of moving over to the Sigma as we finish off this on Ruins. Reasonably good Sigma map. Chumbin to support on the Brig Sigma combo. Pretty standard here.
Classic Brigma. Korea. They are doing their speedy rollout here with the Symmetra. Okay, the tryhard has returned. The whimsy was too much, and now they are paying their penance.
Yeah. Can't be allowing teams to be getting a free wins like that on any particular maps. The only kill does go the way of Despair, so Hong Kong once again led by the strong DPS core, Despair and Karumi, who's now on the Widowmaker, does have a pretty decent range advantage over Stalker, playing a rare Ashe. Don't really see Ashe being utilized that much longer, although still very good at taking down the fire.
Yeah, that range still strong against an airborne foe, and Karumi easy pickings for a very voracious Simple to throw a couple of kunai after for now. Kame needs some help, but no one else can get up to the high ground to make it work, and so easily hunted down here by Heesan.
Yeah, Stalker's saying no worries, even long range, Ashe should be more than good enough to take down Karumi's Widow. See if Widow is going to be swapped out now. Karumi might not be finding much success. Despair's already had enough of his former here and now moving over towards the Mei instead. Trying to find an opening to isolate Max out from these fights. Oh, that's actually a really nice pick. Playing the Ryan plus Mei into Sigma. Max should struggle here.
Oh, Max does have a quick 180 into the Rock, though. Yep, Rock put over onto the face of Macau, and, well, Junbin was getting a little bit too freaky back there, to be honest. Now Stalker getting in nice, close, and personal. Doesn't even try to detonate the Dynamite. It was all about trying to fake out their counterpart here in Karumi, who's moved away from a Widowmaker over onto a Cassidy instead for Hong Kong. Now it's all about the up-close and personal brawling.
Stalker nearly touched the spawn doors of Hong Kong in that last moment. Truman now moving over towards the Life Weaver. A little bit of safety net for Max. Not typically something you would see. Brig makes a lot more sense, but does want to get run over by now what is solidified as a brawl composition. Karu's back over towards the cast as well. Hong Kong, limited time to play through here as it's 2/3 on the cap already gone for Korea.
My therapist said the Jumbin Life Weaver isn't real and can't hurt you, and yet I send in this screenshot and he still charges me, so I don't know what that's all about. Heesan looking to try and put this pulse bomb somewhere. Max starts to channel through with the Gravitic Flux. Karumi's isolated because Macau was already leaving. Too much damage has been taken. Mei is all alone. The Rock is absolutely perfect. Well, this is Max's specialist hero, you could say, and we can see exactly why.
So Kasune into the spawn of Hong Kong, into the heart of darkness here in Korea. Despite a little bit of funny business going on in the early rounds here, things start to lock in big time once again. The Korea we all remember. Stalker, no touch available, 100-0 on round 3.
Stab at the Void, and the Void stabs right back Korea. After a touch of whimsy, knuckle down and get themselves some quick victories here on Ilios. This was, of course, their own map pick as well. I wonder if we are going to see any substitutions from Korea. Don't know if I'm a huge fan of Jumbin Life Weaver, but it's something that I have to acknowledge as reality.
I think a lot of this just honestly came down to the Max ball. Once Max actually locked into his real hero, regardless of what Jumbin is playing, you start to see the change up on what Korea was able to deliver. But beyond that, man, we still got some really good gameplay out of Despair and Karumi, in particular Hong Kong. You know, we saw what they were able to do against Pakistan yesterday. Realistically, off the back of some incredible DPS play, that was still definitely present even versus South Korea. So something to be pleased about, although Hong Kong would like to at least take away a map instead of just taking away one round.
Yeah, like a whole map would be great, especially when it comes to like their tiebreakers, as we look towards potentially the second place finish for both Korea, not for Korea, likely to be a first place finish, but for Japan and Hong Kong. They are going to be in hot contention to try and make that second place finish work. Here's a quick look at our highlights. Of course, there's going to be plenty coming through from Hong Kong on that first map as well.
Now, Karumi did a lot here. You can just start to see how many clips he has specifically in these highlights. But Once Max starts to go Malga, things start to turn around a little bit. Hard to really know what Jimin's going to be bringing to the table in the future as well, assuming that he's not going to get subbed out. I don't know if Chorong's even get a chance to play today. But see if there's any possibility for Hong Kong to choose a map worthy of finding themselves a particular win, because as we went through this, Ilias, as you see in the replay here for Ruins, you started getting a Korea spawn camp, so things got more and more comfortable gradually for Korea until it was business as usual.
I mean, there's a spectrum of whimsy, right? From Korea, it starts with like Jumbin playing some Jetpack Cat, bringing the Cassidy around, and it finishes with Max on Sigma, who I think we can all agree is Max's best hero, possibly the best Sigma in the world. Like, you know what? I've had enough of your nonsense, Hong Kong. I'm putting you in the ground. And his accretions were absolutely perfect. We are going to see Hong Kong with the opportunity to pick a map now, though. So I imagine if Max is staying in, you don't want to go somewhere where Sigma is favored. You want to try and avoid somewhere like Circuit Royale. Even though for Hong Kong, I think that's a fairly strong map with Karimi. They could always try and ban Sigma if they went to Circuit Royale as well. But who knows what they're going to opt in for.
You'd have to be happy with the Diva matchup here, knowing that no Sigma means that's fine. Max will lean over towards Sigma, rather Diva, lean over towards something like the Ram instead. Those are the easy options to immediately tide him over. That will probably not be a good enough outcome, unless like just getting rid of the Sigma, you feel like it's going to be enough. Certainly the Sigma will be an issue. May potentially be worth just ignoring Circuit entirely, even though I think that was probably... looking back on yesterday's game, Circuit was one of the winning maps for Hong Kong yesterday. I wonder if there's another map that we can look at in that particular escort pool. Dorado or Rialto. Unfortunately, both still pretty damn good Sigma maps. So maybe you do go to those instead of Circuit, though, because of how good Circuit is for Sigma. But hey, they did well on Circuit yesterday. So Circuit with Sigma ban probably makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I think if they banned the Sigma as well, and we saw Max move over to Viramatra, we have seen that Viramatra is constantly cowed by... okay. Hong Kong decided to go to King's Row instead. We know that Max loves to play the Sigma here as well. Wouldn't mind seeing that ban. And once again, we think about, okay, maybe the Viramatra comes out instead, but that's got a reasonable matchup for the Malga, which Hong Kong have had reasonable success with as well, and the Malga can't be counterbanned if you ban them here, so I think it makes sense.
Fun fact, Sigma also good on King's Row, particularly on A and B.
Yeah.
So might still end up having to be a Sigma ban coming on through. We're assuming that there's not going to be any role swaps here. On Korea, doesn't appear to be any substitutions coming into play either. Hong Kong are banning out their own Malga, which is interesting. So we'll see what Macau's going to end up playing for this one. Tracer gone for Korea, probably fine. He's saying won't need it here. He's saying we'll probably just play May instead. It's King's Row, obviously. Stalker on, likely the Cass. Maybe the Bastion even starts to come through again.
Well, I may be a bit more of a tourist these days, but the Malga ban doesn't make as much sense to me. I think Hong Kong looked pretty good on the Macau Malga, and I loathe to figure out... Yeah, the Macauga. I don't know how I feel about maybe Hong Kong now having to go into a Sigma mirror against Max. Yep.
Macau did play Sigma yesterday against Pakistan. However, Max and South Korea is going to be a different ball game altogether for that type of matchup. I mean, just looking through yesterday's game, Macau did play Sigma on King's Row as well. Little Ramatra to finish things out. So I think Macau wants to smoke. I think he actually says, you know what? Let's drop the Sigma duel in here. Let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, I guess this is one of the areas where, like, World Cup really excels, right? For players being able to show themselves off against some of the top talent in the world. I remember back in the day, I think that one of the big breakout players from the World Cup, when it came to matching up against high-tier players himself, was Kodak from Germany playing the Zen. Had a very impressive World Cup in, like, 2019, maybe 2018. And that was, like, a career-making World Cup for Kodak. And honestly, for these players who are getting to play in front of a bigger audience than they're used to, going up against very well-known quantities, like, hey, if you can win out a couple of Sigma duels against Max, congratulations, people are going to start noticing you.
Yeah, I hope that's going to work out for Hong Kong, because they ban away their own option. I mean, keeping the Malga available would probably be good though. Even if you think you want to play your own Sigma, having a backup option, like this doesn't work out. Okay, let me just jump on the Malga real quick. Let me hit that emergency break glass in case of Malga button. Not going to be available now. That's going to be reinforced glass, sadly.
Break glass in case of Grug. Okay, Kings Row is going to be our destination here. The question is, how much whimsy does Team Korea have in their hearts, and are they going to be able to shut down all the angles that Karumi is going to try and grab themselves? Because Karumi still has that X Factor. Karumi's able to win a bunch of these duels. We've seen that consistent shutdown onto Stalker when he was playing the Pharah previously. So you can't underestimate Team Hong Kong.
Tell you what, it's guaranteed 20% whimsy because we have some role swaps coming on through. Looks like Chorong is gone. Max have moved to support, and Sonjin is on tank now. So 3 DPS in. Wait to see what Sonjin is going to end up playing. This just throws everything out the window because now you're not going to see a Sigma coming out from Korea unless Sonjin decided to do that. Already hovering the Doom at the moment, which if you're a DPS player makes a lot of sense. Probably played a little bit of DPS Doom back in the day, and now you have to settle for tank Doom, and Sonjin hoping those mechanics will still be nice and relevant, which they will for the most part. And just like Jimbin was on the previous map, Max is like, if I play support, I guess it's going to be the Life Weaver.
Okay, Domino on deck here from Mikau. This is very much a rare occurrence, as we've seen so far in the modern day, but may well do okay at just trying to keep Sonjin at bay.
Cal's going to have to do a really good job with the knockbacks on Domino to push away this Doomfist, because otherwise the barriers are not going to get a lot done here at all. Sonic Repulses will be the only real defense for Macau. Panopticon's also not going to be an amazing ultimate against Sonjin, so we'll have to see how that one pans out from a little bit later on. Currently though, Sonjin is just eating tons of damage. Yep,
Max doesn't get the life grip in time. Classic Max trolling on Life Weaver. We all knew it when we headed into this match that we could see it come out from Max. There's going to be a little bit of contest going through from Heesang using all of their resources so far. Both the wall and the block have been used, so now will be surrounded and executed. It's Kame on the Mizuki who managed to find a final blow for that one, and a tick is secured for Hong Kong.
Looking like high likelihood to potentially get the cap in here as well. Sonjin finds some of the ultimate with Hotel. Looking for the 1v1, kind of struggling in their matchup though. Second tick already coming on through. Where's the contest from Korea?
To try and re-enter. Might be Max who makes it happen, but no, Sonjin needs to be quicker on the block, but Karumi with the headshot just takes away all of their HP. Happen. Stalker knows that with the barrage could be a big playmaking potential, but doesn't use it just yet without their tank to buy the space for them.
You even have Max on the Life Weaver for the get out of jail free card all day. Sonjin is feeding. I need to stop him from doing so card. Didn't end up getting played there. Well, perhaps it wouldn't have made a difference because Sonjin was the only one contesting point. You life grip him out of that point, you lose the point anyway. But how far Sonjin actually got melted there is impressive, honestly. Given that you should be able to last a little bit longer as Tank Doom. And Macau got the repulsors onto Sonjin into the wall. How's that from stunning into the wall?
Oh, Nano Barrage gets shut down really nicely. The Kakai Sanctuary eats unlimited damage. It's a double support ult though from Hong Kong. A slight overlay for survivability, but in the end, when you survive 2 ultimates in tandem, you don't have that much to complain about. Meteor Strike, good to go. Despair doesn't quite want to step up to Stalker just yet. Instead, Sonjin just held in place. I believe he's stuck in place with the tree.
He's actually stuck?
He's been held aloft. He's been imprisoned by the tree itself. He has been taken into the Ents wood himself.
He couldn't even get life gripped out. That's how hard he was stuck in. I wonder if he could have just maybe a meteor strike out. He's already used a meteor strike at this stage, trying to make it through alive, but not going to be the case as Macau just goes for the chase. Hong Kong win another fight, and off we go to the races. Max is finally fed up with playing life, who says, I need myself a real hero here. Goes to the, here we go.
Part of a crew, part of a ship. End edition. Heesang has a Blizzard ready to go, and that's going to mean that objective dominance is going to be pretty heavily favored for Korea.
One opportunity to have these Faras find their value as well before we head into the C point, and it seems like we'll be heading there pretty soon. Stalker taking a lot of damage here, but gets the kill first before going down, and he's not going to go down.
Yeah. Good pocket coming on through. I wouldn't have chosen that way to get out Despair, and Max is going to be quick with the punish. Also, Kame can't stand up to. Max is just showing off their accuracy right now. You're like, you know what? Enough, Life Weaver. I've chosen violence.
Sonjin's having a bit of time at the front line here as well. Finally pushing back Hong Kong. Hong Kong's had multiple teamfight wins in a row now, waiting for next ultimates to come online. Mango Jai far ahead of Max after Max correctly swapped to the Kiriko. T-Sang holding on to defensive Blizzard here, waiting for Hong Kong to push into position before T-Sang drops that one in.
Macau looking for a target as they erect the shield. And Karumi, do they have the space to try and make something work with this Deadeye? Not really much to make them go faster, with the exception of Mango Jai. Well, never mind. Well, while this fight is wrapping up, with Max and Stalker already going down, Kame tries to get something happen, but Sonjin's there with the punish. Simple's down as well. There's no healing now for the side of Korea. Sonjin can just heal up while in the sky. The Bliss is laid on down. The damage is solid. But the Suzu's going to be a great rescue. Sonjin has yet another empowered punch, but just going to use it to try and get away. As approaching here, Mango Jai is going to be difficult when you're faced with all of that damage coming through from the Kitsune Rush. Up comes the block. Yet another empowered punch for Sonjin. Everyone just turns and burns onto Hee-Sang instead. The Kakai Sanctuary makes things too difficult to try and assault. Sonjin just has to put their life on the line. All of their healing is being eaten on up. Stalker tries to eat up the offense of Hong Kong on their approach, but it's for silver bullets from Karumi that managed to finish this one off in the end. The Spare sends rockets down range to try and dissuade their mother from giving over the healing to the tank who's keeping it contested, but Hong Kong gets second.
Can't believe it took that long to cap, but we'll get there eventually. Hong Kong will get it across the line. Despair putting in maximum effort while Sonjin's trying to 1vx against Hong Kong at various points, looking like a 1v3. Despair's picking off individual members of Korea, allowing Paler to push forward, eventually putting Karumi in a position to win as well. Taking Stalker down, who's still trying to decide what hero he wants to play through. Sojin will eventually be the choice, as he's saying, freshly onto the Freya for a fight and a half.
Karumi taken down. And the Freya's going to have a good time controlling this high ground as well. Stalker and Hee-Sang going to find it a lot more difficult to be assaulted by Despair, who's going to have to go through so much poke to try and assault those spaces.
Well, Max is in position to play this ultimate out. Hong Kong made themselves past that first corner. Max would probably prefer if Hong Kong pushed a little bit further forward here. Sonjin gets a decent double punch, but he's currently feeding. Does a meteor strike? Decides to just die. Could a meteor strike away to safety or cost him his own life?
Yeah, Suning was unaware of the LOS the supports had right there. Sent out for Suzu, but not much more than that. Very audacious maneuvers. Max and Stalker are down. And with Max being taken away, the healing is limited here. Where's Simple? Simple's going to have a good sightline down main at least to try and pump this healing into Sonjin. Still has that second chance in the form of the meteor strike. Doesn't use it again. Sonjin, he's just too lazy with the Q. His fingers are too tired from being up and making sure that they are frontlining again. Hee-Sang sends out the bowler, boosted up by the nano. Karumi's going to be the primary victim of that one, but every charged bolt goes awry. So deep into the backline, Hee-Sang is denied their frag by a quick TP away from Mango Jai, but all out of resources and pull-ups finally there.
Kame's being annoying onto Sonjin as well, putting those chains in, really stopping Sonjin from getting away in multiple situations as Korea have successfully slowed things down. 1 minute left to go through, almost final fight territory for Hong Kong, but pushable within one fight. Sonjin will just eat a barrage and instantly melted away. His tank advantage once more. He's unbound his Q, that's I guarantee. He just doesn't have an ultimate anymore. Yeah,
bro does not have the Q. He's been through like 4 lives now without using that meteor strike to save himself. Admittedly, could be a little bit difficult. Here comes Kakai Sanctuary from Carmen. Gets booted out of it, I imagine, by by a punch from Sonjin. Finally, a meteor strike hits Terra Firma, and the majority of Hong Kong have just been scattered to the 4 winds. An empowered punch for even more stuns. Simple's been hunted down by Despair and back with 14 seconds remain.
There's really no time to play through. That's it. Hong Kong's maximum distance has likely been achieved. No more ultimates. No easy ability to touch either. It's just Macau on the Diva. I believe he's essentially given up here. Face to face against a tank, and the round will be over.
All right, 2 points gained for Hong Kong. Incredibly winnable. Japanese fans right now raising an eyebrow going, guys, can we, you tried real hard against us. Can you match that, please? Maybe?
Oh, they stopped Hong Kong from full capping, so there is something there.
Yeah.
But this is still just about maximum Winsy coming through from Korea with the amount of role swaps we're getting in. But the good news is we've just about seen everybody on Korea play now. With the exception today, with the exception of Chorong, who At this point,
still
next map it'll be Chorong DPS. Who knows? For now, you do see moments where Korea gets caught lacking a little bit. Hong Kong have the opportunity where Kurumi and Despair start to pop off. Get those punishes onto Sonjin. Couple of nice chains from Kame will add to that. But the stoppage of the full cap still puts Korea in a decent spot.
Worth noting here, Mango Jai in for this one. We haven't seen too much of Mango Jai yet this World Cup, but probably the most storied player on Hong Kong. Played for Talon Esports back in Gauntlet, up against the original Element Mystic roster, the Sparkle Doha one. So it's great to see Mango Jai back in competitive. Overwatch definitely is a great leader for this team, a competitive backbone who's always good under pressure.
Well, he's saying right at the gate, once again landing some Fraser bolt shots. He's staying on the Freya. Mostly this is to put the pressure on the Despair, who's really relentless in how much far he wants to be playing today.
From the power step up, Sonjin has cleared out the high ground. This means that very limited locations here for Hong Kong. Going to be a very mono-directional attempt at recontesting, but Kame's already down, so it's all on Mango Jai to try and make the healing work here. Macau retaking into this composition with all of them abilities is going to be very difficult with a slow Domina. The knockback solid, so too is the charged Bolt. Stalker taken down by that one, but Sonjin is still creating absolute havoc in the back here, chasing down the remainders of Hong Kong. This should be a capture for South Korea in its record time.
Yeah, he's causing havoc in the back line there. Despair now wanted to play his own Freya, but unfortunately finds himself into far too close range against Simple's Brig. Stalker now going, okay, we're going to get Sierra time now. A little bit of Sierra gaming going on. This is going to be interesting because might be tough to find some of those tracking darts given the shielding that Macau's been putting on the Dominant. Rare to be seeing any Sierra currently in the game.
And you could always try and combo it with the quick stun off the back of the Empowered Punch. Little 3-2-1 Sierra Doom combo, the one we all know and love. Ola's ready to go. The question is Heesang going to use it? Almost has the Meteor Strike his Sonjin, but as we've figured out, that doesn't really matter. Sonjin not really interested in pressing that Q. He's going to press the right click though in towards the back, and it is going to be the Bowler Doomfist combo. We're expecting so much to come off the back of those Empowered Punches. The stuns are solid, but the miss is also there. Yet another Empowered Punch ready to go as the block is well done, but Sonjin is not going to be leaving the zone. However, Simple tries to buy all of this space, has to deal with a bunch of incoming damage. Kame's been taken down by Stalker on the other side, and the high ground for Sierra is absolutely brutal to try and deal with. A lovely triple.
Yeah, as the dust starts to settle there, Stalker will find himself in a great position. A triple kill to end things out, and Time Bank looking extremely deadly here for Korea, given that it'll be 5 minutes 30 if there won't be a touch here from Hong Kong. More damage to come through from Stalker, waiting for the opportunity to drop the Trailblazer on top of the payload as it caps. In fact, won't even be necessary.
No Trailblazer required in this case. Or 100% DLC heroes here, by the way, for Korea. No one from the original roster.
Yeah, could almost have that as a full Overwatch 2. Well, I should say just Overwatch now in terms of lineup, but still have the simple one Sonjin heroes in play. And, well, we got Macau eating a bunch of damage. Stalker dropping in that Trailblazer on top of as many plays as he can. And this is just going to be a cleanup. Kame, no response. No Kikai Sanctuary this fight.
Yeah, just the mechanics from Stalker are too much to deal with. Now you have to deal with the Bowler, with the Orbital Ray. Simple's already got themselves 2 here. Is there even going to be a touch? Who knows? Sonjin at the moment is playing the Doorman. Kame, yeah, they put down the Kikai Sanctuary, but Sonjin isn't worried about that one. Meets you at the door and pounds you into dust. Hong Kong have their defense absolutely flummoxed.
Yeah, no worries here. Despite all of the role swaps, and Sonjin only playing Doomfist the entire way through as a role swap DPS arm to tank. Korea, especially on that attacking side, kind of made mincemeat of Hong Kong. It was at least a reasonable Hong Kong attack to get to the end of the map. No full cap, by the way. But for Korea, setting the tone, playing some weird heroes, putting the Sierra into the mix of all heroes, by the way, and then Sonjin kind of just doing whatever he wants on that attacking side. Korea expectedly in a 2-0 lead. Maybe not the way we thought they would be, but get to really see some true threat out of Hong Kong to threaten the map, I should say.
Yeah, I think that we're continuously seeing like the talent that these players have, even if they aren't able to really get maps over a collection of some of the best players in the world. Like, we've just come off Champions Clash. A bunch of these guys are currently reigning as the best players in existence in Overwatch. So it's never going to be an easy task for a national team to go up against South Korea in the group stage. But I think that South Korea, they're also showing that the raw talent of these players means that they can play what people would consider like suboptimal compositions and still have enough power to... Oh, okay, we have Sonjin getting stuck in our replay.
This is hilarious.
Perfect.
I can't believe he couldn't get out of that scenario, and he got trapped by his own teammate. It was Max that dropped down the tree right next to him, and even using the life rip, didn't move him at all. I do believe he had an ult, but just obviously didn't want to waste it there. So
He didn't have Q-bound.
He didn't have Q-bound for most of this. Sometimes he was, to be fair. He probably did want to use ult, but he would have just been chained up or hindered by the nade or something. So that could have been the thing as well. But yeah, largely did get caught out a number of times. However, on the offense, didn't matter. It was only the defense that looked a little bit rough for Sonjin at times. Offense, just a full speed run through for Korea and everybody.
Dude, I hope we see more of Sierra. Like, I love the design of her weapon. I think her primary fire is incredibly unique. And, like, we're so deep into Overwatch's life cycle now. Like, we're 10 years old since the regular release. And they're still finding new ways to create heroes with intriguing primary fire options. It's very impressive. I love the Sierra.
Yeah, well, not a hero you would see very often. So savor it wherever you can, really. Especially in the hands of Stalker. We'll be wondering now what Korea has in store for us for the potentially final map, but should really be the final map, given that you've had this level of role swap now, with Max even playing support, with Sonjin perma Doomfist only. I mean, the only way this gets more whimsical is if you just replace the DPS line in both Stalker and Heesang are no longer on DPS, give a Chor on DPS or something like that. But at that stage, I think Korea would end up genuinely losing maps. So some players have to genuinely play their actual roles.
We can't all swap, but some of us can swap. Like, I think that Chorong's probably got some DPS bones in his body. Do you remember the old classic supporter DPS pipeline that was Shu picking up the Widowmaker? I think was playing for Toronto Academy at the time. Like, Shu was a nasty Widowmaker player before they were the world's best Ana.
That's definitely a very specific callback to something that I don't remember at all.
I'm just on my Unk tour right now.
I will believe you. I'm gonna just straight up believe that.
Yeah.
We'll see what other substitutions we get. And obviously, Hong Kong had their own substitution that last map with Mangojo coming on in. Korea, wouldn't be surprised if this is just they will be doing further wild substitutions. Again, the only player we haven't seen today is Chorong. Everyone else has had a single map or so.
Yep.
Hong Kong will still get map choice as well as a ban selection. And given how random Korea is playing, I don't know if you can really ban anything. I don't know if any sort of ban strategy makes sense currently for them.
Yeah, like, I don't think that my deep spiel is like, why would you ban Malga really works out when, like, I don't know if Sonjin has a Malga. You know?
Probably
like,
not.
Things aren't making a huge amount of sense for Korea right now. And honestly, like, Chorong might have been consigned to the Gulag after that Ajax in the first round of Korea. Like, at that point, they were like, okay, Chorong, you've lost your playing privileges. We're putting in Junbin on Lifeweaver, bro.
Max Lifeweaver as well. Sonjin Lifeweaver next. Wouldn't surprise me. Alright. Possible final map here. It's going to be Dorado. I'm going to skip over Circuit Royale just in case. Just in case Korea actually wants to give this one a full try on a Sigma battle. This one's going to be a bit of a playground for potential long-range hit scan. Again, we saw a little inkling of a Widowmaker. The Freya started to come out as well. Sierra could actually, unironically, find some decent value here. Maybe Stalker will give that a go.
Love to see it. Stalker, I think, is an incredible mechanical demon. Freya's been banned away here from Hong Kong. We don't want Despair to try and match that one now. And Korea are going to ban the Wrecking Ball, which is yet another whimsical pick.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's probably going to play the Wrecking Ball today. So that one is just a for fun ban coming through from Korea. And again, given how many swaps are happening, the bans really don't mean too much in the series currently. Well, the Freya does, given that I think the Freya started to seriously come through as a genuine pick, potentially to, well, definitely to counter out the fire which Hong Kong's wanted to play. And thought I might as well add in the extra context here. Korea did announce earlier today that the South Korea-Hong Kong match scheduled today, Churong will not be playing due to personal reasons. Appreciate your understanding, thank you. And those personal reasons, I'm just gonna make things up right now. The personal reason is I need a day to recover from the tragedy of my Ajax.
Yeah, like, I think that you do need to just take a breather after that. Hope all is well for Churong. But Korea seem to have not missed a step with Churong's absence here. And Hong Kong, as they bring them over to Dorado, like, maybe we'll get to see a little bit of that Widowmaker, as noted before. The Wrecking Ball being banned away does mean there's going to be a lot more space for those Widowmakers to operate without the approach of the Wrecking Ball, the constant harbinger of death that is the rolling sounds behind them.
Might just be the case. Who is going to be the next support player? I want to see Sonja to support next. Give everybody a go.
Yeah.
Who's going to end up playing tank? Drop a Stalker tank in there, maybe. Korea have done, obviously, you expect them to do well, extremely well, given that they're just doing a complete, almost RNG of who's going to play what every particular map. Because you would have thought maybe, okay, who's their designated support today? Simple's obviously going to be in there, and then who's the other guys? They're going to be Jimbin the whole time. It's going to be Max now. On a map like this, though, if they want to take it seriously, this would be a Max sub-in for the tank specifically. Good one for D.Va. D.Va's already been banned out, so obviously we already saw the bans, and D.Va wasn't part of those bans, so it would be a decent showing for Max to jump back onto that one. I think this is going to be a hit scan playground, though. Really excited to see what Stalker's going to bring to bear, what Kurumi's going to bring to bear as well. Yeah,
Kurumi versus Stalker is definitely going to be the big matchup we all keep our eyes on as we look across Dorado. This is a very defensively favored map. Some great high grounds to try and access and to play off of as a long-range poking DPS. And honestly, I think that Kurumi still has remained impressive, even while Hong Kong are struggling against Korea, because, like, in the wider context of this matchup, like, we're expecting Korea to be an absolute titanic powerhouse in the World Cup, as they have been since the genesis of... Korea's been here since the genesis. I remember, like, in 2016, we're uncamaxing again.
Okay.
Okay, Bearfoo's coming in for Macau. Interesting. Maybe a Winston or a D.Va player?
Bearfoo did not play yesterday. We actually don't have good info on Bearfoo, one of the, actually the only red name player on Hong Kong in terms of play history. Team is University of Toronto, though, so that might mean something. See what Bearfoo is going to be bringing in. The only player that's genuinely listed as tank, because you have a couple players that are listed as kind of flex. Macau, even on this graphic, you can see listed as DPS despite playing a bunch of the tank today. I mean, yesterday he did actually play some DPS with who was it Despair that actually played the Orisa on the opening map?
Yeah, Despair played Orisa on Oasis.
Yeah.
Like, took the shield perk. Vass was telling me that's not the most popular one, but you know, maybe got some hours in on classic Orisa before she had the spear glow up, and was doing a great job of managing some of these engagements with that with the shield.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a delay here, unfortunately, folks. Let's see if we can get into game. Finally, there it is. Just getting the subs ready to play through. Obviously, we didn't see any subs for Korea, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get more role swaps. Most important thing will be who is taking Churong's spot now, and the roulette of players. It'd be fun one if Korea just swaps a third time, 3 different supports in that main supports position.
I mean, why not? Just spread the love out, give everyone their chance to shine on support. Dorado, definitely going to be a map where choke management and space management is very important. It is going to be the first attack coming through from Hong Kong, and Max is going to be coming out on the Winston. No D.Va this time. Yeah,
I actually mentioned the Max Winston as a bit of a joke, but here it is. The Stalker genuinely going to go over towards the DPS. Cat to carry Heesang around, where Heesang locking in the early cast. One of the few times you're actually going to see Heesang play the cast to see if he can also be a bit of a hyperflex on his team, just like Stalker is. Who is flexing so hard, he'll be covering Chorong's pot. One of the changes that we can see on the other side is, yeah, everybody else is the same. It's just the, well, actually, Mango Jai is now out again for Damo.
Alright, Sonjin. Oh, little dinks. Not quite charged up enough, though. Kurumi Manages to survive a little bit of cranial incision from a deep blade round.
A little bit of classic dive here. Winston plus Anna. No breaks to be played through. Max already taking a reasonable amount of damage. I don't know if Karima will really stay on this Widowmaker for long. I mean, Sonjin is there for now, and I guess as long as Sonjin sniper, Karima might want to continue contesting this one. Kame's going to be very far behind on the nano charge race, which is very important for these Winston matchups.
Little jump shot maybe from Karumi. Does he have the source? No, he has the pain. Oh my goodness, so much fire coming through from multiple sources. The second that Karumi showed themselves. So that's a report. What is my Widow doing, bruv?
Please get the kill. That was a free one for Sonjin, but on Despair will get out of dodge now. Hong Kong haven't made much payload movement though, so despite all of this, still just kind of stuck on that first corner. Max sitting on the payload the entire way through. He's saying, okay, there's a good kill.
What's he doing down there, bro? my Cassidy is lost. Although, it does seem like Simple is in some danger. Sonjin is just an AC-130. Lead rains from below, and Karumi is going to be the primary recipient of it. Sonjin doesn't even need to move himself, just waits for the crosshair to go exactly where it's supposed to be. And the healing is solid all the time as well from the Jetpack Cat.
You'd be surprised, but it's actually really hard to aim on Widow when you're being flown around with the cat. Will definitely mess up your precision aim. It's not like playing the Bastion here, but Kame has certainly found the nano boost. One has already been played, and Stalker's the one that actually got nanoed as Heesang's been delivered into the back, climbing into his loving arms. And Hong Kong moving the payload as Heesang looks for more backliners.
Solid shepherding there to put Kame in the... Hello, we've got to touch cart though, lads. That's going to be a big priority. Demo taken down even inside of a Kitsune Rush could not win out against Max. Is going to be consistent healing. Simple overextended though. Taken on down. Beautiful play off the back of the Primal Rage. Punishes Despair for the audacity of sticking something to Winston that wasn't a cup of peanut butter. Nice play when it comes to the sleep. Karma's going to make sure that Max now has to flee away. But this is going to be complicated by the fact that Barefoot needs a bunch of healing from Kame.
The juggling wasn't bad there for Max at all. It looks like Boy's been kind of practicing some of this Primal Rage mechanics. Trying to learn what he can. Nano boost onto Barefoot. Now they expect to target Hong Kong. Opportunity now to finally buy some space for themselves.
What is Cassidy doing once again? Wild positioning here. Karumi already been taken down by Stalker. And guess what? Cart's moving. But both the Winston and the Tracer are on it, so it's getting quite the pace on. Simple towards the back, winning out when it comes to the support duel, but is too far away to keep this one contested, and is going skewed now by their trusty Kitty.
Where are my supports at? How come they're at the enemy spawn right now? This is crazy positioning coming through from Korea.
Ranked positioning.
As they're finally back to where they're supposed to be with the rest of the squad here. Kurumi dropping in that infra site, but nothing really to look at here, just Winston's dueling each other on high ground.
Lies in wait. The information's good, but the headshot's not there. Just a body there onto Heesang and Damo. A little bit too nervous to try and follow up on that one. Up towards the sky. No peaks coming through. Despair showed that on the other side. Sondren getting another body shot to make sure that Despair can't be annoying them any longer. Here comes the approach of all of the animals. The entire animal kingdom just descended upon France, and Karumi did not have the means to defend themselves.
Therefore, we'll find the kill onto Sonjin. That's Primal expanded. Kurumi now over towards the cast, and some more Primal mechanics and Winston mechanics in general. Have to survive against the cat, though.
Barefoot's got plenty of healing here, though. Needs to be careful not to hang out in the opposing Winston bubble for too long, but this constant pressure on the payload is not to be underestimated. A little bit of additional mobility conferred by Stalker. Heesang's going to be dragged up into the sky. Barefoot lays down their own shield here to make sure that they're not going to be too much of a victim of that Deadeye. Not sure where Heesang ended up. Apparently the graveyard, as Barefoot's going to put him down to that one. And there's no monster reborn available here for Korea. But they're going to make their own monster in the form of a nano-boosted Max. That's the Primal towards the back. Sondra's already done too much damage. Barefoot comes up close and personal. And the natural prey of the gorilla is found.
It's 3v3. Damo still sitting on Kitsune Rush. Good opportunity to try and win this one through. Cat on low HP, but no cleanup being found. Barefoot is being very active around the map as he's going to go play through the counter. Reaper on board, but no Wraith form. Just ends up dying. Barefoot on a giant killing spree here.
Cringe swap towards a counter. Can't deal with my Winston. Reported plus L plus ratio. Barefoot Does have the high ground taken away from them by Max here, who can play more audaciously, can be incredibly brave with the Primal Rage. What do you have inside you? Has Junbin been teaching you the ways of the Primal Rage? Nice Suzu is going to temporarily extend Anna's life, but can there be any more gained? Max has taken so much damage over the course of this one, but straight back to the Mega Health Pack. Means plenty of health to try and play with. Needs some attention towards Despair. The Dire Triggers get it done by Hisang.
Yeah, it might have cost him the entire Primal, but he basically has both the supports locked up, one of them killed, 1 minute left to play through now for Hong Kong, and a lack of important ultimates to get them across the board. A nice Barefoot can get something really big done on this Primal. Korea finally digging the heels in properly. Looks like Hong Kong might not have a good chance to finish this one off just yet. Okay, there's an opportunity. Sonjin kind of a little bit far forward.
All right, and Max. Good cut off here. Still the Suzu given over by Damo. Oh, it's so brave to come through from a Winston. Max is not going to be rewarded for it, though. There's no Suzu to come on through. Simple is trying so hard now. Is an absolute monster. There might be 2 Winstons on the field, but the master of guerrilla warfare is for sure Simple.
And that's going to really be costly for Hong Kong. It's time to get this payload going again. Barefoot, okay, good catch onto Sonjin. There's a lot of HP. This is at least wasting away the Primal Rage. You accept that's a decent play from Stalk, but on the front lines here, it's a 1-to-1 trade so far, but the Kitsune Rush has to be the winning ticket for Hong Kong. Yeah, Damo putting it all on the line here with the Kitsune Rush is going to force away Max, who's falling incredibly low. The killing is really there. The Stalker doesn't have the triage that's necessary. Instead, pops in to keep the card contested, chased off here by Barefoot. The punishment for having wasted so much of their Primal Rage is delivered swiftly, and Hong Kong will get themselves yet another point and an extension of their time bank. Some late kills here as well. Decent staggers to come on through Barefoot. Linking the front lines, nano boost available for both teams, and a Death Blossom extra onto Hisang as Despair just drops off a pulse bomb into the spawn of Korea. Minute left to play, and trying to see what maximum distance we can find. All right, damage. Oh, the damage is so big from Hisang, an instant triple. Beautiful nano gameplay here. I'm taken back to the heady days of 2016. The Beyblade still strong. Just extra damage, no extra speed, but a sharpness on the metal there as he cleaves through the 3 squishies of Hong Kong with about 35 seconds left to play in now. No strong ultimates. Spawn camp available as well. Tethered cast with the Deadeye. Should be an easy one for Sonjin. Quick swing here, Sonjin. Teasing the death box at the bottom, but it's only Barefoot who's going to be catching a quick hit from that one. Kurum is already taking too much damage though. Max in towards the back, knows that the Ana's nearby, smells the fear of the Grandma, but it's the fear of that needs to be more of a concern right now for the side of Hong Kong. Barefoot coming up towards the edge. Nice silver bullet, and then won't even get the touch with 2 seconds remaining. Hong Kong have no chance for overtime, and Korea hold on third. No Primal there for Barefoot, dies just in the final moments. Likely wouldn't have been enough anyway. As Max looks on the battlefield, happy with what will be another prevention of a full cap coming through from Hong Kong, just like we saw in Kings Row. But just like we saw in Kings Row, Korea had a lightning fast offense. Will that be the case again on Dorado? May well be. Seems like for now, Barefoot's been pretty impressive so far. 15-3. Where's this guy been? I'd love to see them get subbed in a little bit more later on in the run here for the side of Hong Kong. A very impressive Winston player. This could be a good pocket map, honestly, for Hong Kong if they pick it up in the future. But Dorado is, of course, a great playground for the Winston. Kind of just needed a map for Winston, right? Something really diveable. Not an amazing meta for Winston. The Freya ban starts to make a lot more sense now, given that, okay, if you want to play Freya, you probably want to get rid of the Freya. If you want to play the Winston, you probably also want to get rid of the Freya. Don't really see a lot of Freya at the moment. That's fine. Despair getting it done on the Tracer instead. Really supporting in that dive. Getting those nanos in from Kame, and yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Barefoot play at all, but seems to be, so far in Dorado, the highlight of the team. All right, Stalker once again ready to play some games. Drag people up to the skybox and allow them quite the view over all that they survey. No, Stalker's actually going to move on to the Zen here. So the Discord order is going to make things very difficult. We're Reining on Dorado of all maps. No sim, by the way. No TPs to play high ground. This is pure low ground gaming. And Damo's got Stalker down, so I don't know where Stalker was standing, but not behind the shield.
Low Ground Gaming. Killer Esports org name, by the way. Someone got to pick that one up.
We are
what
eating Vice Right Gaming. We're Pin Gaming. Barefoot taking the heat. Still alive, though, strangely.
Yeah, Living Gaming for now. Karumi just going to lay down fire after fire on top of Max, who's essentially not moving anywhere, only pinning everywhere for now. Stalker just makes sure that Barefoot does not feel comfortable up on that high ground and will slowly trickle some healing over to his Rhine.
Ooh, tricky plays here. Despair, comment in Discord, forcing the Byronade out. Doesn't want to give his life away. There has to be a little bit concerned about that, but P-Sang slept on the high ground there, finished off by the Sports.
The Ilyari is having this great defensive presence. Oh, that's a lovely antidote onto Damo. Follow-up's not really going to be there, though, because, of course, Max can't follow it. Big stick coming in, goes awry. Max just holds up for shield, taking towards the high ground now. A Reinhardt and 2 less than mobile supports take to the high and will be able to at least force some members of Hong Kong off of these angles. However, Max is just left away for now.
Just a fire strike to get the kill into Barefoot, and oh, there is a strong response. There's still good high ground control coming out from Hong Kong. Not too sure if the Captain Sun was able to find any value. Definitely no kills coming through on the kill feed. And as the payload pushes through for Korea, we're about to hit proper low ground gaming here. You're going to have to challenge Max on the low ground into the shatter and into the potential Nano Rhyme.
40 HP to work with. Banana is going to be weird. Oh, the hinder there to stop the pin as well. Max is going to have trouble getting out of this one. Only 100 HP remaining, but Barefoot does not want to chase any further. He's going to leave it down to Despair. Karumi's here! What my cast doing, bro? Max just gets absolutely rounded upon.
Yeah, he's just going melee mode. Why not? Full reset onto Korea. About to set onto 4 ultimates. Deadeye against the Transcendence. Very obvious counter there. Hong Kong still trying to maintain high ground presence as Korea struggles to do anything about it. Simple as options. Max and Heesang both reasonable, good nano targets. Might just have to go into Heesang if he wants to have some high ground control.
Despair already down. Stalker could drag the remainder of the team forward with a Transcendence. That's a banger pin there from Max. Of course, just trying to scare everyone with the wind-up of the juggernaut that is Reinhardt. Barefoot starts with the nonsense. Kobe's ready to take it out. Heesang. Time for some quick Barefoot here done by the Gorilla. Coming up close and personal. Max just carves through multiple players. And for Korea, it seems like everything's coming up exactly how they expected. Chasing down the Ana. Stalker gets kicking, and he kicks 2 to the curb.
Time to kick open the doors of this 8-point. All took some time to get here. Less than a minute remaining. We'll push this one up to 3 minutes and 20. Shatter ends up only dropping onto Karumi. But that might be the most important player because Karumi's been putting the damage in for Hong Kong so far against Korea. I believe Stalker was even the one that received the nano. A bit of a classic Zen Ana gameplay. Have seen that backline before in previous metas where, unironically, nanoing the Zen is the correct call. I see a Barefoot can survive a bit longer here. Did take a lot of damage going down early in the last fight.
Sent out the pulse bomb. Doesn't seem to have gained too much here. Stalker just keeps everyone fueled on up. Has to be cautious about. Oh, hello. We're just running them down. Oh, man. Stalker is an absolute beast of a player, bro. Barefoot taking so much damage. Still can get one over onto Simple. It's a very difficult duel to take. And look at that. Ice Bunny hop coming through towards the back. Game wants to try and detonate multiple members of Korea. Cannot get it past the shield of the Reinhardt, though. And the Captive Sun is expended.
2 minutes 30 left to play through. Korea at real risk of potentially not winning this map. Max has to think long and hard about how long he wants to stay on this Rhine for, and correct call to be made. He's thinking, okay, we've screwed around long enough. The Rhine is a little bit of funny ha-ha. Time to go onto one of my real heroes. That's going to be the Diva. Already said, look, Diva on Dorado. Probably one of the key picks. Max, it's time to lock in. Take the nano, put it on the Diva, and start grinding.
Now, this is not he. And Barefoot's going to be under a lot more pressure now with that constant harrying the Diva can give on over. Nano available for Simple. Is it going to go over onto Stalker? As you said, it's a classic target with this double
might be
flex
Heesang as well.
Oh, that's true.
Death Blossom Nano. Possibility. Have to be considerate of the fact that, okay, you don't want to just get slept though. Max has to do a decent amount of pocket to prevent that from happening.
Barefoot almost had the primal. It's going to be Sonjun, actually. The Electric Cowboy doesn't have the bonus mobility, though. It's going to be raw aim lane on down. Headshot strong there onto Barefoot, but still has themselves a primal towards the back. There's going to be a real disruption to the formation here of Korea. Laying down on the floor. Now Despair has to try and make it work all alone, but the 2 versus 1 to Stalker is solid. Both of the supports are distracted by Hong Kong, and Korea aren't going to be able to clutch elsewhere. Yes, Sonjun's got a nice angle. One dink is anything more than this. That's going to be a great delivery of a headshot and a flashbang, but Bearfu manages to punish them for all of their audacity so far. Heesang still holding on to the Death Blossom, but doesn't really want to try and invest it here as they wait for the approach of Despair and Bearfu.
It's just a support trade. Bearfu and Despair taking down Simple Stalker. Similar things happening from the Korea POV, but eventually Sonjin can't get any more. Less than a minute now, 45 rich seconds remaining. Doesn't blow the trance. Stalker has the option of countering that with trance, but wants to hold on to it. Will just cop the reset.
5 volts on the docket here, basically for Korea. A near unfumbleable fight, some might think.
Last 30 seconds. Still got double DPS ultimate. Still got double support ultimates as well. Sonjin, a solo death. No nano, nothing. Simple even dies.
Oh, I said it was unfumbleable. Heesang thinks that it might well be rescuable as well. Too much damage has been taken, so Stalker has to pop the Q. A load of healing now being delivered onto the midst of Korea. And Bearfu not quite so lucky as Kame cannot deliver what's needed. Despair falls down. Kame, Korea just fire on all cylinders. And there's no opening for Kurumi to try and work with here with the Widowmaker. That's going to be a minute 30 added to Korea's time bank.
A 5v3, that is terrible. Hong Kong probably should have won it right there and then. Captain Sun dropped them to multiple members of Desperation from Damo. I hope that's a swap because otherwise not a very good looking ultimate at all. Hong Kong throwing away opportunities to win this map. There's still a minute left to play through. The golden box of victory is right there.
It's going to be a nano. Could go over onto someone. Might actually need to be used to save Bearfu here, who's grabbing a bunch of HP. There was some big eating of the Ana heals coming on through, but Bearfu just gets taken down so quickly. Stalker does so much damage. Headshot after headshot sent on through. Max delivers a bomb directly to Hong Kong, and while it's not going to get more, but just a singular healing pylon, the damage has already been done. Looking to the sky for the stars shine down on Korea in victory as they claim 3-0 over Hong Kong.
Remember, it was a 5 versus 3 that ended up being the snowball required. All it came down to is he's saying finding the Death Blossom onto Damo. Bearfu as well, getting soloed by Max. A bit of a Discord orb help coming through from the Stalker, and suddenly it's a giant turnaround. That is a galactic fumble. Hong Kong had the map in their back pocket. I mean, Max basically delivered the map to them with this Ryan gameplay that went on for far too long. Max even agrees, given the fact that he eventually says, okay, time to play serious, I'm going Diva. And despite some of the Diva, it's not immediately good. They're not immediately winning. But then you get to that one pivotal fight where they win 3v5 and then suddenly just push on through. It's Korea locking in when it counts and winning when it counts, I guess.
Oh man, a fumble worthy of NA at LAN. Unbelievable from Korea. We'll call it a hyper clutch in the 5v3, but still, I think Hong Kong going to be kicking themselves to that one. We really saw a flash of the magic come through when those first 2 picks were delivered by Hong Kong.
I think Japan's giving a heartbeat there as well. Like, please, if Hong Kong gets a map here, that could be pretty disastrous. But Korea will retain their 100% win rate record. But this one was getting close. That one, some really, really tight moments. And some decently impressive play from Hong Kong, all things considered. Yeah, the caveat will be the asterisk in the corner of the sentence where it says Chorong did not play. A lot of role swaps happening. A lot of players that otherwise wouldn't be on support playing support today. A little bit of Ryan tomfoolery coming through with Max as well. But beyond that, Bearfu. First time in for Hong Kong. Ended up being, in my opinion, the highlight of the team on that Winston.
Yeah, very impressive Winston gameplay. I'm looking forward to the matchup between Japan and Hong Kong. Like, that one might be a little bit of a tighter game than we were expecting, given the raw talent we've seen Hong Kong show off again and again in their matches versus Pakistan and Korea.
Yeah, Pakistan quaking their boots right now because, well, I mean, this is looking to be a very tough group for them if Hong Kong is even able to really put the pedal to the metal here. First game out of the way, and honestly ended up being a tighter one. And I think arguably a more entertaining one than expected. Korea, otherwise, I think with Chorong in, if he was available to play today, would have had a very comprehensive win. That one ended up being a less comprehensive win, but showing the capability of Hong Kong where you sort of teed this one up. But the final game of Group A is going to be Japan versus Hong Kong, and likely that's going to end up being the game to determine which of those two teams gets the final spot in Group A to go to the main event for the World Cup in Busan.
yeah, would be tragic for Japan to not make it, given all of the interaction we've had with Overwatch Esports over the last couple of years, really growing as a force in competitive Overwatch. But I don't know, like I feel like Karumi and Bearfu, Hong Kong, they have a little bit of magic. You know, we've got some je ne sais quoi to really bring some bashing to anyone who underestimates them.
Yep, and still later on, I mean, we will still see Japan today up against Pakistan, so get a bit of a live reaction to how good Japan look today when they're not having to play against Korea. Pakistan obviously need to do a bit of catch-up here. They're the ones that seem to be falling behind a little bit, although they have a bit of a map lead in terms of where the standings are. That could change at any moment. Teased up right below your screen right now. It's going to be Australia versus India coming up next. Harry, thoughts on that one?
Thoughts? I got to kick you out, I think, for this one. I think necessary, because I was going to be going crazy in the chat, making sure.
Well, goodbye.
Bye.
All right, well, we'll see you after the break, guys, for Australia-India.
Welcome back to the World Cup qualifiers, everybody. We're jumping into Group B, and I'm jumping in with Avast in a special jersey here for India versus Team Australia. We're going to be looking here to see if Team India can reverse their fortunes after getting upset by Team Philippines yesterday.
Now, you know, the jersey isn't for this particular matchup, to be fair. It's for a different matchup later on, but I got to rep the jersey because we're at the World Cup and got those options available to us. But yes, this matchup is going to be extremely fun because I do think when we saw the matchups previously for these squads, obviously Australia looking pretty good in their previous match, and even India, even though they lost yesterday versus the Philippines, I think they looked really solid. They had some great comp choices. They felt really strong for like these May comps. So I think this is going to be a relatively interesting between the two of them.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good matchup. We'll, of course, be able to decide who picks our first map via the 1 versus 1. But here's a quick look at how our matches went down yesterday with a little bit of dominance on Antarctic Peninsula for our opening matchup here coming through from Australia.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is a roster that we're expecting to obviously be very good. They have a lot of players that people will recognize, whether they're fans of just Overwatch Esports in general or fans in just the OC region. People have competed in things like the Overwatch League, things in OWCS. They've been part of World Cup staples in the past as well for a lot of this roster. So very, very strong roster. And I think this is something that you expect them to be looking to get this potentially top position for Group B. But India, definitely not a slouch either coming into this. But Australia in general, you just see the kind of the depth they have. In particular, having a tank like Kuffa, where there's really just not a ton of options like those that you might find outside of Korea, where you have these hyperflex sort of tanks when possible. And Kuffa really anchors that roster together compared to a lot of World Cup teams.
All right, let's jump in and have a look at what India have been achieving as well. They, of course, have a pretty wide-ranging roster with a lot of great players who have been getting a reasonable amount of competitive experience as well. And yesterday, going up against Team Philippines, I think in terms of my own power rankings, I kind of was favoring India heading into this one and was surprised to see such a dominant performance from the Philippines against them.
Yeah, Philippines looked really fantastic, but India still... I'm excited to see how they're going to play today. Obviously, they are going to have some breakout players with Exton. She's playing with them, despite obviously not competing in this region. And also one of the few teams that we've seen actually be willing to pull out the Cat Bastion.
Yep.
Which is pretty funny because it's such a strong meta pick, what we saw at Champions Clash, but hasn't really been picked too much so far here in the group stages for World Cup. But I do look at this India roster, and I feel like they also have a really solid amount of flexibility. It felt like everyone here could make plays when possible. They have a very solid, I mean, really looking at this, we were like, oh, Exton, she's going to be kind of this dominant DPS performance. But Shashi, especially on those projectile heroes and even on Tracer times, like looked really, really good. So I do think India holistically is a very talented roster. I liked how they played. So I'm not writing them off here in this match versus Australia at all, as we are in the 1v1 right now.
Shashi versus Soggy when it comes to the Genjis, and of course this is a best of 5, so you're going to be on the edge for a seat here when you see if Shashi will be able to earn the first map pick for India. And along with that comes the first ban as well, and given that we cut at 2-1, I'm going to assume that India won.
Yes, I would also assume, I mean, we'll wait to see how the bans come out there, but the footage, obviously, the one takes place before this, so we're not always watching it live. We're kind of getting the play-by-play after the fact, but I think that's going to be probably my read on it as well here. I'd like to know, especially because I do think for these teams, they're a bit more evenly matched than we might expect going into this, though Australia obviously going to have, in my opinion, kind of a bit of a pedigree advantage and overall just experience advantage across the board when you look at the strengths and the depth of the roster. And it looks like it's going to be Oasis here, like
Oasis
from India.
Solid pick from India. They played this previously against Team Philippines. Obviously, did not quite find the victory that they wanted on it, but still a remarkable showing. And as you said, I think that these teams are actually a little bit closer in terms of their skill level than expected. This is interesting. Australia banning the Pharah is unexpected, given that Soggy, I think, was a very solid Pharah player, but maybe a little bit of fear of India's Pharah, who also get rid of the Jetpack Cat, and they were one of the teams to play the Jetpack Cat Bastion.
Yeah, so no Bastion coming through there, obviously, or any other shenanigans, which I think is pretty interesting because they tried to pull it out a bit in the previous match like we were talking about, but maybe they're also feeling that, because I was not casting this match for Australia yesterday. I believe it was you and Avril. Did Australia pull out any cat?
Not really.
Do you remember?
They were pretty standard. Honestly, played a lot of Mizuki with the Kiriko. That, like, they were getting good use out of Kakai Sanctuary. I think the Mizuki Kiriko was their standard backline for a majority of their time.
Okay, very interesting. Well then, perhaps, because obviously we don't. India did get map pick, did get the map pick obviously, but to be fair, maybe this was an option for them. Maybe because also we don't know if they conceded technically, because you could win the 1v1 and still like decide, okay, are you gonna do starting map ban, starting map, or are you gonna do the first ban? So we don't actually know the ban order entirely. But we'll see how it comes into play. Could have been protect depending on what happens with the cat being banned. Like, okay, we're going to protect supports. Could have been in retaliation. A little uncertain here, but we are getting ready to go here for India versus Australia here for Overwatch World Cup. And leg day, I'm pretty excited to see the matchup here.
Some would say that this is probably going to be a must-win here for India. Australia already sitting rather pretty with a 3-0 victory over Thailand in Group B's previous marquee exchange. Kappa coming out once again on the Ramatra is going to be able to pretty effectively bully Vind.
Yeah, so the Sim Ramatra comp right now for Team Australia being played really aggressive. They have Color Hex obviously playing around the sides. Abs going down very early. Yeah,
first pick unideal. That's a lot of healing that's now going to be missing courtesy of Soggy building up that beam on the Symmetra. Means Shashi can't stick around for long either. Vin's going to find themselves overextended, surrounded, and eviscerated. Australia clinical movement forward to cut apart India.
And that's just off to a great first pick. Removing a support early, especially the Kiriko. That's an insane amount of the sustain off the field immediately. So Australia just going to capitalize on it, get those picks. 10% ticking upwards here for Australia as India looking to recontest. And Vin now getting off the Sigma, which was a hero that he really liked yesterday a lot when they were playing versus Philippines. But maybe just saying, okay, maybe we have to play a little bit more Ramatra to give a bit more of that brawl, a bit more, I mean, even though Sigma can sustain, you do get a bit of extra survivability and brawl potential with like the Nemesis form and having the Vortex as well for your May.
Yeah, that extra slide, very important when it comes to forcing bad positions out of your opponents. Vind is already pressuring the point, however, and Kappa's more than happy to meet them inside of range of his support. You can see that Kalax at the moment pretty unperturbed, just sitting pretty on the top, laying down the fire. Does have their rail shot parried by the ice block of May, and now wondering if they need to try and find a 2v1 with Vexen on the other side. Shashi going down means that Kalax going to be a little bit more free to move around, but still worried about the lacking health that Kalax is going to find up against Vind, who does find themselves isolated in the midst of the cover. A nice shield brought up behind them, blocks off all of the healing that was destined for that tank. And so the remainder of India is surely going to be picked apart.
They will not be ready for it.
And I think you kind of look at not just the ult differential that's happening right now, but there's a backline here where Captain Crash still playing this Mizuki composition, and with Hamster playing Juno, that's just a lot more sustained. Typically what Mizuki's going to give you unless you're playing this very brawl heavy, like let's group together type of situation, but it looks like it's going to be a very aggressive fight in the spawn for Australia.
Like, Kappa just walked up slowly and beat Abs to death. Like, what?
I mean, sometimes you hit a Vortex and Annihilation, and then you just make sure you can just keep all the pressure off of the OC, and you're like, let's just play the doors. I mean, they're at the doors. They're literally at the doors here. They are trying to keep them in the spawn. This is going to be Vin swapping to the Duke to try to get the touch, potentially. And the rush used at the spawn doors means it's not available here for the fight.
Yeah, Vind already having used a bunch of their utility as well. Needs to try and receive some healing. Out comes the Blizz of the Kakai Sanctuary, unable to respond in time. Sogi and Kalax both falling down, and Shashi just can't deal with the amount of damage the cover is bringing to the table as that orbital ray buffs up his arms, and he manages to bash through India with little mercy in his heart. As Abs is still going to be able to try and play around the top here, but pressure's going to start mounting up towards that backline. Akin from behind, nothing personnel kid, as they put a kunai into the back of Abs. Nice parry on the punch. Someone's been playing their fighting games.
Hey.
See, I was going to go more of like a Souls-like situation.
Oh, the dodge roll?
Perhaps, but yeah, well, I mean, maybe a Sekiro, but I overall, still,
spicy.
Very, very nice from Australia. Maybe we spoke up, perhaps, the power level of Philippines versus India, giving Belaine just how big this gap might be, potentially. Obviously, one round in here on the first map, so let's not go too crazy. Don't want to be the first round Randys. just immediately like lets them right off the rest of the
Reactionary
series, but
Randalls.
very dominating performance. Yeah, exactly. Very dominating performance so far for Australia. And also we do have to talk about, of course, just the fact that like having the Symmetra in your back pocket, where a lot of teams feels like, especially in the World Cup, Symmetra is just such a huge gap between the usage of the hero and what a lot of teams can actually pull out, and some of these more experienced, more high-level rosters potentially being able to utilize Symmetra. Going to be a pretty big difference maker.
All right. Let's see if Australia once again are going to get the opportunity to sniff some spawn doors. As India, for now, cowed into submission, forced away from the high ground. They will take to the low instead. As Shashi, they've moved over onto the Venture, which is going to instantly evaporate. Goodbye.
You saw the vision. The vision was there to try to disrupt these TP plays, but unfortunately, the water cycle is very powerful, like you said. Evaporation will immediately reduce Shashi. Then with the focus fire, and now Australia getting the first cap, and really just having that punish available. The Vortex here chase with Kappa, trying to find some of these stragglers for India, especially the supports. Almost gonna find them, but I think the chase, the aggression here from Australia, gonna make sure Kappa gets out.
Yep, Extend staggered on the other side. It's going to be hard to try and claim all of the space, and the Venture Gambit has already been put into the bin. The Reaper going to be replacing that.
Here comes the approach from India, trying to take a little bit of space. Extend is getting poked. And heavily have to be careful with turrets. Make sure to clear them. It's very important. Almost getting that pick in too.
You know, clear the turrets, do some admin, do some homework before you get to play your Overwatch game. It's like eating your vegetables before you get your dessert. Bin already having forced out the Suzu onto themselves. Gonna have to be careful. Coverage just once again slowly walking by. Catches the Ravenous Vortex to slow his roll moving forward. But Australia, they've done pretty well here.
This. Yeah, I mean, right now, India's just kind of playing it low and slow, trying to make it through the choke. Finally gonna use the rush to get on through onto the point now, but backline pretty low, pretty split.
Captain Crash catching a bunch of healing here, though, from the Kiriko. And inside of his orbital beam, it needs to be some magic here from Vind. Extend's already found their counterpart in Color Hex. And Australia is still in control of a point. Now moving over to 67%. It's going to be still cover. Like, where is my Ram, bro? He's just in the back line with the Annihilation.
He still has ult here, too. It's very
button.
scary. Suzu got used as well. He can't block when he has the Nemesis form. Oh, yeah, there he is, walking. He's walking, he's punching, he's on top of them, he's got infinite sustain. Kuppa still just being such a raid boss right now, currently on the Ramadra.
I mean, Kuppa's just that guy right now. There's nothing India can do about him. 90%. I think there might be Shashi around the point to try and touch, but doesn't really want to put their life on the line for this one. Nice movement here from X10. We'll be able to pick up some additional healing, as it's going to be the overclock pop by both Color Hex and X10, but no one's on the point, and for Australia, it's going to be an absolutely overwhelming victory over India.
Yeah, right now, Australia looking like, I mean, really showing the reason why they're likely, more than likely, gonna be the number one coming out of this group. They just have such a well-rounded roster compared to many of the other teams in the Group B. You see the experience level, and Kuppa in particular on this Ramatra, just getting so much done, having the sustain available, having the Annihilation as well when these fights break down a little bit more. And that's kind of the benefit of what I'd say the Overwatch 2 tank effect, right? Where you can be on these sort of carry heroes at times as a tank player, especially after the fight has broken down. And Ramatra's just able to deal so much damage. So I do think India's struggling a bit there comparatively to Philippines. But Australia also a very different caliber of team.
Yeah, like Kuppa occasionally just finding the gumption to donk walk up to your back line and beat them to a pulp. And there's not really that much that seems to have been done about it so far. As we look at our highlights, and you pointed out that the Symmetra is a great thing to have in your back pocket when it comes to some of these compositions, alongside the Jetpack Cat. That conferring of mobility onto usually fairly static heroes can be a real changer of metas.
Yeah, I think Symmetra is, we've talked a lot historically just about her impact on the meta. And if you have this in your back pocket, like Australia does, it's so valuable because it enables you to play pretty much any composition you desire. Realistically, it mitigates a lot of the, tank bans that could happen, even the support bans, because you can just kind of run away or run towards any situation. And for teams that don't have that option to pull out the sim, then they're looking for a sort of reactive play, right? Like this Venture that came out for Shashi, trying to maybe pressure the TPs, which just did not come to pass.
Yeah, unfortunate that the healing wasn't there or the range of the team. unable to really react to the honestly, like, if you don't want the Venture to jump you on the TP, you use the TP to jump the Venture. It was a fairly heads-up play from Australia. It was a successful bait, and they managed to execute well off the back of it. The consolation here for India, at least, is that they will be able to pick our next map, so maybe go somewhere that isn't quite so RAM versus RAM focused, because we know that Kuffer is a very dangerous Ramatra.
It's all, the narrative is starting to come together for Team India. Lose first map, start getting the bans you want. It's all, of course, this is it. The narrative's coming together right now, but still, even though it was a tough first map, maybe just a situation where if they can get to map 2, ban like Symmetra or something, so they don't have to even worry about playing into the sim. That's also another alternative for them, trying to force some more comps that they feel a little more comfortable on. But right now, obviously, Australia looking pretty dominant after the first map of the series, and it's something that we would expect historically from this roster and looking at their roster performances just individual player-wise. But I'm not losing all hope just yet, because A, it's the first map, but secondly, I do feel like India had a pretty good performance yesterday, so I just feel like they have a little bit more in the bank than what that first map showed.
Yeah, they've definitely got some more strings to pull on here. But for Australia, I think Australia are actually like playing above the expected level. Like, we expect this team to be good. We expect this team to get out of groups. But we also expected for their matchup against Thailand, who has a lot of current pros on it as well, to be a little bit closer. And the 3-0 that Australia achieved was fairly dominant from yesterday's matchup. And I think that Australia, I don't know if it's just because these players get to play with each other in ranked all the time. There aren't that many pro players over in Australia. The synergy is strong.
And it's going to be King's Row selected here for Team India. So King's Row, a lot of options are available, of course. Another very strong Ramatra map, if Kava wants to keep trying to play more Ramatra. And we did see Vin play a lot of Sigma earlier, so not a terrible Sig map for them either, and a May map. So a lot of different strengths, a lot of different possibilities here. It really just depends on what the bans are going to end up being for India, where they want to target. Do they just want to remove that Symmetra that's happening for Soggy? And it looks like it's actually not going to be that. It's going to be the Tracer ban.
Okay, a Tracer ban. Just trying to maybe constrain Soggy here, or at least make sure that when it comes to ninja-ing on objectives, it's a little bit harder to make happen. Anna is going to be taken off the map here as well for India. That's probably going to be a good job to constrain Abs and Captain Prash. Both of them are pretty sick aimers when it comes to the old grandma.
Yeah, maybe also just wanting to, I think, put them perhaps on less comfort heroes a bit, where Anna felt like India was able to play it relatively competitively and maybe less adapt at playing at, you know, these Juno compositions in particular, which we saw Australia playing a bit, not having just that in the bank quite as much. So we'll see, obviously, what comes to play, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Australia potentially just play a very similar composition that we just saw on map 1, where they just keep the Sim, keep the Ramatra for Kuffa, could even just keep Juno Kiriko, right? Could play Lucio Kiriko, but probably the Juno Kiriko seems like they feel very, very good with that.
Yeah, Juno Kiriko, very classic. Obviously, with Anna not being on the field, this does open up options to play things like the Mauga, or if you're playing particularly spicy, the Roadhog, both of whom do suffer immensely with the threat of the anti.
Roadhog would be very interesting. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, like, I don't think we're going to see that kind of interest come through here, as it is going to be defensively first. India trying their best to hold back the tides of Australia.
But this is a composition that I'm not surprised to see. They really do love playing Mizuki. So Captain Prash has been playing a lot of Mizuki currently, and then a little bit of Cat. So to be expected, I guess, for them. And then Australia, maybe going to play Winston, actually. We could just be using the bubble here for the peak, and then Kava's going to swap. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go to the Ramatra now. And Soggy now not playing Sim, instead choosing to play the May here, but it is still going to be that Juno Kiriko backline.
Okay, so now the question is for Shashi, how do you deal with this non-TP approach as the Venture? Or are you going to be focusing all of your drill runs to try and hit people? And here comes the potential engagement off the back. It's going to commit too hard for now, just staying closer to their tank. However, Hamster may have just hit them with the yeah, bro, don't care.
You ever get the off-angle Juno and then flip the points and Kuffa's here? I mean, it's just a complete rotation all the way through. Now they're caught here on the statue. It's looking a little brutal because the Suzu already used the stain pretty low here. The health pool's pretty low, and Australia look like they're going to take first.
Yeah, a little bit of a messy map flip coming through here from India, but Australia, like they've got them penned in this corner. Abs is threatening with the kunai, but it is going to be a lengthy stagger onto that Kiriko.
Now heading into second here, Australia pretty definitive first cap. I mean, just you see this Juno, the value it's getting. Just they feel so confident putting Hamster on the off angle. Typically, you're going to be seeing your Kiriko off angling because you can just use the TP to get out, have the Suzu to sustain. But this time it was your Juno, so that's just a lot of confidence currently. And Australia's, I think, court right now as they take some aggressive positions, looking for some poke, trying to get some info where India's going to be looking for the recontest. And they're not even going to have to fight here for the bad choke. They're going to find them here right in a little bit deeper into the streets phase of King's Row.
Yeah, much more hospitable 90-degree angle to try and deal with compared to the micro choke that does get generated while the payload is inside of it. Toga's already had their ice block forced though. Now try and punish all those who've moved on forward. That's going to be no healing coming through from Mizuki Kai. Sanctuary turns things around though, and that means that no healing can be delivered to Kuffer as well. What can you do? Soggy actually just seals up the door and says, you know what, Kuffer, that's your problem for now. The rest of us are going to try and close this one out. Abs coming through from the back. Kitsune Rush is delivered, but it's matched here by the Orbital Ray. Hamster sends in their orbital infrastructure to try and buff up Australia, and Carlite just take him down with the overclock active. It's going to give an opportunity here to X10 to make something happen, but Kuffer's return from spawn is going to be forthcoming as well.
Oh no, had to Suzu the Vortex from cover from spawn, knowing where Abs was going to go for the TP for X10, so just setting up a free punish, and then here comes the cleanup. What looked to be potentially salvageable for India. Now, unfortunately, just falling to pieces there as those late two staggers happen. And Australia moving with a very, very quick pace. Look at the pace. Look at the speed. Me and Mark Ruzzo.
Speed, power, precision here from Australia. And it would appear that Aki is ready for a dose of violence as well. The Kitsune Rush good to go, but Overclock's going to be an attempt to stop it here. X10 might be able to make something happen. The Kitsune Rush sent down the gullets here of the Indian defense, and Vin's going to try and stop them in their tracks. Out comes the Annihilation, just holds his game opposed block, but all of the healing is cut off by the shield erected by Kuffer between the support and that tank. Despite Shashi's best efforts with the Blizzard, nothing stops Australia.
Okay, like I'm willing to admit it, Australia might be very, very
They might be good.
They might be very good compared to many teams in the Group B environment here. Is Kuffer gonna hold really close to the doors, force them to use some cooldowns? Just get out though. X10 gonna find Soggy. Gonna find two. All
right, X10 has a little bit of sauce. Oh, never mind. The sauce has been spilled.
But it's enough. It's enough though, because they get Kuffer. That's all they need. That's all they need.
Attrition. Perfect.
That's what it's all about. It's felled many a great army in the past. Could be no different. There's different team
Channeling Team Afghanistan.
From what I know from British people is that supposedly the UK weather it's tough to deal with. So
it is
much like Russia for Napoleon and things like that. This could be a tough situation.
India. Oh my goodness. Managed to catch Galax on the engagement, maybe a little bit greedy. Ravenous Vortex drags Juno back down to the ground, and Kuffer wants to descend even faster. Bro is rocketing down there. What a dive. Ref, he's diving.
And Exton here activating a bit, getting these shots on the Soldier now, which is really what India needs, because Shashi being a little bit quiet so far during the series, not a lot happening for them, but Exton still, she has been hitting these shots now to get to last. Devil's Support going to be up available here, but Australia, the bank, not looking too shabby themselves. But hope is alive. The hope is alive here.
All right, early usage here of the Kitsune Rush. Trying to win out on the initiative roll up against Team India. Shashi is going to try and use the wall to get themselves out. Kuffer is isolated over here. Is going to use the Annihilation. Begins feeling it now, Mr. Krabs, and Galahex is feeling it as well. The first overclock strike is true, and Captain Brash has fallen low in their own right. Will the speed good enough, though? Kuffer going to set down a slow on top of X10. That's going to make this engagement incredibly slow to happen, but Galahex has been traded out on the other side. Aki on the off angle. The kunai strike true. Where can you go with your Kiriko here? Only back to respawn, unfortunately, as Soggy sends you down to the grave, and Vin's stares at the tides of Australia, lapping at the shores of India, sends out a Ravenous Vortex to try and make something happen, but now you've got to face up against the orbital strikes of Hamster and Soggy, who bring Australia to the goal with 2 minutes in the bank.
And hope was alive there potentially for the last point, but then you see that immediate isolation, and all of India commits to the flank fight there. Just playing near the Mega Pack, they couldn't punish Kuffa. Kuffa popping the annihilation in return and just brings them back. And then that long, drawn-out stagger happens. So India would look like they have a potentially salvageable situation for last, bring it down a bit. It is better than it was. They definitely burned off a little bit more time for the bank, so it's not as atrocious, I would say, that time bank differential that's going to happen, that bank that Australia is going to have here. But still not an amazing situation to be in here for India, but there is a glimmer. There is a glimmer of hope.
I love a glimmer. We'll see if it becomes a flashbang of hope for India.
Very interesting choice. Very interesting choice. I don't know if I want to be flashbanged by hope necessarily. We're gonna pick a lot of better light sources than some sort of concussive device.
A pulsar blast of hope. What a
This is
bright
a solar
light.
flare of hope.
A coronal mass ejection of hope.
Just all of the electronic devices of despair.
No, despair was in last match. Despair was in last match. We can't talk about
yeah,
it
that's
anymore.
right.
This is going to be India gearing up for their own offense. I wonder if we're going to see a weird map flip come through again. It definitely felt like India were a little bit out of sorts when Kuffa just ran into the middle of them and tried to bisect that team. Oh, okay, no. Just a Sentry Tower.
Just a little Zen right click from the spawn here for Abs. Not going to find it just yet. And it is going to be Cat Bastion here for Team India, which they have played this before, previously in their last match. So they've shown a willingness to play this composition before and been staying on the Ram here. And Soggy back on the Symmetra though, here like they so have to be a bit worried potentially these TP plays. They just pressure so much of the map.
Absolute roller coaster play here. 4x10 begins the tank form. That's going to be a lot of damage going the way of Kuffa. Had enough of being bullied by Kuffa. Going to start bullying him as they drop the Bastion directly into the midst of the Australian defense. This could be very difficult to try and deal with. Captain Prash already down. Kuffa trades out on the other side of a run through is strong here. Can Hex get the 2 versus 1? No. Abs and X10 managed to get one over onto the Sojourn. Vin needs a touch of healing though. Not sure where the Kiriko has gone, and now they are going to be able to give over a bunch of that healing to transfer into Ult Charge.
So though, with the Cat, I mean, they're going to have a decent amount of sustain now available. X10 making a lot of space there, followed up by Abs. So India can pressure the point pretty effectively right now. The spawner's coming back in for Australia now. And India also having the high ground. The Shashi trying to fight Hotel.
The hard light of Soggy. Will it be able to... Well...
That's tough.
Yeah, that's the honeypot of hope right there.
That's it, yes. It looks so attractive there. They're like, we got to get into this hotel. It could be anything. There could be anything in this hotel. And 300 turrets greeting you.
2 stars on Yelp. Would not recommend. Breakfast was okay.
So now Australia, they've equalized here. Kuffa now on the ball for that recontest situation. Double support going to be available for the Australia backline. As India looking to come back here to first point. They did get some ticks, so they can pressure a bit. And they are going to have the Bastion ult, but typically not really a huge high impact ult here. A bit used more so for the sustain. In that bonus health is Kuffa though, getting shot.
Kuffa going to be forced to disengage here. Can we drop X10 in onto that Kitsune rushes? The question coming up close and personal to the Symmetra, but disengage doesn't quite work out this time, but the orbital strike inside of his narrow corridors does a bunch of damage. And Hex has been laying low. Aki's not going to be around to deliver that healing either, but Hamster still could cook when it comes to this orbital strike for a recontest, as India only have a single tick to their name thus far and don't really have the personnel to really dominate here. You've seen the Abs already use that swift step to move over to Shashi, and so escape from Kuffa might not be easy.
Still, just not a lot of point presence right now. Exit is still up on this high ground with Captain Crash. They still have options to contest to deny the DPS there for Australia. I think that's going to happen with the wall here, splitting the point.
Seems like it's going to give over some good safety from the Catchen as well. Hex is going to be able to TP up, but nice disengagement here from India. Moving as a group, not willing to tempt fate and face down the Cassidy when he's at his most dangerous. X10 ready to make many more moves. Into the tank form, the damage is going to be there. The question is, where are the targets going to be? A mid-air interception of Juno as the orbital ray starts to strike the ground, but the space-borne damage is nothing compared to a minigun in the face of the young Martian. second tick is going to be tempting here for India. The siren song to be heard, but will Australia be able to allow this one to happen? Shashi ready to erupt from the earth, looking from the terra firma over towards the targets. Color Hex finds himself painted red with blood on the streets. India should be able to grab first here if Cover has something to say about it. It's going to be that last attempt with the minefield, and Cover going to be wanting off the Wrecking Ball.
And Exton there with the Bastion with Captain Crush definitely making a lot of space. Also not an easy feat to shoot the Juno out of the sky.
True.
Mid-orbital array. It's like swatting a gnat just because of that really tricky movement. And it's also easier than it was before, I believe, because I think they nerfed kind of the velocity of it a bit previously. So now India, they're not done just yet here for Kings Row. A little under 2.5 minutes on the bank. They can have the Bastion just harry Australia a bit on this recontest. Color X here on the cast and Soggy going over to the Mei. So with no Diva means they don't have to worry about the Diva running into Exton's face, but they are going to be very good at just running into the majority of the India comp.
Oh, Aki. Oh my goodness. Well, the perk seems good. Just going to swing around now. Lay down the orbital fire. These DPS are going to have to deal with it. Nice self-heal there from Soggy, utilizing the wall to keep themselves safe from the incoming explosives.
And Kuppa, I mean, stuck here. Can they punish Kuppa? He's stuck behind enemy lines. He's on the Mega. Surely we can get a little bit of punish. Kuppa can't just get out for free. India not looking for anything right now in the situation to punish Kuppa, and with the respawns coming back in, I think Australia are going to have a pretty decent fight.
Kuppa managed to get out with that one. Tectonic shot sent towards the backline of Australia. Color Hex punished for their Deadeye. An easy target there for X10. And with both of these supports stuck in the underground, it's going to be very difficult to try and get that healing delivered to Kuppa. Captain Crash continues to keep decimating them, just laying down the fire.
They can't get rid of Kuppa. They can't get rid of this guy. He's just walking around. He has an NPC-like stroll through the entirety of India. He's just walking currently. His path has not been interrupted. It's incredible. India makes so much space. They just can't dislodge Kuppa from the point.
He's following his NPC subroutines, man. He walks out of his Skyrim home, buys 3 reels of cheese, and then returns to it every single day.
It's just incredible too, because I'm watching Shashi's POV there, right, where you have a decent amount of flank damage and pressure. Australia force a lot of cooldowns out. They have to go into this into that sewer, that former spawn, but they just can't get Kuppa off the point several times now throughout this series. And Kuppa just isn't punished. Just feels like he's invincible.
Well, in the 1 versus 4 right now, it might be a little bit more difficult. The damage from X10 is absolutely brutal, though, and Hamster's going to be catching most of it. Finally, Kuppa, the NPC subroutine, has been stopped, and Australia are wiped off the point.
And India here, gonna have the rush available soon, but Australia about to have double support ult for the recontest along with the annihilation. They could attempt a contest, but I feel like it's likely not valuable. They do have this measure, but probably just better to hold the corner here, especially if they have to walk this wall. And it looks like they do want to go for it. Captain Crush immediately down.
Kuppa managed to make it all the way to a point despite all the attempts to slow them down. They're able to raise here as well. The Annihilation's going to allow Vince to simply cross their arms and try and make something happen, but X10 lays down so much fire with the artillery barrage. Good split from Australia, though. Keeping the point contested, dealing with all the danger that's coming on through. Abs line down a rush of active spin. Faster Fists of Fury to fly furiously towards the midst of Australia. Yes, they can clutch off the back of Abs' ultimate and the Blizzard as well from Shashi. It was expensive, but it's effective.
And Australia having to commit some more there themselves, but still for Australia, you could be happy with that. Burn the bank off, get all the ults out of here for India. But if there's one area where Catnap can get a lot of value on Kings Row, it is final point of Kings Row. It is this final. You do have an environmental hazard available, so a little bit more opportunity potentially. But they do have to worry about this high noon, this Deadeye for Color X.
Well, this turns things around a little bit. Captain Prash will be missing. Color Hex is overextended, and the punishment is there, but the trades are still good. What a stick from X10. Oh, he's nasty on the right clicks, but unfortunately, India are just missing so many of their players. They can't convert on this.
Yes, getting a cat of their own to just deny some of this cat Bastion value, especially using that high noon very creatively to remove Captain Prash. And now, looking like they're going to put Color Hex on the Bastion here. So it's just going to be 2 Cat Bastions here on the field. But Catnap is up. They're about to have the Bastion ult available for X10. And she's just looking to contest the high ground here a bit.
Okay, W mobility slot right now. X10.
We're
trying to shoot Aki. out of the air and going up close against Color Hex. A little bit of an intersection. This is a very perilous zone in which to be using the artillery barrage, but Soggy, Hamster, and Color Hex all fall in short order. The bait was solid, and it was taken thoroughly by Australia. For now, India, they're looking at potentially a full cap here, but it would be playing for a draw afterwards, as they would not get any extra time in overtime.
Oh, Captain Prash, he's looking for the catnap, trying to find anyone, doesn't. No one found with the ult. Such a brutal situation, not getting anything here, but it did pressure them a little bit, trying to give them a bit more space now, as Vin's gonna have the Annihilation available.
Rare Captain Prash L. Vin exchanging fire with Kuffer here. Who knows? The longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Australia. Soggy and Shashi both being taken down here, as even more damage comes on in, courtesy of Kalites with the artillery barrage. An attempt at a catnap. Don't know if Aki's grabbed anyone here. Certainly not Vin. Xing going to be the primary target, who's burned on down. The healing's cut off from Vin themselves, as Kuffer just manages to corner them in, with all of Australia pounding from every single angle. India cannot take the pressure, and Australia defend at the end of King's Row.
Just a really unfortunate not to get catnap value there at the end, because India, I mean, they had a chance to cap. They had the positions that they needed. They had an ult that could have definitely just taken one out of the field immediately, but just not finding anything just yet. And they made it close. They made it a bit closer than I thought there towards the end, but not able to just quite equalize. But some signs of life for India overall, but Australia currently in the lead with it up 2-0, so we're in a reverse sweep situation now, like they.
Yeah, reverse sweep is necessary for India, but I think this is a cause for jubilation, potentially, or confidence from Australia. They are looking pretty good so far, and showing off a bunch of great looks as well, being able to mirror the Cat Bastion, which might become relevant. You should go up against higher tier teams over in a group stage, which I think at this point is near guaranteed for Australia.
Yes, the math is mathing, and I think it's very much in their favor. And despite India still having some pretty decent flexibility, X10, I mean, her on the Bastion continuing to just get so much value here in the Streets phase, but just not able, the rest of India, to just follow up off the damage, kind of off the pressure that she's able to create sometimes. In part just because Kuffa seems for a large portion of this map to be relatively unmovable on the Ramatra. So they have their work cut out for them, but they still haven't banned the Symmetra either from Soggy, so there are some options still for this third map incoming, but I do think you look at the comp overall holistically, it seems like Australia is going to be pretty comfortable playing on just about anything.
Yeah, I think honestly, if I'm India, I think that getting that first ban on Wasogi Symmetra would be a good way to go about this. Simply because like it stops them banning the Bastion as well. I don't think Jetpack Cat can be banned again. India banned it on Oasis, so I guess Australia still have the option to ban the Jetpack Cat if they would like, and try and take that combo off of the table. And given the differences in like power levels from like our control map to our hybrid map, I think that Australia would be well served by just getting rid of a shenaniganery that comes from the Jetpack Cat and the Bastion combo. Because when it comes just like straight up matches with like your main, your Sojourn, Australia seems to be cut ahead by far.
Yeah, that could be a very good option. Is just, okay, take it off the field entirely. There is not going to be a secondary kind of more cheesy strat available for India. And I do feel like Australia, like you said, looking pretty confident in the matchup, just in a pure head-to-head currently, if they're going to play these more traditional compositions. It looks like we're going to Runa Sapi here for potentially our final map of the series, which it is a very strong Cat Bastion map.
Yep. Very strong Cat Bastion. And it's not going to be catching any of those hands. So both teams are going to have access to it. Malga off the table here. So neither team's going to be able to grug as hard as they may like. And Malga, of course, does have an interesting matchup against the Bastion. Very easy to hit, even when you're not in control of your own strafe aim.
Yeah, and Reaper also gone, so they can't play, perhaps, this Reaper comp where... Because Reaper, in particular, with the Dire Trigger perks, just a very, very strong... the opportunity to just do so much more damage from so many different distances now for Reaper. So depending on the comp you play, Reaper can be, especially for a map like this where you have the options to get to the flanks with the TPs and also sustain with the shift. Something smart to potentially get out of the field here, but we'll see what Team India chooses to play. I imagine a Cat Bastion could come out, but could be a Sojourn composition next, and she is still very proficient on that hero as well. And then for Australia, I would be shocked if they're not going to play more Ramatra.
Yeah. I mean, like, until you can consistently punish Kafa for just standing in the midst of your team and punching your supporters to death, like, Kafa doesn't have that much reason to change, but I might get a touch more punchy. I don't want to trust it because there's still 13 seconds left, but I would love to see it, and I'm once again denied.
Maybe Vind here on the Diva. With an unavailable, so they're going to play this kind of split composition where the Cat Bastion makes space. You have the Diva Tracer to sort of follow up on that damage, utilize the mobility a bit more. And Australia playing a slight, no symmetric comp for themselves either. Cassidy Tracer with the Ramatra, so going to play a little bit more standard, have a bit more of a flexible threat across the board.
Yeah, going to be able to match Tracer versus Tracer when it comes to keeping that bot contested as well, which can be a huge factor in these push maps. It's all about keeping it contested and trolling the progress. As Kafa just stands on the bot for now and dares everyone to come and try and contest him.
He is the man standing emoji. And okay, Sleep and Anti onto Kuppa there. So Abs trying to make this phase happen, but unfortunately, I mean, there's a Suzu, there's the collapse. And all the pressure that went on the Kuppa, everyone just tried to go for it, just punished in return. Australia with amazing peel there on the Kuppa. And the man standing emoji does it again.
What are you going to do when man standing emoji is just spammed in your chat? It's an ugly disengage here from Prash and Extend, and just to think about Abs trying to take initiative against Kaffa, like, you need Extend to be in a position with a cooldown to do a bunch of damage to Kaffa, and if they're not, like, you can't convert on those skill shots.
So another fight coming up here. Australia looking to get this checkpoint. Maybe gonna be thrown, gonna catch one, but it's a Kiriko, so unlikely anything's gonna happen. They need a little bit of peel for Abs. Abs gonna get helped, but Joshi down.
Yep, nice think there from Color Hex. Kaffa once again. Man stand, man walk, man punch. And man undeterred by India. That's already going to be the first checkpoint coming through. Butt Scratch is going to allow for forward spawns for anyone from Australia to fall and come back quickly as well.
The Australia ult bank is slowly building. I mean, the fights have been so quick that Australia really haven't been building ults because they haven't been taking that much damage, haven't been doing that much damage. Just kind of India, unfortunately, just not able to stand. Is now exiting onto the back, trying to make a little bit of space. That's a Suzu. That's a High Noon. And Cat gone. However, I mean, they're going to punish Color Hex, but I don't think it really matters. Unfortunately, Exton got standed. Stranded behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Cassidy heard you were posting cringe, and the punishment is severe. Puts down the Cat with no remorse. Kaffa continues just walking. That's all Kaffa's doing right now. Just hard W, hold M1, win game.
It's not a bad strategy. India going to have 5 ults soon. There's upcoming fight, but still, I mean, we've reached the Avril theorem, the all-dreaded Avril theorem, which many have said that they would love that. They've said it's been disproven, but until Claude
Haters and doubters.
We'll see. Until Claude does it, we'll see. We'll see. They've been solving math problems recently. As okay, there's the rush.
The rush is going to make it even harder to try and escape from Kaffa's attentions. Almost has access to that ultimate. She'll just raise the not in front of Hamster, who is going to be taken down by the irradiated blast of an exploding mecha. Kaffa now going to be able to try and shut down all of those who move forward. Extend drag forth the Nano on the Bastion. The damage is going to be real, but who's going to present themselves to take this damage? You see Kaffa in the back with
what
the
about man standing emoji? Man standing emoji in the back.
Blocking
He's still
emoji.
here like they.
He's still standing, he's still blocking, he's still part of the emoji library no matter what the naysayers will attempt to say. Yet another capture on the bot, someone's going to hop in here to stop it, but the team kill gong is sounding and Vinder's only just returned. A catnap good to go, but it's not the ideal support ultimate, and they're not even on the point with 3 players orbiting around. Australia dominate on Runa Sapi.
And despite some flexibility, some flashy moments from India, Australia just clearly a head and shoulders above in this matchup, and Kuffa in particular. I mean, all of Australia looked fantastic, but Kuffa just felt like the untouchable tank throughout this entirety of this series on the Ramatra. Found immense value between the zones and just the damage he was putting out too. I mean, Kuffa really just showing just how strong the tank role can be, and there's kind of sometimes those gaps that you see between some of these very experienced veteran players that have competed at the top level.
Yeah, very exciting for all the Team Australia fans. This second win, I think, does guarantee them passage to the group stage, but I don't know if it would give them the first seed, but it will at least give them second seed, and they're likely to be first as well, so they can look forward to Anaheim and prepare to go up against some of the best in the world for Overwatch competition.
And I'm not quite sure, obviously, on the math just yet for India, because we still have some more matches to go. But obviously not looking fantastic right now to potentially get top 2. Though it's still, I think, theoretically possible. But like I said, I don't remember all the map off the top of my head. But Australia definitely looking very locked currently when you see just the overall math and how it's going to work out. So Australia, if you're a fan of the team, if you're a player on the team, I think you'd be pretty happy. And that's probably a pretty expected result as well for this squad. Like, if they weren't locking in a first seed relatively strongly and, you know, decisively, it would kind of be a bit worrying for them on the larger international stage when they were to get to the main event, right, for BlizzCon.
Yeah, I think Australia are on the level when it comes to the power we expected and the power that they are displaying so far. But our explorations of power levels will continue to expand as, well, Team Pakistan versus Team Japan is certainly going to be interesting as Japan got 0-3, defeated by Korea yesterday, which was a little bit less close than we anticipated.
Yeah, but also not necessarily unexpected, right? When you look at the strength of the Korea roster and Japan, who obviously has a lot of fantastic players, but Korea's kind of built another super team here, theoretically. So it is going to be kind of a matchup where is that just them against Korea, or is that maybe their more overall performance?
Well, we'll dive in and figure out all of the juice in Group A right after this break. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to Overwatch World Cup Asia Online Qualifiers Day 2 here, and that last game did not last long. I felt like I barely even stepped away. I've asked, of course, I'm back now to join you for the rest of this evening for our last 2 matches of the day.
And this will be a match that will be much longer and much more hotly contested, I think, with no affiliation at all to this logo there. No affiliation,
Yep.
No affiliation to that whatsoever. But definitely a very quick matchup, the previous one, which Australia is kind of looking like to be far and away, obviously, like what we expected, the #1 seed for that group. But perhaps even stronger than we would have thought, because looking at the match yesterday versus India Philippines, I would have thought a little bit better performance coming out from India there, but unfortunately just not able to mount really anything against the power that is Kuffa, as man standing emoji is Ramatra.
Basically. Yeah, Australia looking untouchable in their group, just like South Korea's looking untouchable in Group A. But Japan, you know, they had a reasonable showing. I mean, obviously still, unfortunately, a tier below where South Korea is. And this is yesterday's game. Yesterday, South Korea, where Toronto was able to play. But what we did get out of Japan is, you know,
and also Ajax.
quantity players. Got a Chorong Ajax in the middle of all that. So again, personal reasons for Chorong not to be playing today. I'm completely making this up. It's just too shameful of an Ajax for him to play 2 days in a row. But
we'll see. It's interesting. I think that I just have to butt in real quick, Admiral, is that obviously we don't know the circumstances, but he did drop like an insane. He dropped like a heat thirst trap like right after they won the match,
Really?
and then he's like, okay, yeah. And then I'm like, and then now he can't show up the next day, so maybe just, you know, the fit was too hard. Obviously, I hope everything is fine with Chorong. He's okay, but it was just a funny circumstance.
Ajax and then just drop a heat fit. Oh, we do like that for Chorong. Talking about Japan, though, still obviously a really, really good lineup. When you don't have to face South Korea, this is the team to beat in Group A.
This is, and obviously Japan, they look good. They have a lot of great players on this team. They played into full strength South Korea, which is a team that obviously many people, including ourselves, would have as a favorite to potentially win the whole event for World Cup. So tough sometimes to truly gauge them, but they're gonna be a tough opponent here for Pakistan, which struggled a bit in their previous matchup.
Yeah.
Where, you know, I talked to the GM. I said, what's going on? They said the Scrimbucks were looking a lot better for their earlier matchup, but unfortunately Scrimbucks don't necessarily manifest into results. So a lot of pressure for Pakistan here, especially on this DPS line, to get results comparatively to what happened to their previous match.
I mean, we say they struggle, but they're still the only team so far during these entire qualifiers, 2 days deep now, 6 matches deep. And Pakistan's the only team that, despite losing, actually gets a map off of Hong Kong, which Hong Kong, they got some decent players. They've been, you know, despite losing to Korea off-rolling a little bit, had some genuine moments where, hey, Hong Kong might be able to take a map off of Korea, which does have implications for standings, for tiebreakers, for that map differential. And Pakistan getting that one map, we'll see if that ends up doing something for them in terms of the map differential. They'll have to sort of work out a little bit of a 3-way tiebreaker perhaps type of situation. But Pakistan probably has to do the most amount of work in this group so far. And Japan is, you would say, well, I think on paper, going to be a tougher test than Hong Kong was.
Also, apparently, this is obviously we're seeing the 1v1 after, but KSG did win the 1v1. So obviously there's not going to be a map choice. Yeah, unfortunately KSG did win this, but I do think that we'll just have to see where that leads for Japan in terms of what do they want to do, right? Because they have some options for the ban if they choose to yield that theoretically, which they could. But a lot of pressure on this Team Pakistan team, because I think this is kind of a must-win match at this point mathematically. Because even though they have the map, if they don't beat Japan, it's relatively unlikely, right, that we'll see Japan lose at this point, and they'd probably be out potentially mathematically. So this is a kind of a must-win situation. It looks like Japan with the map pick is going to go Oasis. And
that's what they played yesterday up against Korea. KSG came through with some Malga, some Hazard in there as well. Bastion and Mizuki gone straight away. Obviously, Bastion, honestly, has mostly been played by India so far. I mean, we did see some just like kind of raw Bastion, no cat support at all from various teams, like just kind of rolling out the Bastion. I'm not a fan of that anyway. I think any team that wants to do that is probably doing themselves a disservice. So ripping through the Bastion ban early, not entirely sure that Japan would have gone for it. Mizuki is starting to see a decent amount of playtime as we head further into these qualifying matches. And none of that for our opening map Oasis.
Now, you know, spawn doors can lie. So we'll see, but I find it unlikely that Mizuki is going to be played by Japan here, realistically, because you look at their support line, you look at the comps in playing, you look at their players like Lucio Kiriko, stuff like that, it's like going to be a very good fit for this team, which is a little bit more standard, unless you're trying to play compositions where maybe looking to punish a diva, but historically Pakistan with Kashir, like, he can play diva, but it's not really a hero that's going to be pulling out a lot.
Well, given that he's not going to be playing the diva, it's going to be the Zarya rollout. Zarya plus Light on the Reaper, the classic combo. Way more of a standard lineup, kind of divey features coming through Makashi and QQ on that Tracer diva combination. Slightly more brawly for the Pakistan side. Let's see if Petal can land some shots. So far, he's the player doing the damage. Onto KSG, it looks like.
Japan just playing the distance, waiting for the point to unlock right now. They don't want to get too close to the Zarya Reaper composition, like you called out, because they're a bit of a threat up close. See, now the contest happening here for Japan, trying to just clear the high ground a bit, but not going to remove him just yet.
It's like going down first, not enough bubble support, it seems like Kashir. Let's see if there's any generated energy to at least deal some DPS. Pushing Petal off the high ground. It's going to be KSG in the mech and delivering Petal straight in the hands of Nico's rail. That's going to be fight over.
Yeah, just a slow, methodical fight here for Japan, where Pakistan, they take some of this early point aggression, take some early point control, but okay, KSG going a little deep, maybe gonna get caught by the wall. So despite losing the first fight here, a chance for Pakistan to come back in when KSG is out of the mech. But they have to be wary of the spam. And Petal has unfortunately died there to some of that damage.
Late death onto Petal, but Kashir looks decently charged up with energy. KSG's Baby Diva living for quite a long time. There's been no remake available. Finn near ultimate, not quite far enough for Japan to really commit to this fight. 4 versus 5. Okay, Kyuki finds Milan, so maybe opportunity has been found, and KSG now going over towards the Ram instead, coming back in slowly, but just in time for Finn to rip through the Katuna rush.
Kashir still relatively charged up. Petal gonna stay up, gonna get a pick on the Nico. Petal gonna get another one here. There's the bubble as well, keeping Petal alive. And despite this long, sort of torturous fight for Pakistan, where Japan just tried to avoid the Zarya, it is gonna work out in the end where they had to force that point fight there.
Yep.
And not bad.
Lost Play has been outplaying the Katuna rush there. Kashir now looking towards the grab for next fight. First big turnaround for Pakistan. First percentage on board as well. First shot for KSG means no ultimate just yet. Nothing to block out from what should be a pretty reasonable grab. Don't have to fear the 8 anymore from the Diva. Nearly 5 ultimates actually from Pakistan side.
Yeah, this is a great fight for them to be in here, especially because there's not really an eat situation for the grab either. If they can just find one good target. They have a Blizzard, they have a Deadeye, so they have double portal. They're just stocked up, right? As long as no one goes down early, Milan very low off that Vortex. They're gonna stay up though.
Just a solo grab for now, but the Blizzard is also onto KSG. Green health from the sound barrier instantly ripped through all damage from the team, put on top of the tank, and a late sound barrier from Milan. Only into 2 members here, but it is a 3 versus 3. KSG falling is going to be an issue for Japan. Epic going down next. Pakistan winning a further fight to put themselves in the lead, and they should be able to now quite comfortably get ahead of Japan in percentage points.
And Milan, I mean, having to pop the beat there, but that's still fine because you get ults out of Japan late. And Kashir keeping this energy relatively high, obviously ticking down a bit now, but being a raid boss right now. Walking around, finding those picks. Pakistan just making sure to keep the speed on him, letting him get a ton of value currently. As Kyuki with the Pharah pick now, not a bad option when the Zarya's on the field and there's a Mei available in Pakistan, so a little bit less to contest him.
We'll see if Petal's going to be too under pressure as well, because if Petal's taking too much damage, won't be able to put any shots on Kyuki, the only one that can actually do so. Deadeye now pulled the trigger pretty quickly on that one. Didn't quite see a skull just yet, but damage at least down to the back. It'll force Japan away. Gives them some extra healing. Finn looking for the time of the Katuna rush before Japan fully commits in. But they do have some high ground control, and KSG already wants to go deep. He's going deep enough. Basically solo onto Milan, now on towards Light. Pakistan's falling over, seemingly just to KSG running up.
Yeah, I mean, the Mei wall gets used, but they're just able to get around it immediately. See Finn dropping the wall climb, and then KSG walks forward, uses the Vortex, all the spam hits on that Vortex then, and that's kind of the power of the Ramatra sometimes, right? When the fight breaks down, is that Ram with the Nemesis form post-Vortex and kind of walk into those squishies. Especially if there's no one pressuring them in return, and he puts out an insane amount of damage with Cleave. But Pakistan with 94% on the board, gonna have some ults coming up relatively soonish, but they're going to have to play some neutral fights for a bit. Look for the poke. It's been holding on to the rush, and KSG has the annihilation.
Oh, Light's been booped a little bit deeper and has to ice walk straight away. Could be an opportunity to shove the Blizzard in there. Katsuna Rush the speeds from players in and out, but still frozen. It's going to be KSG. Annihilation to be used in this fight when he gets unfrozen. You'd imagine have to look for the timing here against Bronzy, because the Katsuna Rush from Pakistan could easily turn things around. It's a support line from Pakistan that are rushing towards ultimates desperately now as Japan equalizes 94% to 94%. Still the annihilation waiting to be used.
Oh, Light caught. Gonna have to ice block. Gonna be isolated during this fight. But Bronzy Milan survive here, meaning support ults are an option for Pakistan. They have a chance. Rush up Milan, not too far from the beat.
Milan needs to be now, though. Annihilation and Nico OC ripping through a lot of damage, so we get the find a single kill. Light holding on to things a little bit longer. Bronzy dying just before the sound barrier lands, which means only a 4-man. Still gives enough ability for Kashir to dive on deep. Takes Nico away. Barrage now. Next order to play through. Kuki looking for backline as Bronze down.
They got a touch!
Milan down and... Okay, well, no one touches, unfortunately. Double support's gone, and only the 1 DPS plus Kashir. Somebody needed to be there.
That is a top. That's just unfortunate because the beat actually, though it wasn't able to save everyone, was good. I mean, they were able to chase down Nico there. They have some sustain on the point available, but unfortunately, it is a Charlie Niner that has occurred in that situation.
But
what's up?
I need an update from the Pakistan GM right now about that C9 situation.
All I have is a DM saying Wallahi. That's all I got.
Yep.
I don't have anything else, so unfortunately, it's looking a little tough. But realistically, I have to say, for what we thought might be potentially a lopsided match, Pakistan's looking pretty good in the first round. They made it pretty close.
Well, inshallah, we will touch the point for this second round. Pakistan. Kashir starting on the Diva. You did mention Kashir, maybe not too much of the fan of the Diva, but does opt for it given how
he
good
can't play it. He can't
City
play it.
Center is.
You see his Zarya.
Yeah, for the Diva. And second time we're also seeing, by the way, Ilari on this map. Bronzy will be playing co-side. All eyes on to see what Light can do on the Tracer. Light's been playing a number of different roles over the course of his career. I've been looking at this guy across Berserk playing tank, support, and everything else. But right now, it's Nico playing with the head of pedal. First blood found.
Now flanks under control entirely by Japan. Is Bronzy trying to stay up? Gonna drop that shift, but now here comes the collapse. KSG just on top of Bronzy. There's going to be the cleanup. Unfortunately, from those early picks there for Team Japan, gonna be cleaning up the first fight and the first cap here. So a very, very solid fight win there for Japan. Pakistan looking to recontest.
Very straightforward fight. Nico first blood into instant conversion for the rest of Japan. Pedal looking to see if maybe he can punish somebody from spawn, but all he's seeing is the KSG Diva mech.
Yeah, no one gonna give him a free shot there, so Pedal's gonna swap back to the cast. KSG seeing that, obviously. Now Pakistan trying to re-enter here from the flank, maybe fight, but Japan not letting them in for free here. Kuki just contesting from this flank side is now Pakistan entering, looking to fight as a good dink.
Okay, okay.
Putting a lot of pressure.
I was going to give Pedal the opportunity to just roll through this coastline for now, but the ultimates are all in favor of Japan. As Finn finds the first one, rips that one through, allows now an opportunity Japan. Who did they find in the backline? Bronzy first, Milan to follow through. Epic got low on the Japan side for a couple of moments there, but now largely safe as Japan hold on to their lead.
Definitely one of those downsides of this double slow backline here for Pakistan, right? You're playing a Kiriko, you're playing an Ilari, you don't have a speed to get away, especially considering that they were down this four ults anyways. Japan just going to catch them in the rush. As Bronzy now making the swap, I think they've had enough. They're saying this is probably a little bit too much pressure for the Ilari. Rush is going to be available to Milan as the stick goes out. So Light getting the pick. Hold going to be broken there a bit, allowing Pakistan to make it to the point at least.
No Suzu there from Finn either, not available, just not close enough. Timing wasn't good. Milan now finds the time for the Casino Rush. Epic, by the way, no response. Still waiting for the sound barrier. Japan still kind of holding on to this fight despite the Casino Rush. Pakistan need to capitalize off of this Casino and actually get some kills. It seems like they're barely even doing damage here. Epic will soon find tempo beat availability. It should be an auto win. Final fight capability as well, by the way, as Kuki on low HP survives. Now gets the opportunity to kill to Bronzy and Milan. And for Pakistan, it's looking lights out, brother.
Yeah, I mean, Diva Bomb's going to be up here for Kashir, but unlikely to make it back into the mech. No one's going to go down to it. Light here on the point. But more than likely, this should be the cleanup. There is a chance for a little bit more contest, but unfortunately, like you called out there, Apple, I think that there's just no damage coming through. There's going to be a little bit more going on, but I think it's just a stagger at this point.
Last couple of players to say hello onto the point, deal some extra damage as Epic dives on in and delivers Japan. Nice and swift 2-0 on our Oasis. Now, given there was a C9 in there, possibly we could have a little bit more extra gaming on our opening garden. I still think, though, Japan largely held control of that last fight, even on the first point, even if you didn't have the C9. So, going about as expected, I think, of us in terms of how our Japan versus Pakistan game has unfolded.
Yeah, they made it close at points, but definitely looking pretty firmly in the tempo for Japan currently. Maybe an unfortunate comp choice, I think, for that second round of Oasis trying to pick that Alari and just getting run over by the tempo for Japan. So I do think that kind of an unfortunate option, I would say, when the backs are against the wall. We'll see how it develops from this point, because really when you think about ban strategy for Pakistan, right, their most important pick arguably is they really want to keep Petal on Cass. Petal can obviously play other heroes, but Petal's most impactful hero has historically just been Cass so far. And I feel like a lot of their strategy is potentially going to revolve around that, because you look at Japan and what do you look to ban that isn't also potentially going to hurt you? Maybe removing the Tracer, but Light obviously a pretty confident Tracer there.
See what kind of, I mean, you probably know better than me, what kind of comps will eventually land on Petal. Pretty comfortable to stay on the cast for the most part. Again, I haven't seen Light on too many DPS in recent times. He's moved around support, moved around tank. Now, more recently, he's moved back to a DPS. So he's kind of played through all the roles now, every single hero. It's been Kyuki mostly in the driver's seat as far as any of the Tracer gameplay has come through, although that was a pretty damn good pulse bomb. I'll give Light that for sure.
Yeah, so I think that's just really where they're going to stand, is because for the most part, I don't think there's a kind of a tank line strategy they would prefer over KSG, other than maybe trying to force Zarya a bit more, but that's also very dependent on the maps, right? So if they want to try to take it to a more Zarya-centered composition, they're going to need to take it to a map where that Zarya is going to be a lot stronger. But I do think that's one of the limitations here for Team Pakistan, right, is that their depth overall is not, they don't have quite the same level of hero depth that this Team Japan is going to have in comparison. So they're gonna have to make some pretty strategic choices in terms of, like, do we lean in towards these cast comps a bit more, which also could lean in towards these Zarya compositions that we saw a little bit of proficiency on earlier on Oasis, or do we try to get some target bans? But realistically, what are the target bans you go against Japan, right, that aren't also going to potentially hurt Team Pakistan? Yeah,
there's no, I think, super obvious, like, this would extremely hurt a player on Japan, although, you know, maybe Epic, maybe outside of Finn, some of the less experienced players in Japan. Looking over towards potential for future picks here, I mean, Pakistan, they had the same opening versus Hong Kong, played the Oasis, did win one round against Hong Kong on the Oasis, didn't unfortunately versus Japan, but upon losing, they picked Circuit Royale. They wanted to take us there straight away, and trying to jog my memory a little bit in terms of where we actually saw in terms of the Circuit Royale compositions. Billy Cashier played over towards the Sigma. Sigma is definitely what you'd expect on a map like that, with some double flex support look. So we'll see if that ends up being the choice
double
again.
hit scan too. Remember with the Hanzo and the Widow a bit. So that is kind of their defining factor. And okay, Rialto, which is still, I mean, when you think about kind of just this driving factor, if you want to have two potentially long range hit scans, Rialto not a bad option necessarily, but also we've seen Light play a lot of Mei, so could be a Zarya map too. You can make Zarya work on a map like this.
Yeah, I think potentially on the further points, really strong Diva opening though, I will say, on that A point attack and defensive side. So the Diva ban could go pretty hard here for Pakistan. It would be map choice plus first ban choice. Bastion no longer bannable. This would have been a good map to ban the Bastion if you were really concerned about the Cat Bastion. Although maybe Pakistan, it could be the opportunity to bring that one out if they practice it, if they want to play it. This is the map where, you know, we've seen other teams. India pulled the Cat Bastion out on this particular map to varied success. I mean, sometimes finding some good value, other times looking like it's a bit of a waste of time. The Zarya ban instantly going to come in from Japan to make sure that this is going to be a Diva matchup.
Yeah, it looks like they really don't want to give Kashir the opportunity at all. With Kiriko being banned, though, that does lean towards maybe some Ana gameplay, which obviously Finn would be fine if they want to play Ana here.
Yep.
If they want to play even just some more traditional, like Lucio Ana, you could see Brigida, could see Juno, theoretically, or the Cat. And like you said, this is a decent Cat map. You have a lot of space to work with. But Pakistan historically hasn't, at least from what I've seen of their scrims and things like that, I don't think they really played a lot of Cat. So I don't think it's something that they necessarily want to try. But this could be an opportunity to kind of flex it and just catch Japan unaware.
They certainly consider that Japan are not going to play it. If they thought Japan was going to play it, they probably would have banned the cancel of the Kiriko. They're getting rid of this, trying to target the Lucio Kiriko composition. Largely, I think this probably removes the Lucio as well. Lucio Ana is a thing, but I'm not too sure that teams really want to go there. So yeah, I think leaning more into the... I mean, Lucio BAP could be a real thing. If you want to, like, get into some of the more brawly type of styles, Ramatra, Lucio BAP. This is definitely not Rialto, though. We're on the streets of Runasapi, my guy. And Runasapi was actually played yesterday between Hong Kong and Pakistan. And that was actually a Pakistan win. That was the only map win.
Ah, there it is. A little bait and switch. A little bait and switch. Now we're back in Rialto.
Yeah. This is just Runasapi in the afternoon, actually.
Yeah, it's a very... just different vibes, you know. They could be your angle or your double type of situation. You'll never expect their next move. But Rialto, obviously there is a lot of potential options like you talked about there, Avril, of if they did want to play the BAP as well, try to play that rush style composition, especially when Mei is pretty strong on Rialto and Light has played a pretty good Mei in the past particularly. So that is an option that they could do. And maybe even, okay, I see the Ryan and Spawn, but obviously we can't trust it. We'll have to see what they actually roll it out on. And Japan with Wydot actually coming in to play the Ana over Finn. But I bet Finn's on Alari, which is obviously another very good, very strong hero for him.
I think the Ryan and Spawn could work. I mean, I don't know Kashe's hero pool that well, but if you are suspecting, and you'll probably just find out once you actually scout, that it's going to be a Sigma defense, Ryan can actually do some real work. Your team has to be kind of prepared to play that Ryan, though. But otherwise, it's going to be a very heavy poke composition on the defensive side of Japan. Petal looking for some shots and looking like he won't be able to hit one just yet.
Yeah, Petal trying to pressure, but the pressure is preventing a little bit of the poke from those squishier targets. So Finn and Wydot a little bit afraid to drive off the poke a bit while Petal is looking on the flank side here. Now going to pressure from this long sideline, still keeping Wydot in a position where they're a little bit afraid to peek. As Pakistan just pressuring the point currently, trying to get it moving, trying to take it to this corner.
Oh, that's going to be a purple landed on the Bronzy. No follow-up through, though. Duki, in fact, that lie, he goes for it. He understands it's going to be a low HP, no final protection for Bronzy. So despite the fact that Wydot under pressure from Piddles, Widowmaker on the opposite end will find the opportunity to win first blood, at least as an assist.
So a little bit of early poke here. Pakistan looking like they want to fight this high ground now, take the diva up top. Rock gonna land, but still fine to get around the corner here. Pakistan just looking to make a little bit more space. Petal still on the Widow, looking for the angle right now. Gonna try to capitalize on some of this pressure Pakistan are putting out.
Yeah, payload stalled out, by the way, as well. So we need to start seeing some movement from Pakistan as they try to assault this high ground, push off Japan's really stable kind of defense positioning here. Finn, once again, copping the purple Bionade. Wow, there's, well...
no punish.
It's Wydot onto Bronzy last time. This time it'll be Billy onto Finn. But like you said, no punish. The Finn Alari stays alive for the time being. Bronzy, once again, is the target. At least Petal gets a kill. Unlikely kill. It ends up on being KSG. Opportunity here for Pakistan. Despite losing the fight, spawns are better for them.
Yeah, this is definitely an okay situation for Pakistan because of the spawn advantage. Can take some positioning, so just really forcing the flank fight right now for Pakistan, which is exactly what you want to do. You don't want to just have to play into the Sigma fully. You want to use the power of the Diva, use the power of that Tracer Alari to just fight the flank a little bit more, but Japan not letting the cart go too far past the corner here, just keeping the contest alive.
Okay, unfortunately won't be the dodge out from the rocket ship, taking damage you'd expect. If there was a Mizuki here, an extra chain on top of that would be really deadly for Kashet. Speaking of deadly, bit of a trade here. Petal and Kyuki going down. Finally going to get some real action from the support side. Double support ultimates coming through for Japan. Captain Sun Explosion will catch Bronzy and the pilot in tow as well. And they added up Nico onto Light. Pakistan losing players pretty darn quick here. Not a lot left to say in this particular fight. And Palo's still largely stuck.
Despite some of that opening, I mean, Light just not able to get in to look for the pulse either when they were caught on the stairs. So just not enough to capitalize there. Very well played for Finn to just drop it to have Captain Sun get the early pick, get that easy pick, get that value pick. So Japan still holding on first. Flux is going to be able, they're going to have the high noon as well. Pakistan though with the Captain Sun, available, so they have an option. Maybe if Bronzy wants to make a hero play, Light's still holding up the pulse, so they can look to make some space, maybe put the Alari on the flank as Light up on the high ground.
Could be last fight territory here. Less than a minute left to play through. Instant kill onto Petal. Bronzy need a big response here. A big catch on the Captain's Son will be the delivery that Pakistan needs. But currently, with a second left to play through, just going to spam the wall and get absolutely nothing. In fact, finds a Bionade from Whitedot instead. This is like potentially a full hold, Vast.
Yeah, this is looking relatively disastrous. I mean, Captive Stun used. However, no support ults, no flux for Japan, so they do have these close spawns they can get back. They're going to have the bomb. They're going to have double DPS ult. Light still not finding the opportunity to drop it just yet with his pulse. So there is some options available. Well, not going to land. It was marinating for a bit, and unfortunately, the marination did not provide extra value.
Yeah, Light wanted that one to hit a little bit better. Whitedot once again delivering on the Bionade, slowing things down. Final push now. Big moments required from Pack. Petal looking for the potential flank on the Deadeye. Has to be concerned about the Rock. Has to be concerned about the Sleep Dart as well. Kashir might need to just pocket Petal for a moment. Couple of dinks. Putting the fear into Japan slightly. First time in a while we actually saw a decent amount of movement. With the Anti coming on there, Kashir just gonna bomb that one. Pulse bomb for Kuki as well. And no remake.
Touch.
It's just Petal.
Petal with the nano alone, gonna get one, but unfortunately just not able to get anything happening there. You see the pressure, Whitedot just hitting that anti, preventing them from trying to push, just that split push while Kashir and the rest of them are up on high ground. And Pakistan getting first held here on Rialto. And Japan, I mean, we talked about there was a reason that we felt fairly confident that they could finish number 2 in their group still. And you just see kind of the macro overall for them, right? You see just the individual mechanics that are, you know, just a tier above right now, Pakistan.
Scorelines as well. Deathless for Whitedot, who is really putting that Bionade of pressure. Extremely powerful first kill that we saw from him. Onto Bronzy. A little bit of support from Kuki, who got the final blow, but really it was Whitedot's effort that allowed that to happen while being under pressure from Petals. Wouldn't make it at the beginning. But a lot of plays coming through from the Pakistan side, not quite landing. Some of the ones that stand out comes through from the Captain's Run from Bronzy. Hitting 0 targets. In fact, nothing to even see to be able to shoot at. Eventual nano onto Petal that doesn't eventuate in any sort of Deadeye support. And, well, you'll say the payload's at least not stuck in the kill box of the initial choke. It's somewhat out in the open, which makes it slightly more defendable. It is still roughly within 1 fight territory of Arthur's. You really need to be pushing the payload to the end of A to get that secondary fight if you do lose your initial defense on A.
And also, it's on top of the fact that they don't have that secondary fight. It really, the crux of this issue is going to be the control of this high ground, right? You get control of this fight, of this first high ground, right here on the initial choke and the initial push. That means you can control the entire point. You can pressure the high ground. Opposing that likely those supports from Pakistan are going to be situated on. So Japan really just going to be taking this fight very aggressively for the high ground, trying to get these players off.
Oh,
and here comes the sandwich.
Exactly. KSG coming through from the backside. Kuki running up the stairs. Some damage from Finn coming on the payload as well. And instantly Pakistan down members, which means payload progressing through.
Now Billy is next. Billy Bronzy here isolated in the back. KSG, he's so confident, just looking to drop the pressure, isolate the heals. Billy's going to go down. Light's going to go down.
And it's over.
Abro, I think this is it.
It's over. Petal, the last one standing once again, will find a cheeky headshot kill, but nothing left to play through. They'll get him down just as the payload reaches the end of the finish line of Rialto, and it was a short finish line. A sprint here for Japan as they head into the match point at 2-0.
And really just, unfortunately, just seeing this experience gap right now. The experience gap, just the level of play on the Japanese roster.
Pakistan's XP
it's
bar
pretty
too
high.
low.
Yeah, I mean, they need to perhaps, you know, perhaps there's some sort of options here to get a little bit of extra XP, grind it out a bit. But right now, Japan looking a little bit above the Pakistan roster, and I do think there isn't really a ton of options in the series, really. They clearly have the mechanics at times. Petal, Kashir, they can pop off and also light themselves. They have mechanics to just bring it all together against the roster and the player caliber that Japan has.
Running out of maps to do it, running out of time to do it as well. Need to see a far more competitive first to second map, and this map in particular, man, was a full hold into a extremely quick 1-fight attempt. Players from Pakistan instantly falling over. No real kill responses at all outside of Petal, I believe, getting 1 on that 8-point defense. So this final map, or what could be the final map, needs to
we
be
just saw
a
Billy.
very,
Saw
very
Billy
good.
get one.
He's keeping track. He's keeping score.
Yeah. Yeah, we're keeping score here just a
Write
little
that
bit.
one
That's
down.
on there. We're just keeping score. Write that one down.
Put
Write
it on
that
the
one down.
spreadsheet.
I do think
Check it on the
overall that
spreadsheet.
this is just, it's an uphill battle. Like you say, it's an uphill battle, and that's gonna be the narrative going into this potentially final map of the series. There isn't really necessarily an option two for the bans. I'd say that for Pakistan, like they need to focus. Maybe they just do a protect ban on a DPS just to make sure that Pedal can stay on the Cassidy. But other than that, there isn't really like a ton of options to look at and be like, well, this is really what I want to do. I definitely think maybe any sort of opportunity where they can prevent the double slow backline from Japan, considering that Japan is going to feel really confident having Finn and like Wydot play like double slow picks, or even if they were to bring back an Epic, though he's largely, I think, been playing Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like Japan will be prepared for just about anything in this rate. You even have a composition where you get rid of the Kiriko, which, like I sort of mentioned, kind of also gets rid of the Lucio in one fell swoop. Not a lot of teams playing Lucio with anything else other than Kiriko at the time being. And it doesn't really matter because we just get this sort of Alari Ana type of composition, double flex support plus Sigma. Kashi happy to play that Sigma. Wydot hitting everything he needs to on that Ana. So Japan, you said it here, experience gap, potential player quality gap. Pakistan needs to find something, and a reverse sweep required now, although in reality, for reasonable expectation, just a map win here like they did versus Hong Kong. Well, again, sort of keep them going a little bit longer. Just hoping for something, but realistically, given that Pakistan after this has to play Korea, might end up being a bit of an 0-3 journey for Pakistan if they can't get this one over the board.
Yeah, this is kind of the series to get it done right a bit, because Korea is looking like an even larger beast. You see the so the images of the various beasts lined up against each other, each one progressively bigger, and Korea is like hulking over the rest of everyone else. So I do feel like for Pakistan, like this is kind of the do or die moment a little bit. So maybe there's something in the tank there. It would be miraculous. It would be incredible. It would be kind of just exquisite by World Cup standards, and I think it would be very, very exciting. But right now, Japan kind of just has all the momentum in their favor. They have really just the whole history and the weight of them, especially with how I think developed Japan as a region has been recently in Overwatch over the past couple of years, since Overwatch 2 kind of being in what is nowadays just Overwatch. We've dropped the 2. There's no 2 anymore, just Overwatch. And I do think this is just kind of a result of that development for the region.
Pakistan's like playing an RPG game where when you don't beat the boss, instead of playing the boss again until you do beat it and level up, you actually just progress through the game, and it's like, but wait, I'm still under-leveled. Why is the game getting harder still? Well, the final map.
I was going to say it's more of a permadeath option, where they're they've each time they're not gathering enough stats because the character's going down a little too early.
Yeah.
The run's ending.
Playing a roguelike where the game's getting harder, but you actually don't increase your stats, and you don't get stronger as you move along to the game. But they'll need to find it here. New Junk City, literally life, maybe. New Junk City could be the final map here, picked by Pakistan. Will be their ban again. We didn't get a New Junk in their Hong Kong game. In fact, we didn't get a flashpoint at all. So this will be maybe fresh territory for Pakistan to explore, which is a little hopeful, I would say.
It's a new horizon. And that's at least something, right? When we looked at like, well, if we have an unknown, that means that perhaps there's a chance for a composition choice, for some sort of power up to come through here. And you do look towards the ban. So the Lucio's banned, so they don't want to play into this Lucio Kiriko. Could imply maybe more Cat, possibly, and the Tracer also going down, so there's not going to be the Tracer available for Light.
Probably Juno for New Junk, considering speed is probably still going to be important.
Point, yeah.
No Lucio. I can't imagine playing a flashpoint without some sort of speed boost available. So Juno probably enters high priority here. Juno Brig starts standing out to me as a good pairing. Juno Brig Malga is obviously a bit of a throwback, and Malga kind of relevant in this current meta. Decent on New Junk as well. Might be the mirror for both of our teams. Tracer being gone means we're going to lean into the Reaper, especially if it ends up actually being the Malga. Reaper would go pretty well. Also, you're playing Juno anyway. I think that's a good shout out for the extra Reaper inclusion, given that given that the Trake's just going to be gone. Hit scan options, Cass, Soj especially if it's going to be the Malgrim play.
Now, we have seen, to be fair, on Flashpoint maps, I think we've seen teams in playing this like Sigma Mizuki comps, even on Flashpoint, so with no speed. So that's also an alternative option, right? Where teams have kind of been forced around that and playing around that. So some teams have been foregoing speed entirely. But I find it unlikely that that's going to be the Pakistan choice, but we'll just have to see. Because we haven't seen them too much yet on this map overall. But there is a possibility, which it does sound antithetical to the whole position of Flashpoint, like we're trying to get to all these points very quickly and minimize our time, but and bank lost. But it is an opportunity that we've seen some teams doing.
Oh, let's see what the lock-in is, because just getting a map here will be pretty good for Pakistan. I'm going to ignore the Vendetta here. Pretty sure that's not going to end up being played, but Epic's already highlighting over the Juno Bronzy as well. So we know that much is going to end up being true. Milan and the Mizuki is going to be a great shell. As you sort of called out, Sigma potential is going to be in there. Rock into Chain is a very clear combo. Kashi coming out on the Ram to start things out. Let's see if Nico ends up staying on the Sim, as Sim does sometimes find a bit of gameplay on this map, but Nico's thinking better of it. Start on the Soj.
Okay, so yeah, this is a Mizuki comp with the Kiriko. We haven't seen a lot of teams try to pull this out a bit more with varying levels of success, because you do have just a lot of sustain. You have the options to get these rock chains with the Sigma, and we have a Mei with light, so we can isolate players. As well as this first fight going to be happening, a little bit of poke, both the squads.
Rock chain definitely less useful up against a Ram than it is against a Diva. More easier to kill tanks. First rock does land onto KSG. Nemesis form's going to keep him healthy for the time being. Some shots flying out. Nico onto Bronzy, who's near first blooded again. Forces Suzu, I heard from the distance. It's Kashir that is actually going to end up being in a lot of trouble now. No more Suzu to protect the tank.
Oh, and Petal tries to go for the flank. Doesn't get anything done. And that pressure from the Japanese the DPS line, really. Both Kyuki and Nico just on that peak, that off angle. Forcing the Suzu, forcing so much damage there for Pakistan. They're just having to run away and get split a bit.
See Milan opts for the swap as well.
Gap.
As the Reaper eventually does come on through, but Ram now going to be the choice for Kashir instead. Sigma gone. Combo is kind of impacted here. Mizuki's ability to find value, I think, in this matchup starts to become a little bit lower, particularly in a Ram mirror. As Pakistan comes in for the retake.
Okay, TP in. Gonna take Nico off this flank at least so far. So Light just trying to play really aggro, force some of this space, and is making them have to just pay attention to him a bit, making them have to back off this angle.
Suzu being expended here. A lot of low HP members, particularly onto Epic, and there it is. Light will get it, a secondary pick. Dire triggers onto Nico. That should be enough. A 5 versus 3 is first ultimate start to come online. First ultimate is actually going to come from Petal. QQ wants to clutch this one. 3v5, a freeze onto Kashir. A secondary freeze on the Bronzy as well. Pakistan now finally looking like worse for wear. 3 members alive for Japan. It's a 3v5 clutch.
I mean, Blizzard there on the point along with the Annihilation, so there's just so much damage, so much threat there on the point, despite that pressure coming out from the Reaper for Light. And that's going to be the first cap, 100-0 for Japan.
Wow.
Pakistan just not having the answer. And they are going to double support ult, so there is some sustain options. They're not too far from the Death Blossom either, with Light making that recent swap. So there are going to be some options here for this upcoming fight, but definitely struggling, but maybe some signs that this could be a better swap for them heading into the second point.
Not going to get a lot of better advantages than Light getting a 2-piece out of nowhere for your team. Now the opposite is happening, right? Nico, consistent performer onto Japan, finds Petal early on. Ultimates are starting to fly on in now. Kakai Sanctuary, and that will not save Light, unfortunately, as Kyuki still manages to find the shot.
And they need to reset, get out right now, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Japan just going to clean up the rest of this fight and just losing those picks early there for Pakistan. And the Sanctuary also having to be used, what would you say, is relatively far away from the point. Now, you're not going to get a ton of value. They just popped it reflexively to try to keep people alive and not even able to save Light. Now Pakistan trying to get back in here. 22% already on the board for Japan as Light Trying to sneak on through.
And honestly, my call personally, after the first fight loss for Pakistan, I think Milan at 40% towards Sanctuary should have already gone for the swap. He clearly wants to swap anyway, knowing that, okay, we're no longer playing the Sigma. Rock Chain combo is basically out of the picture now. Not really going to find much value up against his Ram Mirror anyway. Finally opts for the swap in. But now we're going to play through some big ultimates. Epic's going to hold on to Ray for a little bit longer with Light already dead. Might just be worth it to hold on to the entire rest of your ultimates if you're Team Japan, because just the Kitsune Rush trade between both teams going the way of Japan in a full team wipe is all that Japan need to clean up a second point. This is going to be a 2-0.
And it looks like, yeah, they want to hold really aggressively outside the point here as well, because their bank's still strong. There's no support ults for Pakistan. They're even close to the annihilation. The question is, can Pakistan even get through the May wall?
No
Just
touch.
harassing Light a bit, but yeah, not going to be a touch.
No Tracer, no Lucio, no real opportunity. Light will find a quick one to QQ though. This
The
is
solo.
unfortunately doesn't quite happen in a fight where you can instantly convert into percentage points on cap, but they won't win one. I think Japan's thinking, all right, well, we lost a player. We'll lose this one, kind of inconsequential. Pakistan, the silver lining is they are going to get positioning advantage as the flashpoint unlocks, but for the cost of a Death Blossom, you do have to weigh that one up and ask if it's worth.
And maybe I could argue that not only does it give you a little momentum, opens up the fight, but gives a chance for Milan to potentially get the Ray that Japan's going to walk into the point. If Japan isn't keeping track here, if they have this ult tracking on point, they might know that they have the early Ray on top and just already have very strong ults in the bank already. Just go fast and force it. And that's exactly what they want to do potentially with the overclock being popped.
Okay, she's just run at Pedal here. Nico, on the other hand, looking nice and healthy with his own Soj plays Annihilation onto Annihilation. Epixel also has the option of dropping Ray if things get a little bit spicy, but looking just mild for this fight now as Japan not looking like at all the previous fight win from Light dropping the Death Blossom impacted them at all.
They did get 3 ults out of Japan. Ray is going to be up along with the overclock for Petal, but Petal unfortunately going to immediately go down here from this pressure. Nico looking like they want to take even more aggressive angles here. KSG walking up, looking to pressure Kashir. And they don't want to have to lose anyone else because the time, it's ticking down.
Light going for the back
go for the back cap.
That's actually smart. It is going to pull attention away. It looks like he will complete the back cap as well.
Oh, wow.
Has Wraith form available to get back in the team. Nothing else to play through, though. Might be enough positioning for Petal to get something done, or double orbital raise in play. Finn thinking about dropping in the extra ultimate to help the team. He will do so. It's a 2 versus 5 now. Surely Japan can't clutch this one.
Wait, this
Pakistan
is big.
have finally done something that is enough to win them the fight.
Light, they're off that heads-up play, making them turn and getting the cap. Not only does it reduce that bank at disadvantage, but also they got ults out of Japan. Big ults out of Japan. That's both the support ults gone. Bronzy holding on to a rush. And Light about the Blossom. So the bank here looking pretty decent now for Pakistan.
Yeah.
Light making it happen.
Just forcing.
So there is a glimmer of hope.
Forcing positioning away, Light stealing the cap, which also just gives them the opportunity to find that extra cap point in there. Otherwise, it would have been far lower in terms of the actual percentage available right now. The Kitsune Rush that was saved by Bronzy will be expended, but however, positionally, maybe not the best as Japan happen to walk on out of that one. In fact, even punishing Light. Now the turn comes through. Japan into the 5v4. Keshi close to the Annihilation. Also coming up is going to be the Blizzard. This could be a massive turnaround for Japan as Pac desperate to try and finish at least 1 point here. See if we get a single freeze. Doesn't look like it so far, but it doesn't matter. Enough members will fall. No Annihilation for Sheer means no life.
And off that kunai where they force the ice block for Kuki, they're like, okay, maybe we can just punish. But the rush just split by the Maywall there that Kuki still had. Everyone just gets out and like we saw, Light goes down. And that huge advantage they had is it's vaporized. It's gone into smoke. It's vanished. And now Japan look like they want to try to catch the respawners here for Pakistan, trying to make it a point, trying to prevent the touch entirely to close the map.
Yep, and here comes the ultimates. Nico up first. Kuki's a little bit of trouble. HP bars low on both sides. We're looking at the beginning of the end here. It might just be over. Pakistan have nothing left to say about it. Kashir falls. Annihilation will deliver zilch. With no players further alive, Japan with a swift 3-0, and I'm not just talking about the series, it's on the map as well, not giving away a single point across the board. It's a 0-point shutout for the series.
And really just the moral of the story, the whole narrative is just Japan, this is an explosive roster. It's a team that we knew were going to be very competitive in this group, likely aim for the top 2 position behind Korea, and you see this match and you definitely see just this gap and experience level and mechanics and just overall cohesion that Team Japan has compared to some of the other rosters they've been playing. Because you see, we had moments where, oh, this is a turnaround. Pakistan, they have an explosive moment, they get an opening, and just immediately, unfortunately, just unforced errors that Japan can capitalize on to just immediately take that position back.
Yeah, this was always going to be a difficult game for Pakistan, but I think, you would have hoped to have seen some more fight coming on through, some okay fight wins coming through from Pakistan on this map specifically. Definitely a better showing than Rialto. Maybe a bit of a better showing than Oasis as well, but largely, even in down moments, you have some clutch plays coming through from Japan that when it really counts, they push it to the 90% mark on both sides for this third and final point. It goes all Japan, all the way. And this one fight here, maybe the only slip up from Japan where they invested double support ultimates and ended up losing.
Yeah, and then you said that maybe there was going to be the turnaround moment there, but then immediately followed by just that unfortunate rush on the flank trying to chase Kuki. And Japan just, and this is kind of how it works in general when we look at the top level of competition, or at least like these upper levels of competition, is the more unforced errors you make, the worse it is for you, right? Because it's not necessarily always who's playing the most perfectly, it's who's making the least mistakes. It's not executing the best play, it's just you're leaving the least amount of openings to be exploited. And that's really, I think, one of the biggest difference between the two squads right now is that Japan just had far less unforced errors, far more just clean engages in general that they didn't give Pakistan openings for comparatively.
And still plenty of cushioning room, even if those errors do come through from Japan, like we saw. Okay, well, give away some percentage points. You are going to have to experience the back cap coming through from Light, but you still have enough to play through on that point that even Pakistan going to the 90% mark, Japan will still find their opportunity. Now it will be perhaps Philippines' opportunity to take down what could be the strongest competition yet so far in Thailand. Coming up next, this could be the all-important game in Group B of us that sees who is going to end up getting that second position in that secondary group. But before we get there, man, let's head over to a break. We'll be right back after this. It'll be an early night here for the Asia portion of the Overwatch World Cup Online Qualifiers in 2026, but don't fret, because even if we end early today, EMEA and North America will still be coming on after this with plenty of games for you guys to be able to watch for the entire global of the world of the Overwatch World Cup on display over the course of this weekend. But of us, we have our final match coming up. So far, it's been a day of 3 Overwatch, and not just 3 Overwatch, but like really one-sided 3 Overwatch as well.
And that's just how the group stages go. Sometimes, especially for an event as broad as the World Cup, right, where we're seeing a lot of regions that historically are not having a ton of representation at the highest levels, right, especially with like OWCS. So it is something that we're really going to expect in this initial stages. But this upcoming match, I think, despite the fact that we've had a lot of roles going into this match might be a kind of a barn burner.
I think this is going to be a very important game. This could be the game that genuinely decides who is going to get the other slot in Group B other than Australia. I think Australia at this point, very clearly looking like the strong favorite by far, cleaning up everybody 3-0. Thailand really should have been the next best team in this group to put a challenge to Australia, and just wasn't the case yet. Philippines yesterday, an incredibly good game versus India. Competitive, I would say. I think that was the game where we said, hey, look, it might be a 3-0, but both India and Philippines put up a good fight. India didn't win a single map, but they had the opportunity and the capability maybe to win at least one map in that series, and will be potentially hurting their journey in this World Cup stage by not getting something in terms of map win versus the Philippines. Before the Philippines, a win versus Thailand today in this particular game, I think more than likely just locks them in.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. In Philippines, obviously, they have a roster that has a lot of...
This is the Thai roster for what it's worth, real quick.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, wait, this is a flipped roster on top of that. But both of these squads, still, a lot of experience within the region. And they do have a lot of opportunity, I think, to kind of show off that experience here. And I do think that for Philippines, despite the fact that they played what we would argue is a weaker opponent in India, like we were talking about, and India made competitive, I do think, considering that they won 3-0, you can feel relatively confident going into Thailand, because obviously Thailand did not look... I mean, they looked solid into Australia, but they didn't look that good, right? So it feels to me like these teams should be kind of like the measuring stick of who is going to be the number 2.
I mean, it's kind of like the situation where you have Japan going into Korea, where it's like they looked alright, but maybe not that good versus Korea. But that's what happens if you're going up against the clear favorite in your particular group here, and then you start to see Japan, what they can do against Pakistan. Completely different story, perhaps. A completely different story now, where Thailand doesn't have to play in Australia. They can go up against the Philippines, which is going to be a much more measurable opponent for them to have a good shot against. You still probably on paper, at least from my perspective, say that Thailand reasonably favored here, given the track record of the players and team compared to the Filipino players. But I really like the performance out of the Philippines yesterday. I think their team performed quite well against India, but this is going to be a step up from India in a big way.
Yeah, the level of the players that they're playing against definitely a bit higher across the board. And also, I mean, Thailand, they got a pretty nice opening like warm-up match against Australia already, so they've been able to kind of play up a really strong opponent and hone in a bit of like, okay, what was working, what wasn't for us, what do we feel confident on? Because I do feel like that's kind of the benefit of a group stage, where if you're already a pretty good strong opponent where you're hoping to potentially land in that second seed, if you can play some of these really strong opponents first, kind of hammer out those strategies and the stage nerves a little early, when you start playing some of those opponents where you think that you're going to be much more evenly matched, or perhaps even above, then you're in a pretty decent spot. That is kind of the benefit of having those very tough matches early versus later on down the line. So Thailand just getting that out of the way. But I mean, really for Philippines, like you said, they looked really impressive. Their tempo was good. Like, they were making great strategic choices. They had like a very solid, like good overall hero compositions for their comps too, where we've talked a lot about during this group stage, where a lot of teams that come from regions that aren't super represented at the highest levels like OWCS, sometimes that depth isn't really there. But it felt like Philippines felt pretty well rounded.
Philippine roster is Yuan Solis, Leo, Lao, Cinnabar, with, honestly, I think Yuan to me was, on that social in particular, such a high impact player yesterday in their match up against India. One of the players to really look out for, but generally as a team with players that you haven't really seen too far across OWCS or former professional circuits, kind of showing up in a position where, despite India having the more quote-unquote well-known names, the Filipino team ended up being the more superior dominant team. Thailand, however, it's a combination of the fact that they have a bit of everything here where, okay, you got guys like Kyron who doesn't quite have as much experience, but at the same time as well, everybody else has been at the top of Pacific, top of Thailand for quite some time now. As we get a recap on this formerly played 1v1 between Lau and Pally, decide which of our two teams gets the first map choice.
And I mean, based off that, it seems like Lau was definitely winning that. And I know you talked a lot about, oh, hey, Yo1 looked really, really good for Philippines, but I was really impressed with Lau. I mean, they had a really good, very strong mechanical ceiling, it felt, on the Kiriko. Seeing them play, and then also with their support partner of Cinnabara, she's just looked very, very solid. She's played some of those stronger regions, you know, you would say historically across OWWC. So definitely just a moment for this roster where I don't know, they kind of have the sauce. It's an intangible moment, but it felt like watching them, like, this is kind of, there's a sauce here. There's a sauce in this team that it feels like it's underlying the, you know, overall history of this nation competing in World Cup, and also looking at their overall, just their Wikipedias, their competitive histories. But it feels like they kind of have what it takes to potentially be a number 2 for their group.
He tried to sneak in North America as a good region. Don't worry, I clocked him, Chad. I remember that one.
No. We said historically stronger regions. We said historically stronger regions, okay? So we're not going to necessarily say that North America is the best region, especially coming off of the most recent international event. But we can at least say that.
We'll say here with the 1v1 win from Lao Philippines, choosing Antarctic Peninsula with a Malga and a Genji ban. Now, Solus has been playing a decent amount of Genji, so actually a decent target ban straight away. Malga getting rid of that on our Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, Leo yesterday was playing, saw some of the Sigma coming on through. In fact, a lot of Sigma. Yesterday was mostly a Sigma matchup between Leo and Vin, which Leo handedly took, so Leo wants to make sure he doesn't deal with any Malga on map 1.
It's still very interesting to see a Genji ban at all, but like you said, we did see Solus play a decent amount of Genji yesterday without even an Ana, so just not even necessarily using those nano boosts with the blade, just dropping the naked blades more so. And gonna be, I think, what was Solus flexing off? I think was Solus playing more so their Tracer, I think. After that, I think that's what they would swap after that. So probably going to be the pick here. Yeah, it is going to go back to Tracer. Let's roll it here in the first map, Thailand versus Philippines.
High vision on the Soj, U1 on the other side. This Soj battle could be really spicy as well. Both these Soj players have had some decent showings, particularly U1 yesterday, but High Vision in his general history playing the hero. Kyron on the Zarya, no Ram coming through on the side of Thailand, but we've already got first bloods coming in. It's the double supports, Cinnabar and Pally falling early with lack of healing. Kyron's feeling the heat.
Oh, and they're so aggressive here too, not able to save U1 either. And I like the off angle, just putting the pressure on, but unfortunately High Vision there with the flank, losing people very, very early, getting caught a little close, and now this is just going to be clean up for Thailand. 1
HP on Leo, but finds the Nemesis in time. At least adds a little bit of extra armor. Kyron, despite being on low HP, ends up surviving the melee of the rest of the fight. It's High Vision from the high angle, finding this mark onto various targets. You see already double the ult charge of U1, the Sojourn on the opposing side. It's Thailand. Now first cap so far. Now first early advantage.
I like the idea, I like the aggression, but yeah, now the advantage going the way here for Team Thailand as Solus trying to make a little bit of space, put a little bit of pressure onto the back line. Gonna be doing that. Recall gonna be used now as Kyron just anchoring the point right now here for Thailand as Philippines looking to take the high ground, looking to take this flank back.
Looking for first ultimate here as well, but we won't find it onto Pally. It's U1 finding a response. Philippines looking for advantage. 5 versus 4. Time to capitalize. No time to wait around. Pally is soon to respawn here. Need to convert this into a secondary kill at some point as Yuan struggling to find the rail shots. High Vision sliding away. OC nearly available. Kyron once again very low. Finally, there it is. The kill. Tank gone. Thailand still 1 down, and that's going to be further deaths as Yuan collects Yoshidori with the punch. Flip to come through 2% and counting. Philippines finally on the map.
And that was clinical. And they're going to get a late kill here, too, onto Pally as well. Pally should go down. I mean, the bubble used... Oh, wait, maybe going to make it out, actually. So the peel is going to be enough. Leo is a little deep, so they have to be careful. But Philippines playing a very just long rotation, take control of the map, find those picks, and U1 cleaning up there for that fight. So Pally is going to live, but still put some good pressure as now Philippines controlling the point. The bank's going to be coming up as Celis. They're going to hit the pulse.
It's going to be double support ultimates online for Thailand. First one's going to come on through High Vision. He's the first one to unlock the OC. Lots of damage into Leo, who eventually is forced to use into the Annihilation. Surviving though, low HP, but still into play. Katsuna rush down from Lau. MSCG still yet to respond. Cineva still too far away from the orbital ray. It's Kyron down again. No grab. Thailand, no tank available. Annihilation may have run out for Philippines, but they still have the player advantage. And now OC available for U1. Philippines should be able to clean this one up. Leo on a sliver HP, but still alive for now. They can't get any more kills. Philippines slowing this one down a little bit as Thailand also back out.
Yeah, and Yoshi finding the pick there too. Yoshinori just finding the pick on the Solis, so that means there's no tracer pressure right now on the map. They're going to look to come on in with the Ray used here for Cinnabar, trying to find something. There's the grab as well from Kyron.
Cinnabar popping into orbital ray. Lack of one of the supports being bolstered by the extra healing right now, but as that orbital ray dissipates away, U1 has to find his mark. Isn't going to be able to do so. Solus, maybe the hero that Philippines need right now, because Leo has very low HP to remain on this point, at least for Philippines. If they can't win this fight, they need to delay it as long as possible. That's what Leo's able to do for some time with this Nemesis form.
Yeah, dropping the block here. I mean, they have the options just to delay the point a little bit longer. Suzu used there too for the pulse. So Yoshinori just finding anything, and now the weakness going to happen for Philippines. They keep the anchor alive, and we're looking at a potentially last fight situation now for Thailand.
Blocker Gaming, Leo, he lives through everything. Skyrim has struggled so far, but Pally is the first support ult coming on. Unless Solus can really find his mark here with the pulse bomb, it's looking all Thailand to get this flip over.
Pulse not going to land though in the window, getting a ton of value now for Thailand, making it here onto the point, despite that contest that happened there for the Philippines. So Thailand still staying up, staying alive here for the round, looking to hold it. And Philippines just need to win one fight. The Annihilation's going to be up into High Vision Overclock here as well. And High Vision obviously has been very, very solid for this squad. Overclock to get a lot done currently with no support ults means they can't just walk into the ult.
I think we'll confirm in the stats a little bit later on, but it seems like High Vision's had the bit of U1 so far. But Leo, my guy, has been living on this sort of march. He'll be looking to live a little bit longer. Punching through the bubbles here at his feet. A little bit of energy over the top with Solus going down. That's problematic for Philippines. Annihilation can only last you so long, though, and currently we're just blocking our way through, trying to hold the front door, being a bit of a doorman to prevent Thailand from walking on forward. But the rest of these Thailand DPSs, particularly Yoshinori 2K, just finds the backdoor entry, and eventually as Leo falls, there's nothing there, and I think this is it. Philippines can get one more touch with Solus.
Yeah, I mean, Solus probably can touch. But the problem here, too, is that, okay, you're going to go in, going to give your life the recall used. Maybe a recontest possible, yes.
Hold the grab.
Going to find it in. Solo grab. Solo grab, and it's going to catch Leo there, too. So, I mean, very unlikely that it's going to happen here, especially with those pulls.
Yeah, Yoshinori finding U1 of the back line. Leo has very little playthrough. Solus did as much as he possibly could, but Thailand making the slight comeback here. They were down, what, 50%? To the 99 of Philippines. The extra Pally amplification matrix dropping the damage in. Leo trying to hold the front line solo Annihilation. But honestly, the unsung hero here a little bit, Yoshinori 2K with the 13-2. 12-1 for High Vision. There was a lot of High Vision early on, but Yoshinori 2K, I think at the end of that one, definitely the impact player.
And still, though, you have to look at that round and potentially different first fight. Philippines maybe takes that. It's very, very close. Requiring that comeback there from Thailand already. So you see just already potentially a neck-and-neck series being developed, being formed before our eyes as obviously the Symmetra rollout going to take place now. Both of them swapping back to their respective tracers. Looks like Kyron here on the Zarya looking like they want to fight the high ground into Leo on the Ram.
Well, Cinnabar will be on Lucio instead of the Juno for this one, but otherwise everything remains equal in terms of what they were playing on our previous round.
They're respecting it here too. Respecting the rush, they're respecting the speed. They want to give a little bit of space.
Just going to take a little bit of this energy bubble charge for the time being. Okay, Cinnabar fighting off a little bit more than she could possibly chew. High Vision will easily get that punish to the DPS line once again. High Vision, Yoshinori 2K working together. Kyron might fork here. In fact, still on the 1 HP, barely edged out by the disruptor shot of Yuan, who eventually dies to Pally anyway. Thailand will still get the first cap.
Thailand, I think, played that really smart. They saw the Lucio, they saw the Ramatra, they just back up, try to bait them in, get some picks, and that's exactly what happens. First cap going the way for Team Thailand. Ults relatively equal across the board. Leo having a bit of the lead here. The Annihilation taking on up. Z-Cell is trying to work the flank, trying to find anyone who makes some info.
Okay,
Vortex gonna set it up.
early Vortex to try and slow down members. Vortex straight into the disruptor shot means Pally goes down very quickly, but there's a response. Seems like Philippines just can't quite hold on to their 5v4 lead. A 1-for-1 trade that now Leo will unfortunately not equalize enough, with Kyron also taking down Lao. So we still have a 4v4. However, sneaking the cap away is not bad.
Yeah, and with Yoshinori down, that means that Leo can kind of anchor this relatively effectively, because the backline for Lao and Cinnabar are not going to be pressured too hard right now, especially with no grab up for Kyron yet. The Philippines can make this last a bit.
Leo needs a little bit more healing, needs a little bit more time, building up this Annihilation. 100 energy on board for Kyron, just trying to beam down his opposing tank. Finally, the Annihilation will give some reprieve. It's Kyron that actually finds himself in dire straits here. No more bubbles to keep him alive. Annihilate forward. It's going to be the Philippines.
There's Leo just cleaning up and gets it just in time. It was looking a little bit grim there as Kyron just had so much energy beaming Leo the whole time. No one to pressure them, and it might be a stagger as well. Great, a good stagger too. Sure, it's on a tracer. But Philippines going to take that here. Their bank building on up now. They're going to have to play into the grab from Kyron for the upcoming fight. Cinnabar doesn't have the beat just yet. But if a good split happens here, maybe just only gets Leo, they'll have the rush. They can probably build the beat. Thailand looking to recontest now.
Yep. No speed from Thailand though, despite playing a somewhat brawly comp with both the backline of the back on top of the grab. But speaking of the grab, it does seem to be
pretty
okay,
big.
Team grab into the big
It's
bang!
humongous!
And the universe explodes. The galaxy is in shambles here. Philippines have completely crumbled under the force of the Graviton Surge. And you said it. Look, no sound barrier from Cinnabar to be found 16% away. But maybe it can just be a solo grab. Not going to be the case. All of the Philippines grouped up together for a swift pulse bomb kill.
I mean, when's the last time you've seen like a five-man grab pulse combo? It's been a while here, but Overclock gotta be popped by you, just trying to come on in. Window gonna be popped in return from Pally, just looking to find anyone.
He's available now, looking for it. Got to counter that high vision OC. Cinnabar using that extra HP to dive onto Yoshinori 2K. Thailand down on members, but up on ultimates. They have the ultimate advantage, and still the Kitsune Rush finding some value here for the rest of Thailand, but can they actually convert onto kills? Doesn't seem like it. Solos on MCG, and now they lose their tank as well. Quick flip on for Philippines, so Thailand may have misstepped.
Still, Cinnabar not having the ult for the grab, has it there to use the aggression to take that space. And Thailand try to sustain for a bit, but I mean, this is the power of the Ramattra into the Zarya, right? Ram is just so good with the Vortexes, especially when combined with the Tracer, to just keep that pressure on the backline to own the space, especially with Cleave from the Nemesis form. Solace here having a little bit of a duel, gonna take the pack. I like that here. Now we're in a last fight situation.
Last fight situation is Bash and a clock for Thailand. TikTok, here it comes. No cat in support means a very dead Bash, and so question marks for High Vision's choices there. This is going to give the game over to Philippines, by the way. Thailand losing everybody.
You see Yoshinori just trying to keep the contest alive. Gonna hit the pulse too, but eventually taken down. And Pally gonna get a return, but with Leo and Solace and Lao alive, I don't think there's anyone else to touch. 1-1 now. And Philippines, I mean, this is, I'm telling you, it's shaping up to be. This has got to be the match of the night. Both these rosters looking really strong, looking really competitive. You can just see this difference in the tempo and the mechanics in these rosters.
And off the back of an incredible Big Bang 4K Pulse Bomb grab combo, Thailand don't really get much more in future fights. You have extra ultimates being thrown in the fight afterwards. A kind of random bash swap from High Vision. He swiftly goes down to Lao of all players. Might have been an extra support damage coming in from other members onto Philippines as well, but a really strange time for him to move away from the Soj for not a particularly good reason in my mind. Playing Bastion alone with no support is rarely a good thing that actually finds value. But a new opportunity now for both of these teams. Not going to have a lockout so far on our Antarctic Peninsula.
And it is still really interesting, like you called out, that Pally playing on this map, despite the fact that there is going to be a Zarya on the field, right? So they're playing this very kind of slower wall comp with the Zarya, right? Where, yeah, you can beam the Ramattra a bit. The Philippines are just looking to set up these Vortex plays with the speed, get around them, as Kyron just tries to anchor the point of it. It's going to be left behind a lot of times in the fights.
It's got a solo right now. Still has Bubble, though. Still has Suzu coming through from the team. There's double immortalities here. Mortality Field plus Suzu. Yoshinori says no support for Cinnabar, which means there's a free Lucio kill, and now it's going to be your High Vision also onto Leo as well. Philippines falling apart in this opening fight. Kyron on high energy, 90 plus at the beginning. And we saw his POV and a protection with a bubble of the Pally to keep everyone alive means a quick cap and some decent ult charge as well.
And I think this is really where Thailand's kind of like betting for this composition to work, is that Kyron can anchor the point long enough with the double bubble, with the bat pocketing, and have Yoshinori and High Vision make something happen in the flanks while Philippines are focusing these resources on a little bit.
Leo taking
that's a lot of damage.
That would have been really awkward for you having your tank melt that quickly, but someone gets melted. Yoshinori once again delivering an early pre-fight. It's been good for those so far across our 3 rounds. Solus not having a good time in the Tracer battle, which means Philippines rightly call for a small retreat here, small reset, waiting for members to come back.
And they're really playing this pretty aggressively though, but I like it. Just trying to keep the pressure on. They're going to have the rush available. Pulse is not going to land.
Pally up next. High Vision doesn't even need the double damage through the window to find that kill onto Yuan. So DPS line in Thailand once again finding the mark of the opposing figures in MSCG, in position to finish this one off if required with a Kitsune rush, and I think that should happen now given that Pally is dead. No supports. High Vision and Kyron have to get it done. Grab's still available. Just burn it through. Nemesis is gone. Annihilation is gone. Surely it's enough damage on Leo, and it finally is a very scrappy fight from both teams. No more healing at all, but Thailand still holding strong.
I mean, you have to... You gotta love the solo grab just to deny any extra annihilation value, knowing that it could be very powerful there on the point, but maybe not even necessary, but definitely locks down the fight for Thailand. 75% and counting upwards. The overclock's gonna be available too. Cinnabar doesn't have the beat yet, and already Cinnabar down, so there will be no beat. There will be no beat, at least for the time being.
And won't find the beat anytime soon. Another 5 versus 4. The High Vision delivering big shots. Lamp will save the life of the OC Sojin player here as well. Thailand still 5 alive. Yuan, very low HP. Leo soon to fall as well. Lau also taking shots. Thailand says, you might have taken us on the last round, but we're going to end this one 100-0.
And despite what was a very competitive map here on this final point, Thailand just running away with their grab, that Zarya comp paying dividends. And really just, I feel like also this Lucio comp, this rush for the Philippines, found success earlier, but could not ever get to the backline on that final round there at all. And in return, if anything, almost Cinnabar getting picked a lot. Getting picked a lot there on the Lucio. It was the opening pick for a couple of those fights, at least for that fight, and then, you know, the fight previously. So I do think that just not finding the value they needed out of the rush with the Ramatra, because that's really what you want to do, right? Is hit the vortexes, everyone collapses, you're all there to follow up, but just nothing was happening, and Kyron was kind of untouched a lot of the times in those fights anyways.
I think that it was a very clear outscaling at various moments in terms of all the pre-fight kills. Yoshinori getting his pre-fight onto Solus, High Vision killing Yunwan, High Vision killing Cinnabar as well. And Thailand finding those 5v4s consistently, fight after fight after fight. When you have a Philippine squad that doesn't even get a chance, it seems, to have any initiative on that final point. Cinnabar, by the way, sadly has to be said, didn't end up finding a beat at all for the entirety of the round for the 100-0.
Yeah, and definitely just, I mean, kind of one of the weak points of that comp, right, is that when you look at who's the easiest to theoretically punish when you're playing this Ramatra rush comp, at times it's really going to be the Lucio, right? Lucio, one of the squishiest targets, obviously very mobile, but relatively easy to lock down. It's like that in the Sojourn, because everyone else just has so much mobility or so much health. And that's kind of the pain points of a comp like that when you're playing into something where, you know, how Thailand are playing in particular, especially when they're trying to put Yoshinori in these positions where they could just feast. And I do think, and especially because Kyron was trying to it really just anchor the aggro a lot of times there. But still pretty competitive, I think, for this first map. And you look forward now with the Philippines going to get the bans coming up and get that priority. You have to look at the comp and be like, okay, what is the ban priority potentially, right? Is it removing the Baptiste for Pale? Is it trying to force them potentially into like a Lucio matchup?
And the good news is you will certainly have a Genji back around. I mean, I wouldn't even mind a Tracer ban. Target Yoshinori with the Tracer ban. Enable Solus to play the Genji again. The sad part is I don't think the Genji is amazing in this meta, but if Solus can perform, especially when the Tracer will be lacking on the side of Thailand, it might be, in my opinion, the correct move to make. Probably Yoshinori then ends up moving to Reaper instead, so you have to consider that portion of the hero choices. Beyond that, thinking about what else could be available here. Malga becomes open again. Philippines banned that one previously. Thinking about the strengths of the Philippines, so wouldn't mind seeing them potentially move back over towards some sort of Sigma composition, because that's what they were doing the best at yesterday. We're getting a lot of Ram gameplay out of Leo right now, which definitely is just map 1 on a control map. Probably going to be more stable, playing some sort of standard Ramatra type of composition. Super safe hero. You've seen what Cuppa can do on this hero as well. Don't have to be too specialized here. Ramatra's kind of a do-it-all hero, particularly on a control map. Now that's your map choice going beyond control, opportunity to go to probably an escort, Circuit Royale, Sigma coming in, probably protect the Sigma with the tank ban. You could even ban away the Ramatra yourself to make sure that Kyron doesn't end up playing it. But beyond that, Philippines can't ban the Malga anymore, but probably they don't need to. We'll see if that ends up being played by Thailand.
Sigma call, it's a pretty good idea. I mean, especially because they were playing into what looked at the time to be India very competitive with their Sigma May comps, right? And they were coming out ahead. So that is a potential option, especially if Kyron wants to play more Zarya, right? That's a comp that could punish the Zarya like relatively significantly, force a swap as they go out. But we'll just have to see what they want to prioritize, because like you said, Solace the Genji was coming out a lot, but do you really want to try to force Genji into a team that's the caliber of Team Thailand's, right? Especially unless you're going to try to maybe force an Ana as well. So maybe you have a map with some longer sight lines, which, I mean, Circuit Royale is one of those, but I highly doubt. But we have seen teams play Genji on Circuit Royale in the past, because you can kind of set up those dashes, set up the engages. So it is a possibility here.
By the way, for what it's worth, Solus also played a bunch of Pharah, which if you're going to go for some sort of really strong poke composition backed up by a Sigma, Pharah is playable. Now, Circuit Royale, at a certain point, you do have to be considerate of the fact that hit scans, particularly if Widow starts to come on through, start causing problems. Freya as well can cause problems for the Pharah. And right away, there it is. So the call to ban the Ramatra to enable the Sigma, it's to protect on the Sigma at the same time for Philippines. So yeah, I think that ends up being correct. This is where I thought Philippines would go, given their strengths of what we saw yesterday.
I like the Alari ban here from Thailand as well. I think it's a very smart ban. Cinnabar has played Alari. She's had some very good, mechanical moments on Alari. So I do think this is actually a pretty good response ban in return from Thailand. Just removing that off the field. And also means that if they want to, they can still play this Kiriko BAP that we saw on the first map, right?
Yep.
And they don't have to worry about potentially playing into Alari and not having to have the Alari of their own, or at least of the same caliber. So good bans for both these squads. I think for Circle Royale, it's just a question of, okay, what's the final look going to be? Probably going to be that Sigma, right? Potentially even for both rosters.
We'll see with the remove the Alari, what that means for the backline. Kiriko, Ana, a possibility. BAP, a possibility. Want to get a little bit more brawly. If we're not going to end up seeing a Solus on the Pharah, then perhaps on towards the May Sigma Brig could be a really good trio to play through. Obviously, the Mizuki combo with the Rock Chain is on the table also, given that you want to remove the Alari. To me, it does say, with Cinnabon, particularly now, locking in the Brig, and it's Juno Brig as well, that the playstyle for this Philippine squad is they want to get aggressive on their Sigma comp.
We'll have to see how the final vision looks. And also, I mean, Team Thailand, you see Mizuki, Kiriko, Mauga, Reaper. So they're playing also a very, very aggressive combo with no Lucio to back this up. Instead, looking like they just want to have this, the engaged potential of their DPS and their tanks, and let those supports just try to find some value independently, get some AoE heals too from
by the way,
chain. So we'll see.
Watch out for this Thailand. A sneaky play, by the way. They were hiding for the longest time.
Woo!
High vision, buckshot straight into Cinnabar. Kyron was hiding this composition. Everybody onto Thailand, just sneaking their way into the side room, trying to get themselves directly onto the backline, and successfully they've done that.
And they can still anchor here, right? Because they have a decent amount of sustain. They still have the Kiriko up, or rather, they still have the Mizuki up here for the AoE heals, and they still have the DPS and Amalga, right, where they can put just a lot of extra sustain themselves. And Cinnabar going to go down again. So they're just looking to find Cinnabar there on the Brigida, constantly keep the punish on her.
I mean, this is where Thailand need to take control. This corner specifically, being able to play in the small side room to the left, not allowing Philippines to abuse the fact that they will have somewhat superior range here, especially Yuan, very fast, charging up rails by shooting the body of the Malga. Yuan does go down a high vision, which has been pretty damn good so far in terms of finding the consistency. Pally, by the way, low HP. So despite high vision getting these kills, the backline of Thailand has fallen apart.
Yeah, and High Vision's just been farming on the Reaper. Finally going to go down there, but High Vision just getting so many picks, and right now Solus has to kind of respect the Malga, but obviously neither of these players are able to do much about each other, especially with the close spawns here for Philippines. So Philippines going to break this close hold, but if you're Thailand, you're walking away with that pretty happy. close to the Sanctuary, a lot of time off the clock already. You feel pretty confident to fight here on this next corner.
It's about as close as you're going to get to a Circuit Royale spawn hold, right? Not the type of map that you would normally see that on. Yoshinori finds his mark. Trying to bait out some of the utility coming through in the Ana. First and foremost is Cinnabar, constantly the target. And High Vision says, doesn't matter where you are, Dire Triggers will find you. And High Vision says, I want a little bit more. Currently the MVP for Thailand on probably 2 maps here. And on the Reaper, showing no mercy as he continually finds kill after kill.
And the aggression and the overall coordination here from Thailand, too, is just so strong. They're putting Kyron in these spots to come in, to drop a slam. One, they're looking at Kyron. Here comes High Vision and Yoshinori both just looking to feast on this backline, especially because it's a pretty slow backline, right? Before Cinnabar and the Brigida, now she's on the Ana, and they still have that Sojourn. So High Vision's just going to be pressuring. There's the solo ult!
And it works because you shut down the OC. I think that's entirely good. High Vision sacrificing his own life, ultimate for ultimate, but making sure that Yuan can't be the carry player for Philippines. Thailand sort of plays alive though, but very disjointed. I believe that's Yoshinori, spotted out by Solus, or at least Solus has some inkling of an idea of where the Tracer is.
Yeah, they know. I mean, they can't leave. There's nowhere to go. They're in the building, but it looks like they do not want to chase. Blade is up. About to be Nano Blade, actually. So some win conditions online. There's the Ray 2.
Oh, good sleep coming on through, but don't think there will be a punish. Too much action coming on through as Solus trying to solo this one best he can. Cage will lock down all the remaining members of Philippines. Thailand are dumping ultimates into this one, but I guess so are Philippines. Kyron comes out on top.
I mean, that's a really well played there from Thailand too, because you see that they walk towards the choke, use the Sanctuary to just try to fight in there, set up their cage, get those early picks with Yoshinori still being behind, and the Blade gets used, but it's not going to be able to cut through Amalgam with a cage. That's way too much health. Way too much health. We're taking the Katana to a giant slab of meat, and it's just not going to happen. Rush is going to be up. It is going to be available here along with the Nano for Philippines. So some options break through. Now they're going to do the Orisa here, Apple. So they're like, okay, we need someone to maybe just get this Mauga, get around the Mauga even.
I would have assumed Katana and a giant slab of meat would work, but perhaps it depends on the size here as Kyron still looking pretty strong in this fight so far. It's Nano on the lead, but waiting to see what the Nano target is going to end up being. Thailand still pretty healthy, 4 versus 4. No ultimate so far for anyone else until High Vision finds something, and High Vision says no ultimate required. Freshly swapped onto the Sojourn after the Reaper. That's still going to be the cleanup coming on through.
That's going to be the hold. I mean, I don't think there's another touch possible. Solus is alive. Maybe he can get the touch, but even if he does, it doesn't matter. It's going to be immediate cleanup now. As Thailand here with this Mauga comp, playing it so beautifully too, with High Vision obviously goes ending up on the Sojourn. But with the Reaper, that pressure they put out initially, that very aggressive hold, should get so much done there. And Philippines struggling to know what to do. I mean, they couldn't deal with the multi-pincer threat, right? Of the Mauga in front, setting up engages, both the DPS coming in to feast on the back line to just make the presence known.
Can be a tough matchup as well for Leo, given that you want to play the Sigma. That's the game plan here. But Mauga doesn't care about Rock. Instantly slamming in. You can obviously save Rock for afterwards, but if the rest of Thailand follows up, and specifically you look at what High Vision was doing on the Reaper earlier on, a lot of attention to Kyron, buying space, buying attention away, allowing High Vision to get onto the backline. So even if Kyron's near death and he wasn't even really dying on the Mauga, High Vision's just cleaning up on the backline, getting all the kills necessary to prevent Philippines from finding any level of punish onto the Mauga. So Philippines giving up on their Sigma composition partway through that attack as well, I think really tells the story of where they are in the series so far, given that they now have to do a pretty miraculous hold to prevent this map 2 loss.
And, you know, Circuit Royale, it is a very holdable map across the board, but like you said, it's going to be relatively miraculous. Especially because you just need to fight. Now that you have your win condition plotted out, you just need one good fight. That's all they really need there for Team Thailand, so they can just wait to build that perfect ult bank. Set up the ultimate fight. There's so much pressure going to be on the Philippines to just deny any of those chances to get the cart moving. And they just can't overuse ults either. So pretty much every factor on the board here are just in favor of Team Thailand.
Okay, well, High Vision back on the try and shoot for the Soj. Into Leo, into the Sigma. It might cause some issues in terms of the shielding and the kinetic grasp. Opportunity for Yuwon to get a bit more done on his Soj instead, but Reaper will still be maintained. This time Yoshinori playing the hero.
Look at the cover use too right now. Thailand just doing a really good job advancing, not taking excess spam, preserving the energy here for Kyron. There's the cleanup. Solus gets caught behind, and already that's a pick that just can't happen.
And that's the problem with playing Genji, right? You don't have the mobility, the escape tools that Tracer would have. A Tracer in that specific spot might have gotten out. It's already a 5v4 until Solus can come back, and it will only require one fight now. Oh,
Huge
Leo's down.
Kyron. Leo down. I mean, that's going to be capped.
That will be Cap coming on through. No one can contest this one. As soon as you like it, Thailand just one-shot Philippines. Starts with Solus, ends with everybody else. 100 energy on the Zarya, and just a speed roll through the streets of Monaco on the second map of Circuit Royale, and a grossly one-sided Circuit Royale, particularly after how competitive that map 1 was.
It's just clinical. I mean, it was clinical there from Thailand. You see, especially on the offense. I mean, you saw it on the defense too, just the multi-pincer threat that they were doing. But you see the offense of the approach. Just the Zarya, everyone's hiding behind cover. You're slowly staging up high vision there with the Reaper more and more. You're clearing out anyone that gets caught behind with just Solus immediately there because they have the call out. It's just a clear, I think, gap in terms of just how strong their overall macro gameplay is of just taking the map control, avoiding the excess damage, especially when on the Zarya, preserving the energy there too. And high vision on the Reaper, like you said, has been very much a standout still for this Team Thailand roster.
Yep. Standout on Reaper, also on the Sojin. Yoshinori's Tracer on this opening section was also extremely annoying for Philippines to deal with, but also high value that we found as well. Finding his mark in multiple points, you see that opening kill. But this level of struggle from Philippines on what should be a far more comfortable both map and composition for them is a bit of a worry to me, because it seems like their Ram comp and Ram matchup on that opening map fared much better for the team. You would imagine that the Sigma team that wants to play Sigma, that is practiced on the Sigma as their signature composition, should get a lot more than what we actually saw on this map, which is very little.
Yeah, so maybe just this Mauga comp in particular, giving them a lot of pause, a lot of trouble, not knowing how to market. I definitely felt also Solus as soon as they're, maybe off some of those more comfort picks, seems to be a lot quieter, especially, and then you have to play the Genji, which like, okay, you're comfortable on that, but the Genji is just not necessarily ideal into just how beefy and how strong those heroes have the duel, right? So looking forward, hopefully Philippines can find their footing a bit. Maybe Sigma isn't the answer. Maybe, like you said, it needs to be these bit more Remacho compositions, letting them play these more rush styles to try to just get in, take the fights aggressively, because it was working for them on the control map. It was working for them a lot better there. Maybe they continue to go forward with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, even if you wanted to make the Sigma comp work, I think you can't have the Genji there. You need either the Tracer or another pokey hero. You can play one of the Shimadas, hopefully just drop on a Hanzo, right? Like, surely, if you can play the Genji, get that Hanzo into play. We see a lot of Hanzo being played with the Sigma comps. Really just lean heavily into full poke range damage with the Sigma composition. If that's the sort of gameplay we're looking for. If they want to run back another opportunity to get the Sigma in again and say, let's just do that one more time, but maybe with the Pharah in play, probably I would like to see it in Barney with the Pharah Protect, just a DPS ban, maybe a Soj ban this time, start targeting High Vision, who's been doing a lot of work. That's probably the correct decision to go through. I think Tracer actually still is available as a ban, so if you want to push Yoshinori's hero pool a little bit there as well, if you think Tracer ends up being the problem, because given if you want to play the Pharah, which I think has to be Solus's next look, because Genji's not going to work, he's losing the Tracer battle. Probably you ban away the Tracer, targeting Yoshinori, so you can enable your own Pharah, and you say, maybe Yoshinori plays either the Mei or the Reaper, but you're a Pharah, you don't care about that.
Yeah, I mean, just be high up in the air, and you can avoid the ground battle a bit more. So definitely it would be a different look that they could potentially use there. They have tools in the bank. We've seen their flexibility in their previous match. We saw, a bit of the flexibility even so far in this series, where they've just been a little bit outclassed. You definitely want to just probably not be in a situation like you were there, where the Genji wasn't getting any particular value. You were getting constantly just walked at. Your backline felt like they were pretty stagnant. They didn't have any opportunities comparatively, especially when they were playing like Lucio Kiriko in the map previously. Swaps needed to happen. And then also with this, I would say a pretty brutal swap too for Thailand. It also raises the questions of what are the bans, right? Because it seems like Thailand's going to be very comfortable playing a breadth of compositions. They have a pretty good amount of flexibility. So then, where do you go for it? Do you try to play more for like, okay, we want to make sure that we have protects? Do we want to remove like potential counters, something like if we have Solus is on the Pharah? I mean, it leaves still a pretty wide open field here for Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, Malga can't be banned anymore by Philippines. So Malga is now going to always be a potential problem. If Leo wants to bring back the Sigma, you have to consider the fact that you're going to play into Malga. Says to me that potentially for the rest of the series, Leo might just stick on towards the Ram. But if he wants to run the Sigma back one more time, I think a Numbani with the Protect on the Fire could be really strong. If you want another decent Fire map, maybe Runasapi. And I really do think Fire ends up being the correct call here, because Solar seems to me be the player that has to have the hero pool that you really look at, because his hero pool is currently not working in this series right now. They're not going to go to Numbani, but they are going to go to King's Row. Fire is still good on the first 2 points here, so I still think the same strategy is open to them. But King's Row says to me they might want to give Sigma one more try, because this is also a Sigma map.
Yeah. And also still possibility for Ramatra. So there are some opportunities here, right? But yes, a very good Sigma map. But actually it can't be Ramatra because Ram's banned. So removing that entirely. And with Philippines banning the Kiriko, that means there's not going to be a Lucio Kiriko rush. Maybe an opportunity where they want to play this double slow backline even. With the Sigma, because Cinnabar, they had the Illari ban previously, so Cinnabar could flex the Illari now. So this is your opportunity without on the field to play a little bit slower here on King's Row if that's what they want to do. And for Thailand, I mean, no Ramatra, I'm sure they're fine with that. They can play a variety of comps, Kyron especially. I mean, you can have a Zarya here. You have, yeah, pull that out.
Yeah, I think this is just to remove the safety for Leo, knowing that, well, Leo's going to have to commit to Sig now, unless Leo wants to also jump on the Ramatra. Haven't seen Leo on the Zarya yet. Diva is a good choice, but unsure if that's been a hero that Leo really wants to go towards, so trying to figure out some of the hero pools and some of these players. It is interesting, though, that Philippines is really wanting to focus on backline. They want the support bans, because you've already had now Illari directly into the Kiriko here, which, you know, as mentioned in previous matches, this is also a soft ban on the Lucio. It's rare for teams to still play the Lucio without the Kiriko, so now teams might just want to lean away from both Kiriko and Lucio. Kiriko by ban and Lucio by just extension.
Yeah, we have seen teams obviously on King's Row even pull out cat compositions, some cat bastion comps. So with no Kiriko on the field, you could see that with like the Ana theoretically, because you do see a lot of value with nanoing the bastion with the tether, just bringing them along, just trying to just immediately blitz down somebody with how fast the hero gets. So that's another opportunity. But I imagine for Philippines here, since the Illari was banned previous map, I feel like Cinnabar is going to want to play the Illari, so maybe we might see like Juno Illari or Bap Illari or something of that nature. Maybe a cat. I mean, also, I guess Mizuki. Mizuki's still very, very popular currently as well, especially with the Sigma. So there are some options available there for them, and maybe a bit more comfortable now that Cinnabar can play perhaps a more comfort hero for her. But we'll just have to see as we're getting here to King's Row.
Kyron as well, question marks. Zarya or Malga. I think given that you're playing into a lot of heavy poke with some high ground, low ground differential, might be slightly safer for the Zarya early on. It would be absolutely wild though if you saw the Ryan counterpick. If you know it's going to be Sigma on the defense, the Ryan counterpick straight away on the attack, but so many options available. The Zarya has looked pretty stable so far, although the Malga counter comp on the low ground circuit seemed to be unbelievably strong. So defense first is Kyron on the Orisa.
Which, I mean, Orisa, good for brawling. Can hit a spear, set up and engage. It's very, very tanky, of course. You can fight the high ground really effectively too, right? Because you have the spin to just push people off, take some space. So Orisa not a terrible choice by any means. We'll have to see if Leo stays on the Reinhardt here, right, for the rollout. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see that this be the final composition here, because Cat Bastion's up, Solus on the Mei with the Ryan, so you can set up just walls with the Reinhardt to get in, and then you have the Cat Bastion just threatening everyone on the high ground, and you can get around some of these high positions pretty quickly.
Yes, it's a kind of London Spitfire-y kind of Lucio Bap Ryan composition, no minus the Symmetra, unfortunately. So the Symmetra would really help this type of composition. And now that they scouted the comp, okay, you see the Orisa on the other side, strap out over towards Sigma. You're thinking we can poke this one out because it's double flex support rather on the backline. Pretty abusable opportunity here for Philippines getting the match that they're looking for.
And yeah, that's exactly like you were talking about there. It's just full. It's just very much a pokey comp, take map control. let Leo pressure the point, then rotate up to the high ground a bit. They have the Juno, so they have Juno and Cinnabar both, so they can do a lot of pocketing here for both the flanks and keep the sustain up.
And they want to get aggressive with this type of composition as well. Just break Juno onto the Sigma. A little bit of low HP on Aldo with Hotel side for the time being, as High Vision trying his best to just poke players out. Kyron taking a lot of damage, forcing Lamb to come on through, but while that's happening, Yuan goes down. So Philippines down a member early. Need to find a bit of a recovery here.
But here's the problem without the Mei. Here's the problem without the Mei. You're playing into the Orisa on high ground. Now the Orisa looks like it goes for the rotation here currently, but the Orisa is so good at just clearing out with the spear and the spin. Just able to keep that pressure alive in there. Now, still, they made it to the high ground. They're looking for the rotate.
Solus being found by Yoshinari. Leo trying to body block a little bit onto Kyron. Once again, saved by the Immortality Field. As Lao, low HP, Philippines constantly in a 4v5. And finally, the response, Yuan gets the revenge of the Yoshinari, who I believe tried to get a build of a spawn camp in there. And finally, the rock also onto Kyron allows Yuan to find the kill. Philippines looking for the cap.
Oh, and their High Vision getting chased down there. Good shield as well from Leo just to prevent individual hinders coming through. And it took a bit of time, but that's King's Row first, especially when you have a really strong high ground hold that Thailand did have with the Orisa. So first going their way, the bank building up for both these squads. It looks like they want to chase a bit, but going to be tough.
Yeah, patient with it. I mean, Philippines constantly on a 4v5, but still finding a good position to, while you still have 4 members alive, trying to root out some of that Thai defense, force them onto the low ground, eventually put it into a fightable position. Sure, no pulse at the moment, but still has a flame going on.
Yeah, maybe looking to find one of the supports. Instead, just actually set up the duel, making Solus look at them a bit. Gonna rotate back around as there's the rally used along with the Captive Sun.
Philippines have all 5 ultimates. There it is. Nice little headshot from Lao onto Yoshinori. Captain Sun doesn't end up finding a target, although Pally still finds the kill with Solus regardless. Pally on low HP. It's going to be the window coming through from MSCG. 3 members alive. High Vision not finding anything in terms of skulls on that Deadeye, and Lao will now convert for further. This is a very deadly Juno so far. Orbital Ray just amplifying the damage forward for Philippines to push.
And Leo played that so well. Leo anchors the point, then as soon as that window gets used, just walks forward, kinetic grasp, tries to eat all the damage, and then when the item gets used, instead of trying to just immediately like, go for a flux, maybe ruin his whole team in the process, just takes control of the Mega Pack area, keeps the shield, keeps that pressure alive, and then the Orbital Ray comes out from Lao. So that was pretty clinical for Philippines. Leo making a ton of space on the Sigma, seeing that comfort.
Should be bubbles available here. Minimal damage done, and allow to protect Pally. Healed back to full. Leo just dropping the flux and putting the pressure onto Thailand. Yuan coming up next, so takes a bit of damage in response, but still has the OC ready to go. Snorri biting off more than he can shoot. Kyron stepping up and stepping off just as quickly. This is Philippines getting a speed run through the streets of King's Row.
And Yuan coming alive here a little bit, hitting some big shots. Not necessarily getting tons of final blows, but getting the damage that they need. That pressure was more than enough, and now second point going their way. Pole's still going to be up here. Is Kyron looking like they want to make some more swaps. Kyron on the Winston here. So they want to have some opportunity maybe to just punish this bit of a slow backline for Philippines. Farm some nanos. Probably still playing in the Alari because there isn't really like a big pressure onto the backline outside of Solus right now.
Well, there it is. Here we go. Solus is gone. High Vision finds it. Similar to what we saw on the previous maps. High Vision good for that neutral solo kill. For Kyron, it's got to be slow going again. Has to find his opportunity to get a dive on in, partnering with Yoshinori. MSCG also freshly onto the Ana for the support as well, enabling that Winston.
And I like the idea here, Bubble, to lock down some of the space. Winston can move from the verticality. There isn't a ton that's going to be really punishing Kyron here on the Winston. Captive Sun is up. They could go early maybe before the raise up. Cinnabar, though, going to have the rally available.
Multi-explosion? You'll take that any day of the week.
Oh, it's big. They're going to get another two. Pally!
Melee kill to Yuan, MSCG onto Solus, and it's all over. Pally, this is what we're looking for from the Alari pick. Banned on the last map, available now in Thailand. We have to pilot that one into a 5 victory.
Loving the flexibility here from Thailand, just making some pretty heads-up swaps. Yuan now going to the Bastion. Bastion is going to be up. Double support available here for Philippines if they want to go really aggressive. With no Captain Sun, they don't have to necessarily feel afraid to just walk in with the Ray or the Rally a bit early.
Oh, okay. Leo's going to eat a lot of the utility coming through from MSCG, but the nano clock coming on regardless. High Vision has to be the guy to carry right now as Yoshinori doing a ton of damage in the face of High Vision as the tank Leo trying his best to push away High Vision. Seems to be somewhat successful so far. Leo carrying the day right now. High Vision, the rest of Thailand falling to pieces on this defense.
And Leo, they're just keeping the zone available. Sure, they lose some players there, but there wasn't really any strong supportals, right, for Thailand because they're playing this Alari Ana compositions. When the fight breaks down like that and stuff, and Sol's gonna find that stick as well onto the Ana, and Leo keep the pressure on, and now Philippines, they're in a good spot.
Kyron, you're at last long. This is part of the reason why Yuan's opted to go towards Sebastian despite the lack of support. You just don't have the survivability up against the Bastion firepower when you're playing as the Winston, even with the Primal Rage available. As Yoshinori slightly healed up, but not quite. As it's Philippines looking all healthy right now. Losing the Bastion doesn't matter. Thailand does not look like they have enough firepower. Only 2 alive. High Vision down. A ball to slow things down. Only to buy time. But Philippines will cap the map.
Time is definitely being bought currently. Kyron's staying alive for quite a while. Gonna make it out here too, but surely the cleanup here from Philippines gonna come on in. Yohan here on the Reaper as well, just to anchor the point even more, just try to finish up here. Lau gonna find several out with the right click, and this should be the end.
Nice little shot to end things out from High Vision, but as soon as Kyron goes down, and did take some time, Philippines find their mark. Yeah, a rough one, and some good counter swapping as well, honestly. The Winston coming through from Kyron, only to be hot swapped with Yuan coming through on a Bastion, limiting what Kyron can actually achieve on this Winston. A nano clock combo from MSCG onto High Vision that unfortunately gets really locked up by Leo, pushing forward, pushing his shield into High Vision's OC, and preventing that carry play from finding any value for Thailand. Philippines are achieving what they couldn't do on Circuit Royale. This is the Sigma confidence and the Sigma composition the Philippines wanted to be able to win with on a previous map, and now they might just be able to win it now on King's Row instead.
Definitely coming alive a bit here for King's Row. And the bank, not too bad, finishing with over a minute in the bank, so that's, you're gonna be pretty happy with that. Now we're gonna watch this offense here, see that's how I want to swap, right? Do they want to potentially try to pull out the Winston? I doubt you roll out on the Winston initially. Gonna look for a little bit of scouting first, and looks like Philippines not gonna be making any big changes to their comp. Keeping the Sigma, keeping the Juno Brigida. And this Brig, I like the idea of the Brigida, right? Because you're expecting them to not play too much of a rush style, right? Obviously, you could watch the swaps that might happen for High Vision Yoshinori that could keep more pressure on a Cinnabar. But having these packs to just hard pocket Solus and Yuan to just make some space, find some picks.
Also just brawl with the front line, particularly when, you know, you eventually have the swap of Kyron going over towards Winston. Cinnabar's Brig ends up finding extra value in those types of moments. Gonna be backing this one up again. Same type of composition. Largely the same picks that we saw previously. Leo really feeling himself now on towards the Sigma, but Kyron back over on the Trident True Zarya.
And really the story right now is that if Solus can just keep this equalize on the flank, but unfortunately maybe losing here on the duel. Gonna get the back. Oh my gosh. Solus gonna live here. So the Tracer duel playing out very, very risky. And Solus just needs to waste his time 2K26, honestly, a little bit. Just keep the pressure alive.
Well, the pressure is good right now because it's Kyron 100 energy, by the way. Needs to wait for at least one bubble cooldown, but while that's happening, Solus, okay, finally finding his mark, but Yoshinori is but just such a pain to the backside for Solus's Tracer so far. A little bit of help from Lau as well. High Vision, maintaining high ground control. Look at this map control coming through from Thailand.
Still though, lamp gets used from Poly, so Poly gaining pressure here, knowing there's no lamp, and Solus kind of free to run around because Yoshinori not back just yet. As Philippines playing the hotel, trying to stay alive, trying to minimize the damage to Kyron.
Kyron still,
back out on the point.
He's still at 100 energy. He just needs to beam down something. Leo, low HP, gets Yoshinori, but even though he's low HP, he just doesn't fall. Kyron is struggling to get through these shields, and now energy dissipating away as well. Faster respawn. Yoshinori coming back on a Reaper now, but it's quicker ultimates, particularly on the double support side. Solus, once again, finding value. First ultimate online for Thailand, now taken off the board.
And still no ticks. No ticks this entire time. Kyron so charged, but just no pressure on the point. Not enough. Solus really upping the Tracer game right now here, Avril, because I feel like they're keeping Yoshinori in check. Yoshinori here on the Reaper, like you talked about. Maybe having some more options to just get to the back line, set up the TPs, you know, especially with the dire triggers available now. The Reaper's kit, you can do a little bit more, just in general. As a Flux, looks like they want to use it. Gonna find Pale.
Well, the lamp has been used. Bubbles in play there as well, so pretty cheap counter coming through from the Thai side of things. It's their turn to ult now. Current has to be careful not to lose the grab into the kinetic grasp. But aside from that, look at this off angle being played. Another big grab. Orbital rain on top. No pulse bomb to combo into this one. The high vision doesn't need it. He's just going to collapse through on the rail, dropping the fat damage onto Philippines side. But with the actual orbital rain from Lao, Mike's still just be able to keep plays alive for a little bit longer. Not long enough though. It's only Leo, and we will see the Thai cap.
That was a beautiful engage there, Avril. It took a while, it took some time, but you see how Kyron jumps in with the right click, trying to get behind Leo there, just set up, and then as they're trying to peel for him because of the window, drop the grab. Everyone's in it. I mean, that was just a beautiful, beautiful setup. I love the Zarya aggression there, just trying to body block a bit onto Leo because they're going to be trying to LOS that window from Pale. And now you have a kind of a free grab because everyone's so afraid of keeping Leo up or just trying to keep Leo up there.
Yeah, I mean, the off-angle grab coming on through with this setup on the window on the opposite end means there's just no way Leo can't mark every single angle at the same time. And another fat grab. We saw that on the earlier map. We'll see it one more time. But we'll see if Yuan can find his mark onto this OC. So far, just shooting bubbles. Disruptor shots forced all players inside of the bookshop for now, but as Yoshinori comes on out, dire triggers onto Yuan first and foremost. This orbital ray is going to allow Kyron to continue to push on forward and put the hurt onto Leo.
Yeah, Kyron just trying to take this space. However, lamp has to get used. Kyron getting a little low, needs to back on up, so decent peel coming out. Solo's going to go down a bit late, but as the Tracer can make it back here for another fight. And with the orbital ray used for that fight, sure, they get through the streets a bit, but no one goes down too late here for Philippines, so they'll have a chance that Solo's actually going to swap over the Reaper themselves.
Yep, not as comboable in the sense that you don't have any bubbles to play through. That's going to be Kyron and Yoshinori's special, particularly now as Yoshinori looking for backline, looking for Death Blossom. Has to dodge out from some of the utility that Leo has, but aside from that, a bubble onto the backline with the Death Blossom will be a fight winner.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they want to do here. They're really trying to pressure window also. Maybe they can get the grasp out. They can get the kinetic grasp. Actually, Leo up in the air. Leo's not here to eat. There's the Death Blossom.
He might go down to Yuan, but he did his job. Double support's dead. Leo, no supporting, healing to keep him alive in the front lines. And Yoshinori, he knew what his target was. He knew what his objective was, and he completes it swiftly as Thailand still has a decent amount of time left in the bank to try and get this finish here. Try and beat this 107 time bank.
The big problem that's looming for them to just try to keep this time bank great for them is the grab for Kyron, right? Grab, OC. They don't have a portal just yet. And Zarya can just kind of fight these flanks. If they can pressure out Kyron here, maybe they have a chance for the grab. Gonna be looking, gonna be searching. And I don't think it's that good. Maybe just one.
Trying to call a secondary player there, but High Vision will find the extras. Well, trying to get the punish onto this Sojin on the side flank inside Banana, but not going to be the case at all. Grav and OC, separate parts of the map, but it's one victory here. As the Philippines trying one last shot to get this defense in, because otherwise Thailand looking like a very fat time back. Leo even coming back on towards this line. Look out for Lau though. Last chance. Oh, but a Ray dies, but the Ray is still going to be good, at least to keep the team in action.
And there is a Reinhardt on the field to just pressure the point a bit, but all of Thailand is going to back on up, and Solus is going to go down. So now the recontest is going to happen here. Not a lot of heals, not a lot of sustain for Philippines, and no ults. And with High Vision just kind of uncontested, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, it's the shield just being completely broken here. I was going to say MSGG and Pally also have support ultimates, but they're not going to need them. Just about double the time of Philippines, almost exactly. Missing 1 second for Thailand. Minor amount of slowdown, but once they found momentum, particularly from B onwards, it's just lights out. A is where they seem to struggle. Everything else was a one-shot for Thailand.
Yeah, and really just their macro gameplay is just so good around Kyron, especially on that Zarya again, because you get to that last point. If they get stopped there, they don't have the momentum, they aren't going to have the ults, and Kyron just playing that really aggressive flank fight as they come out of the spawn, forcing the cooldowns, using the grab there, and then even if they don't get a ton of value because of all of that resource they use, their High Vision's free for the rest of the fight. So the macro gameplay from Thailand is still really, really good. But extremely winnable for Philippines. A minute, a little over a minute in their bank. Kings Row could be a map where snowballs can be pretty impactful once you get past the first.
I want to say for Philippines here, they're going to need an A cap. I'm looking at this Thai lineup thinking 2 minutes and 13 will be enough to get a couple of ticks if that's all the Philly teams can muster. So I think a cap onto A is kind of a minimum requirement here to keep them alive in this series, where they do have to reverse sweep. This is a must-win map to keep them alive in the World Cup qualifiers. Okay, U1 messed up his grapple, but thankfully he can just quick swap.
Realistically, though, probably not going to find anyone just with Zarya being the solo peek, because it looks like Thailand being smart enough not to just peek the spawn doors. We've seen...
Well, don't worry, there is a BAP on the enemy team.
Of that.
And BAP's...
There is, but there's a Reinhardt here.
BAP's known to peek into Widows on King's Row, if you know what I'm saying.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. We have seen some notorious BAP peaks and money being gotten. We have seen that just in the past, but this rotation here with the Reinhardt, I'm loving it, because now bypass a lot of this damage, try to take them off the high ground, and with no cat, with no TPs, that means that Thailand just has to abandon it entirely.
And this time with the Mei as well. Last time you were sort of saying, right, maybe the extra Mei would have been a lot more helpful. It's available, trying to lock down particular targets. 10 seconds left to play through. It's going to be one fight to play for all the marbles. Lamp already been forced, by the way. Yoshinori onto the backline, looking for targets. But where does Leo want to go? Form has been used. High Vision's damage is currently out. That's going to be the shield broken. Loud down. High Vision finds his mark, and Leo falls as well. Philippines get nothing, not even a single tick. High Vision pops the turret mode, and Leo just has nothing to say about it.
And it started out strong. They had the rotation, they make it up, they clear the high ground, but then after they get the high ground, they're like, okay, what do we do? What do we go from here? They try to drop that really early lamp force. I think that immortality field force, I think that is the crucial call up there that you made, because you don't have that. Then they're like, okay, it's a free-for-all. We can pressure the back line. We have a lot of energy. Walk on forward. Everyone has to kind of LOS that, and it just crumbles from there. So the first step was there. The first step of clear the high ground, use the Mei. Let's get them off this. Now we've like kind of flipped the map, but then where do you go from there, especially now that Kyron already had so much energy?
I said they needed to cap A, in my mind, Philippines to win this map in any, not even comfortable manner, but just having a good shot. It sounds logistically sound. An A cap to me is the minimum. Now that they don't even have a tick, they can only play for a draw, which still means they have to reverse sweep 3 maps in a row. This map will just go in the bin, won't count at all. But I think this map will count because Thailand are looking at a resounding 3-0 victory here. We talked about the fact that Philippines might have gotten that 3-0 over India, but Thailand is a different beast.
It is drawable. Shouldn't give up hope just yet, but I will say that I think I'm landing on your side here. Thailand have been looking really, really dominant throughout the series, looking very confident. Doing a bit of scouting with that Sonic here. Gonna make the swap back to the Reaper. Keeping the Bastion here as well. And I mean, you have such a long sight line. I mean, with the nade, with the turret form too.
If you want to just brute force the A point for 1 tick, the Bastion might be acceptable. Drag players down to contest you during that 1 tick fight. Use the turret mode. When you find something during that fight, it's all over.
You hear a little bit of a hotel fight. High Vision getting the pocket. Solus making sure not to give up the space, but they have to drop, right? They have to drop.
Nearly got the off angle as well. You notice that how deep Kyron was trying to turn Leo around. Leo being so low right now. It's going to be High Vision just running in. He'll even give his life for it. Doesn't care if he dies because he knows with Leo down, it's so capable. In fact, the point is completely open right now. One last skill to solve should do it. No one alive. And Thailand will put Philippines down a clean 3-0. As we saw just how good that secondary map on circuit was. And a close King's Row, not enough to push Philippines into a 4th map.
And, you know, a little disappointing, I think, score-wise. Philippines still, they show that I think they're a very strong team, but Thailand just a step above right now. Their overall macro, their mechanics, and I think that's really the big difference. It's not even just the mechanics, because Philippines were keeping up with that. Their macro gameplay was fantastic. Very good swaps, just a very good understanding of everything they needed win condition-wise to set up the fights. And I think that's what's really set them above throughout this series. And even though Philippines put up a good performance, put up a good fight, they weren't able to claim a map because Thailand just looked so incredibly clean throughout the entirety of this whole series.
It's good that we did see good signs of life coming through from Philippines, though. This offense, and we're starting to see the highlights here, getting this initial full cap on Kings Row. The belief in Philippines returning as, I think, out-comping as well. Some smart compositional choices. You want to swap it over to the late Bastion. Then this play on the opposite end with the off-angling. OC through the window. Kyron on the opposite end of that one. I mean, I think that was absolutely the best play from either of the two teams on this entire map. Eventually allows Thailand to get a almost twice as good time back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another example of just the understanding of how to set up these fights a bit, right? Because you know that pressure is coming in, and I think that's where Thailand really excels and is excelling in this group, and, you know, pretty comparable to a team like, even though they didn't end up winning, like most comparable to a team like Australia in their fellow group, just because they just have such a good understanding of the macro gameplay comparatively. Because I really feel mechanically, yes, did Thailand look better mechanically, but were they completely outclassing Philippines mechanically? I don't think so. I just feel like their overall strategy across the board and how they were set up the fights was just far superior comparatively to Philippines.
Yeah, really wanted to see if we can get a map 4 today on the cards. I mean, we had some really quick blowouts. Strangely, the Korea game was one of the more competitive series, just because of the role swaps and the lack of Choron today meant that a team like Hong Kong could find some opportunity. But I think this was the match of the day that we hoped would take us at least 2-4 maps, if not the distance. You said drawable, and drawable would technically give us 4 maps and maybe still a 3-0, but Thailand were just not to be pushed around today. And particularly, I think that second map is the one that really stings, right? The full hold into the one push, completely dominant on the circuit after a 2-1 competitive opening in Antarctic Peninsula, ending with a, again, quite competitive, comparable time bank as well. Full finish on Kings Row for both teams. The only map that stands out is that circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it really, the circuit is kind of that backbreaker a bit. It's Bane ascending the pit, putting Bruce over the knee. I do think that is just the one that kind of sealed the deal a little bit for the rest of the series, because Kings Row, competitive moments for sure, but really you want to see more, especially from a team that felt like they were so reliant and so built at times around Sigma gameplay, you know, and just getting a lot of value there from Leo on the Sigma. They got almost nothing going on the map for Circuit Royale. So for Philippines, I still think if you're a fan of this team, if you're watching from the nation of the Philippines, like, you can be happy. They look good. They look really good. It's just these are some very, very tough teams in the group with Thailand and Australia.
Yeah, and Thailand just has so many experienced players. I think at the end of the day, was there a mechanical gap? Maybe on some players at some points, but we saw enough out of Philippines that they were also able to close the mechanical gap at various points. It really just does come down to a lot of the experience. But let's take a look at the schedule overall. If you thought it was over, it's not, because we still have EMEA coming up next, scheduled for 5 a.m. Pacific. You'll have to tell me when 5 a.m. Pacific. How far away are we from 5 a.m. Pacific? You're the American here.
I'll let you know. 5 a.m. Pacific is about, I would say, 2. Yeah, I'd be happy because that's about 2 hours, because they're 2 hours ahead. So about 3 hours-ish away. No, 2 hours. 2 hours.
About 2 hours from now. So an early wake-up call for some of our North American-based casters. But EMEA straight into America after that. Asia only had the opening 4 games. There's still 7 other games to play on through. Anything here stand out to you so far? Maybe a Britain versus Norway game?
Well, I mean, realistically, if I'm being honest, for the upcoming matchup for EMEA America, no. I don't think there's like anything
I respect
that's,
the honesty.
super exciting. But maybe it could also be just my own maybe lack of familiarity. Great Britain Norway might be the match to watch, but it could just be my lack of familiarity with these rosters. But overall, I mean, I think especially when you look at the Americas region, it should be pretty stompy, and then EMEA, it doesn't seem like there's going to be too big a differences going across.
Well, we've had just about all 3 Overwatches so far in Asia, at least at 1-3-1, and a couple of the 3 Overwatches we can say were at least close ones as well. One more day of Asia tomorrow, but again, don't go anywhere. We might be done for the day, but EMEA and North America are coming up next. The stream is going to keep on going, so if you're still looking for drops or looking for more Overwatch World Cup action, stay in your seats, keep that stream on. America and EMEA right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. I just got back from Japan the other day since we were there for Champions Clash, and I cannot wait to get back into some more international Overwatch, guys. We last saw the OWWC in 2023, and after 3 years away, we're starting our official coverage once again with these online qualifiers this weekend. I'm Ash, and I'll be joined by Mitch and Matt. Matt, we got to enjoy Tokyo together. I'm seeing that you're sporting a spiffy little Kiriko
yeah,
t-shirt.
we all got our Kiri shirts. Where's yours, Mitch?
Oh, it must be in the mail. Yeah, no, I'll let you know when I get it though. Yeah.
Hey, I
Okay,
mean, this is gonna be a fun time, Ash. I know we get Mitch back for just a little bit, and Overwatch World Cup's always special.
Dude,
Definitely is.
I'm super pumped. Obviously, you know, it was a sick tournament out in Japan, and it's great to know that, like, I think there was some concerns metagame wise going into that tournament. Didn't eventuate like that. We ended up with, honestly, like, pretty great games in general. So that really sets the stage, I think, for a very competitive World Cup, especially EMEA. Always sends a team into like the top 3, top 4. Well, it's usually Finland, but they always send teams into that upper bracket. So I'm very much looking forward to see how the region's developed over the last few years of like OWCS.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that meta change kind of flows into the Overwatch World Cup, or if we'll see something a little bit different. But before we get too deep into that, the online qualifiers for Overwatch World Cup started yesterday with the first round of Asia, and now they've almost concluded, with their last day being very early tomorrow. Meanwhile, we have 2 grueling weeks of matches between EMEA and NA starting this weekend. The World Cup's online qualifiers are going to be putting us through multiple 4-team round-robin groups, with the 2 teams in each group also advancing to the group stage of the main event in Busan, South Korea. Talking a little bit more about this format, though, guys, everything is first to 3, but the most interesting thing, Mitch, I think, is the fact that for the very first time, we're actually seeing map picks get to be determined by a 1v1 deathmatch on Lijiang Tower with a first to 3 kills.
So sick. I'm kind of about this because I like some of the nuance in terms of rules. Like, you have to play heroes from the same class. I think you sort of ban the other class at the start. So that's fun. I really do hope the teams, like, you know, throw caution to the wind, because obviously there are some of those control maps where you might want to take the game. And in the past, like, that first map is a real difference maker, which we kind of decided arbitrarily or by seeding before. So it's kind of nice that your team can have some degree of control over that if you want to jump into the deathmatch and try and win it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sick. We haven't done this in Overwatch in the past. You know, obviously, if we can't allow, you know, it's going to be, I'm going to play Roadhog and you're going to play, you know, Soldier 76 here.
What if we both play Roadhog? Can we do that?
Or we could just both play Roadhog in just an infinite deathmatch. But it's kind of cool. We don't have, like, the notion of higher seeds here. It's really difficult to kind of, like, separate these teams in that fashion. So with something really important, obviously, like the first map pick ban, you know, it's a good way to kind of settle it.
Yeah, I think speaking about those teams and not really knowing who the higher seed is, because everything's kind of mishmash, you know, with players from OWCS, players that aren't from OWCS, and OWL as well. I want to take a look at these groups on top of everything. I think Germany, Poland, Ireland, and Austria, Portugal as well, had all made it through qualifiers. And now that we've taken a look at, like, these groups across 3 here for the round robin stage, Matt, who really stands out to you? Because for me, I really got my eye on Group A.
Yeah, I mean, Group A is obviously pretty stacked with, like, teams that have historically done pretty well during Overwatch World Cup. I think, you know, Group B could be quite interesting as well. And then, you know, for Group C, I think there's some, like, heavy favorites. So I think for, like, the most, you know, competitive, I would say it's, for me, looking like Group A and B.
I mean, yeah, obviously Group A is pretty scary. Scandinavian countries always sort of produce quality, but let's not, like, count out France, who's always super competitive. Yeah. And, like, teams like Spain, who in the past have, like, been an outside chance, have definitely been, like, a, you know, top 16 potential top 8 competitor. Tough for Austria, who, you know, qualify out of their qualifier in 4th place, and they end up in this, what I would call the group of death, right? End up going up against 3 other teams from the Scandinavian region who historically produce great rosters and probably still are using a lot of the same players as 2023 and prior. So that's an uphill battle for them. But, you know, people might forget, but there are some really quality players on the Austrian side, which we'll talk about later, that do have, like, a pedigree in terms of, like, wider competitive Overwatch. So don't count them out just yet.
Definitely not. And I think what's so sick about the Overwatch World Cup as well is just the fan bases, you know, cheering on their nations. for this particular event. And as you guys were talking about, the top 2 teams of each group will be playing live in the group stage in Busan, South Korea, where China and Saudi Arabia have already kind of solidified their opportunities there, and they are waiting in the wings. And then the top half of the group stage will also advance into the playoffs live at BlizzCon in Anaheim, California. How excited are you guys for this year coming up, Matt? I think it's so fun to see OWWC coming back.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awesome program. It's kind of like where I got my start in Overwatch. I think it was like one of the first Overwatch things I did. Maybe I did one thing before then, but been to every BlizzCon. It's always a great time. I'm like a massive World of Warcraft fan as well. So like, BlizzCon, the announcements, like I'm over the moon. So excited to be able to go back.
There's just like nothing really beats that vibe, because the BlizzCon feeling is already of like hype, anticipation.
Yeah.
People meeting up with friends you haven't seen in ages, and then like looking ahead towards like the next year of like, or more of all these Blizzard titles. And then you throw the World Cup into the mix, which is a completely unique flavor where everyone, gets behind their love of Overwatch and behind some of their favorite sort of national squads. And you've just got a recipe for success. So it's always awesome at BlizzCon. We've had some ridiculous finals there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm very much looking forward to running it back.
It's going to be super sick. But let's take a look at the map pool heading into OWWC. If you guys caught Champions Clash, this is going to look familiar to you. Again, we do have Antarctic Peninsula, the rework coming into the map pool here as well. But it'll be interesting again, I think, that conversation of the meta that we saw developing at this past weekend in Tokyo and seeing if that's going to carry on over. Now, taking a look at our schedule here as well, we've got 4 matches of EMEA to start out the day. That's how we'll be capping out kind of every day this weekend to kick off OWWC and EMEA and Americas. But later on, you guys will be joined by Jake and Johnny for the second half to catch those Americas matches. And again, guys, don't forget about the drops this weekend. If you guys saw those teasers during Champions Clash as well, you will have seen a little bit of a preview of that. I think the Sierra skin looked really sick in my personal opinion. So make sure that you guys definitely have your Blizzard accounts set up and linked to the YouTube or Twitch accounts to make sure that you can catch all of these as our little viewer incentives for you guys at home. But now locking in a little bit on our first matchup here, Mitch, you were originally already talking a little bit about how Spain could be one of these teams that has a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a surprise heading into these matches. This is roster is looking quite stacked here in Group C. Like Gala is currently in OWCS or CADSIA. I think they have the edge up in today's match.
Yeah, in terms of name power, for sure. One thing legendarily about Spain, though, is they get upset by, like, on paper, weaker teams at Overwatch World Cups, which is...
I don't want to be legendary for that.
No, I don't really...
Not the ideal legendary known for...
It's not. It's obviously not, what they're looking for. But they do have, Gala and Canale, who were that support duo on Virtus.pro. And something that they always did as a backline is that they kind of play the highest skill expression, slightly greedier backlines, like the Iliari Ana, for example. A lot of Kiriko mixed in there. So I'm really looking forward to what this team is going to be able to get going as well. I think all their players have got some really solid experience across the board. Like Santi, she is on Exo Sakura as well. But obviously Gala, still playing at the very highest levels over in EMEA. So I think this team has got a really rock solid core.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, Ash. Like, with Gala, Canale, Exodial, like just even those 3 in combination for the Overwatch World Cup, that's like a pretty strong roster overall, right? So, Spain should, obviously just try and stay away from those, legendary performances like Mitch talked about, like getting upset, and try and put away, Team Ireland here pretty early, get themselves up in the groups.
Yeah, talking a little bit about Team Ireland, this squad is no slouch either. The core of this team placed well, I think around 4th within the most recent Face It Masters season here. Talking a little bit about Time, Luan, Pure Irish, GCB, and Nut. But I'm kind of curious to get your take on this, Matt. I think even though we are talking a little bit about Team Ireland, I feel like these players have definitely also caught, Champions Clash as well. We've seen that meta developing with Mizuki, a little bit of Mei coming into the fray, and of course, the Catchin coming in. Do you feel like we can see these teams looking to adopt the meta, or do you think we're going to just see more like comfort overall here within OWWC.
Ashy EMEA Overwatch, you never know. I mean, we have a good idea. We have a good idea they want to keep it, you know, on the ground, right? The EMEA historically has always been like, we want to play Rush, we want to play things like that. But, you know, Cashin, still a very strong combination. I think what was pleasantly surprising for Champions Clash was that it wasn't like Cat Bastion 24/7. There were a lot of like really interesting Sigma comps that kind of came on through. So I think there's definitely going to be some variation in what we see here this weekend.
And these guys are also good. They like straight up beat down, I think like Belgium and Austria. They beat Austria in the Conference Cup already. It's another team we're going to sort of showcase later today. They ended up like with a 4-2 record. Remember, the Conference Cup is just like a bunch of those EMEA teams just like thrown in there. So you come out of that in the top 4, you've done very well for yourself. I think this team is, you know, sleeper very strong.
Hey, I'm excited to see if they're going to be a dark horse up against Spain today. Let's get into our first matchup here of OWWC EMEA.
Let's go. I'm so ready for this, of course. Now, we are, of course, going to be starting off with our deathmatch, and it is your boy Exodial going up against the one. Obviously, Exodial is pretty insane hit scan player, and he's off to a great start. So it's first to 3 kills here, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really rough matchup for Luan. Is BNC Exodial, first to 3, and guess what? He is the first one to that. It looks like potentially 3-0 here. We'll see if I know he kind of cleans this kill up as Luan had an opportunity there, but so it'll be Spain's map pick. They'll also get banned first, so they'll take us to Oasis, Mitch, where you know, we do see a lot of Cat Bastion.
Yeah, obviously there's, you know, a lot of opportunity for those environmental kills. Plus, you know, it's obviously that kind of brawly map where, you know, the Bastion can find a lot of value. I do kind of hope, though, that we... Aha! Very good. I was going to say, I do hope that we get a ban of Jetpack Cat. It almost feels like a given on this map. And Ireland, they'll be responding with the Symmetra taken out of the mix.
I mean, we saw a decent amount of Symmetra during Champions Clash, but Symmetra feels like an EMEA staple at this point, right? With, you know, how she can obviously kind of teleport and, you know, give some mobility to some of those rush comps. And then with Jetpack Cat gun, that kind of removes the Bastion. We saw some EMEA teams mess around with Bastion without the cat, like with like Bastion type of like Lucio setups, which were really weird. So there is an opportunity potentially for them to kind of like pull something like that out, but I think we're going to see something a little bit more close to you know, diva type comps, maybe with like a Soj in the mix.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this as well. Some of our national teams might end up just be leaning into some of those individual preferences, right? They are, for all intents and purposes, mixed teams that have come together, and obviously some of them with a pretty limited amount of time. So you may see them look to just some comfort picks here. And they might not, you know, be that priced into, you know, trying to follow the meta blindly. Spain versus Ireland, of course, the first of our matches here. We have 3 14 groups, of course, and there's a lot on the line because not only getting out to BlizzCon is a big deal, but also representing your nation. The crowd always goes nuts. It's kind of like a, I don't know, it feels like you end up not cheating, but you just find yourself in like some of the biggest Overwatch events across the world, sort of out of just qualifying sort of online as opposed to playing through grueling seasons, you know, and leagues. So that's the kind of sick part as well. You get to very quickly look to put your country on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you kind of, yeah, you find yourself, you know, there pretty fast, right? You're able to make an event kind of like Busan, right, which you know, could be pretty sick to be able to kind of qualify in to play there. And then if you get to that event, you know, kind of like it's anybody's game, right? You know, being able to kind of qualify towards BlizzCon, which is obviously the goal of all of these teams, to be able to make it towards BlizzCon. You know, not just like being able to compete at the highest level, but to compete in front of the most fans, right? You know, in person, to be able to go to BlizzCon, it's like an awesome opportunity. Like there's some players who like, you know, historically in the past, we've had like a lot of teams at BlizzCon, and then you know, some of those teams that get out, they're not that upset because they're there to kind of explore BlizzCon and everything that there is to offer.
I mean, I also think like back in 2023, we had some real dark horses. I also want to say that that event was the one that put the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the map, or at least on our radar. You know, and it kind of heralded an era, I guess, of dominance from teams out of that region, and a lot of those, like, you know, players from Saudi Arabia that, you know, outside Quartz and maybe like KSA at the time, we didn't really have a ton of information about. So I think that I'm excited to see what this World Cup might surface in terms of some of those like less explored teams. Like Austria also fought quite well through the conference, right? And I think there's a couple of players that are well worth a look here. This group though, this is Spain and Ireland, but Poland and France are also amidst this group. So you've got a fairly competitive group. France is like, it's just peps and good guys. You basically take those teams and you mash them together, and you got a pretty strong roster. I also like Team Poland as well has, like, if you remember, like Eggs and China, they were on that good guys roster, especially last year. So China was a fantastic young DPS player, so someone you want to be keeping your eyes on as well. No slouches in this group, I think, is what I'm trying to get at. And Ireland, I think, do have that dark horse element, but like we mentioned, they've been competing in Face Up Master up until this point, the core of this roster anyway. So we're not gonna undersell them too heavily coming into this game.
No, I mean, they obviously have experience kind of like playing with each other, right? Which is obviously, we don't know how much practice, a team like Spain has gotten, or how much they've been able to play together. So it's very interesting to see them kind of go up against a team like Ireland, who has obviously played a lot together.
Now, Overwatch Esports, of course, is happening all the time, and you should try and follow us everywhere to keep up with the Overwatch World Cup, the OWCS, and all the amazing live events we have going on this year. Hit that QR code on your screen. Don't actually click it, just scan it. For links to follow us on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and more. Especially, by the way, if you are watching or following teams from multiple different regions, and maybe, the time zones get a little bit rough. Trust me, I know, because it's just gone 5 a.m. here on the West Coast. Follow us, especially on Twitter. You'll be able to be kept up to date with what's happening in a number of other regions and conferences, and you can still follow your team while you sleep. So head on over there, scan the QR code.
Say follow your team while you sleep?
Yeah, as in, like,
how are you?
The games are happening. The games are happening like while you sleep. Like, you might wake up.
Well, I mean, real fans would just wake up and see the game.
Team Austria are doing, and then you're like, damn, I really need to go find out about this.
Well, why not just wake up and watch the game?
I mean, you got to sleep sometime. We got three different regions.
I don't think you need to sleep. I mean, look, you could take off like a Monday, Tuesday, and just power through these regions.
I don't know. I'm going to defer to Brian Johnson's teaching on this matter, because I'm pretty sure something was like something 8 hours, something. Now I got half of that tonight, so I'm not exactly following my own advice. But you should try and get as much sleep as you possibly can. His team Ireland, though, Time Luan, Pure Irish, GCB, and Nerd.
You mentioned obviously this team has been playing through some of the Face It Masters leagues, and I know putting up some pretty good performances in some of the games that we see between these like World Cup teams. I know prior to this event. So look, we think that obviously Spain, with some of their players that we've seen play in the OWCS at the highest level, like, we would probably say they're the favorite, but there is something to be said about high quality players who've been playing together for a long time, right? Being able to come in and potentially cause an upset.
Now, obviously, we are moments away from jumping into the game. We obviously have, a number of individuals who maybe have to get acclimated to our match conditions here and how we run our lobbies. So bear with us and give us your patience. Matt, I want to ask you,
the match conditions, they're battling weather to get there. Yeah, sure. What's up?
Yeah, it's a blizzard. And they're walking to the server uphill both ways.
Oh, okay.
It's tough, honestly. Gaming is not a joke, folks. There's some legitimate hard work involved. If I had to ask you, like, if I had to sort of pin you down and get you to answer, what elements of the metagame you think out of Japan are really here to stay for like the long term?
Yeah.
And we should be looking for here. You mentioned obviously the jetpack at Bastion, but anything else that you have your eye
on? Mizuki. We saw a good amount of Mizuki during Champions Clash. One of the biggest reasons why is, like, we see a lot of Diva play. Mizuki's like hook, like the chain, is not a projectile, so there's nothing that Defense Matrix can do against it. Just locks that Diva in place, and then she's kind of cooked. So I think there is a potential to see like those Mizuki Sigma comps against comps that like want to play Diva and want to play like Diva Tracer and things aggressive of those natures. That could really ruin that type of play style. And we saw the Sanctuary as well get a big update in the previous patch. So the combination of those two things has really kind of shot Mizuki up the charts.
It also, as we head in a few moments, it feels like Mizuki's like passive healing has been improved. You can obviously, take perks to, improve like your resource generation of your aura, right? But in general, feels like healing casts are more impactful as a healing ability with a travel time, which is actually a little bit unique. It's up there with like pulsar torpedoes. But Sanctuary are also blocking projectiles, means that that heal pressure is essentially removed from you. Because obviously in the past we've seen some heroes be able to burst you down, through Transcendence, for example, or through these like powerful healing abilities. But with Kekai Sanctuary just sort of denying projectiles, it makes it much harder to pull that off.
And the Sanctuary is massive as well, right? Like just like, the space that it takes up. So like dropping it inside of chokes or like forcing teams to kind of like play into it. It's been pretty brutal. And we saw a lot of teams in Champions Clash kind of play it with the Mei. So being able to actually kind of use the Blizzard, like where if they come into the Sanctuary to fight, you just drop a Blizzard right on them and they're just screwed, right? So a lot of nasty combos with that Sanctuary. So potentially we do see some Mizuki in play. I thought it was quite fun to watch when we were in Champions Clash in Japan.
It's just like when I watch Mizuki play, I just remind myself that it's only 40 health per second. So if you have the gumption to walk into the Sanctuary, and if you have like high burst, you still can potentially blow people up. It forces you into that space, which is obviously why those Mei comms can be especially punishing. You put you in a position where you're forced to disengage, and anybody that gets remotely close to the Sanctuary is going to get brought down. I also think like just the way that Mizuki's projectiles bounce can be pretty frustrating. To play into some of those chokes, it's definitely a hero for me that can have some pretty high upside in terms of damage output. So we are still waiting to jump into the game here, folks. Nothing like a little.
We're going to do another 1v1. No, I'm kidding. No, not another 1v1. We already know what's going on.
I need to shake off the rust.
Look, I mean, players obviously, getting into the lobby, it looks like potentially like a lobby restart, so we'll kind of get that one going right away. But look, I mean, you have a lot of like new players kind of coming in, getting into the flow, and now like the 1v1s in the mix. I kind of like the 1v1 thing. I think it could be kind of cool to kind of see as time goes on how that kind of evolves.
Honestly, it's been too long since I've seen Black Forest, I think the map is. It's kind of, that's kind of iconic. We've actually seen a bunch of like, seasonal game modes that have allowed us to go back there and enjoy those surrounds. But generally, like we saw like a Widowmaker head-to-head, which I feel like is pretty quintessential. But like I was saying at the start of the show, you have to play the same class as your opponent, but it doesn't have to be DPS. So there are some funny scenarios where like teams might delegate like a tank player, for example, but you also get to ban, I think, like you get to ban DPS support or tank. So you could also try and metagame that to some degree. Obviously, you don't get to choose the map type. You are still playing control. I do think that we've had map pools where there's been a pretty great difference between like how those control maps play out. I want to say any pool that features Ilios, you can generally try and like exactly. But like if when Ilios was in like alongside, let's say like Lijiang, Nepal, Ilios, teams would try and toe to Ilios. You've got 2 out of 3 really viable sort of dive maps you can try and push, maybe even 3, right, where Nepal might require you to play something more static in Sanctum. So if you're a good dive team, you can go there. This map ball isn't sort of too bad. I was thinking like Antarctic Peninsula is received some changes across the map. I'd call them sort of enhancements. So really interesting. I think especially how Labs has been sort of redesigned. But hopefully
I think people won't play
it
because of like all the redesigns to it, right? So like you're probably not gonna teams didn't really gonna go towards it at Champions Clash either. I think probably because of all the newness to it. So like I think you're going to see a lot of like Ilios and Oasis, like 2 maps that are extremely popular, right? It's 2 maps that are probably outside of Lijiang Tower, right? They're like kind of go-tos in terms of the control pool. So like I think maybe a team that's a little bit underdog would go to Antarctic Peninsula if they've had an opportunity to like scrim it or whatnot, but I doubt we're going to see much of it.
You may be right. We are heading in the game in just a moment here. It's going to be Team Spain versus Team Ireland. Again, I mentioned this group is pretty darn stacked. So getting off to a good start here is of paramount importance because France and Poland are going to be waiting in the wings.
We'll see what both teams decide to play as an on-run would be quite interesting here for Spain. We didn't see much of the hero during Champions Clash as we open the doors here. It'll be looks like Ireland, they're gonna play they're gonna play just like a diva based comp. Both teams kind of coming out with the same thing.
Yeah, obviously, the difference here being that we have the Emra from Luan, but Spain here, we're going to try and take that high ground pretty early on. Nice grenade catch onto Bones, though. Perhaps some splash off that. Playing the Emra into the choke early can be extremely potent. And importantly, Exodial has a lot of room to breathe, though. So despite Spain losing that player early on, they've got high ground control with this Sojourn to work with. And of course, those Divas will look to contest it if possible. But this definitely puts Spain at an advantage. Exodial, though, getting pressured down straight off respawn time is in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, a really good start for Ireland, right? I mean, you get that pick off on a Bone, and then although you don't get high ground control, you are able to put some pressure onto Exodial and kind of force them off the high ground. But Ireland does not have a great position here, Mitch. So although they get those first few kills, you see Spain just kind of bully them off the point.
Yeah, they got that first pick map, but with that high ground control, Ireland were in no position to actually contest this point, which means that there's time for Bones to return to the fight. Now, Pure Irish has to use the last vestiges of that defense matrix to stay in, and Santi heads up from her, spots the one low, and able to complete that elimination via a charge. This is going to be Ireland shoved on out of the point now, and Spain, we know this map, Matt, City Center, can be really punishing to play into a team that's been holding for consecutive fights. They get natural access to that high ground, and Exodial's already, hurtling towards that first overclock.
Yeah, that was a sick play by Cindy. She kind of dominated that fight, right? Like, kind of goes in, makes a play for Pure Irish, just kind of turns, takes out Luan, and then finds a second kill, and that kind of takes it all away there for Team Ireland. Is now they're in a rough spot, right? I mean, maybe you get, I was gonna say maybe they get their Consuming Rush, but already look at Canale and Gala basically already at support ult here. Is Bones gonna be hiding in the corner. Really low is GCB is gonna force recall though from Bones. Gonna get back to the rest of the team, play pretty safe.
Yeah, Bones back to their supports though, so no huge issue not having the recall available there, and we got to pause.
You said no big issue, and then immediately they decided to pause. You're beyond good luck. What is further beyond good luck?
Are you kidding me? Listen, every final I've ever cast has been a very competitive and very close game.
Bro, as soon as I started doing those with Jake, bro, we started to get crazy games, bro. People popping off left and right.
No.
I mean, now we bring you back. The first thing we do is we get like 9 pauses. Like, come on, man, what's going on here? But no, I mean, it was a really good start for Spain though, off the rip, which is impressive from the standpoint that I know we talked a little bit about Ireland has so much experience playing with each other, right? So it just kind of tells you the caliber of players we have on Spain.
Yeah, pretty early to, I think, get like a broader read on this team, but with Santi playing as well as she is, I think Spain looked pretty terrifying. Exodial at DPS. It's funny, I talked about, I spent like 20 seconds talking about Gala and Canale at the top here, but obviously Exodial is someone that you really need to be looking out for on this Team Spain roster. Is like genuinely a world-class DPS player, someone who certainly deserves no shortage of respect. Again, don't know what they've been up to, because they had that stint on Gen G, and that's sort of been it for the time being. So good to see them back after getting beat by Team Peps, I want to say, at the end of the EMEA stage. That was like a pretty brutal capitulation for a Gen G roster that, like, certainly there's a world where they like should have been pretty competitive, and we saw some really interesting roster decisions and maybe some like band choices as well, like hero band choices used to kind of tilt us a little bit. So but Exodial was, I think, like a standout on that roster, and I remember his first game of Freya. I think Freya had just gotten released, and we're watching Exodial play on Ilios, I want to say it's well, and he's killing people across the map. Like, guy is crazy.
All right, so as we get right back into the game, it's actually Ireland just kind of like running over Spain, which is crazy considering Spain had everything to work with here. Just not an opportunity. I think Santi, I think I saw her mech. She got like demeched right away and like wasn't able to use the self-destruct there to kind of keep it going. So maybe that's where Spain decided to just give it up. So big flip there from Ireland.
Now, there's like a small window here for Spain, but I don't think they're going to be able to utilize it, where GCB does not have a sound barrier online. Suffice to say, folks, this is the definitive fight of the round. Spain coming back in with all the ultimates, but that pulse bomb. Exodials, we've got to respect this. Look at already an early Suzu has to be used there. First sound barrier off the rip, so apparently that window was utilized by Spain, and still Ireland are hanging in the fight. Pure Irish able to find 2 huge eliminations. A GCB sound barrier is going to keep Ireland going. Getting that later beat is huge, and Ireland being able to win like from a 4 versus 5 at one point is massive too.
I mean, dude, with the way it was going though, I don't even know if they really needed the beat, right? I mean, they had kind of seemed like weathered the storm, so to speak, right? They were up like a player or two, and then I know the beat kind of comes obviously, better and later, but maybe something you could have held on to for this next fight as Ireland now has taken the lead. As Luan does have the override protocol here, pretty impactful ultimate here. It'll be Exodial though on the other side using the overclock.
This pressure on Exodial from Pure Iris is sick. It's basically what wins the previous fight, and now Exodial doesn't really have too much room to make use of this overclock. Oh, Pure Iris though needs a remake opportunity. He just sort of demechs a little bit in a dangerous spot, but Time's at least able to make a trade of it now, and Ireland are still in this fight. GCP and Nut, of course, having used their ultimates just prior, not in a position to set up the team overly aggressively here, but Luan might have found a flank angle to pressure down, and this is Ireland still in control of the point. GCP eventually going down to Bones, but Time's been able to build up a pulse bomb. There's a question of whether there's an opportunity to make good use of it, though, as Santi's going to be able to force Time away, and Spain are back in the hot seat.
Yeah, Pure Irish actually gets back into the fight, or gets into the choke there, but decides to not kind of push on forward and make a play. But it's really Ireland just one fight away from being able to take this. Pulse bombs available for both tracers here. Coming into it is, I will say, Luan doing a nice job kind of farming up this Emre ult. As I know Emre can kind of just pump out a ton of damage. Going to be very dangerous to kind of lurk around, as Bones though could put this one away. It looks like we're going to go one more fight here to decide this point, Mitch.
It might be about 2 pulse bombs here. Time also sitting on that Tracer ultimate as well, and Ireland are biding theirs. Waiting for an opportunity here to try and swoop on in. The round will be over if they're able to win the fight. That is very deep and very alone there for Pure Irish. And somehow they kept topped up all the way. They double back to the rest of the Irish lineup, and Time is still looking for a pulse bomb recipient here. Canal can't afford to pay that attention, and that is great. Once again, Pure Irish is the tip of the spear, but Time comes in to finish Gala off, and that would have been a sound barrier for Spain in this fight. Now they're going to be incentivized to stall out a little bit longer and try and keep themselves off the point, maybe keep overtime going. They certainly feel like they need this Lucio in the mix. Nut's going to be building towards Kitsune Rush now as well, though, when Santi just doesn't have enough healing. She is demech now, may well be brought down. This is superb stuff from Ireland.
I thought she was going to get the benefits of the Suzu there, but doesn't actually connect in time. Gala's sound barrier actually just goes for 2. The override protocol, Luan able to farm up another one in that fight. Nice shot taken Canal out of the sky, as the Emre here for Ireland really pumping out the damage. I mean, when I was talking about it before, right, it was about like 40 or 50% to ultimate, but when you just let Emre just kind of free fire and get those nades going and things at range, like, you're able to get this ultimate so fast. Just charges up another one, and it's good enough to put it away.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this tells us much of the story. Obviously a great round from Time, but Luan is able to put up 5.8k damage, and Defense Matrix isn't really enough to handle that. Even with Emra's relative lack of verticality, I guess, outside of the Siphon Blaster sort of jump height increase, Luan is still able to find windows, still able to find, sort of spots to play from where that sort of oppressive Emra, suppressing fire is in play for a lot of the round. So great looks there, but for me, I've got eyes on Pure Irish. I really love the aggression we're seeing from the frontliner here from Team Ireland, and the follow-up's been superb. Time and Pure Irish are working together. We mentioned this team, obviously the core of them have been playing together in Face It Master, and so far it's paying off.
I mean, that's massive, right? Being able to kind of play together for an extended period of time, as Luan gets quite low here off the start, as this is an aggressive push by Spain. They just push right up through that high ground and take it from Ireland. But yeah, to be able to kind of play together for an extended period of time, right? A lot of these teams in Overwatch World Cup, it's kind of like the all-star roster, right? Of I know everybody who plays for that country. Typically that team isn't the same that competes in an OWCS or Face It Masters, but for Ireland, obviously, they kind of use that maybe as practice kind of coming on in. First fight here, though, kind of dominated by Spain. They get control of that high ground really easy.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're punishing the lack of Emra's lateral mobility in that fight there, as Ireland obviously kind of put themselves into a choke to try and fight for that high ground. They're going to be punished for it. Still, though, this will be Spain now fanning out a little bit more. Bones, a bit unfortunate previous round, had a pulse bomb that they weren't really able to deploy, and Gala got caught towards the end of the round, kind of giving it away. And there's Bones, caught out again. This time it's just a kunai-based lobotomy, which happens to the best of Tracers. Sometimes the volatility of challenging a Kiriko gets the better of you. But in general, Ireland, off the back of that pick in this fight, looked like they landed the plane quite comfortably, with also not having to use any of these ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite huge, right? To not have to expend any of the ultimates. Like, you don't have to kind of like you use a self-destruct and then kind of, maybe a pulse bomb would be able to do it. So quite huge here for Ireland being able to flip back over. So Spain now on the entry, they're back in, though. They have a huge advantage in terms of support ultimates, right? They could invest something like a Russian here, and there's no way that Ireland could play around it. Nade there almost takes out Gala, but you're going to be able to farm up that rush now with Canale.
Yeah, these support ults are so far ahead, Matt, but might not matter. Exodel's already taken now by a pulse bomb. Oh my goodness! And an override protocol there from Luan finds Gala. So that beat that was built up, again, Gala dies with that ultimate available. That is huge for Ireland. It's going to let them ameliorate this gap in support ult percentage and put them on even footing in the next fight. That is monumental.
I mean, it's enormous, right? Now going to give themselves an opportunity to fight on even footing. I guess the downside, obviously, though, is going to be an overclock available here. No sound barrier right away, so it'll actually be the Kitsune rush here from Nut. Going to try and keep everybody alive. Pure Irish not able to do so. That is a DMAC with a shot onto the Baby Diva from Exodial. Finishes off Nut as well, so it's going to be Spain flipping this point back.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think, Matt, I don't know what you think about this, but Kitsune rush into sound barrier is pretty tough. Ireland had to deal with that sort of matchup. They'll at least have the opposite side of it now. Obviously, GCP has a barrier coming into this next fight. Canale is going to have to squeeze as much value as possible out of this Kitsune rush, or Ireland will be in the lead again and trying to charge home to close this control map out 2-0. So eyes on GCB. Getting good beat here is going to be absolutely crucial. I like this pressure from time, but Canale simply swift steps upstairs, and you can see what Spain's plan is. Play around this high ground position. Exodial forced to drop down early on, but that's not the end of the wall. Defense Matrix looking to try and keep them in the fight. The time is still looking for those high priority targets in the back line. And Rush has to be used here just for throughput purposes, Matt.
Yeah, the beat, though, for Ireland only actually connects with 3, but it does not matter. Time finds Gala and Exodial there with a double pulse bomb. Make it 3 for Time in the fight, as that is sick. The sound barrier not great off the start there, Mitch. Only connects with 3. Both supports and the Diva gets a little bit of it. Doesn't exactly look good there going into the rush, but that pulse bomb was huge.
I mean, dude, in 5v5 let alone on, what was that, Tracer and Lucio? I don't know what it was. It was obviously, I think Lucio was involved with
the Soj and the Lucio. Yeah.
That is about as good as it gets, Matt. I'm not going to lie. Stunning stuff there from Time, and it's given Ireland a real crack in this game. Now, both sides really just trying to play off the, the ability to remake. Here's Luan going over the top with the override protocol, but Cat's kind of out of the bag. They can just sort of fight in the shade if you're Spain, and you won't need to give Luan any strong sight lines. Their pressure is going to be forced to slowly float to the ground, lifelessly, but Time's able to trade it out again, winning out the Tracer duel. Bones has been picked off. Now Exodial trying to get in with his overclock again. Defense Matrix could muddle the mixture a little bit, but Nut is still going to be caught out as they try and climb the walls to safety. Pure Irish keeps GCB alive for a time with that Defense Matrix, but eventually they're going to be brought down. Exodial, though, had to go deep for that one, and the beat is late from Gala. God, this has been some ill-fated Lucio ultimates over the course of this game, but it may not matter.
Yeah,
Numbers favor Spain here, and Ireland are on the outside looking in.
Yeah, as everybody from Spain looking around, it'll actually be Time who gets a touch, so maybe this can actually keep going. You're actually going to have Nut end up using a Kitsune rush here. Pure Irish going to go over to the Wrecking Ball, so going to be able to get on and get a touch. This one might actually go down to the wire.
Ireland have beat here as well. This is pretty massive. GCB just needs a couple of moments to build that up. Dangerous situation here for Spain now as the ball starts to pressure into the side room, but takes a face full of damage for doing so. Here's the beat. This time, catches on to 5. No notes there for GCB. And Time with yet another pulse bomb. We've seen what they've been able to do so far, but Pure Irish with a switch of the Wrecking Ball was actually you the kill on the Kiriko. That is massive. No Suzu available here for Exodial, and they've got nowhere to slide to. Time's able to run them down. Lewan's been picked off here, but Spain are on their last legs.
Oh, this is brutal for Spain, man. I mean, it looked like they had this one in the bag, and Ireland, they steal this first map. That is a huge map win for them. I mean, being able to kind of have that Tracer continue to touch, and then also that Kitsune rush come in was quite huge.
That's crazy. That was legitimately a sick round. We came in, at least we weren't sleeping on Ireland. I've said it a couple of times here, but I don't know if we're expecting that level of display from them. Luan has an insane couple of rounds there. He's, I think after 2 rounds, getting close to 13k damage in total. Pure Irish is great on these dives here. We got Pulse Bomb multi-kills in the current year. That is great. Ireland off to a fantastic start in this first of 3.
Yeah, I mean, a unreal start here for Ireland. As I mean, you couldn't have asked for really any better, right? I mean, that is a pretty impressive start, and I think like Spain has to be a bit shocked, right? Like with how good Ireland comes out here off the rip. So as we take a look at some of the stats here coming out of our first game, I mean, dude, time goes 28-0, Mitch. I mean, that is like an all-timer here to kick things off the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, you could tell that time was obviously playing good, but I know 28-0 is next level stuff.
That explains why Exodial has 10 deaths, man. Bro was getting chased around the map entirely. That is absurd. No deaths is actually crazy from time over those last couple of rounds. We talk about the name brand, the name power of this Spanish roster, but my God, the Irish have certainly got something under the hood, man. I'll tell you that one for free. That is, very, very impressive. Also, I felt like Bones was struggling to try and check time, right? Obviously, you'd want to try and contest the flank angles against the enemy tracer when you can, and that just didn't really seem like a factor. It didn't help also that a couple times Bones is just running up, on Nut and having to deal with Kiriko, which is sort of tough for Tracer. But Exodial, you kind of hope for more, for his return to, play at this level after a bit of a spell.
He was pretty good. I mean, this is the pulse bomb. Oh, so it connects on Gala. Looks like he just kind of rides that one right into Exodial as, man, this was huge though, right? Time gets on, gets a touch, and then, you have the Kitsune rush that kind of keeps things going. So quite impressive there for Ireland. And Spain, they have to be stunned, right? I mean, they probably thought they were just going to kind of come in and walk over, Ireland, but Ireland obviously came to play.
I'm looking at the lobby here as well, and Gala is not in there right now. They might have had to restart or something similar because, I was looking at Gala thinking, this is the guy. I mean, this is one of the best support players in EMEA point blank. Unfortunately, just some of the, the scenarios where those beats came down or where they didn't, more importantly, really hurt Spain. I think Ireland did a very, very good job of, either isolating Exodial or going after the Lucio. Depending on how they were all tracking, I think that sound barrier, Lucio becomes a bit more of a priority, especially if they want to try and force that beat out, like in an inopportune moment there. So just really good macro strategy from this Irish roster, combined with the small issue of their Tracer going 28-0, which
I mean, obviously the Tracer going 28-0 is like, the biggest thing, but yeah, I mean, I thought the support ultimate usage was good. Luana between the Emre and the Sojourn was obviously, popping off at times. I'm curious where they would want to take us, would be Spain. Is like, do you want to play a map that like, are we looking at a Tracer ban here? Do you want to like try and play a map that maybe Tracer isn't as good? I do believe Dorado is in the pool, so maybe there's a opportunity to play something along those lines.
It's not a great Tracer map, but the idea of a Tracer ban to me seems kind of wild. It's going to be Circuit Royal instead. Okay, so I maybe see some room like on this like a longer map where you do have a bit of verticality, maybe a little bit tougher for Tracer to contest, but I really do think that Spain might be, hoping to pedal out a slightly more static tank-based comp. D.Va still has plenty of play on this map, make no mistakes. She's still very, very solid, but we start to see some more of those like slower movers, right? There's the Sigma, the Ramatra looks, even Orisa on occasion on this map. It definitely is a unique flavor. I think our escort map pool in general with Circuit Royal and Rialto and also Dorado in there are all extremely unique. They're not your sort of run-of-the-mill garden variety escort maps. They've got some really distinctive features that might force some specific hero selections.
Yeah, as potentially we see Sigma come out here, right? It could be like this is where we saw a lot of the Mizuki type stuff in Japan, so potentially to play some Sig Mizuki here. Double flex support always pretty good, but okay, so Ireland does get rid of Sigma right off the rip, so no Sigma going to be in play. Maybe the Ramatra is what we go to.
Yes, I think like Ana ban is pretty interesting. And quite often it says they are trying to play a composition that requires some healing. So this to me almost indicates the potential. I mean, Malga seems really interesting on this map. I don't know if I love it. We've certainly seen it in the past though. But banning away that anti-heal can be a little bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, maybe Malga's a pretty good shout. We did see Malga a lot during Champions Clash, so potentially I know Malga, could be quite viable here, especially on circuit. It's interesting because this is such a Sigma map, right? Seeing Sigma gone is quite surprising. I think Ramatra's in a pretty good spot though, Mitch. Like ever since they kind of made some of his made one of his perks baseline, and then now kind of coming on in. I think Ramatra's in a really good spot in the meta, right, to even deal with something like a Maga.
Yeah, very reasonable in this spot, and that also starts to kind of provoke some DPS selections with more stopping power, right? In the past, May and Blizzard especially were literally one of the only things in the game that you can throw at Ramatra. Finding Chain here to slow him down during his ultimate might be favorable. It's like a 1.2 second duration, I think, on tanks. Obviously it varies because of the sort of stalwart buff, but that might buy you a bit of breathing room, but I'm not convinced of that at all. So Blizzard could be the answer, drop that in response, but that also could sort of reshape your comp a little bit. May has been great on Circuit Royal in the past. I think you get to block the long sight lines with that wall, but you are very mindful, of course, of the whole cadre of very effective sort of longer range DPS heroes that are at your disposal.
So I mean, you're probably still going to see Emre Sojourn from these hit scan players. I mean, Maga's pretty decent at the moment. It's just Mizuki doesn't really do anything against the Maga, right? The Maga just kind of stomps right on top of his head. Nothing you can really kind of do really to protect yourself. So I think we're probably going to see more of those double flex support looks.
All right, folks. If you just joined us, Ireland have stunned Spain by coming out of the gates absolutely swinging, winning 2-0 over on Oasis. And that has certainly set the tone for the series. No longer underdogs. The Irish perennial underdogs. That's kind of part of their identity. But here, they look pretty powerful. Oh, and I did forget the small issue of Jetpack Cat no longer being banned. So we will have the Bastion Jetpack Cat combo here from Ireland.
Yes, that is a very nasty combination. You haven't had the opportunity to kind of proceed over.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
My wife tuned into Champions Clash and she was like, Bastion can fly now? I was like, well, there's a cat who can make everybody fly. And she's like, wait, what happened? Out of the game for a little bit, but it's so the thing is obviously the cat's extremely good with that Bastion. The cat doesn't really provide a ton on top of that, though. That's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah, much of Jetpack Cat's healing capacity comes when you do not have someone tethered. You can obviously use that AoE per, but that requires you to bring Bastion close to the ground and therefore close to your teammates. So it is a big investment in this combat. Same with the way Mercy and Farah, I think definitely kept Mercy pretty busy. However, you can do things like this. Immediately, the Diva tries to come to the rescue. Santi with a defense matrix, and Luan is already out of there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's quite the heist. Nato picked off here. Kanale is actually going to be on the Juno. Gala does show us a bit of this Iliaria on this map. So those Pulsar torpedoes do catch an elimination.
It's going to be pretty tough, I think, though, for Spain, right? You're going to play this sim and try and move these players around. But Kanale and Gala don't have a lot of escapability. So you're going to be able to use this kind of Cat Bash and collapse right on top of them. I almost would want to see Time even play the Tracer. I don't even necessarily think you need the Mei in this situation, as Luan gets a little bit too close to the ground there, gets taken out.
Yeah, now see these GCB a little untethered for the time being. Nice outburst there from Gala. That is some pretty sick positioning. Able to keep Bones nice and topped up. There is a lot of sort of pressure here at long range that you do have to look out for, of course. Spain still have Exodial firing on all cylinders here, but yeah, Ireland have lost out on this Bastion play, and they are going up against a Mei, so some serious stopping power for the defense side.
I just okay, this makes sense. This is kind of what I was calling for. The Mei is really good when you play the Sigma, when you play Mizuki, things along those lines. Mei, Bastion, Diva, Cat, not exactly the kind of power combo as Luan gets up into the sky here. Is Spain doing a nice job kind of dodging a lot of this big damage.
Obviously, some considerable spread for Bastion at those longer ranges. So, GCB and Luan have to take some risks in order to get the most out of it. Captive Sun here being held to wait for a defense matrix. That's a bit of a gamble there for Gala. Santi at least able to protect Gala to some degree, but yeah, Pure Irish still has the defense matrix to eat it up in the end. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste.
Yeah, so they're going to invest the sim wall. So Spain still wants to continue to fight this orbital array as well. The Santi, she's still alive, takes out Nut to use the Kitsune Rush. So they'll continue to fight. So it's going to be Pure Irish here. Uses self-destruct, puts down some pretty serious damage as Luwan just runs right on forward. I know as the Bastion takes out one, but now not going to have the cat. Artillery here just to get some health.
Yeah, it's just kind of nice. Of course, that extra durability for Luwan is huge. Really hard for Santi to bring him down. And Ireland managed to stabilize here. Despite that early pressure on GCB, Luwan's able to play solo for a time. And they've been able to hold off here. Yeah, some progress, sure, gained. But look at what Spain had to spend for it. Matt Gala's owned very effectively with a Captive Sun, but it ended up just getting eaten up. And Ireland were able to withstand.
And I mean, even after they have, somebody fall early, they decide to end up using that sim wall. They end up using their orbital rays, so a lot invested there. And Pure Irish goes in deep, not able to find one, but Time gonna answer with a pulse bomb there onto Exodial, when that's Exodial using the overclock there. So a huge pulse bomb kill from Time, also gonna take out Gala as on a tear on the Tracer.
Yeah, Time is just a little different, I'm not gonna lie. Only one death so far in this game, but just vomiting out that damage. Honestly, being able to keep up with the Bastion in the damage department is an impressive feat in and of itself. Okay, so I was unsure if we'd have a full switch here, but you really do need some form of verticality. You've got to control that space up on that high ground that Luwan can set up on and punish. And I think the death sentence playing anything but Diva into this jetpack Bastion look, the defense matrix is pretty pivotal.
I mean, you kind of are forced into playing. Here's going to be the just kind of grabbing Gala, dragging him into the death trap of Luwan. I do think you kind of have to play Diva in this situation if you're Spain. The hard part is like now you're going to try and match the damage output with the Bastion, but Bastion outside of turret mode is Santichi's going to get staggered out here. The Bastion outside of the turret mode is not really that scary for Ireland to dive, right? So the benefits I guess for Spain is you can TP the Bastion around, get kind of funky there, but not going to be able to collapse on anybody. For Ireland though, it's a huge opportunity to be just kind of collapse on that Bastion. It's going to be Time taking out Bones, so another pulse bomb kill here from Time.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. And this is all while Spain decide the only way to match the output of Luwan on the Bastion is to play one themselves, but Exodial doesn't have the infrastructure. There's no setup around this Bastion on Spain's side at all. It really feels like they're kind of throwing it all at the wall to see what sticks. I hate to say it, and I know Gala, you both are above this, but you might need to play some Jetpack Cat yourselves here and find a way to stop Ireland in their tracks, or at least put some pressure on their backline.
I mean, they may just not want to oblige and play the cat. It's an acquired taste. So you also do have, Gala I guess would be the one who could switch to it now, right? No Captive Sun a minute to go. As it'll be a they messed that up. That's unfortunate. They tried to have Pure Irish actually use the self-destruct, and then GCB was gonna run it on in, but they didn't actually grab it, so they just T-pose self-destruct at the top of the choke there.
I'm going to cost them here. A little unfortunate. One's going to be brought down early. Defense Matrix buys enough time for Bones to get that elimination, but the cat napping is pretty darn good. Bones ultimately is caught out. That is the Symmetra finally down. You still got to respect that Exodial is at large here. And with Nut falling, Santi, great little dive into the backline now. Pure Irish is a little bit too late to respond to that push in from the Diva. So Spain have a real chance here to notch up yet another checkpoint and get a very, very much needed time extension.
Pure Irish alive here, so can get on and contest. Ooh, nice outburst there from Gala, almost knocks back. As Luwan an opportunity here with an artillery as well. The cat is gone, so don't have those benefits, but the artillery comes on through, doesn't really connect with anything. That'll be the checkpoint there for Spain. So in the final moments, they're able to get it over the line.
Yeah, and again, it is a little bit tough for Ireland to run up into that. Exodial is able to ultimate, but GCB got caught early, and now Ireland, might not be heading back to the Jetpack Cat. They've moved off the Bastion as well to a much more standard comp in this era of Overwatch. This feels like the classic.
Yeah, and maybe at this part of the map, you feel like you can't get, you know, obviously the cat is great to get the Bastion into like the skybox, right? There really is no opportunity to do that here. So maybe they feel like putting Luan onto the Soj, right? It's going to result in some easy kills as Pure Irish takes out Exodial here. It'll be a Captive Sun, connects with the Lucio. So you're able to get one kill off of it as Sente finishes off Pure Irish. She's had a great game thus
Gala is
far.
putting out an insane amount of damage here, Matt. I mean, more than Exodial. For
crazy.
reference, this is a pretty insane turn in the last couple of minutes for the Illari
Also not
of
exactly
Spain.
what you want, though, if you're Spain.
Again, though, you know, Gala's healing is also like right where it needs to be.
Yeah.
You know, like I think like I tend to just combine healing and damage for Illari and those supports that kind of do a little bit of both here just to determine their overall impact. And it's been certainly good enough here. This Sim Wall pretty effective now to try and kite away from it. Exodial is certainly going to abuse it maliciously if possible. Time, unfortunately, not able to connect that pulse bomb, but again, the defense matrix would have been a mitigating factor for getting that ultimate off. Spain finished the map, but it's by no means a imposing time bank. They really took a while to get going.
No,
I felt like that switch to the Bastion map was kind of where it started.
Yeah, I mean, they can at least match the damage output of the opposing team's Bastion, but it feels like, you know, not playing it. So, like, we've seen teams play it without the, you know, cat. Playing it with the Sim obviously makes sense. We've seen teams play with, like, Sim Lucio when there's no cat in play. So, maybe that's something they could kind of look towards going to in the future, but... You know, taking a look at some of the stats, like you kind of mentioned, right? Gala, a little bit more damage there than Exodial. It took a while for Exodial to kind of get going.
We talked about this, though, in the previous map. Exodial was being targeted pretty heavily. Ended up with 10 deaths across Oasis. And yeah, in the first part of the round, it doesn't really matter what Exodial is playing. They are getting dove pretty repetitively. No surprise here to see Island go with the same jetpack at Bastion comp. You can still pop over and behind the defenders here on this map with that first, like, you know, like L-shaped turn. And that's something that you're going to have your wits about you for. This is a Canale Gala backline if I've ever seen it, Matt. It's Baptiste and Illari here on the defense side.
Yeah, this is this is something that we've seen a lot of teams kind of go towards, right? With, you know, the Illari Bap, it's obviously a comp that's been extremely good, you know, on circuit in the past. So we'll see how they kind of deal with, though, this Cat Bastion yet again. Is now it's going to be Luan trying to maybe look over the high ground here. They're going to probably try and like set up like a dive, right, where Pure Irish kind of goes on in, tries to kind of get some aggro just as like the diva, right, open things up for that Cat Bastion. Is they're just kind of lurking Luan on the rooftop there.
Obviously, it's been many years in Overwatch since you've been allowed to perch on a rooftop indefinitely. They've made you slide down all of them, but this kind of artificially allows you to stay suspended in place. Outburst there used by Gala just to try and get out of Luan's purview, and positively for Spain, they do not lose any play to that first, tank mode foray from the attackers.
Yeah, but then like constantly just being pushed back obviously isn't ideal, right? Like if you're just Spain, like every time they use kind of turret form, you back up, but then there's no kind of like clapback, so to speak. You're in a rough spot. As ooh, nice nade there, but it's gonna be Canale who takes out Luan. So a nice immortality field keeps a few players alive, but you know the damage might be enough. We'll see if Ireland can kind of come out on top in some of these fights. Looks like towards the end, not able to come up with any of those kills. They had Time and Pure Irish still in the mix. So that is a good hold there from Spain. Is Time interesting enough, Mitch, here playing the Soj, so they want to kind of have like the Soj with the Bastion. I still would play Tracer here, I think, if I was Ireland. Like the Tracer's been so good. I know, putting some pressure onto the Baptiste, right? Maybe getting that immortality field out, getting like, burst, some cooldowns, and then allowing the Bastion damage to really kind of take over is kind of what I would love to see.
It's just tough. There's just functionally no flank angle for your Tracer here. Unless you want to wrap sort of coast now, but it's pretty exposed. I've got to say, Spain might have also made a switch over towards this Baptiste just for a bit of extra damage from the backline and try and punish Luan every time they drop hit. Canale was able to nuke them down pretty, severely earlier. And Amplification Matrix also helps to that end. Luan in tank mode just blown up. Canale has the answer there. Immortality field used for that initial burst of the Bastion damage, and then you can crack back with a Amp Matrix.
And I mean, that's the Kitsune Rush as well from Ireland, right? So they use that Kitsune Rush, and then they just kind of go into the blender of the Amp Matrix there from Canale. So a nice use of that ultimate is now it feels like Spain is starting to get cooking as all they've caught time out here on the May potentially as Santi, she's doing a nice job. Link pressure gets out with her life.
Yeah, I mean, it was Suzu and Defense Matrix, but both employed very effectively to keep the May in the fight, but at a huge expenditure, and you don't have anything to answer this now at all. Your D Matrix is back, sure enough, but this is dangerous for GCB as Gala and Exodial both able to pick them out of the sky. Look at this hit scan pressure from Spain's roster. 3 players, of course, that can shoot a jetpack cat is going to be hard. GCB really has to play out of these sightlines.
Yeah, well, it's also like, you know, it's pretty impressive because it's like, the cat is so nasty to kind of hit in the sky, right? The character model is not huge. Cat can move extremely fast, so it can be very difficult to track that jetpack cat as time already with the ice block out of the spawn. Oh, that is a nice shot there from Exodial. Now we're gonna get that self-destruct. Okay, that's gonna actually get rid of the immortality field, but Canale gets finished off by GCB. The jetpack cat just trying to do some interesting things, stay alive here a little bit. Is I wonder if you decide to, do you switch off of this maybe if you're Ireland? Like, it hasn't exactly worked out thus far, but it looks like now with the, I mean, you're still going to play the Bastion, so it looks like they're just going to kind of commit. 20 seconds left. I mean, this has been, yeah, it's been a brutal offense.
Yeah, also, like, again, your Kiri virtually has to solo heal your team. That is pretty difficult. You've got to be, you adhering to the best defense is a good offense protocol, I think, when you got this kind of setup. And here, this is not much to be done. Nuban also can't really draw a beat on Gala when they are in midair during that captive sun here. This Spain roster seems like the antithesis to what Ireland are trying to do. And yes, straight into the Korean Future Dyson goes the Blizzard. No good for Ireland. They are going to be stopped in their tracks here in Spain. Make the switch to, honestly, a really hostile anti-air composition.
This is, I think, what we thought we would see from Spain. It is Ireland who wins map number 1, but Spain just comes out, dominates circuit. So an Ana ban and a Sigma ban obviously changed the map a lot here for Spain. So, pretty dominant map win, though. Even with the Cat Bastion attempt from Ireland, Spain show that you can definitely get around it playing some different things.
Yeah, and you could argue that is, it's a comp that gets weaker on the attack side as you've got to take some more risks in order to get that jetpack cat and Bastion combo where they needed to be. Here's your scoreline breakdown towards the end of that game. I think for me, the standout is Nut with 13 deaths. It's just Kiri. Kiri does not heal herself unless she Suzus. And there's no one else really to keep Nut alive. So if you're able to pressure this Kiri and also you outrange her with 3-4 out of 5 elements of your team composition, Matt, it seems like I do not want to be playing Kiriko in this kind of scenario.
I mean, you can also see obviously the difference. With time, obviously had a tremendous game 1, right? 28-0, coming back to earth a little bit there in game number 2, and how that kind of changes the tides in this series. A lot of good moments from time on the Tracer yet again, but it just doesn't seem like they were very comfortable with this Cat Bastion.
Yeah, I actually think it's harder than you would think, obviously, because you are trying to play Jetpack Cat in a way to really just set up the Bastion. And your biotic projectiles, if I recall, you can't really make use of those all that effectively when you're obviously carrying someone, right? That's just that's not possible. So I do think that it makes you.
That would be nasty if it was possible. Yes, that would be pretty bad.
So you are in a position where your healing throughput is pretty drastically decreased. You do have that AoE heal that you can benefit from, but Jetpack Cat has to drop low to the ground in order to use that. So there's some mechanical constraints on that comp. I think you have to win really quickly if you're going to make it work. And on a map with super long sight lines where you have enough time to see the Jetpack Cat Bastion coming, then you're probably going to dominate them.
Yeah, I would agree. But so now, look, Ireland has an opportunity, right, to kind of take this in a different direction. I wonder if we see them go a push. Do you want to play a Runasapi where you can play a Emre Tracer, you can play that type of battle. You ban the Soj and force Exodio to play something a Bastion or something along those lines, or an Emre. That was where Luan played a lot. I know in map number 1, I'm sure Exodio can kind of play the Emre, but it looks like maybe that's just kind of him on the Soj, obviously an opportunity for him to kind of just pop off. So a few different options, I think, here. It'll be a Numbani pick. So this tells me they want to play like more Camp Bastion, because Numbani is actually a really good map for it.
Yeah, it's obviously absurdly good. You've got those platforms to sort of set up on, and in general, it's pretty windy. So you don't have that same issue with some parts of Circuit Royal, where like you have these long straightaways. I think that's a decent pick. And obviously, Spain have already exhausted the jetpack cap ban. They did so on Oasis and still weren't able to find success there. But they've shown they have an answer to it now. And I still think that Iliari Baptiste composition has legs on Numbani. Sometimes it can be challenging to heal your D.Va with that composition. D.Va really has to be mindful of where the turret is and has to sometimes give up positioning in order to, double back for consistent heals.
I mean, I do wonder if there's a world in which Ireland, obviously with the jetpack cap ban gone from Spain already, if Ireland decides to ban a DPS to just kind of block the Bastion potential ban, right? Because who cares if Cat makes it through if the Bastion's gone? So they get rid of Cassidy. So Cassidy has been pretty strong, had a lot of really standout moments from Champions Clash. And this also protects the Bastion. So I think this is a really good move here from Ireland.
It's also probably Exodial's most known hero as well. If you remember, like, he kind of burst onto the scene in MEA, like just dominating on that Cassidy play. So this might be like a bit of an all-purpose pick. I don't think that the longer sightlines in Numbani necessarily benefit Cassidy over someone like a Sojourn, but there could be layers to this decision here from Ireland. So that's pretty heads up. We're waiting on the ban, of course, from the side of Spain, and like we sort of speculated, it might look something a little like the Bastion.
I wonder what they would. Could you get rid of D.Va? I mean, D.Va was like pretty. D.Va's obviously extremely good with the Cat Bastion, right? Like, do you want to play? Like, would you play Cat Bastion with Ramatra? You probably can. Getting rid of the D.Va may actually just kind of potentially hurt your defense against that Cat Bastion as well if you can't play like Sigma-based comps. So we'll see what they decide to go to. So they ban Hazard here. So we saw like Hazard maybe once or twice during Champions Clash. This feels like potentially like a little bit of like a throwaway.
Also, worth pointing out that I don't think Jetpack Cat really wants to deal with Cassidy. Deadeye is obviously extremely potent against those, airborne heroes if they're out in the open, and obviously you can pick that cat off pretty easily. Hazard here is, extremely potent as someone who can control some of those side lane chokes really effectively on Numbani. So, being able to jagged wall that, also just being able to mantle across much of the maps, he's like a pretty solid pick in general.
Yeah, I mean, he is pretty good. We just don't really see like a lot of teams, if you're gonna fall back from the D.Va, like would go to like more Ramatra, Maga type looks. That kind of seems like what's strong right now. Hazard can obviously like control some more high ground, so maybe a little bit more viable here on Numbani, but Hazard, I think, like, in the right hands could be pretty impactful. It'll be looks like this is going to be Spain on defense here to kick things off. So going to be playing that Bastion with the Lucio Kiri. This is something we saw Virtus.pro do a lot during Champions Clash, which was quite interesting.
When you see this comp, I think, as Spain, the only sort of exploitable aspect of it, I guess, is to like try and go out to the jetpack cap, and you don't have that sort of backline for Spain, who are defending, by the way, to sort of punish them. You kind of need to close the gap a little bit.
Because like typically these comps, right, when you're playing like Sim want a TP right on top of a target on the other team and like collapse onto them, there really isn't a great option unless they play Ana. Then there is a pretty good option. It'll be Nut playing Ana here. So Ana can obviously be played in these comps pretty good as well to kind of give the bash and the nano. I love the switch from Time back to Tracer. I think that was like something that they definitely missed in the second half of the previous round, as Time will get onto the point here, ready to start to trigger some cap progress.
Okay, just a touch here, but there's definitely the threat of more, and it might have to be Canale that doubles back to deal with the Tracer, which is not really ideal. Defense matrix there, protecting Spain from that first foray from Ireland. Again, they are in this Lucio Kiri composition, which, doesn't have endless healing output to try and answer this damage. Pure Irish, though, maybe just a timing issue there. Just the spacing. Get a little bit ahead of the rest of Ireland, and they are going to be blown up. You've got to watch out, Matt. When that Symmetra gets charged up, and D.Va can't mitigate any of that damage, it's dangerous.
Yeah, you also get into like this really weird positioning there if you're pure Irish, where if you kind of push up a little bit too much onto that platform, you break line of sight with the Ana, right? The Ana up in the low ground kind of like can't see you anymore on that platform, and it looks like maybe that's like what happened there with the Diva of Ireland. So just like that, Spain able to get a hold there in the first fight. Time still lurking here behind Spain, so Time on a bit of a flank here. I'd love to see Time like kind of just like stay on the point a little bit more, put some more pressure down, like force like maybe 1 or 2 players from Spain to drop down. Last time they just had Canale drop down and, you know, mark the Tracer, and have to kind of get them to use a little bit more than that.
This time, not really fully committing, just trying to follow up with whatever Pure Irish throws out, but there was early pressure on Nut in that fight that forced Ireland to actually double back. Pure Irish, credit to them, head on a swivel. They are able to peel for Nut in the back line, but that slows things up for the team that ostensibly are attacking. That's right, Ireland are the attackers here, even if the graphics indicate otherwise. So they still now will have 2 minutes left to make this happen, but they've lost a lot of time here. And this Simwall is an interesting wrinkle in the plan now. Lawana's going to struggle to break through this. In fact, he has to expose himself to danger if he wants to pass through the wall. It's the perfect answer, frankly, to the Bastion there, as Lawana's going to be brought down, but it's going to be traded out for Gala. Here's a ultimate from Exodial. Does dump a bunch of damage on Pure Irish, and the D-suit on this Diva has to mean the fight's over.
And it's had that one was the opportunity, it felt like, for Ireland there on offense. Minute 30 still on the clock, so maybe an opportunity to make something happen, but they end up using the catnap there, trying to like kind of grab somebody up on the high ground. That doesn't connect. They end up using the nano boost onto the Bastion. That doesn't really result in much of anything. Self-destruct used. Just a brutal fight loss there for Ireland. Pulse bomb thrown in there toward the end from Time as well. As now you're going to have just changes all around. As Ireland, you know, they win map number 1, Mitch, not playing any Cat Bastion. And they try and play it, and you know, they haven't looked comfortable on it at all. I mean, so we'll see if they're able to kind of take it now, moving away from it.
I just think Spain have scrimmed against the Jetpack Cat Bastion, or have just developed some really solid answers to it. I mean, we saw it in the previous map, but this is a different flavor, and they're doing it with a really standard setup, right? I think the Simwall is just devastating for the Bastion to try and get through sometimes, and Ireland are having some problems because Matt, oh no. Oh, okay, well that's unfortunate for Spain. That remake opportunity for Santi is off the table, and Exodial's going to get picked off. And Matt, look how quickly the dominoes fall once the Diva is off the map.
I think as well. I mean, Cat Bastion is not like an auto win in terms of comp pick. It's pretty difficult to kind of like pilot and play around. As Santi she'll try and get there and touch as they will get on. It'll be a sound barrier here that gets Gala and Co over the line as Exodial gets one, Sandy with another. Bones finishes one off as well. As man, that's brutal for Ireland. They never even get a use of their sound barrier here. Sound barrier not used for Ireland. They probably thought they were kind of home free. Then they start losing everybody, and that's brutal. I mean, so, now you'll get the beat. Connects with 3 here, but this would be a huge choke by Spain. Oh, hold on. Pulse on there from Time. Nice Suzu there. And Exodial also uses the artillery to keep himself alive.
Credit to Ireland, Matt, to make it competitive towards the end of that round, but it is not to be. Sound barrier had to be used just in order to get a touch on the point. And honestly, it feels like some really important final fights across this series have been decided by the ability of Lucio's to divest themselves of the ultimate. Get that sound barrier down. Whereas Spain got their Diva picked off first, but able to come back and fight with a really very effective sound barrier. And like you pointed out, a great Suzu to keep Exodial in the fight after being stuck by Time.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you take a look at some of the stats from Ireland, they're brutal, right? Not being able to get a use of that beat, like, you know, you have to kind of assume that, like, obviously Spain isn't going to give it up. Santi, she gets on, touches the point, they get a good sound barrier from Gala, and you're kind of home free. Now they're going to go back and play. I don't love the decision for Ireland to play Cat Bastion here on defense. Like, I have not really seen them kind of play this comp at the level that I think you'd want to see them play it at to kind of commit this hard to it.
And I wonder if to some degree the Ana is a concession to the expectation of a Jetpack Bastion, but for Ireland, it made them really vulnerable to being dove. And even if like the Ana doesn't get picked off by the dive, Matt, you saw Pure Irish having to double back midway through their dive to protect the Ana, which just basically leaves Ireland looking like they're of 2 minds entirely, caught out in the open while peeling for their backline at the same time. So We'll see if it works. Obviously, you can work a flanking angle pretty effectively for yourself. That is Pure Irish slap. That's not going to amount to anything most likely. Ooh, bit of a pathing error. They actually end up running into the top of the doorway. And now it has to be a Suzu used. And Santi, she wants to push the issue. Try and go now after Nut. This is Island in complete and utter disarray after Canal connects. But the one is still Bastion. And Bastion and Jetpack Cat is still good.
I mean, maybe so maybe it's a little bit easier to pilot on defense and can be a little bit more punishing, right? Because like, you know, Spain is obviously the one attacking here, trying to use Exodial's damage, right? Having to go to turret form first. You know, GCB and Luan can just kind of hide, and then at that time, without the damage output from Exodial, you're able to kind of use it from Luan as the one going over the top here, putting a lot of pressure on Exodial. So you finish off the opposing Bastion. You're going to have to get back and touch the point here. Is already one tick gotten for Spain.
This is looking pretty good for Ireland, though, Matt. They're able to move up into position now.
Yeah.
Spain, obviously, with the TP, try and fold away. This is a pretty clever sort of escape route. So despite only getting one tick, they're able to get out relatively in one piece and not feed too much of that very important ult charge into the next fight. I'm tracking Kiriko ultimates here. Canales is going to be crucial, but it's the wall from Bones that could be a game changer, making it impossible for Luan to slip in and get those insta first kills as Bastion. Oh, that's a disaster. Pure Irish gets caught out here, perhaps just body blocked away from the point now, and Spain are just going to win the map off that.
Yeah, and I mean, and you lose Luan. I mean, you can't allow that to happen at that moment, as now the cleanup crew comes on in, and just like that, Spain is up 2-1.
That did not eventuate in the way that I thought it would. I will say, like, the neutral is a bit weird with D.Va, right? It's like super dynamic. It's really volatile anyway. And as we almost saw at the start of the round, just like Pure Irish getting caught out by that sleep dart, almost resulted in their like early DMAC, and that would have kind of been it in general. So solid stuff from Spain, showing us that they're prepared to play up against the Bastion Jetpack Cat looks. And in contrast to what we saw on Circuit Royal, it feels like Team Island are maybe over-indexing and leaning a little bit heavily on this composition.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. As we take a look at some of the stats, right? As you know, Canale goes deathless there. You know, Exodial here, artillery, you can see it over the top. Ooh, that's a lot of damage down on a Pure Irish. As Irish trying to get back into mech, but no, Exodial playing the Bastion without the Jetpack Cat, still able to pump out a ton of damage. Obviously more vulnerable, but doesn't really result in much here. Ooh, nice sleep connect from Canale there. Didn't result in the fight win off the rip, as Ireland was able to get one defense, but that was it. I mean, I don't really want to see them play that Cat Bastion again, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think on defense side, like you mentioned, it is more punishing. It is easy to make use of because you have natural high ground access, whereas on Nubani, obviously the attackers always have to fight through a choke if they want to sort of take that. So you saw that Luan was able to play from an off angle after Pure Irish was almost picked off or caught out on that D.Va by the sleep dart, and that looked fine. And I'd say the same on Circuit Royal, Matt. Like on defense, the Jetpack Cat Bastion was able to be a little bit more dynamic as opposed to moving in a more protracted sort of course. But if they go away from it, like, what do they lean on? I think, like, find a map.
Just play Tracer, Emre, and Soj. Like, that's like literally what looked pretty awesome in map number 1, and you're able to win. I don't think you need to kind of throw it away.
Yeah, they did not have to play Jetpack Cat in order to win our control map in this series. They felt like the standard Lucio Kiriko composition with time popping off. Now, I don't know how replicable a 28-0 performance is for time, but at this point, you may as well give it a go. Because like I mentioned, this group in EMEA is full of sharks. It's Spain and Ireland here in this game, but France and Poland are waiting in the wings, stacked with OWCS players. People that have, represented at the top level in that region right now. I think if you're Ireland, you're able to get a drop on Spain by playing a standard comp. Like, let's try it for this last map, potentially last map.
And if Ireland, so let's go to Queen Street, a map that we don't really see too much at the OWCS level. If you're able to get the jump on Spain here and pull this series out, right? Like, you're then looking at like an Ireland-Poland matchup, and like, hey, you win that, you feel pretty good about making it out of the group, right? Even if you lose to France, it was a very strong team. You find yourself at 2-1, like that would be massive there for Ireland. So a huge series for their chances to go to Busan.
Yeah, importantly, it's like a standard group setup, so top 2 teams out of this group get to go. And kind of insane, right? That like the group stage of this World Cup is also a LAN. Like it's an opportunity to show what you're capable of in that kind of environment. So you get to almost like, you know, ease into that scenario. And a lot of the time at LAN, like in a group stage, for example, your opening matches are not fully elimination ones, right? Your tournament might not be over in one day as opposed to certain North American teams in Tokyo who I won't name. So that's important as well to get that important, you know, exposure to match conditions at LAN.
Yeah, no, I mean, being able to kind of, I know, play in those kind of conditions, making it to LAN. Hugo wanted to say hello. He hadn't seen you in a bit, so he just kind of popped his head up. A little wrong ass here. So
hey, what's up, bro? You look the same as you did 6 years ago, bro.
He is he's aging backwards in some kind of weird way. You know, he's just kind of regressing, going to the bathroom on Chelsea's bath mat constantly. So I mean, he's had a rough go since we moved, but yeah, I mean, dude, for a team like Ireland to be able to make it to like a LAN event would be like massive, right? Like, and even just to kind of test yourself against like all of the other teams that will be there, kind of like in Busan, and like, is Group C probably the group that you would want? Like, if you were like an underdog team, is that the group you would want to be in? Out of our maybe Group B, but like, you wouldn't want to be in Group A. I feel like Group A is like really rough. It feels like Group C or B would be kind of like the pathway to maybe upset and make your way to Busan.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, yeah, Group B is a bit scarier to me now. I think that like Germany is putting forward a stronger team.
Yeah.
I think this year than what we've seen from them in quite some time. I do think that Portugal are kind of the dog in that group. And we'll be facing like an uphill battle. I think like Norway have some like, they have like Reinsch on that team, obviously, who we did get to see in OWWC as EMEA. I do think there's like a chance to sneak a top two in that group. Obviously, we know like UK being like Kai, Maimone, Tread, Crispy, Funny Astro, even Kiwi is on that particular team. If
just
you sort
some
of
sick
remember them.
rosters across all of EMEA. Like, no group is particularly easy.
No.
But man, Ireland with an opportunity though to like, you know, I thought after map 1, right? I mean, still an opportunity to force a map 5, but feels like they kind of got away from like what was extremely successful for them in that first map. And I think sometimes, you know, maybe they've scrimmed that Cap Bastion, right? And it's kind of worked. But I think I'd assume these top teams have a good idea on how to use it. So it'll be a Ramatra ban and then a Emre ban here. So the Emre ban here comes out from Ireland. So that's their kind of, you know, first ban here in this one. This also protects the Bastion yet again. Although Luan looked really good on Oasis playing that Emre. Now not going to have it. And then the Ramatra ban. So Ramatra is a tank that we saw a lot during Champions Clash, you know, with Ramatra, Maga. We saw a good amount of Diva and then Sig as well. Ramatra probably, you know, the second most played tank, I would say, during Champions Clash, you know, outside of the Diva. So that one gone here for New Queen Street. Now, New Queen Street, Mitch, is a map that we see teams sometimes go over to the ball. No, not saying either of these teams going to pull a, you know, a crazy raccoon with like the Cap Bastion ball type of setup, but it would be possible, you know, here on this map, and probably pretty decent if you could. I
think the Queen would be pretty wild on this map. I was kind of hoping for it here, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Again, we're going to see these teams. There is a modicum of like high ground control that you want to be able to have. I think when you're on the back foot on this map and you're letting your opponents play from like the shop windows and stuff, it can be really annoying. So Diva is just a go-to. She is just far too good in every phase of the game right now. We'll have pretty similar comps, but it's the symmetric here for Bones that I think is higher risk to play in this scenario, especially against Tracer Soj, but can be really rewarding, especially if you can start to get some fantastic walls going.
Yeah, so it'll be Ireland actually not going and playing the Cap Bastion, which I like that decision. The Bastion's still in play here for Spain. So we'll see how they kind of play around this. So looks like Exodio going to get that like Lucio speed boost. Is like, look, you can get that Bastion vertical and you know, obviously into the skybox, but still a ton of mobility with the Lucio and the Sim in the mix. Exodio takes out both supports. I mean, that is absolutely brutal there for Ireland. Couldn't be a worse start.
And look where Exodia was able to play from there. That is a pretty advanced position, pretty aggressive spot. And if your backline is being exposed to a Bastion at the kind of range where he can nuke them down so quickly, then yeah, you're going to have a bad time. We speculated that Ireland should go back to what worked for them on that first map. And this is a comp that resembles that far more closely. But it looks like Spain have cottoned on to something here. The Bastion without the Jetpack Cat, the Symmetra, all seem to be getting them a ton of value. Because their TPs, then honestly, their like macro approach to like following up or TPing to important spots has been solid.
Yes, Pure Irish gets 2 here. They get demacked as Santi. She's still here with both supports, so an opportunity maybe even to get checkpoint here as, okay, so Canale comes up with another one. This is still doable here for Spain.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland here, they're at risk of being blown out now as the snowball effect starts to come into play. Time trying to contest this a little bit, but I don't think they want to be fighting Canale even on a good day. And that's going to be time caught out eventually. Some time, though, has been bought here, some stall achieved. But Spain, look at Canale, already up to 94% on that ultimate. Spain can win a really important fight in a really difficult part of the map to win, which is this uphill push with that support ult advantage.
And Bastion, Mitch, like, just the damage output is so high. Oh, that is a sick eat from Santi. She eats up that pulse bomb that was going to go into the back line. Is now using the defense matrix, just trying to kind of guide in Exodial. It'll be a self-destruct there from Pure Irish, not able to get back in mech, but the damage output of this Bastion, I mean, you can see just kind of pumping through the tanks. You know, Tracer, no, even though obviously Bastion is a huge target, still has to be so careful. Just a few shots, even not in turret mode, becomes very difficult to deal with. As where are we going here? Is Luan here on a deep flank. The Bot though going deeper towards the spawn. They're gonna be so split, dude. This is brutal. They're gonna lose Luan here as well, I would assume. As yeah, they're going to actually just kind of push towards the spawn. They're just going to ignore the overclock from the flank.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't really think Luan's in a position to make good use of that at all. It feels like Santi, she was able to push Ireland back so far that she drove a wedge in between the respawning players and then players like Luan who were caught out of position. So finally, their positioning error has been corrected, but it's caused a stagger now for Ireland to try and get back together. Time respawns back pretty quickly, but we have 6 minutes and 45 seconds in this game still, and we are on the final area of the map. This last cul-de-sac now is Ireland have to finally slow them down. Oh, the beat. It's not enough to keep Pure Irish alive.
I mean, they do end up at least getting a use of it this time, though, right? As they're fortunate. Say that she did a nice job pushing GCV back towards the spawn door. So, I mean, now, I mean, this is like literally no higher mountain to climb here for Ireland. They basically need a full map completion. That is where the payload basically stops there for Spain.
Still, we are in Avril's Law territory now. 125 meters to 0. Still 6 minutes to play. But again, what happens when your defense matrix runs out? You just saw it. Pure Irish gets nuked down. It's tough. As D.Va, you really want to reserve that defense matrix for Bastion, but there's a whole lot of other things causing you problems. There's Kunai, there's the enemy D.Va as well. You want to try and prolong your own lifespan when you dive on in, but that means you can't stop the Bastion's damage. Ireland need to get Luan to break through the defense matrix himself and get rid of the Bastion early. You either kill the Bastion early or you get ruined by them. It looks like it's going to be the latter, man.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to kind of take out Exodial and do just like that. Spain with a speed run here through New Queen Street. Feels wild that like Ireland was able to take map number 1 with how good Spain looked for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had my expectations subverted multiple times across this series. We were pretty bought in on the Ireland train, but it's pretty tough for your Tracer to have like a insane performance like that, sort of map after map. And I thought the Baptiste Iliari composition against the Jetpack Cat Bastion on Circuit Royal was great. And then we moved on to this map where honestly, Exodial does great. He dies once, man. Obviously, it's a very short game and the stats are going to be heavily skewed, buying it ultimately being quite a mismatch. But there's not a whole lot of pressure on the Bastion here. I think also the Symmetra being able to burn through Pure Irish's mech and set up those walls is huge. But Ash, in general, I feel like Spain have a deeper set of strategies available to them. And also, they pass the knowledge check of figuring out how to counter the Cat Bastion.
Yeah, for sure. I think you were mentioning it during the cast, Mitch, about how it felt like Ireland were really reliant on that Cat Bastion composition heading into today's series. And I feel like it took a little bit for, Spain after that first map to kind of warm up into things, look to make those adjustments going into this match against Ireland. But Matt, overall, I feel like once we saw Exodial really settling into this team and this series, he was just popping off. Like, I think that was a really big part of the success that we saw here for Spain, especially when he was pulling out that Sojourn, just kind of getting comfortable before swapping on to a couple of their different hit scans. It was the Exodial that we know and love.
I mean, he was awesome a lot of the series, right? I know it gets off to a little bit of a rough start, but since they started playing him on the Bastion, really starting in Circuit, they really kind of dominated the series. They didn't play with the Cat, right? So, like, I think the one thing you see is, like, sure, you can play that Cat Bastion, right? You can't really pilot it well. You're really getting no value outside of the just kind of grabbing the Bastion, grabbing him into the sky from the Cat. Like, you get much more value out of, like, Lucio, obviously Kiri, and you can still get some mobility for the Bastion that can make him difficult to dive with, like, the Sim in the mix as well. So, a really nice adjustment there from Spain, because early Ash, it was not looking good for Spain, right? I mean, time was unreal here in map number 1, and then they never went back to that comp throughout the rest of the series.
They banned number 1
in
the last map.
They banned it right in the last map. So maybe sometimes you can cook a little bit too hard. Maybe there was like a little bit of an overcook here, as they could have just kind of continued to play that. I think they would have maybe given them some trouble.
Yeah, I think overall, Mitch, it was interesting to see them not return to that. It felt like a very different series when we started things off on our first map of the day over on Oasis. But now, after taking a look at how Spain have looked, and we get to look at these group standings here as well, how do you feel like Spain and Ireland are going to look to stack up against France and
Yeah, a tough result. I think, if you lose any of your opening games in this bracket, all of a sudden things get a lot more uncomfortable for you. France is like legitimately a powerhouse team. I mean, they have Zerion and FD God in the back line. Crocs is also making his triumphant, obviously, return at tank. The team is really, really good. And frankly, I didn't see Ireland play 4 quality maps of Overwatch. I saw them play 1. And that's not going to get them out of this group. So I think the elements were there. They have the ingredients to be great. I thought Pure Irish was fantastic on D.Va, especially on that first map. And Time, obviously, we talked about, looked really, really good. Yep. Spain, though, mogged them with Gala and Canale, just playing kind of whatever they wanted in the back line. A lot of these like higher skill expression supports, which they've been known for. And if you don't find an answer to Exodial, you're going to lose the game. I think Ireland will need to step up if they want to stay in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I'm really looking forward to seeing maybe Ireland look to step into their strengths and see a lot more of that synergy come through as the online qualifiers continue to carry on here for EMEA. But we do have Norway versus United Kingdom coming up next. And as a reminder, guys, you guys want to show your conference pride with these Overwatch World Cup bundles as well, with skins from every region. Support your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, and Americas. They are available now, so ensure that you guys go get yours. Coming up next, again, do not forget, it'll be Group B here with Great Britain versus Norway.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. We just saw Spain win 3-1 versus Ireland, and now we're back for our second match of today. I think that it's going to be quite the banger coming in next here with Great Britain versus Norway. This Great Britain squad have a stacked roster, Mitch. They're honestly a top contender. I think this is no surprise here for the United Kingdom team, considering the representation we've seen from them historically, but damn, they're looking good.
It might be one of the better looking years from this UK squad. Obviously, they've got pretty insane DPS players. Funny Astro kind of always finds himself onto this team in some way, shape, or form. And frankly, I always feel like this team is punched up. Obviously, that result over the USA was a legendary win for this, for this squad. So yeah, high hopes, I think, for them. I expect them to get out of this group here. And honestly, I'm kind of looking for them not to make this game that close.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, I mean, they have such a sick roster. I mean, they would be like a pretty strong roster in EMEA, like as a just an OWCS team, right? I mean, just overall. So kind of shows you a little bit about what their roster is. Maimon and Kai, in terms of the damage dealer lineup. Funny Astro won't be in the starting lineup today, but I'm sure he'll get a lot of run for this team as they move on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they all look to like mesh together here as well, right? And like Mitch was just shouting out, definitely one of like the better looks that we've seen from the UK, but still, the United Kingdom team has always come out swinging, I feel like, for OWWC. And taking a look at the Team Norway that they are going to be facing up against for Overwatch World Cup, I think that for Norway, they want to start off in this group hot, right? I think the last time that we saw them in 2023, they had narrowly missed Anaheim, but it does feel like a little bit of an uphill battle. They still have a strong enough lineup overall here, Matt, but definitely like punching up here, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a really rough draw here for their first game, but you're going to have to deal with Great Britain eventually. If you are Norway, and we've seen a few of their players, right? I know specifically and Snowdrop and Jesper Swag in terms of the OWCS. So we've seen those players, on a few different teams. So they can obviously hang with this Great Britain squad. It's like, okay, what do we get from the rest of the team, right? And then who knows, right? We just saw Ireland take map number 1 against Spain, which was a pretty big upset, right? So anything can kind of happen on Control, and then once we move on, who knows what kind of strats some of these teams have or have been working on.
I also want to point out that I don't know if you remember that team. Do you remember that Oh Yeah team from OWCS?
Yeah.
I think, obviously Isaac was on that roster. So also Ryan's on this team, right? Someone who I think who's worth looking out for. We've covered them a fair bit in OWCF on a team called Gas T3 is not a job. that was a hell of a split. I'm not gonna lie. So again, are these players as known across the board? No, but they do have some pretty high level competitive experience. I always felt like Norway was underrepresented compared to the rest of Scandinavia in terms of performance in OWWC. So this is their chance to put themselves back on the map. So Matt finally knows where their country is.
He's learning a lot of things, I guess.
I mean, I always learn a lot during the Overwatch World Cup. It's one of my big learning.
What's the capital city of Norway?
Oslo.
Nice. Okay, you know what? You kind of slow rolled me.
You're doing great.
Good job.
He's doing great this weekend, guys. You know what else?
And it just started.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you have a lot of time to make up for. I'll say that at the very least. But let's get into our predictions for this matchup, guys. For me personally, I had to go with Great Britain on this one. It's no disrespect to Norway. I just think that I'm gonna go with the bias of the names that we know a little bit more, but not to say that Norway couldn't upset. Mitch, who you got?
I agree. For me, it's Kai, someone who I think struggled to land after the ultimates just sort of capitulating as a team.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a thing that happened. It was an era. So look forward to seeing him show us exactly why he's one of the most feared hit scan players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it would be surprising that if Great Britain doesn't make it out of this group or wins this group. I think that's kind of the caliber of players they have, and to be able to do that, you obviously have to beat a team like Norway. So it would be fun to see Norway take a map. Maybe they can come up with some cheeky strats, take a map. I know obviously you have some players that have played in OWCS. I think not this year, but last year and years prior. So potential to make some noise, but I think Great Britain obviously the favorite.
Absolutely valid. So super across the desk here, no surprise overall. And I think that it's going to be fun to see what take these two teams have on the meta as well. We've seen a little bit of a different look there from Spain and Ireland in our previous match. So let's get straight into our second match of the day here for OWWC EMEA.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, we are going to be, again, straight away, we are into our death match. And this time,
Doom 1v1.
how does this even, oh, well, I got
That's
my
how
answer.
it works.
Yeah, the environmental kills are going to be important. And the best part of this, folks, is that if we ever get caught in like a tedious 1v1, not that this would be, we'll just cut it down for you. We'll just give you the highlights, the cliff notes, if you will. But it looks like this is staying pretty competitive.
Yeah, as you know, obviously we kind of know the results here at the bottom, but no, I mean, getting that map selection for Norway is quite huge, right? So Norway, they'll take us to Oasis, their map selection. You're wondering why we're doing the 1v1s. You know, teams don't have records. There's no seeds here, right? So we wouldn't want to decide it via like coin flip or something, right? So put some you know, type of skill mechanism behind it and being able to select it. So pretty cool change here for Overwatch World Cup. Norway gets that first map pick, and it'll be a sim ban here from Great Britain, and then the Jetpack Cat gone right away from Norway, so they don't even want to deal with that.
Now, obviously, if you're following OWCS and EMEA, you'd know that Anyone's Legend, featuring Kai, Maimone, and Crispy, were forced to play in promo relegation. They're no longer with that roster, right? They're now sort of more free agents. They have managed to stay in OWCS at the very least. So, obviously, this Great Britain core have played together for quite some time. They have been, working as a unit. I'm expecting that to be a bit of a difference maker coming into this game. And yeah, Jetpack Cat, let's get that ban out of the way here in Oasis, because, I mean, not just the catnap environmental kill potential is brutal, but we know, especially if you end up in, some of the maps that buttress up against the water, you're going to be very obnoxious.
Yeah, I mean, the catnap, right? Being able to kind of like just pick people up, that ultimate from Jetpack Cat. And then also like the little bit we saw maybe once or twice, more on Ilios at Champions Clash, but no, the knockback of like the pulsing heal like from the Jetpack Cat resulted in an environmental kill. At times. So always nasty potential. I think it is a little bit of a tell from Norway that like they don't want to deal with this, and then maybe something it's Great Britain can obviously come out and do. That could also be why potentially they're not fielding Funny Astro. Astro and team were one of the teams there in Champions Clash that did not really play Jetpack Cat like at all. So potentially something that this Great Britain team would have wanted to do. Maybe Astro wanted to take a game or a weekend off, right? After Champions Clash, and saw this as an opportunity. So a lot of different things that could be going on here.
You didn't want to do that though?
What? No,
you don't want to take a weekend off?
No. I mean, my sleep schedule went from like, the complete opposite. And then now with the World Cup, I'm going back the opposite way. I am just kind of going through it.
You went from Asia to N8, then to EMEA, which is kind of crazy. I did the same thing. I went from Japan to LA back to Copenhagen in 1 week. So I really do relate to that on a spiritual level. So if you get some delirium from us, I mean, it's part of the course after the last 10 years. We've been doing this for about 10 years, right?
Yeah, I saw the anniversary and I was like, man, I've known a lot of the people that I work with for a long time now.
It's like at some point, like, you don't want to be reminded. Like, I mean, it's great that we're celebrating 10 years of Overwatch.
Hey, you're ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I have been casting. I started casting in closed beta, so I've been casting this game for more than 10 years now, which is don't do what I'm doing. Don't do what I'm doing, folks. Remember as well, guys, you can follow us at OW Esports everywhere. Hit the QR code on your screen for links to follow us on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and more.
Bro, we're like kind of popping off this year. I mean, the everybody's support and the viewership's been crazy. The drop's been awesome. The event obviously in Japan was great, and then coming up we got like the Overwatch World Cup like in Busan. That'll be sick.
Not to mention the rest of the OWCS season, which is going to culminate in a massive way as well. Like you are eating good if you are a fan of Overwatch Esports right now, guys. This back half of the year is going to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, like we obviously have the meta we're kind of in right now, but like we've seen like drastic shifts, right? Which over the last like year, which have obviously like changed a lot of these results. So it's like maybe your favorite team or, you know, players not getting a lot of like love or playtime right now, and that could like change, you know, in an instant, especially as we go. And I think if you're, you know, a fan of like Overwatch World Cup, like you want to watch that Busan event, like that's, you know, when you get the groups, and then obviously we'll kind of move into the bracket play at BlizzCon, which will just be, I mean, BlizzCon's always awesome, like we were talking about earlier. Just an awesome time for Overwatch esports, because you're getting like so much, right? You're getting like this like kind of professional level of play with OWCS, and then obviously, you know, Facet's rolling, and then, you know, World Cup is like one of you know, our favorite programs to be able to kind of support. So seeing that come back, and coming back in a big way, right, with like a LAN before BlizzCon, right, is pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we also have, I'm gonna say we have EWC to look forward to as well. So like, it's just back to back huge tournaments here for Overwatch. So get dialed in. If you're just joining us now and you haven't been a part of the competitive sort of circuit for the year up until this point, it's fine. You'll get caught up pretty quickly. I know I did. And then you'll be joining us for a hell of a ride going forward. Now, this is the first game for both of these teams in this Group B. This Group B that consists of United Kingdom, Norway, Portugal, and Germany. This is a group that we discussed it earlier about. I feel like has probably a bit more of a clear-cut top two. I think that the United Kingdom and Germany are some of the better looking rosters here. So if you are someone like Norway, you are looking to disrupt. You are looking to catch these guys off guard. You've got OWCS experience over the last couple of years in EMEA on this roster. Let's see what Norway can do with a Jetpack Cat band to start us off here. We are diving into Oasis.
Opportunity, right? To, you know, we talked about some of these Sigma-based comps. The Sigma with the Mizuki, these are really strong, specifically against like a Diva. And then on the other side for Norway, obviously some time to make some changes, but Maga, another tank who always kind of like seems to wiggle his way into the meta. You're like, oh, Maga's gone, and then all of a sudden like somebody uses it, and it's like, oh damn, that looks pretty good. Maybe he's back. See what happens after this pause is we get a pause in the spawn door. But I really like the comp that Great Britain looks like they're coming out with. This is like a comp that was really devastating during Champions Clash.
It's a kind of composition that forces you to play into them, but punishes you for doing the same thing. It is really brutal. Sigma's obviously great at keeping you at arm's length, which a composition that, you know, features Mizuki is quite happy to do, to safely, you know, provide some of that healing. But if you try and engage on them, which the Maka comp will, it gets a bit scary. I think the one interaction I'm looking out for is that accretion has to hit the Malga. If you do not hit the Malga before you get stomped, getting knocked down as Sigma is really, really bad. It basically means your team gets flattened. So I do think like closing the gap here on Malga and getting a good stomp off is going to be important. But I think you can like shield dance that to some degree. So there's plenty of counterplay.
Yeah, a little bit in the Malga, like, you know, you can chain the Malga and kind of keep him in, right? But when he has cardiac overdrive going, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it does, obviously, like, a little bit. But by the time that chain is gone, like, the Malga with obviously some support and cardiac overdrive still going to be pretty healthy, and then also going to have the charge to be able to kind of get back, you know, towards the rest of the team. So, Mizuki not as devastating against the Malga as, like, a Diva, for instance, right? Can just kind of lock that Diva down for a brief period of time. That's why I think those comps did so well against Diva at Champions Clash, right? You know, you have like the Mizuki lock, you know, in terms of that. You have like the stun from the Sigma, like a lot to deal with the Diva. Malga seems to just kind of ignore a lot of that.
Yeah. I also think, you know, it's kind of easy to forget this, but Binding Chain is like a 20-meter range in game. Yeah. Which is, if you think about it, it's in like that when you go to the training range and you find that like singular dummy out by the edge of the map, it's like the full distance from the like the first sort of, you know, grade marker to that. It's quite long. So you know, if you can catch that Malga before he can get close, because his shoulder charge doesn't, you know, render him sort of entirely unstoppable. Like you can obviously play around that to some degree. You can hold him in place out in the open. I think that's going to be pretty important. We're going to be diving into just a moment here. Some slight tweaks here to Norway's compositions as they come out of the gate. There's going to be a Jesper Swag Reaper guy to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Reaper during Champions Clash as well, so not all too surprising. So we'll see how Norway decides to play into this UK setup as an opportunity for Great Britain to get off to a pretty good start here as Kai has loaded up a railgun shot.
correction, of course, Malga is unstoppable during his charge. You need to binding chain him before he can sort of close that gap. Still, it is long range, so something to try and be mindful of. Tread got stunned here, though, and you can see how he is absolutely feeling the burn and doesn't really have anywhere to be. Disruptive shot, though, is set up here for Norway. Tread just respects it, backs away. This is Great Britain who get that first point flip. The onus will fall onto this Malga here to draw Great Britain back into play.
Is Maimon just trying to like prevent Jesper Swag from kind of forcing his way on a bit of a flank as Jesper actually gets stunned there. Looked like maybe an accretion that came through from Tread, and they get rid of the Reaper, and things start to fall apart from there because you want to play that front line with the Reaper and the Maga. As soon as you lose the Reaper, that's a lot of that upfront damage. Is now it'll be Jesper Swag switching over to the Pharah. The 2 fights in a row that Great Britain comes out on top. And okay, we're gonna go Ramatra, so like pretty much a full change up here for Norway.
I also think like it's good to remember here that with the Katashiro return, you have like a brief invulnerability frame as Crispy, so you can actually avoid being like stunned out by the initial push. So switch over towards the Ramatra here for Norway. Farah is going to be in the mix. We're nothing particularly cheesy to try and set that up, so Isaac will start by trying to look for a way in here. Ramatra against Sigma obviously still needs to close the gap. It's just that Norway have a comp that's built a little bit better for a really elongated poke game, but none of Isaac gets walled off like that. That is sick from Maimon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge kill because, like, you needed to come up with something because you don't have a lot that can, like, nice shots here, there from Maimon. I was going to say, you don't have a ton that can, like, engage with that Pharah, right? Like, it's really just, like, Kai and, like, you know, maybe Kiwi can put some, like, kunais in. Like, Crispy can't really engage with that Pharah much at all on the Mizuki, so being able to kind of deal with that Ramatra first, force that Pharah back as Jesper Swag has built a barrage already, but that's where the Sanctuary could be massive here for Crispy and co.
Yeah, obviously blocking projectiles from outside is huge. Pharah can't risk getting on in there, but that is nice from Kai. Kovacs Kai, they call him for a reason. Bro is sharp as attack. And that's 3 kills off the overdrive to make it 4 entirely. And Great Britain are going to snatch up this first round pretty quickly.
Yes, that's going to be the Sanctuary drop there in the choke as you hear the overclock and the Kitsune rush come in from Norway. But that is an absolute blowout in favor of Great Britain there in round number 1.
I think that comp is just really powerful. You can see there's not really a right answer, I feel like, for Norway. They play a Malga comp that wants to close the gap, and it goes about as well as it could because they stop the Sigma. And they still can't win that fight. Somehow Great Britain are able to disengage away from that and then just sort of hold on to point control. You've also got to answer the threat of Kai, who's 9-0 right now, just a casual 2800 damage being put out, and you are picking Pharah into a Sojourn.
Yeah, just casual.
It's dangerous. I don't hate the Mei. I think Maimon is like pretty crazy on that map. I don't think the Mei on this map necessarily gives you as much equity on that high ground. Sure, you can wall off on the low ground, but I'm not obsessed with it here on City Center.
No, and I mean, you see that it'll be Norway going for a Mei of their own here, you know, with Jesper Swag playing that, but like this map in particular, right? Like there aren't those like really narrow chokes that like the Mei can excel in. Like this point's quite wide open, so you're going to be able to kind of like circumvent those Mei walls pretty easily, especially playing like a Tracer with a D.Va type of look.
It's cheeks here. I've seen the D.Va here from Britain. I don't really think there's anyone you can wall off at all.
So low.
Yeah, and he's just going to continue to get like punched down now into this choke. They're forced to play out into like disrupt the shot. Maybe they're trying to set up a catch with Mei, but like again, who are you catching? There's just nobody. And this gives Maimon all the space on the map because his opponent's pulled back into a choke. He can just run rings around him.
Well, I mean, we saw that, like, you know, it's first Great Britain who gets control of high ground, right? Forces Norway over to the other side of the map, like to play off that staircase. And then, like, you know, you have Maimon on one side and Kai on the other, just kind of like peppering them down with damage. Like, you force to use the ice block on the point. The Ramatra's already used block, dangerously low. Like, you just kind of like rot out over time. I know. I guess the benefit for Norway is like next to be able to build up towards a rush a bit faster than Kiwi, but I mean, still you're going to give up, you know, a considerable amount of percentage on the point, especially here. Is no, that is a nice shot though. The shot there from Snowdrop though, headshot of the railgun onto Maimon, just one shots him. Yeah,
important I think to relieve the pressure now. That flanking presence for Great Britain has been neutralized. Still not quite a flip though here. They're able to keep just like a toe on the point with Tread in play, who by now is becoming quite the experienced competitor in Overwatch, ranging from our Cabs here to currently on Team Disguised. there's no way Isaac can actually get him out of this position. I don't know why he's solo trying to dig that D.Va out of position with the rest of his team still playing off that sight line, but that bought enough time here for Great Britain to get everybody back in play. Here's a Katsuna Rush coming down from Nexty. Kiwi has one to respond with, though, and Trent has a remake, so he's happy just to continue to fight here.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy there if you're Great Britain, right? It's going to be Kai here with an overclock, and you also have the sound barrier if things get a little bit scary, as he does take one railgun shot from Snowdrop. You do lose Nexy. I don't think you can continue to fight this. Yeah, if you're Norway, you're going to have to give it up. And Mitch, this is brutal, right? You're going to lose Snowdrop. They're going to push forward, see if they can get a DMAC on Isaac, as Isaac's going to make his way all the way back to the spawn. But just like that, dude, I mean, we're going to be in final fight here on the map. Sound barriers for both sides. I know Snowdrop with the overclock, though, probably has to kind of rip a lot of that off from Great Britain.
Yeah, you need a pretty
really, they're just gonna. Oh, I thought they were just gonna kite it, but they decided to beat and then just kind of move on forward.
And then they second guess that, which is interesting. I kind of like this idea. If they think there's a pick to be gotten, they force out a sound barrier themselves. Yeah, Jasper, no pulse bomb for them, and Snowdrop ultimately found nothing off this overclock. Great Britain are playing such a mobile composition, both teams are, so getting off those sight lines is a pretty trivial issue against that overclock. And here's Tread. You see this guy late into the fight with 650 HP still, you certainly need to fear what the D.Va can do. Though Maimone is getting low and Tread needs to double back for some healing. This is going to tie up the healing resources for the rest of Great Britain's team. Crisp is going to be brought down here. Kai needs a couple nice little shots here, and see next he doesn't want to sort of take his chances. He throws a Suzu instantly, and it's still not enough. They're going to be forced off the point, and yeah, you can say what you like about that round, but it's a Great Britain map win here for Oasis.
Yeah, they just get bullied off the point there towards the end. So, like, you know, you're able to keep Tread alive. Isaac didn't have the mech at that moment. I think you still had like the Lucio alive there, so you had both supports and the Soj alive for Norway. Just nobody looked like a Nexty just kind of backed up there with Snowdrop, just kind of heal each other. Heal Snowdrop up, and then Reflect not able to get back and touch the point. Still, is there going to be some magical flip that comes in there? Probably not, right? So especially if you take a look at some of these stats, I mean, just complete dominance by Great Britain.
Yeah, this is pretty sick. Obviously, Kai, deathless over the course of both those rounds. And that's kind of part of the issue for this comp. I feel like a lot of the setup here was around getting Isaac in positions to succeed, but switching the Ramatra off the Mauga might have given you a bit more of a middle ground, a bit more of a safer option against the Sigma, but it also didn't really give you a well-defined win condition. What are you waiting for your Pharah to poke your opponents down and then try and run up on them with Nemesis? Like, it seemed maybe they were just banking on like Pharah Tracer just finishing off each other's kills. And then when we got over to City Center, I think the D.Va gap is pretty evident there. I think Tread does a great job contesting when they lose a Tracer picked off by a Sojourn, and just the fundamentals here for Great Britain seem to be looking very solid.
It's like, what do you do now though if you're Norway, right? Like they ban the cats. They obviously don't want to deal with like Cat Bastion, right? Do they
Take on it to deal with it.
Banning the Bastion feels horrible, right? So you don't exactly kind of want to see them do that. They're probably going to have to deal with it. So we take a look. Next map will be New Junk City. So this is a map that we saw a decent amount during Champions Clash because we didn't see a lot of Cat Bastion on it even when it was available. I think just with the way the points are like designed. So maybe this is one that you're able to kind of avoid it. We did see a ton of Cassidy though on New Junk City. So curious if Norway is fine with Kai just kind of having that Cassidy to play.
I think you probably are thinking about targeting the Sojourn here. I also think you can't really go after Tread's hero pool. That bro was playing Winston into like the best Korean teams in the world who were on Mauga in Hangzhou.
Yeah.
So that guy has been through the valley of the shadow of death.
He's
bro.
been forged through flames.
Exactly. Like I don't think you're going to be able to do much about that. The Mizuki ban here is really interesting from Norway.
Well, that just you want to play D.Va, right? Potentially. Let's see what they decide to do on the Great Britain side of things, right? I mean, you could try and ban. I mean, there's really nothing there you'd really be worried about, right? I mean, obviously you can't go with the supports. Like, if you felt about like Tread wanting to play D.Va all the time, like, could you get rid of like a Ram potentially, right? I mean, that's an option. If you didn't want to deal with like maybe like you're scared they had like a Mauga based composition, you could get rid of that. So a few options for Great Britain, but I don't think there's anything they're too particularly scared about here.
No, I don't hate the Malgaban idea. You could just try and get it out of the piece. I also think like we don't really know just how interested Great Britain are going to be later in this series of playing Jetpack at Bastion comps.
Yeah,
Bastion is good here. Obviously, I don't know if it's as easy to make Jetpack Cat work on some of these sort of Flashpoint style maps, but you could certainly try and run it. Great Britain though have shown that they don't have a reliance on that comp, and I'm happy to see them play Kiri, Lucio, Diva shells with like Sojo and Tracer, and they'll probably just be able to find success there. You can also run back the Mei, especially on some parts of New Junk City, and I think you're going to be in great shape. Maimone got a sick pick on the Ramatra in that first round on Oasis on the Mei, so I'm feeling that there's plenty of run there too.
well, this is a map that you could play the Ramatra with the Mei, right? And just play like an all-out rush and just try and run players down, right? So that's a well, it's not an option because they get rid of it. So the Ram is also kind of like potentially the fallback for Norway, right? So like if you wanted to kind of commit to this Diva type of style, which banning the Mizuki is obviously, you know, you want to play the Diva. This is kind of Great Britain being like, okay, let's like lock into basically like a Diva only matchup. Like maybe there's some Maga kind of mixed into it, but it's a good ban here for Great Britain.
Absolutely, and that's probably the only thing you're concerned about is like, you don't have to set Tread up to be in a favorable tank matchup, but you don't want to put him in a losing one either. Just that extra, you know, just to put the extra strain on him doesn't really make a ton of sense. So Great Britain, very strong start in this series. It was, you know, basically double shutouts there on Oasis to start the series off. We saw two distinctly different, or three in fact, distinctly different compositions from Norway, but none of them were really able to stick. And hopefully they come out of the gates with something that's tried and tested, something they're comfortable on, and they're able to sort of play that setup. They don't get boomed on sort of alt economy, and they can actually start to make it work. Kai is looking dangerous. 6 Sojo and stuff in the previous round, and Maimone on Tracer or Mei looks very, very punishing as well.
Yeah, it's just a really, as we talked about, a standout roster here for Great Britain. Just strong players across the board. Obviously, players who have played in the OWCS in the past, and obviously currently. Then Norway, it's a pretty big uphill battle to climb going up against a team I know as well-versed as Great Britain. So maybe they'll go with something completely different here. We'll see, obviously, some time to make some changes. So, all right, it'll be Hazard here. So it'll be a Hazard pick for Great Britain. We talked a little bit about Hazard in the first series. You know, we did see very brief moments of Hazard during Champions Clash. It's a hero that, like, even some people in stage 1 were like maybe undervaluing a little bit in terms of you know, what we were hearing from players. So maybe they're able to make something nice with the Hazard. Norway gonna go with Venture comp with the Zarya in the mix. So a lot of resources here for Jesper Swag to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, and obviously it's one of the maps where Venture certainly makes their appearance. You know, being able to access some pretty easy flank angles. That is awkward though. Next is somehow caught out without a swift step. Maybe you're using that prematurely in the fight. It's just rare you see Kiri being the first pick by being isolated.
Yeah, and you're not able, I mean, I guess maybe Zarya's bubbles were like not available, but also like not really even around Isaac to be able to get the benefits of it. So right away, you know, it is Tread combining with a Maimone to be able to kind of collapse right on top of players. And that's kind of one of the benefits of the Hazard, right? Is you know, really good, like, you know, obviously mobility, but then, like, you know, unlike maybe like a Winston, like really strong survivability.
This Norway team wants to brawl. Like, they got a Cassidy in a Sojourn matchup, but this team needs to be able to close the gap and be able to fight 5v5 and not be isolated by these jagged walls. Look at this. Like, Isaac can't even afford to turn back there as Tread, in fairness, it does make an ill-fated foray into the back line. I think Great Britain have to pick apart this team just like this. Snowdrop has gone down. Great Britain have allowed for there to be a flip, though. They feel like they can maybe even pressure the absence, rather, of Cassidy with a quick run-off spawn by Tread, who is Savage leaping back into the fray.
Yes, Tread jumped on in that previous fight and then, you know, put down his jagged wall and tried to survive through that, but not able to do so. Nice connection there onto Jesper Swag in the sky, as Kai now has the OC here to be able to look over the point.
Honestly, that damage still stuck on Jesper Swag. They didn't have the wherewithal to path in the direction of a heal pack, so that random railgun made it a little bit scary for Jesper to get involved in the fight. Look how low everyone is next. This is simply for healing through this Kitsune Rush. And, well, they have kept Norway in the fight, but amidst that, they flipped the point back, and now there's going to be a rush here available for Kiwi. Trent has also that downpour. Great Britain have all the tools they need here.
Yeah, just a way better use of the rush here from Great Britain to be a little bit more offensive. It's a nice job by Norway to kite it for the moment in time, but they're going to have to get back onto the point, try and contest it, as Isaac not able to make it there in time. So that will be the first flashpoint here that goes in favor of Great Britain.
This comp for Great Britain is pretty good, by the way, just like trying to draw out these Zarya resources before fully committing.
Yeah.
They can still put pressure down without like making that full dive. And I really think the Sojourn is a huge part of that. Kai is just able to put down this consistent low risk damage. And the moment Isaac overcommits those bubbles, then Tread can go in. Then Maimon can sort of dive in and even just like keep the Venture at a respectful distance. Maimon, as you know, he tore the shield off Jesper before going in for that elimination. There was clear to see that that's kind of the strategy for playing around this pretty prickly brawl style.
Yes, Snowdrop actually on an off angle able to get one there with the Deadeye, as Nixie will also follow it up. I imagine this will actually have Great Britain just kind of holding on to some of these ultimates. No point trying to kind of extend this one much longer. So Norway showing signs of life there. They're able to get that first fight win here on this flashpoint, and should be able to kind of build up a decent amount of percentage, because what you'll have the Tectonic Shock plus grab here, so maybe you're not looking for like the biggest grab of all time, right? But even just kind of getting Tread, locking him in place, right, trying to force them to use like the beat to keep him up and running would be value.
Yeah, I guess the Kiri Lucio hazard comp, I think you take what you can get when it comes to those grabs. Crispy feeds Isaac's charge in the end. It was a shielded target that the Pulse Bomb was stuck to in the first place. So this is shoring up Norway's control of the position itself, and Jesper wants to come a bit more aggressively here with this Tectonic Shock, but all of Great Britain are able to disengage from it.
Yeah, forces them out of the choke, maybe just kind of creating a different angle as Tread in a really dangerous spot here. The grab going to come on through. Now it's going to be the beat. So it keeps everybody alive there for Great Britain, but but you end up using the beat here for Norway. I think it was just 3 players alive for Great Britain at the time, as we will get a pause. So this should be Norway though, Mitch. They should be in control here of this flashpoint. Would be surprised if they give this one up.
Guys, stop pausing the game. What is going on? This is like number 3 now.
Let's go on.
Yeah.
I mean, dude,
we ain't about that.
Look, I'll say it. Ash and I were in Japan. Not many pauses. You're here today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Dude, I mean, that's fine. I'll wear that.
Why
I don't know how. I'm not the one pausing the game.
Why are you pausing the game? Caster started the game.
That's crazy. Yeah, guys, if you want me to start the game, tweet me at Mr. X aggressively.
Yeah, tweet me. Wait, hold on. It's fine. Don't do that.
And I'll get that sorted out for you.
Press 1 in chat if you want Mitch to start the game.
We were talking about this like grab that we're just going to settle for like a one-man grab. You do have to play into chokes, on this particular level, and we was able to see a pretty big Zarya grab. I think they beated Matt because they got downpoured. I think Tread downpoured them in response to getting grabbed, which is, I don't know what the follow-up on that was supposed to be, considering that they couldn't move. But I think if you're Great Britain, you're very happy to get the sound barrier out in exchange and kind of reset the Lucio ult parry.
Yeah. I think the beat from Norway, like, you could have definitely saved that. There was really it's nothing really that you were worried about at that time, right? I mean, you had already killed Maimon. I believe you had gotten another one as well. I don't think Kai is going to just take out everybody at once. So I think you could have potentially saved that, where like Norway would probably love that. Maybe not for this last fight, right? Because you probably can win it without it, but the start of the next flashpoint.
Yeah, so obviously it's the first time we've really seen signs of life from Team Norway, and pretty solid showing on this particular flashpoint. It's also, I think that like they've got a pretty good comp for this map. Obviously those Zarya brawl comps are not really valid everywhere in the game right now, but being able to play like Cassidy, Venture, get that Zarya in the mix, build a grab by the time that second flashpoint comes around.
A lot of ones for you to start the game. Yeah, why aren't you listening to the people?
I'm pressing my start game button and it's just not starting, so I don't know. I'm spamming it, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, while he tries to get that one sorted, you guys can get that is so loud in my headset. make sure you guys get in the game. I mean, I logged into Overwatch the other day. I saw these look awesome. It's the Overwatch World Cup bundles, right? Skins from every region. Support your favorite teams or your favorite region, for Asia, EMEA, or America. Or hey, maybe you just like dope skins and just collect them all. I mean, because they all look pretty awesome.
Yeah, these are awesome. I kind of like the direction we're going with the Americas look right now as well, but I think Asia might remain undefeated, frankly. Yeah.
The Sierra skin's sweet. I mean, I feel like, obviously the heroes being like new, you need like a dope skin to rock. I feel like it's one of the best. I like the colorway there.
Yeah, that is true, to be fair. I think like especially if you're like your Mizuki fan, get these into your inventory. And
you can't just be rocking the natty Mizuki skin. I mean, you gotta have something out there.
Yeah, we have a game, folks, and obviously Norway off the back of that grab are gonna pretty comfortably take Labs away. Wasn't really much fight to be had there, as just a good graviton surge, while Great Britain served them up an opportunity to play into the choke. Now, though, they're going to be first over towards fence. Great Britain already positioning here in advance. Maimone wants to play a hero that could also punish chokes, not necessarily just with an ultimate, but this is going to require him to be pretty mindful at all times of where Snowdrop is set up, Matt.
Yeah, it's also, though, going to be very difficult, I was going to say, for Jesper Swang, right? Can't really engage with the Pharah every time the Venture wants to go in. They're going to be at a slight disadvantage, right? Because the Pharah is going to be able to just kind of like pepper with damage, while kind of inside the rest of the team of Great Britain being able to, trying to cause chaos. As you would love if Norway, we were talking a little bit about it during the pause, if they had their sound barrier at the moment, right? They could potentially, try to fight that one there, use it as now it'll be a Kitsune rush here from Nexi. You do have one in response here for Great Britain, but really under no threat just yet. You're probably going to use this to come back into the fight as Tread in a dangerous spot, going to jump back to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, good leap there from Tread. That could have gone pretty wrong as you're not fully disengaged away from the fight, but Tread's have a, fall back towards where his supports are, and then Isaac gets crunched. I think we probably had premature, bubble usage, or at least they were forced out of Isaac rather early on in that engagement. So Great Britain got to be happy with that scenario, especially now as they are cycling back in towards those ultimates. Kiwi got a nice Kitsune rush there as well. And Maimone seems completely unbothered by the presence of this Cassidy. Look at these sharper lines that are being taken just to respect the Peacekeeper.
It was a nice chase attempt there by Maimone. Nexi, they're able to help Jesper Swag, so you're going to keep Venture alive. Tech Shock here is the dive in comes from Jesper. Not really much of anything, though. Oh, nice Suzu there from Kiwi. They'll keep themselves alive. Some help there from Kai and Crispy. The Deadeye, maybe a little bit more targeting would have taken out Maimone, but just a sliver of HP able to survive the Deadeye. The point does flip during this, Mitch, but it's going to go right back in favor of Great Britain, and they'll take another flashpoint.
Yeah, gonna be feeling good about this one, especially getting to, start this next fight with a sound barrier in tow, and also like a barrage here that could be pretty devastating. It's about keeping tabs though on Snowdrop. But so far, Maimone has had zero issue with that at all. The Deadeye there was interesting, to be sure. And that's something now Maimone knows he can actually play in the skybox and not be threatened by just being popped before he can, dump altitude and break line of sight.
Norway going to kind of continue with this comp, right? It feels like this is kind of where they've made their most progress so far, really early in the series, though. I love this adjustment, though, from Maimone and Great Britain, though. The Pharah feels like it really made a difference in that previous fight. You see Snowdrop already dangerously low. Don't want to invest the beat just yet, as Isaac will push up to the point. Trying to just put some pressure on it at the moment. But you're also going to be able to get another Kitsune rush here for Great Britain. So both teams maybe just kind of playing around, trying to farm out these support ultimates at the moment.
And I wonder if you're really just waiting for, beat timing to find that barrage here. Kai! What a pick! Reflect just got absolutely ruined. Yep, no beat to be had there for Reflect. No consolation at all. It does not get much better than that, folks. Great Britain have just broken the back of Norway on this map in general. They're going to keep their beat. 4 ultimates left to play. Kai has basically unraveled their Scandinavian foes.
You end up using the Kitsune rush as well right after there for Norway. I mean, that is as brutal as a fight could go for them. Kai showing up in a big way here in this series. Another great overclock. Now you'll have what? Downpour, no way for them to kind of fight out of it. Maybe a Suzu to be able to kind of keep And some players are getting dragged down to the ground by it as Jesper on a really long flank. As Maimon, you can see there, knows exactly that flank is coming in. It'll be a Deadeye here. Downpour used. Yeah, and I mean the Jagged Wall thrown in as well as Isaac just gets deleted there for a second. No, nice Suzu there, able to keep Tread alive as well.
That was a massive Suzu, man. Tread actually was in some trouble, not expecting that level of damage to come out from the Cassidy, but this should do it. Great Britain kind of know it now. Jagged Wall into Downpour in response to the Deadeye. That, was cleansed off, in fairness. But unfortunately not possible for Snowdrop to make the difference. They're going to be switching over towards the Tracer here. They're looking for some stall. And there's a grab here for Isaac, but there's no good choke to make use of it in. And the barrage is simply cosmetic. That's right. It doesn't get used until the final moments in that round because Great Britain already had it locked up. Yeah, I mean, it's a rough one there for Norway. So, I mean, being able to kind of like, take a flashpoint there, obviously, good signs for Norway in terms of the level of play they can kind of get to, but just over the course of the entire map, I mean, just overwhelmed, it felt like, over time by Great Britain. And here, of course, is your breakdown. Kiwi, obviously, and both Next and Kiwi, obviously, a lot of healing that has to be done when you're in a brawl composition. Your Zarya bubbles are not going to do much of or as much of the lifting in terms of the covering damage that comes in. This was the grab, obviously, that was far better than we'd anticipated. It was a good flashpoint for it, but we did see Great Britain play into the choke, play into that grab specifically, and also threw a downpour after they got caught in it. So, yeah, not sure about that decision, but again, we saw a Deadeye that went for very little, and that's what allowed Mamone to play this part of the map with a bit more impunity, and just a stunning overclock there from Kai, forcing the beat out, or denying it, rather. Dominant showing here for Great Britain, I think, after a little bit of a hitch on a flashpoint earlier in the round.
Yeah, I think where the Venture was giving them some trouble, they decided to switch to the Farah, and then there was really no adjustment from Norway, right? I think that kind of like Maimo unable to just kind of constant pressure, because once they use all of the cooldowns, like they're kind of in, and there's no way to get out. So that is, and Venture really has no way to kind of like shoot a Farah out of the sky or put any pressure on the Maimon. So you're either you're in a position to use both Zarya bubbles on the Venture to keep them alive long enough, or you're just kind of giving up the Venture, where it was a little bit less impactful once they went over to the Farah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's also flashpoint dependent, but yeah, Venture doesn't do anything to Farah. In general, it's hard for them to interact with Farah in any way. Heading over to King's Row next. This is obviously a Team Norway pick and their last lifeline in this series. It's got to be King's Row or it's got to be nothing. It's kind of expected. Great Britain definitely starting to lean into this series a little bit more. They've looked to be on the fundamental level quite confident, especially after that Oasis showing. We got a flashpoint out of Norway. They played a relatively effective brawl style Zarya comp that ultimately was countered as we moved out into the open. So again, my ask of them here is to come out on something that's really broadly solid. Maybe show us a diva composition, Lucy Kiriko on this map, and let Snowdrop cook.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a pathway for Norway, right? King's Row is probably the Hollywood, obviously, with how difficult I feel like it is to kind of get through the second part of the map. Like, I don't think you want to test Great Britain on that, especially with like longer sight lines for Kai. Numbani is a map that we could see if Great Britain wanted to, they could play like a Cat Bastion. So King's Row feels like the map choice here if the hybrid was kind of the pool you wanted to pick from. So we'll see what Norway decides to do in terms of the ban here off the rip. Like, would Norway ban Diva? Kind of try and take it away from Tread, really change the game up. Like, that's a possibility here. Although Diva, obviously, Diva's really good basically across the board, right? No real weaknesses in terms of her skills as a tank.
So moments away here, I'd suggest that Norway are probably trying to collect themselves. Again, a broader look at this group. It's honestly a little harder to call. We have some quality teams up in Group B, and also some potential wild cards, right? Waiting in the wings, of course, is still Portugal. We haven't seen anything from them yet. And Germany, who, like I mentioned, we've seen Germany. They've been able to play at regional qualifiers in years gone by. And honestly, they've had some pretty known names, the likes of Skipjack, right? Who is a really solid tank player here. So they're still looking good. They got Icenom and Hardy, so their tank roll is just absolutely static at the moment. We have the Sigma ban coming into King's Row, and Unrun will be banned out by Great Britain.
So I mean, I think the Unrun one is just kind of we don't really see Unrun in the meta. The Sigma one is interesting though, right? Norway gets rid of the Sig. Great Britain obviously played that a little bit in map number 1 with some of the Mizuki comps. So maybe Norway just doesn't want to deal with that. Like, can you play I mean, we didn't really see Ramatra with those types of looks. It was really just Sigma. I'm curious though if we see any of that stuff start to creep in with maybe some other tanks in the mix. But right now, I mean, Great Britain in complete control of the series, right? I know it would be a bit of a surprise to see Norway kind of run this one all the way back, make it a game, but let's see what they can do here on King's Row.
Last chance saloon for Norway to at least get off to a good start in this group. The potential to qualify, but it might require them to beat Germany in order to do that. And as we just discussed, that could be an uphill battle. Okay, so we are going to kind of get what we asked for. Lucy Curie backline with Diva in the mix. It's a very standard composition here for Norway. Whereas Great Britain, well, they've got a couple of players that have been known to troll on occasion. More than 2 of them. So we might see them out of the gates with a Widowmaker, obviously. Can be effective at an early punish. I would be curious. My Moan is known as a Pharah player. Yes. They've certainly sort of pinch hitted as a Pharah, so we'll see.
And just get the Widow just flying at 100 miles an hour through the sky. I imagine they'll go back to like a Sojourn type look here and play something very similar to what we saw on the previous map. So I'll bring the Soj into the mix, and Kiwi gonna go to the Kiri. So nothing too surprising here outside of Norway deciding to play the Sim here with the Diva, and it's something we haven't really seen from them. So curious how well they can kind of pilot the the Sim comps can be a little bit you don't expect them to be very difficult, as that's a nice jagged wall to play with how much we see teams use them, but they can be quite difficult to pilot.
Yeah, if you don't find a way to get Desper Spag up close, I think you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Also very susceptible to the dive that comes in from this hazard. Isaac is desuited. My Moan picked off though by Symmetra, of all things. In what would have seemed like a pretty hostile DPS matchup, they're able to find some degree of success, but Isaac was still demeched most of the time, and Reflect got caught out. Just for thinking of a TP play here, just to really get out of the purview, I suspect, of Tread. They're not going to be allowed to, but they are charged up, hitting hard. Ultimately, they will be brought down by the superior burst of the hazard.
You just see when Hazard can kind of like power block, right? Stand there, like draw so much attention there from Jesper, and then just allow Kai to put in some damage from the side. But they are just having a difficult time dealing with the Hazard of Tread. Very difficult to take out. Just kind of gets into the back line, causes all types of chaos. And then you see with the sim walls, right, where you want to kind of like maneuver around the map. You just have that jagged wall that comes into place, and then guess what? There's probably far rockets on the other side of it, right? So very difficult to kind of play that sim into. They weren't really able to get Jesper in any type of position onto the back line or anybody along those lines to start to get him ramped up.
Isaac's got so much on his plate right now. Got to control space. I got to peel for Tread. Got to prevent a lot of this poke damage coming in. That is brutal.
So sick.
What an answer, Matt. I mean, seeing that there was a fast play with the Sim TP wrapping around behind, responding there to hold them in their tracks with downpour. It's one of the best use cases of this Hazard ultimate that you're going to see.
Yeah, this is horrible here for Norway, right? They're just like completely behind. Now having to kind of like work their way back over towards that payload. But is Maimon going to make it back? I mean, that's crazy that you allow that far to get back. Because finally Snowdrop takes him out. But this is brutal, man. I mean, you see, it's just going to be Isaac on control of the point just now. Great Britain had a few players actually going to run deep into the third point. So now we're going to go out with an opportunity. It's going to be the later rush here from Great Britain. A sim wall in the mix here from Jesper. Going to force Great Britain back a little bit, but they have basically swapped sides of the map at this moment.
Yeah, so what does Maimon do coming back into this fight here? Obviously, has to be a little bit careful. You cannot approach this situation head on as far as
they know where
maybe just wait out this overclock as well.
Yeah, and I mean, no way he's going to really be able to get the... Oh, he actually does get the beat. That's a really great timing there from Great Britain as Maimon gets back into the fight, gets sound barrier, so he's able to kind of get back into the mix.
Self-destruct there was confusing, I think, for a moment. You saw Maimon looking up at it, wondering if it was going to clear that corner. It did not, in fact, so Great Britain are back to business now, and business seems to be good. Jesper gets caught out here. Concussive Blast going to make it hard for Nexty to really collect himself under the scrutiny of that hazard. And even a disrupt the shot, I don't think is going to dissuade Great Britain from pushing this one into the next checkpoint. Snowdrop has to get down the pit at risk of feeding Moralt charge over. And it's 4 minutes and 25 on the clock for Great Britain.
But you see like Isaac in that position. Like, what is he even supposed to do on the Diva, right? I mean, he's got players going through the TP. They're dying. He's got like rockets coming from an off angle, trying to protect the Lucio. I mean, no, like, there's really seems to be no like coordination right now from Norway, because I think like it's just such a fast pace that Great Britain is kind of forcing on them, right? So it'll be Emery Reaper here. The change up here, I think, for Norway is they're quite probably desperate at this point.
More consistent pressure, I think, with that Farah, and also something to answer the hazard if he dives on in, right? I think Siphon Blaster is very effective against tanks, especially if you can stay in this game long enough to get towards that major
Great Britain is going to play for the rush here, and now you've just lost the Diva if you're kind of getting around this corner. I mean, probably don't even need it.
Yeah, you're right. I think this is going to be difficult for Norway to find a window to come back into this game. Now they're going to be forced into this spawn against Safara, which is one of the most oppressive spots in Overwatch to be.
Jagged wall on that side. The Diva's not going to be able to make it out. Yeah.
Jesper gets a touch, not quite. Great Britain have locked this attack round up pretty darn nicely here. 3 minutes 22 on the clock. Full map completion. Showing some mastery here with this, this Farah variation on a hazard comp.
No, I mean, the Farah is really good against the Sim. We take a look at our stats here is, Maimon, putting down some decent damage on the Farah. But just look at Tread, dude. 11-0, not able to stop this hazard whatsoever. The hazard able to kind of constantly move forward, and just pump out damage, and then also just like constantly put pressure on Norway, forcing them back. I mean, a sick round there from Tread.
Credit where it's due. I liked the attempt on that second point of the map for a wrap around play with the Symmetra by Norway.
Yeah.
Problem is Tread sniffed it out, and then he's able to just do downpour them in place and put Norway in a really awkward position. That caused the map to be flipped for quite some time, but it gave Great Britain a lot of free card push in as a big component of why they're able to finish the map with such a healthy time bank. And Matt, they're not really interested in switching this comp up whatsoever. They are going to keep this Farah on defense, which can be a little bit challenging here just to find a safer pocket to play, and you'll have to respect the Widow off the rip, of course.
And I think Norway is just kind of searching for what to play, right? Like, they're trying to play, Reaper there towards the end with Emre. They're playing Tracer. They're playing they're trying like just about anything here against Great Britain setup. One thing we haven't seen them try, which actually, would kind of be, I was going to say, I'd love to see them try. Well, I would love to see them get, the Cat Bastion here, because like, you can just take the Far out, right? Not exactly like it's not as easy as that, right? But obviously really good mobility from Snowdrop with the Cat in play, and Maimon, it's just really difficult shots to hit with that Far directly on to either the Cat or the Bastion.
Yeah, it does feel borderline impossible to interact with the Bastion. Also, now you got something that can actually get eliminations on that hazard, in theory, right? Next, going down to Maimon. Not a great start, though, to this fight. And your Diva being a little isolated at first. Look at how mobile, though, this Jetpack Hat composition is. They come to the rescue of the Diva immediately. Isaac's able to get out alive at the very least here. And Great Britain do lose their backline.
Yeah, but what you can't have happen is like losing the carry early on, right? Because like the Cat, like you would need to like unhook from the Bastion to be able to kind of start healing everybody. So it can be very difficult, once you lose that carry to keep everybody alive. Isaac loses mech here as he'll step back onto the point as the Bastion going to be in turret form. So Great Britain going to back up for just a brief moment.
Isaac pressured down here. Suzu to give him a chance to get back into mech, and the cycle is complete. Isaac is fighting fit now, back in full form. However, Great Britain are also back in numbers. They're able to defend this. Isaac looking to try and touch here and get towards the second checkpoint. And yeah, you're always wondering when the other shoe's going to drop, when the Bastion will whip around the corner with this Jetpack Cat. Great Britain hide out of line of sight, and somehow, some way, Maimon's able to stay alive, and now there's a chance for Great Britain to move back in. They have tempo right now. Next thing over Katrina. Rush! Yeah. Okay. Little Charles the Ninth there, I think, from Great Britain, as Norway are able to get this card on the road.
Yeah, Tread was behind his Jagged Wall over by that phone booth, and just not able to kind of wrap around. Maybe didn't have the leap in time to be able to go and kind of contest it, and also could have been quite weak, as the Wraith form here going to allow Jesper to kind of get out of dodge. As I like this comp that Norway's bringing out, Mitch. I mean, I think Great Britain, you probably obviously are going to stay on this, use some of these ultimates. I'm curious if they feel the need to make any type of adjustments here against this Cat Bastion.
I mean, it's, yeah, Cat Bastion plus the Malga. So you've got the Malga Reaper synergy with so much of that lifesteal in the middle of the fight. And then Snowdrop and Reflect being a real nuisance elsewhere. This could be a little bit difficult for Great Britain to deal with. Yep, Tread gets burnt down very quickly. Jesper traded out, though. At least there's an overclock there for Kai. He's been delivering this presence on Sojourn with consistency. That's important as a pressure relief valve, but it won't stop Norway from pushing up here. Isaac can take a face full of damage and still live to tell the tale. So he'll just duck around the corner as this cart continues to advance.
Yeah, there's no way you can kind of continue to fight that if you're Great Britain. That is what you're worried about for Maimon, and is not able to make it out with his life. It'll be the OCUs here. Snowdrop going to use the artillery, give himself that extra health. Just a brief moment in time as now Kai, though, finds Nexi, and you get Jesper Swag with the sound barrier used there by Great Britain. So needed a little bit of a pushback here for Great Britain. They get it there in that fight.
I really feel like the timing of that sound barrier could not have been any better. Just as Snowdrop is really starting to lay it on thick. You can see now how dangerous it is for Tread to linger out in the open now. And with limited damage mitigation ability, it's really just Spike Guard. I think the switch over towards D.Va makes sense. Start to absorb up some of these projectiles. You also now have the option to just not hang around and fight Malga in these fights. You might want to pressure a backline a bit more. It's the Cassidy. You've got to go after the Cassidy constantly. Kai's able to find him for free, though, at the start of the fight. Obviously, you outrange the Cassidy as Sojourn here, but I felt like it would be harder to go after Snowdrop.
Do you feel like this is a good swap here for Norway? Because it feels like now this is going to allow Maimon to do what we just saw on the last map on the Vara, right? Like, you know, sure, you're going to be able to kind of like dive and be a little bit, you know, more sturdier with the Maga, Venture, Cassidy. It felt like with the Cat Bastion, you were giving them some problems.
I think on this part of the map, though, like, getting a Cat Bastion wrapped around seems brutal. It's the straightaway that, like, is very punishing. Kai will make pretty short work of Reflect on the Cat if he's, you know, shows himself for any period of time. That was, well, I did mention at the start of this map that Great Britain like a little bit of trolling. That was pretty aggressive from Maimon there. Obviously, it's punished, and it doesn't favor Great Britain in the grander texture of the fight, but Kiwi still up with Rush. They've got Tread in play, and Kai is looking at yet another overclock. He's building these very quickly.
You do have the cage here for the Maga. You're going to try and, nice job there, kind of caging Tread in place. They do get rid of the cage there. That's going to be the overclock. The damage coming out is a nice shot there. Just rips Nexi's head off as, Jesper Swag will go the way of Kai as well. That is a, you know, look, you cage the D.Va, right? It's just the OC that ends up kind of like blowing it up. And then Tread also has self-destruct to keep himself alive. Kitsune Rush used by both sides. But, you know, the longer both teams live, right? I mean, just like the damage output is going to be stronger from Great Britain just off of the kind of, you know, the Pharah and the heroes they have.
And now I think you're starting to get a little bit nervous if you're Norway. You're pinning your hopes, I think, on a good sound barrier engage, but tempo beating, try and start a fight, rarely feels like the right call.
No.
I think Isaac was trying to dig someone out around the corner there with that charge, but realizes it was actually empty. And now Great Britain have all the cards. Norway don't hold any of the cards. None of them. In fact, it's going to be Snowdrop picked up by Maimon. Crispy gets a nice little Suzu there from Kiwi. Kept healthy, but Kai does eventually get run down. It's an opening here for Norway now, but it's Tectonic Shock exposes Jesper Swag to reprisal from Tread. It's an easy pickup for the D.Va. And now, Tread mindful, I guess, of this backline pressure being maintained. It's Isaac now having to make use of that overdrive, charge away. Yeah, it's a full disengage for Norway. Suzu, though, was next to maybe didn't quite get the memo on that.
Yeah, I thought for a second there that they were going to actually try and continue to go as Isaac now dangerously low. We're going to get below 10 seconds on the clock. I love the way that Great Britain, they get Snowdrop low in that previous fight. They use beat, they push on forward, forces beat out from Norway. It'll be Jesper who gets there, gets a touch. Isaac will now move up onto the point. It's going to be another Kitsune Rush for both sides. It's going to be Maimon, though. Take a look at him potentially over the top with that rocket barrage.
All right, here is that rush to start this fight off here. Barrage comes in mostly mitigated, rather is ready to come in. There's a mitigation there by Tread. The defense matrix being mostly exhausted. And again, it is press Q to respawn, but Maimon at least able to extract some value from the exchange. It's just not enough, though. In a landslide, Norway are able to get towards this last phase of the map. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps, but it's a Kitsune Rush that is well apportioned by Nexi to give them the edge.
Yeah, and they weren't able to keep Tread alive for just a hair bit longer. Would have had the self-destruct, being able to kind of use that there, and then maybe force players around the corner into that barrage, as my moment will change over to Reaper here in our final part of the map. You see the time bank that Great Britain has said is really a fast one. It's going to be the OC here, going to break that cage right away.
Yeah, important. Kai saving that ultimate just to shut down that Malga cage. Self-destruct here for True.
Why?
Value Town? Was there a boop on Snowdrop out in the open?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Tread getting unreal value off that remake, as that's basically the intended purpose of self-destruct at the moment. And that is going to stop Norway once more. And they do not have a lot of buffer now. Only 44 seconds left after a nominal time bank extension. They're going to have to come up with the goods right about now. They're going to have to do so into Crispy's beat.
I mean, can you get a beat of your own, right? I think that's kind of what you're playing for Norway here. You're also going to have a Deadeye. Tread takes control of the high ground. It sounds like Jesper Swag as well. TP's across, so gonna get on to the cart as see. Okay, it's gonna be Deadeye that opens things up. Nice railgun shot. Oh, they're gonna use beat right away, Mitch.
I mean, these fights really go well. Beat to try and engage is pretty ballsy. Tread somehow still alive, and yep, there's Isaac who gets caught out. Last ditch there for Norway. It is a charge of the Valkyrie. So with that sound barrier, unfortunately, that has fizzled out. And now it's just the last vestiges of this squad ready to be put to the sword. Jesper doesn't have any sort of availability of those escape mechanics. And so Kitsune Rush will herald the end here. A brief touch for Isaac, but it will be just that. It's brief, and now it is over. Great Britain looked very strong in their first outing here in Group B with a dominant victory.
And, you know, Norway, that was a rough way to play that towards the end, right? I like the idea of the Deadeye kind of like getting them around the corner. Kai lands a railgun shot onto Snowdrop, and I think they're so scared about Snowdrop falling at the start of that fight. That's what ends up getting them using that beat there early on, right? So when they beat, you know, the Deadeyes use, Isaac kind of goes in, they have the Reaper in, but like the clock is obviously dwindling down, so they have some players still on the payload, and like it just doesn't seem like there was any way they were going to be able to keep Isaac alive. I mean, you have no support around the corner there to be able to keep him up. You know, Jesper is able to make it back to the rest of the team on the Reaper, but like you just kind of leave the Maga out to dry there, Ash, and you lose your Maga there with like what 10 seconds left on the clock. I mean, the game's over. So really rough play from Norway there at the end.
Yeah, that was definitely tough there for Norway when they were just clawing things back into that third portion of King's Row. I think overall, this matchup kind of went the way that we expected, right? It felt like a pretty class act, honestly, from the side of Great Britain, but it was nice to see at least a little bit of that bite back, Uber, I think, from Norway in that last map at the very least. We also saw them take 1 point on New Junk City there as well. As far as takeaways overall here for the side of Norway, who do you kind of have your eyes on as being like that difference maker here for the team?
Look, honestly, I was pretty happy with what we saw from Isaac in that tank role. The switch towards Malga was pretty gainful. They tried to get a bit cute in that first map on Oasis and went for a Ramatra comp, but, you know, didn't really do much into the Sigma. Snowdrop is someone that's being targeted pretty heavily here. I think being able to keep, you know, him alive is going to matter a lot. We saw it on the sort of the damage and healing death stats, like 12 deaths, you know, for Snowdrop. So keeping him alive is really important. I think this team have got a solid core, but I think that they're going to be playing an uphill battle trying to get out of this group when Portugal and Germany are circling here, definitely licking their lips for a chance to book their ticket to Busan.
Yeah, I think taking a look at how, I guess, like the rest of the group kind of looks now, Matt, when you're looking at how, you know, Great Britain and then also the side of Norway are going to be stacking up against the rest of the group, like how are you feeling now seeing this litmus test here for your first match?
I mean, I think Great Britain obviously is you know, the strongest team there in the group, right? I think they kind of are expected to kind of, you know, run through it, and from what I saw here, I fully expect them to be able to do that. And I think for Norway, you probably are just like, look, there's a good chance everybody in this group loses to Great Britain. What did we learn? What do we take away from this series that we can kind of take moving forward? I don't really think like they never really responded to the Farah really at all. Like they did with the Cat Bash, they won a few fights and they went right back to like playing Venture with like, you know, whether it be they did it with a Zarya on New Junk City and then they did it with a Maga there towards the end. it just wasn't that impactful, right? I think like how Mitch said, like I think Snowdrop had like 12 deaths and Jesper had 11, like kind of leading the way for the team, which isn't ideal. Where I think you're going to have to kind of like make these changes against some of these other teams. So I think it's like more of a litmus test. Let's see where we're at for Team Norway, and then make adjustments through the groups.
Hey, super valid. I think that it's tough also when you've got a tank that's almost never dying on the side of Great Britain there. And speaking of which, we've got Tread up for an interview here after this win up against Team Norway. Tread, congratulations on your win today. I kind of want to get a little bit of a feel of like how you're playing with this team here for representing the United Kingdom, considering the fact that you've got, you know, the core from Anyone's Legend. How's it been like slotting in with them?
It was very easy, considering I played with the Anyone's Legend core last year in Stage 3 of OWCS, and then they moved from Gen G to Anyone's Legends, and then I moved to America because I'm going to school there currently.
I mean, you had the early start as well, mate. So yeah, we're in solidarity in that regard. But tell us, like, you're obviously, you know, representing your country. World Cup is kind of awesome. It's sort of, well, it's not something you were able to meaningfully take part in last time it was around. So like, does it feel different? You know, jumping in with these guys who've obviously played together with OWCS before, but now it's like you're not representing just a team or brand or an esports org. It's kind of a whole country. Does that hit a little different for you when you think about what it might be like as you're looking like you're in with a good chance to make it to Busan at least?
Yeah, I mean, it's very big for me especially, and my family are really proud of me for doing it. It's something that I wanted to do the whole time. Luckily, this time we're getting slimed up by Christopher for taking Smex again, so...
Hey, I mean, hey, Smex
just grandfathered in, bro.
Yeah. Hey, bring Smex to hang. Maybe you don't need him on the team. But I gotta ask, was there anything, Tread, that you guys, I know you obviously watched Champions Clash. Was there anything that surprised you with the meta there, and things that you're trying to like incorporate off of that event into your guys' game?
Leading up to Champions Clash, everything I was hearing from Korea is Cat Bastion is unbeatable, and then I see. Like the EU teams, they don't play Cat Bastion, and now we're not playing Cat Bastion because we hate the comp, and it's just really unfun to play against, in my opinion. I don't know what to do when there's just a Bastion flying around in my back line half the time.
Let them die. Give them up.
It is definitely a bit of an annoying comp to play against. I guess kind of bouncing off of Matt's question that he just asked you there, Tread. Kind of curious, do you feel like EMEA as a region as a whole here now in OWWC will likely be leaning away from the meta that we saw developing? I know we also saw like some of that like Sigma Mizuki and the Mei gameplay coming in. What's your overall like kind of prediction, I guess, for the region?
Maybe outside of like France and Finland, I think no one's going to be playing Cat Bastion because everyone's got such a strong hit scan player. I think it relies on your team being like very coordinated, especially with like limited scrim time. Most like all the good Overwatch World Cup teams had limited scrim time, so it's kind of hard to be really good at that comp.
Super valid. Appreciate you answering our questions today, Tread, and congratulations on the win, and good luck with the rest of the qualification stage here for OWWC.
Thank you.
Always appreciated interview with our players, but taking a look now at our group standings here for Overwatch World Cup in the EMEA region, things panned out just about how we expected, Matt, in this matchup between Great Britain and Norway. I think that it's going to be a fun group to watch, though, when you also have Portugal and Germany waiting on the sidelines. I
was going to say, like, second place in this one might be kind of up for grabs, like, across the board. Like, I think, you know, I would agree with Mitch, right? I think Germany is probably, like, the favorite, like, to be that second spot, but like, we still haven't seen Portugal play. Norway, I think, can make like the proper adjustments to make games like closer. Where this could be a group where you could see somebody like Surprising come out and be that second spot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everybody looks to like adapt to the meta and how everyone's gonna have a little bit of a different taste on what they want to be playing here, especially after hearing a bit of the insight there from Tread on the EMEA side of things. But as a reminder, guys, follow us everywhere and scan the QR code that'll be on your screens in just a moment for links to follow us on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and more, so that you can ensure you stay tuned with everything Overwatch Esports when we aren't live on broadcast. However, when we return, we are going to have Denmark versus Austria, Group A, EMEA.
what they're capable of, and Matt have had some pretty good results.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a very powerful roster. I think Ash, right? Shockwave, even off the street, a player like Lethal, where like, you know, hey, just get up, hey, start clicking heads. You expect him to kind of play at that high level. I think like depending on how far they go, I think it's really kind of like the backline, right? We've seen Jonowich and Yoham in the past, and obviously some pretty good performances, but to be at like the top of EMEA, I think they'll really need to kind of like step their game up.
Yeah, they've also got a tough opponent going up against them for this first matchup of EMEA to open things up here for the Group A side of things. You've got Team Austria, and sticking out like a sore thumb, you got Psycho, because he just placed 4th at Champions Clash alongside Virtus.pro. Last year, he's a World Final winner there as well with his previous team of Twisted Minds. He's constantly impressed us, Mitch, on the big stage, and now getting to represent his hometown.
Yeah, I think though in general, Austria are the best they've ever looked. This team like legitimately has like some top competitors on it. Obviously Psycho is someone that we would sort of refer to, but you know, like a lot of those teams like New Age and Frost Tales and Quick Esports, they have Austrian players, right? Tama was on anyone's legend. Zydra is the kind of player that you want to look out for as a DPS one. They've got level 1 Crook on this team. These guys are legit. Obviously, Crook is sat to start this series off, but in general, like I don't know if you guys remember Eclipse. Eclipse was also you know, on that Team Peps roster for a time back in 2023. So do not sleep on this team. They look really good. I don't think they're going to beat Denmark here, but I do think getting out of this group is it's possible. I just think it's an uphill battle. It's just a better squad than you would expect to see in like a proposed 4th seeded team.
Here's what I'm worried about though, Ash.
Okay.
I like this Austria roster. When we saw Tama the last in OWCS, it was kind of still trying to play the Wind in Overwatch, you know, ragdoll into the moon. Yeah, just exploding. So like, I want to see like Tama, like we know as a little bit of a bigger hero pool, right? It's like, but this meta is really like a lot of Diva, a lot of Ramatra. We see Sigma, like not exactly the heroes that you kind of would like know Tama for. So like, can he kind of pilot some of these other heroes? Like if he can, and at a you know, reasonable clip, like this could be a very competitive match.
Yeah, we'll see if he's ended up finding the way to kind of deepen that hero pool now, heading into this new age kind of meta within Overwatch. Let's head straight into our matchup here with Denmark versus Austria.
Thank you very much, Ash. And yeah, we are into our head-to-head. And credit to Tama coming out on the Widowmaker up against Shockwave, someone who's dangerous. And honestly, I'm pretty impressed. Tama's able to get a couple of rounds off Shockwave here, although I don't know if there's a lot of actual scope shots being taken.
No, just go with the SMG.
Okay, guys.
This is like you know, shades of you. This is how you play the Widow.
Shades of me.
Yeah, just
no, I scope in and then get shot by someone I can't see. I don't even use this mode.
Yeah, we wish you did, but you don't.
No,
so
it's not useful. It's just it's a trap.
Okay,
it's a noob trap.
Denmark takes Antarctic Peninsula, so obviously I know back in the map rotation, back in the pool. Obviously, got some adjustments here coming into season 2. Maybe we saw once back in Champions Clash. Like didn't really see it that often. A lot of Ilios at that event, so a little bit of a wild card pick here from Denmark.
Yeah, some subtle changes, but honestly, like Icebreaker, for example, feels quite a lot different. So you obviously, if you played at any point in the last, honestly, month and a bit, you would have sort of experienced this, or at least the last few weeks. So yeah, we'll be jumping to that in just a moment. This group is messed up. Frankly, it's brutal. Denmark look extremely strong. You've got that Finland squad, who I think they've got like 4 members of the top 3 in 2023 squad. Vistola, Cloudy, Cloud, Sauna, all still on that
we've
team.
Seen Ghost have like really good performances at like the top level as well in the past. Yeah, sick team. In Sweden is
Ghost
like
played on that SRP check roster, right? Which is like a mostly Finnish squad put together by LH Cloudy, which honestly like earned some respect in OWCS out in EMEA.
Sweden is crazy as well, right? Zoro and Kev with Willies and Admiral and Sile. That's a pretty sick team. So this group is brutal. I mean, where we were talking about like group B, where like Norway, it's like, oh, who knows? Maybe Norway's got a chance like there, like to come out second. Like this one is, you're going to need an upset and some help, it feels like, to come out of this one.
I agree. You know, I guess you can get out of this group if you win one game and have a favorable tiebreaker, but I don't think it's going to be easy. Like, you really want to get those 2 wins to sort of secure things here. So Austria up against it, but I repeat myself, I really do think that this team is about the best squad that Austria have ever sent. Don't forget, Austria sent What7 3 years back to back to 2 World Cups, who at the time was like, their only like real competitor on that squad. The only player that was like, would really show up in that region. He was on like Dignitas for a brief time. I'm really going back to like 2017 here, right? But this squad is really, really strong. I do expect to see, like, from this DPS trio of Eclipse, Psycho, and Zydra, a lot of flexibility. Psycho, for me, has continued to improve. And don't forget, he's someone that was also basically coaching Twisted Minds during that like period where they just didn't believe in coaches, right? So the guy is kind of doing it all and came into game and showed like some pretty insane performances now. Obviously, he's on this Virtus.pro roster, and I would say their fortunes have not been quite as favorable here. But
they did look really good at Champions Clash, though, VP. I'll say that. They really, I think, maybe surprised some people with how strong they performed. So maybe kind of hitting their stride. We did have an Ana and a D.Va ban come through as well, Mitch, which is like really interesting. Like a map like this, like the Ana could be like more, targeted at some of like, we've seen it with like the Jetpack Cat at times with like ball columns, but like the D.Va is a really interesting one. They take that right off the board. Obviously Sky Tour would probably want to play that. Like maybe this opens things up for Tama a bit.
And as we mentioned, Psycho obviously just off the back of a big trip out to Japan. Kind of sad to see, obviously, it had to be Twisted Minds that knocked VP out in that lower bracket, but solid showing of the course of that tournament. So yes, we are sitting on the screen while we wait for the game to start. We shouldn't be too far away, as I can tell. We've got a few players that are up in this server here. We likely are in pause time though, as everybody gets themselves situated. So we'll keep you guys updated. If we ever find out what the delay is, we're going to pass it along to you guys. But importantly, this is the map pick of Denmark. Shockwave wins 3-2 over Tama, and we have some reconnects that are going on in the lobby.
Yeah, it sounds like some players just kind of jumping back in. I know maybe we lost one player, so we'll see kind of what goes on there. And we're back. This is what everybody really wants. They actually, I saw a chat before in the last pause. They were like, why can't we just get Mitch full screen? Just go. And I'm just like a little voice in the corner. Unfortunately, we can't do that at the moment. So
I don't know if I don't know if I believe you, honestly, Matt. You've given me no reason to doubt you before.
Up until this point.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit sussy on it. This is obviously the first match day for our EMEA region for our Overwatch World Cup qualifiers. So this is, for all intents and purposes, our first look at all of these teams across these 2 groups. And we will have, after this game, we will be having a look at Portugal versus Germany. They'll be going head to head, but even looking ahead towards tomorrow, Matt, we get Finland, Denmark, Spain, France, Sweden, Austria. So just the first 3 games are going to be bangers.
Yeah, I mean, today is a big day for Group B, right, with the 2 games. Tomorrow, this is the game in Group A for today, and then obviously we will have some big games for Group A tomorrow as well, like you just kind of mentioned, because some of those games, like obviously Sweden is like a powerhouse. They've always been extremely strong. In the Overwatch World Cup, it'll be fun to get to see them play, and they feel like the top in the group potentially. So we'll get a chance to see if they can kind of like solidify that spot.
I mean, and obviously later on today, if you stick around, you might be aware of this, we will have Americas kicking off after that, which is a slightly sort of truncated sort of schedule by comparison. Just 3 games today, but some fantastic ones as well. We'll have Canada versus Colombia, we'll have Brazil versus Puerto Rico, and then USA versus Mexico to follow up with that. This is another look, though, at your 3 groups here in EMEA. Now, I don't know. Wasn't my decision to put Denmark, Sweden, and Finland all in the same group. I'm sure there's a very, very good reason for that. But
Yeah.
It makes for a difficult proposition for Austria to try and make it out of this group to the group stage in Busan.
Well, let's paint the picture of like what the path would be for a team like Austria, right? It's obviously, I think beating Denmark, like this match obviously is huge. I think finding a win over Sweden and Finland would be tough, right? Like, you know, trying to beat both of those teams that we consider very strong in the group would be pretty difficult to do. So I think for Austria, like the path is probably, you know, a win here against Denmark, and then you're trying to probably take down like Finland, right? Like that would be kind of the pathway for Austria, it feels like.
Yeah, I think like I said, we'd have to do some sort of mental gymnastics to imagine how that is going to come about. Also, like overnight, we have already had our games out in Asia. I saw like Avril and Avast covering those games, which is kind of awesome. So surprising no one, South Korea looked very good in their group. Honestly, there's a toss-up though. Like Japan and Hong Kong look like they are pretty tight. Here, of course, this is our schedule for EMEA specifically. I know I'm talking about Asia right now, so forgive me. This is our games that we have sort of seen so far today. This is how the groups are shaping up after those. So still a lot to be decided. We're only one game each on either side. And then back in Asia again in Group B, we've got Thailand, who are always a fan favorite, have always been a very fun team to watch. They are 1-1 right now, so they're definitely in with a chance at a 0 map differential. And Australia have managed to look pretty comfortable with a team that has Kalahex, Kafa, Punk making his return. So they look like they will be joining us in Busan at this stage.
Yeah, I mean that's fun. Australia always puts together a very competitive team for Overwatch World Cup, where you see kind of our groups here for EMEA. So this next game will be our first game in Group A, like we talked about. So Sweden versus Austria. We've already seen Great Britain looked absolutely dominant. Ireland was able to take a map off of Spain, so that's something to kind of call out in that group. So Ireland maybe make some noise a little bit later, but today Group A obviously I know is the one we're kind of looking at now with this next match, and then just kind of moving forward, right? We think that's a pretty top-heavy group with like if you dropped Denmark or Austria into some of the other groups, they would be like the clear-cut number 2, right? Maybe win some of the other groups.
I think that they would get out of Group B.
Yeah, I think so.
So like at least that easily. I don't know about France. They look very, very good on paper, and I don't know. I feel like Poland is the kind of region that always surprises. So I also think like China is a particularly good player. So yeah, keep an eye out for how Group C starts to coalesce a little bit. Obviously, we've got 2 days over the course of this weekend with our qualifying games, and 2 wins is usually I think almost guaranteed to be enough to get you out of that group. If not,
it could get a little it could get a little wonky with tiebreakers. Probably like there's a world in which you kind of have a bunch of tiebreakers, but 2-1 you should be in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, should get you there. Unless, we could have like a circle of suck situation, which would be fun to try and work out. But that's not my job. My job is to send you a break right now. We'll be back after these messages. Eclipse is still struggling to join the lobby, so we're sending St. Bernard to fish his PC out of the snow of the Austrian Alps and get it sorted. We'll see you in a sec. good? Welcome back, everybody. Antarctic Peninsula, in theory, about to begin. We had issues with a player connecting to the lobby, as in they couldn't connect to the lobby. So just so everyone knows, not a production issue. It's a player being unable to connect issue. We are in the game,
just
though.
wanted to have the conversation about the price of gas in the chat. That's
it. I mean, it triggered me because someone was complaining about it being $4.50. I'm like, I mean, try it being in Los Angeles. The existential utopia that it is.
So to remind you guys where we're at, this is a Group A game. We got Denmark versus Austria. The Diva ban comes out from Austria because, like, you know, we talked about Tama. Maybe like the hero pool doesn't exactly want to play against Diva. Would prefer to play like more like Winston and I know Hazard and those types of things. And you know, for Denmark, they get rid of an Ana. So it'll be a Wu Yang composition here for Austria, a little bit different. You know, Wu Yang Kiri with Tama on the Hazard. So we just saw Tread play an unbelievable Hazard. So we'll see you know, what Tama has in store for us.
Kind of insane to play this like super poke comp on this anomaly stage. So curious to see how it plays out. Obviously, you do want to soften up Denmark a little bit before you go in, but Austria haven't had much success there because Denmark are playing really safely and giving good heals. Shockwave also will force Tama off that line really early.
As Jonowich takes some shots there. Looks like from Psycho. He's putting down some serious damage on the Pharah. As Denmark not able to get control of the point just yet. Neither team able to do so, but it's going to be Shockwave who opens things up. But just like that, it'll be Psycho finding a pick.
Right, Shockwave obviously being knocked off, not where he wants to be. He's still no cap on this point so far. Skytalk goes in with a dive though, and again, it's just far too low. Even with a cardiac overdrive, it's just brutal stuff. The nice response here for Austria. Denmark, again, like on the approach, are getting sort of poked down, and Skytor felt like by the time he charged, he knew the fight was already done.
Yes, Skytor, I mean, I think they see Tama and Tomex pretty low, and like the, you know, TP had already been used by the Kiri, and Skytor thinks maybe you can take advantage of that and go, but not able to live there long enough on the Maga. And then also you have the Suzu available, so Tomex able to keep him and Tama alive on through that. So Austria, they'll end up taking the lead here. It'll be a Kitsune Rush used by Tomex here early on.
All right, I can make use of that as well. Tama's able to run Shockwave down. This is big from Austria. Honestly, Matt, with this comp,
really
this
good,
like Kiri Wuyang, they are looking fantastic. I think Psycho is an issue. On this kind of map, it is pretty easy to play out of those Cassidy sightlines, and frankly, the poke pressure from Austria look much better.
Yeah, and I think for Austria, right, you have this Tidal Blast. You can use that onto the Hazard, right? It becomes very difficult to kind of deal with, or even like you can use it on the Pharah, like the Pharah kind of come down from the high ground. Is a lot of pressure has gone on to Shockwave thus far.
He's got a good sightline here. To be fair, it's putting pressure very quickly, you know, on Austria, and they frankly buckle underneath it. Psycho can't get in position quick enough to return that amount of damage. So over the edge, we're gonna go quickly if we're Austria and try and get back in position. Like you mentioned, Tidal Blast at the ready. There is a combo with that barrage. I don't know if Austria are going to be able to close the gap meaningfully in order to make use of it, but you can also send it onto Tama and get that nice little knockdown.
Yeah, you do have a sound barrier available here for Denmark, so it's going to be Shockwave open things up with a Deadeye around the corner, seeing if he can find somebody, and he finds Nyx. As Tama does end up getting the benefits there of the Tidal Blast, I believe, but doesn't really get that much of anything. It'll be an OC here for Eclipse. Nice sound barrier in response from Jonowich, and that's exactly what you want to see them use that sound barrier for.
And I feel like this is the quality of Denmark now that is showing up in this game. They looked fantastic in that fight. A good Deadeye timing for Shockwave. Catches out a key player, and frankly, Tama with the Tidal Blast doesn't do anything with it. It's him playing out of line of sight because of the Deadeye, and by the time it's over, it's too long. It's too late for him to get back involved. Cagey for Skytor, though. Something worth keeping an eye on. Obviously very dangerous for Psycho. If he gets caged mid-barrage, he's screwed, and that was deadly. Shockwave right around the corner, sees the Pharah coming, and now Denmark are deciding to run away with this.
I mean, all you hear from Shockwave is just the headshot just being constantly there. Rounds the corner, just deletes Psycho, then pushes on forward, finds two more. And Psycho's been holding on for this barrage, right? And maybe not even really holding on to it is the right word, right? He's just kind of like, he's had it for a while. They just haven't had a great opportunity to use it. You don't want to switch off of it because it's such a powerful ultimate to use, but man, you lose Eclipse now. It's going to be Skytor using the cage fight there. Is the barrage that comes on through, gets nothing. Is You know, it looked good for Austria off the start, Mitch, but then it is all Denmark.
Yeah, it looks like Denmark have really found their feet in this game. They definitely feel like pound for pound, probably a slightly more quality outfit, but frankly, what got them into the game was some really nice support ult usage. And the fact that Shockwave started to go untagged. When you have map control as the Cassidy against in a Pharah matchup, you don't have to worry about her hiding out of sight lines constantly and just, you know, like poking you. She has to expose herself in order to regain that map control, and you can start to punish there. So Malcolm comes from both sides here. Very serious gaming going on, but a good result for Denmark out of that first round.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the stats there, I know nothing too crazy jumps out off the rip as really, I mean, kind of, okay, so Psycho's going to move over and play the Reaper here. So I like this decision, right? The Pharah worked out at the start, then started to really kind of fall off once Denmark started to make some changes and Shockwave really started to heat up. So Reaper can definitely be a little bit more active participant in these fights.
Off the icebreaker, rather, for our second round. Eclipse is going to be tasked with finding good sight lines for the Sojourn. This isn't terrible, but there's no way to put pressure on Skytor here. That overclock as well for breaking through the cage fight. Something that you're going to be trying to sequence yourself into. And what's the plan for Psycho here? Has to find good flank angles, needs to be mindful of the mag grenade. There's kind of a lot of threats out there for the Reaper, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, no, Psycho not even really able to get into the fight, right? Maybe using the Wraith to just kind of stay alive there for a period of time. As I mean, if you're going to give somebody like Shockwave this much space on the Cassidy, right, it is going to be very difficult to deal with. Like, ideally, you know, Eclipse is able to put some pressure on him at range, but we haven't really seen that thus far.
Well, now Eclipse isn't going to be given much space. This is Denmark almost, I mean, about as close as you get to a spawn camp on this particular map. Ramp being chased down by Psycho, but Austria are going to be held at bay for the time being. This is going to get Denmark, honestly, close to 45% before Austria are in a position to even contest this.
Denmark also going to have a dead eye here. Tama does use the charge to kind of close the gap. See, I know we get out of these Mogas, it'll be a dead eye here. Tomek's going to respond with the Kitsune rush, but you get really no value off of this, Mitch, right? You're not going to use that rush into the dead eye, so the rush just kind of existing on the point here for Austria. No real value out of it. Now Joham's going to get a much better Kitsune rush here for Denmark.
Yeah, this is great. Denmark actually being able to make use of this. And this is just how powerful the threat of Deadeye is, if not the effect itself. I guess you rush for a quicker Susu cooldown as well. There's like some mild upside, but yeah, I like, again, you can save someone from a Deadeye if they get booped out or something like that. But again, like that is as good as it gets for you there. Don't love that exchange of ultimates from Austria at all, but they do have the uncontested beat for the next fight.
I mean, see if they even get use of it, though, right? I mean, they're pushed back all the way into their spawn. Yeah, here's going to be the sound barrier. It's going to connect with 3. Hama not going to get the benefits of it, though. Does take out Joham as he's making his way to the point, but at what cost? You're going to give up 2 players.
No, too many players, Matt. That is not a cost I think you're willing to bear in this case. It might end up losing the fight. Case fight is well apportioned here, though, especially with the pulse bomb. Skytor, even with plenty of that healing from Cardiac Overdrive, can't stay alive. So Austria have to part with some pretty big game-changing ultimates, but they stay alive here on Antarctic Peninsula.
I mean, just barely, right? They end up, finding one, but then they lose, Eclipse and Nyx. Start of that fight is now for Denmark coming back in. You'll have a Deadeye again, so like maybe you can kind of like open up the point a little bit, see if Janowicz can actually find like a boop into the Deadeye. Shockwave trying to work his way up towards some of that high ground. Don't exactly want to kind of just march through this trove, because now you're going to get the speed around the corner. That flashbang there, used at the start, see if you can catch somebody out. Tama's a nice job getting around the corner.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here, of course. This is what Tama wants to do. Play close and get those short-range charges in to find knockdowns. Shockwave looked a little bit exposed there for a moment. Eclipse is trying to back away, but nice catch on towards Nyx. That right-click really hitting diff, and yep, pulse bomb connection onto Eclipse. Denmark also know how to use their ultimates in order to put them back in the hot seat, and now Austria don't really have anything left to work with. This should be Antarctic Peninsula wrapped up in a nice bow here and now. It's a clean 2-0 for Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, not that close, really. It was that first fight for Austria on our first point there that kind of goes their way. And then after that, it is all Denmark. I think winning in terms of like the ultimate economy pretty heavily throughout the entire game. And then Shockwave just really dominated on the Cassidy there. So a tough look for Austria off the rip, but now maybe a map selection here coming up, and then obviously first ban can kind of turn the tides a little bit.
I thought that it was an appropriate switch for Psycho to move over towards the Tracer. Unfortunately, Tama just gets battered. Eclipse also had 9 deaths here. Against a composition that in theory, doesn't always have the ability to reach the Sojourn, right? You should be able to slide out of Malga range pretty comfortably. So it's just great target focus here. Shockwave also was a bit of a bully.
Yes.
Psycho's dead before he rounds the corner there. So, I mean, I've been checking him PC on that one. But, I don't think it takes us long to be reminded that Shockwave was like a genuine like top 2, top 3 prospect in EMEA as a DPS player, like across
years,
all roles. Guys. Yeah, and kind of just obviously Virtus.pro didn't really get the result they were looking for. That team at the time were like poised to be the best in Europe. They even had like a winning stage in EMEA, but eventually they couldn't keep up with like your Twisted Minds and Alcatsias of EMEA. And Shockwave, frankly, just honestly went and did his own thing and stopped competing. So it's good to see him back here.
And I mean, you kind of can see like the levels he can still hit though, right? I mean, some really strong Cassidy play there at the start from Shockwave. And I mean, you kind of start to see like, okay, like Tama wants to play the Hazard at the start. They're going to play the Mauga on the other side. Not a great matchup. You kind of force him into a Mauga head-to-head. You wouldn't say that's like going to be a strength here for Austria. So what do they decide to do for our second game? Potentially you would rather see Tama play the Diva than trying to like match a Mauga like head-to-head. You'd probably say that's like a little bit more of a strength. Yeah. Or trying to play Hazard. Is it maybe New Junk City? Although there you can play a good amount of Mauga like we've seen. So I think it really puts a lot of stress on the hero pool out of Austria's tank.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that's where, we have seen Skytor be like pretty comfortable in like a lot of different roles. Skytor also, I think, has looked at his best playing dive-based tanks, Winston and the like. I think that's like kind of been where his bread and butter is. So both players here have, hoped, I think, at points in the past to sort of buck the trend of the metagame and play something that's a little bit more their style. But we are still in lobby right now. So there's possibility there's like some discussion.
Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. Austria goes over to Dorado. This is like a good Winston. And we did see Winston for like a brief moment at Champions Clash, if you could believe it or not. But this is a map you could play it. But with Diva in, right? Like the other team could just, like Diva is just kind of does everything superior at this point, right? It would be a tough one. And you've already banned the Diva, right? We've already seen them kind of go to that in that map 1.
Yeah, and I left this in like a amalgam in the end. So it's quite possible that, I mean, it's quite possible that like Tama could be a little bit limited on options as this series, progresses. Dorado here is going to be our map pick, which of course I think is a pretty premium map for the Diva. It's also one of the few where we've seen teams continue to try and play the Winston, but I also think Hazard has found like a ton of purchase now on Dorado as a bit of a staple pick who's just, has maybe that extra level of lethality over the Winston with the ability to block those chokes, block sidelines, and punish, isolated individuals.
I mean, we even saw a team, in Champions Clash match, they played Winston Inge on this map. You believe that in, this year, which is crazy. So a lot of options here, on Dorado. Could see maybe some on a brig type of setups on this map, right? Especially on the defensive side of things. It's kind of where you see that come into play. So I think Denmark looks to be the more flexible team. I think it's what does Austria do in terms of bans that could really kind of tilt things maybe a little bit in their favor. It would feel kind of bad to ban the Cassidy and then leave the tank pool available for Denmark, let's say, to kind of ban.
You could ban Tracer and see what Rav's hero pool looks like. I don't think you can go after Shockwave because he plays everything under the sun that's hit scan coded. And Johanna and Jonovic, you're not going after supports here unless it's Jetpack.
So they ban Cassidy. Yeah, they go with the Cassidy ban really early here. Shockwave, it's not like Shockwave can't play Soch. And then Jetpack Cat is the ban for Denmark. So trying to keep all of the shenanigans out of the game.
I only think that The only situation where I feel like it's appropriate to ban Cassidy here is like if you're trying to play ball or something like that. Like especially against like someone who has a very well documented, a very deep hero pool, and Cassidy's not even the sort of necessarily the best on this kind of map.
I was going to say
we
that,
do have verticality and longer sightlines. It's actually Cassidy's lack of mobility that can be exploited on maps like Dorado, where dive tanks are the go-to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map, Dorado, that like, you know, you wouldn't necessarily say like plays to Cassidy's strengths. So like, you don't mind having to play like a Sojourn or a Emre. You know, you kind of think down the list of hit scans, a Freya, for instance. Like you don't really hate playing those on this map because like they play a little bit better for Dorado. So I do think this though gives you a clear idea like how, you know, worried they were potentially about you know, the jetpack the Cassidy of Shockwave. It also does look like this was Austria actually giving the first ban over to Denmark. So Denmark, Austria picks the map. They concede first ban. First ban goes to Denmark. They get rid of the jetpack cat. And then it is the Cassidy ban on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, reasonable. Obviously, when you see a ban that comes up second, obviously is, no, it's not a protect, right? So it's very specifically to target that. We kind of just discussed sort of why we think that is. I do think that maybe you just don't want to deal with the mag grenade when you're trying to play, you know, highly mobile tanks. The hindrance is pretty annoying. It's also really bad for Doomfist. Like, I don't know if we're going to see that here. I've seen Tama play it, but
I think we're going to get the map 2 Doomfist. We're going there already?
We are talking about
Doom Weaver,
Overwatch
little
World
Doom
Cup
Weaver setup.
This is the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers. Like, you dead ass can kind of play a little bit of whatever. To be fair, it's looking. Our teams are looking far more regimented, far more drilled than ever before, right?
There was World Cups,
I mean,
yeah.
There was a year when Muselk
stuff.
was playing for Australia in the World Cup. Like that should give you an idea of
dude,
like
year one. I mean, what? I mean, you had like Huck played for Canada, right? I mean, it was I think you had like creators and stuff in it as well.
I mean, like Pokelols was. I mean, I love
level of play has gone up every World Cup.
Yes, we've moved away from the content creators on every squad, even though many of our pro players are content creators or became content creators. We definitely have people that are more, you know, esports focused. Yeah, the ball.
Yeah,
That's why the Cassidy ban. Okay,
and this is a hero that Tama can play really well. Tama like really excels at like Ball, Winston, like those type of heroes. So being able to play the ball should be quite good here for Austria. Can he just get in position to make an impact, though? That is the question.
I think this is wild. So the idea against ball comps is that you basically have to dive yourself. Either have a really good defensive setup, which honestly this is with the Ashe, or dive better. Dive faster than the ball. Or obviously doesn't have the same level of kill potential.
Yeah, that's going to get 2. Yeah. I don't believe they actually had a Suzu there. So Tomix and Eclipse, they were going to like end up almost bleeding out to that dynamite that Shockwave connects with 2. Is this is a rough spot for Nyx to be in. Is a new fall. So the hard part though, Mitch, is like, you know, if Tama and Psycho can't come up with these like kills, and like, you know, Yoham and Janowicz are a backline that's like pretty proven at a top level, right? You are going to allow Shockwave to kind of free fire on these players on the low ground, and that could get quite ugly.
Also, it's a little tricky to get good high ground if you're Emre here.
Yeah.
You can obviously use the elevator. That leaves you a little bit limited. Your sight lines are pretty bad from that low ground. Historically, like those hit scan don't perform that well. And Tama, I don't know where they were going. Even with the absence of the mag grenade, Tama is still struggling to stick to a target.
I mean, yeah, just trying to get towards that high ground, right? And it's just great support play there from Denmark, and they're never really worried. It's very difficult for Tama to get any type of like healing, right? You don't have like a, you have like a, obviously a Laurie with her beacon, but you don't have somebody who's like a, thinking the vein of like a Weon or a Zen. You can just kind of like give him passive healing at range. So you see kind of like force back here to the Kiri and the rest of the squad as Psycho is building up towards a pulse bomb. Odd, force of the recall out though. Gonna have to drop to the low ground.
Tama, what are they waiting for at the moment? Maybe just for the fallout from this Kitsune rush, which likely is going to mince the entirety of Austria if they can't clear the card. Here comes Tama, and honestly, Yoham and Janowicz got put under pretty extreme pressure by their pile driver, but still, the follow-up isn't there, and there's a sound barrier that is waiting in the wings. I'd be a little bit concerned of the Captive Sun if I was Denmark here. Don't want to overcommit to a spot where you're grouped up and waiting for that. But the Bob is going to buy a bit of space here. SkyTour's coming back with plenty of health. Rav has a pulse bomb, and also there's a sound barrier again that's waiting.
Okay, he's trying to use the Captive Sun to maybe get back.
Just like the sun in Denmark during winter, bro. It's just not present.
Yeah. Okay, we got a Kitsune Rush basically out of the spawn here for Austria. This is like desperation territory. I don't even think you're going to be forced to use anything here if you're Denmark. Okay, you do end up losing 2. I imagine you end up holding on to self-destruct. Yeah, you're going to come back here and fight this. So now you can actually get out of the choke here if you're Austria.
Okay. I actually don't have the ball now. You've got some pretty good chokes that you can start to punish with, like easy grapple lines. Denmark, though, can sort of beat into this fight. Realistically, they've got to watch out for moving into the chokes against these Wrecking Ball mines, right? That's the only thing I'd be a little bit worried about here. If I'm tracking that ultimate, which you rarely are because it's super variable for ball, but we just haven't seen it. So that's why you'd be guessing after 3 minutes. So here's the Override Protocol. Much of this damage is going to be mitigated, as you can see, by that defense matrix. And Sound Barrier was used there just for safety by Jonovic. You don't want to start to get snowballed out by the attack side here, which is a very real risk on Dorado. So Denmark trying to stabilize here, but there's the minefield. It catches you out. Maybe trying to play into a tight, close area or a choke. And there's only Oham who can stall the cart out. Jonovic will drop in and he will eventually fall. And Austria do get to snowball off that singular fight win out front of Spawn. And now they're into the map with 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and the Brig switch, obviously Brig extremely good against D.Va if you don't want to like play, or maybe a lot of people, Mizuki, obviously extremely new hero, don't feel that comfortable playing him at a really high level yet. You can go to the Brig. The Brig, obviously, being able to kind of trigger the Inspire constantly off of the D.Va mech. Very strong, as you're definitely starting to see the ball be a little bit more impactful as Tama gets up to the high ground there, slams down, and then come right on through, but that is what you're worried about with the Brig there, just taken out by SkyTour with some help from Shockwave. As SkyTour pushes in, gets 3, so now it looks like it's going to be Austria stuck with the choke yet again.
SkyTour's D.Va's looking pretty darn solid as well. Something that I didn't see as often from him in OWCS. Now, though, it's definitely paying off. Tama knew they were going there, so just a pile driver trying to end it nice and quick. And so Denmark now get to ease into this a little bit more. And again, Eclipse has the same problem Matt he did at the start of the map. Like, there's just not good sightlines here for the Emperor to play.
Well, I also think, Mitch, like, you need to get more progress here if you're Austria, like, because can you play the ball successfully on defense? Like, I mean, it's going to be way harder. It feels like the offense, advantage for the Wrecking Ball, is obviously here. So where you really need to come up, that's huge. Rav deep into the back line, gets taken out by an Emery nade. Be a Bob that's used by Shockwave, trying to even up the playing field a bit.
Pretty devious spot for that Bob to come out as well. He's going to cover both angles really effectively and force the disengage. And it's going to be chased on. There's no escape.
Johan with 2 there. And then, SkyTour, I mean, just kind of unbothered, moving on the way in. So they survive Rav getting taken out. They end up using the Kitsune Rush there. The Bob on a little bit of an off angle kind of blocks off that choke. Rally Rush available for Austria. You would hate to have them use both of these to kind of open this one up, but as we get below 30 seconds, it feels like they almost have to. Nice dynamite again there from Shockwave. You see connect with Nyx. Gonna put some pressure on him and Eclipse.
Eclipse still looking for a foothold, Matt. Still trying to find a way up there. Might have to be an override protocol here, but that's going to be with Psycho out of the game. Is there enough time to wait on this? Apparently, there is. Tama looking to try and alight right in front of Shockwave, but he coach guns himself back preemptively.
Oh, that was a rally.
And Eclipse needs healing before he can do anything more with this. Nyx is getting punished. Absolutely brutalized since switching over towards the Brig. That was a pulse bomb that claimed him. And Denmark should have this defense side pretty well locked up now. This time, no traces walking into the minefield as would appear. And so Denmark would wait for these stragglers to come through. The spawn advantage isn't that distinct. So Austria likely have a chance to touch here. And here's the ball that comes in just to extend the round a little bit longer. Yeah. SkyTour, though, is just trying to ward people away from this card. We'll have a longer overtime map, but again, I think it's going to be tough to make anything of it.
Yes, now Tama falls. You ended up also not having anybody else touch, but Nyx ends up popping the rally, gets hit with the pulse bomb basically at the same time, so no real effects of that key break ultimate. That is not a great spot for that card to end up stalled out in. As we take a look at some of the stats, one of the more interesting things to look at is Psycho goes 5-1 there. Only one death, like pretty well in terms of like damage output as well. Just no, the team not able to get anything going really.
Yeah, Shockwave is a pretty big nuisance, and despite like, for the most part, Emma not really getting to play in like the most favorable high ground scenarios, Eclipse is still able to eke out 7.7k damage. So it's really solid. I think Nyx being punished on their brig shows up on the scoreboard. There's 6 deaths for that first half.
Yeah, and I'm worried about this ball on defense. It's I feel like even harder to execute here than on offense, and like setting up some dives and whatnot. So we'll see if Talma and Co are able to do it here. What's your thoughts on the Emre in the mix as well? Like, I know Shockwave obviously going to the, old trusted Ashe in this situation, but he's able to constantly like land like 2-3 player dynamites, obviously paying off. But no, you feel like the Emre should win in terms of the overall damage output, though?
I think it really depends. You can punish the choke much the same way as Shockwave does with the grenade, right? I do think that like when the high ground is an issue, you can also use that override protocol to like access it again. Obviously, Blast is amazing against dive tanks, right? If you take the right major perk, that that makes it so powerful. So yeah, it's kind of one of the reasons why I like to go for Emra, but almost to some degree, man, it feels like a preference issue. There are a lot of analog abilities between the Ashe and the Emra. I feel like Bob is, in terms of making that space, is kind of huge though.
Jonowich now over to the brig. So a brig for Denmark as Talma gets dangerously low. It looks like the Suzu already used as well. It's going to be the dynamite there. It connects to a player up on the high ground as Nick's just trying, going to get a pylon out as they do get rid of Rav. I mean, that's a huge pick-off there for Austria.
Can I make this? Yeah, I was going to say, can I make this really sink for them? Now with Shockwave getting taken down, Denmark are going to be staved off in their first attempt to make some real progress here. And Cliff's just putting out that real consistent damage. Tama does not want to get body blocked into an awkward spot, but has the the entire healing core to back them up, including Psycho there, just in case the ball needs to be bailed out. Now, there's a threat of the cart moving up as well. You can see Rav trying to contest it here, and they've now made that space for Denmark to move up and play this low room by the choke.
So we'll see. No, it looks like Yoham just trying to farm for some damage or healing. It's gonna try and build up this Kitsune rush, right? And end up dropping it through the choke, as now right away it is go time. Once you get that rush down, you see everybody kind of scatter here for Austria, doing a nice job surviving for the time being. Nice Suzu there, able to keep Eclipse alive.
That would have been huge. There was a lot of people grouped up around that pulse bomb, Matt. Could have been devastating. Skytalk going to clear this turret, which means it's going to be a few seconds before this Iliari is able to really have meaningful healing throughput. Skytalk's just doing a heck of a lot here. Now looking to try and shut down this override protocol. I think you're happy to give the mech for it, especially when you have a self-destruct available. Unfortunately, Eclipse will be allowed to get enough damage down, and Jonovic will be punished. It is hard to play Brig in this position, especially against like Emra with that high ground, especially during ultimates. Like Brig v Farah is like the most brutal matchup of all time. It definitely feels similar to that in that window. The Nyx is out of the game here. Psycho flubs that pulse bomb, and Skytalk's able to make short work of the Emra. The Denmark have numbers to run in with here, and this Bob, tucked in the corner, denies anyone trickling out to defend. Psycho has to wait for it, and now has an opportunity to go for it. Kitsune Rush is going to be in play here for Austria now, as Psycho's trying to dodge and dodge around this point. Over towards that right-hand side is where Denmark is set up in that room, and now have a chance to move on out. Kiriko's out of the mix. Nyx is going to come back with a captive Sun, but it will be too late to do much about this. 3:45 to play in a checkpoint for Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, they use their Kitsune Rush over the point, does Austria, but everybody from Denmark just kind of splits, right? Skytor does a great job just kind of staying alive. Still has not had to use the self-destruct to remech. You're able to kind of duck in and out of those side rooms, and then because they have to play on the payload, right? Talma is not able to like make a play for Shockwave, so he's just allowed to fire at range. Nobody really in his face. Captive Sun here over the top, just seeing who Nyx can connect with. Does connect to the Tracer, just not that second shot in that would have blown him up. As, oh, this is brutal. You do not want to see this. It is a rallying Brig up to the high ground. Don't know how Talma plays into this one. This is going to be rough.
No, it's one of the best combos for point control in the game, and yeah, Talma just opts out of it. Says, no, I think I'll actually just move on to the next map if that's okay. And Denmark take their second consecutive map in this series. Dorado picked up pretty comfortably, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, that was dominant showing there from Denmark. Take a look at the stats real quick. Psycho, big shout out to him for Austria, trying his hardest. Finishes 7-1, playing a really strong game on Tracer. But just overall, I mean, you look at the damage output, right? From Shockwave, pretty high on the Ashe. And I think, look, Skytor, finishing with only 2 deaths on D.Va. Fantastic game, from him and the support. So Denmark kind of clicking on all cylinders, it feels like.
Skytor felt like he was doing the most at one point.
Yeah.
Like, just, pressuring a back line, pushing the objective up, and then, turning around to respond to, like, an ulting Emra. Really impressive showing here. Again, the Ashe is such a great defensive pick on this map. In years gone by, it was like Brig and Ashe were like your go-tos up here, even against these like dive-oriented, these Wrecking Ball style comps. And it felt like virtually impossible to break these holds. Eventually, as we see here, Austria were able to get through, but it had cost them by this point 3 minutes. They snowball through the rest of this phase rather, and then they get drawn to another screeching halt because they once again have to play into like a really oppressive high ground situation. That's what Dorado, proposes to you as an attacker each time. You have to find ways to overcome that, and just some snappy shooting there from Shockwave, including Jonovic, I think, taking his frustration out on people in these final moments.
Yeah. So now Austria, another map pick for them. If you wanted to play ball, you could do New Queen Street. That's an option here. You think about like some of the hybrid maps, like Hollywood, Kings Row, like Nimbani. I don't think you're going to any of those. So like, is it a New Queen Street? Is it maybe a Surabasa? Is that kind of what you're looking at now here? If you are, Austria in terms of map selection.
I don't know if Tama feels like it's going to have to be the Wrecking Ball. I'm kind of glad though that like the Cassidy ban did mean they wanted to play ball and not just Shockwave on Cassidy is kind of scary. I'm glad that like there was some genuine thought behind that in terms of how Austria were wanting to tailor their ideal team composition. And like honestly, like against Kiri Lucio backlines, when you can like dive on a single DPS, I can see the merit to it, right? But we're in an era where we play these comps where like both supports are highly mobile. It's usually only one of the DPS lacks some escape or mobility. And that's kind of the DPS you just invest your healing resources in. It's just the Suzu target constantly from your Kiriko. So then there's another minigame you have to play as the ball. How do I draw the Suzu out? And is that going to sort of be enough? So I think it's difficult to play these dive comps. There's a reason why like Winston, for example, whose time to kill is just too low to make him particularly relevant, has kind of fallen off, and a lot of players are preferring the flexibility of the Hazard, who offers a little bit more than just the ability to get from point A to point B quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's just better options, right? People who have like kind of just played Winston a majority of their career, they've had to force over to play like D.Va and Ball and Hazard at this point, right? It just feels like there's better dive tank options in the mix, ones that have equal, maybe like slightly less in terms of like mobility, but extremely high survivability across the board. So it'll be New Junk City here. Will be the map pick for Austria. We'll see what they decide to do in terms of like bans, because this is a map where you can play tons of Ramatra, tons of Zarya, Maga. Wouldn't exactly think it kind of fits the pool here for Austria. Did you ban Maga? I mean, that's a possibility. Okay, so Denmark actually decides to ban the Maga and then the Sojourn ban. So really Austria worried about the hit scan potential of Shockwave.
Yeah, but I think like Sojourn is only really like ultra desirable. I would say like when there's a Malga in the mix, right? She is, to my mind, like the most mobile of her class of, DPS. So that's obviously important to take that away. But again, like you're not dealing with a Malga now anymore. So, you don't really desperately need that overclock to crack those cage fights nearly as often. You can just play Cassidy. You just play Cassidy. And you're in a good spot. You're also going to dissuade Tama is like a ball and like Doomfist guy. You play the Cassidy, you can dissuade either of those tank picks pretty heavily. The threat of that grenade is just, it is crazy. That ability, I can't can't believe like I'm actually talking about it like it's more impactful than his stun grenade, which was crazy.
I mean, it's like out there. I mean, we'll see. Okay, so Tama maybe hovering the Ramatra. I was gonna say to, you know, ban the Sojourn and then play the ball would be quite a rough look. So it will be the Ramatra. You know, it's versus the Diva setup. Basically, everything else kind of the same. Look, Ram can obviously, like, when the Kitsune Rush is rolling, it can like kind of hang around and like brawl a bit better. But with these teams are probably, you know, so skilled to this point that you don't exactly have to kind of like stand there and kind of go toe to toe. Nice Vortex there, trying to lock players in place. Everybody for Denmark does get out of the way though.
Shockwave here, just as he fights back, is putting down a filthy amount of damage. Shockwave there, unclear if that was Psycho's TP or one of his own, so I had to be really careful. Psycho, for me, is the Symmetra player in EMEA. Guy is absolutely crazy, and has looked so good on that role, especially like last year, I want to say, when his team were like really pushing the envelope on the Symmetra comps. So I can see why Shockwave is a bit nervous if he hears that sound cue from the TP. Still, at some point, Austria are going to have to challenge this. Need to move down to the point. Skytor does not want to give Tama a protracted engagement. It doesn't bode well for the Diva. And that's sick reactions from Eclipse. Sees the TP coming in, manages to blow the head off Rav immediately now. But later in the fight, things start to turn against Austria. Eclipse getting run down by Skytor feels like it's more than just the beginning of the end.
Yeah, no, not able to keep the Diva in mech here. Skytor, though, but you will get a first point take, as Austria never actually got control of it there early on. So we'll see if Skytor is able to like kind of go to the choke. Yeah, just trying to farm some damage here, get a mech back. Huge if they, you know, honestly, but based off of like some of this damage, just kind of walking through this choke, and then, ooh, has to be careful. I was gonna say off of time, might be able to get a mech back, but I think Austria realizing they're gonna go. It's gonna be a Deadeye here.
Right, Suzu.
Or Shockwave. Yep, Suzu keeps everybody up. Oh, Eclipse dies during his Deadeye.
I think there was some sim turrets involved in that kind of damage. I'm not sure, but Shockwave's able to run him down. There's Kitsune Rush and Cassidy, match made in heaven. You have the haste buff. You also have that higher movement speed, which is really potent. Fire rate increases. It's all good. Tama will not be allowed to get away from this one in one piece.
Oh, that is rough. Yeah, it's like maybe some sim turrets in the way there, kind of slowing down that Deadeye, but I know the Deadeye from Eclipse doesn't really find much. Skytor got hit, you know, with a big shot from the Deadeye of Shockwave. It was really low early on. They used the Kitsune Rush to kind of keep him alive. Denmark will cycle back to the point here. Austria going to come from the low ground. They want to kind of have that fight come to them, right? Fight inside of this annihilation of the Ramatra.
Okay, well, we have two sim wars in play now. Self-destruct on the dangerous side of it for Denmark, but they have a TP that they could have used to get out had they needed it. Rav, though, does fall. And look at Tama's position right now. He's sat pretty comfortably, falling back. But after the flip, it's on Denmark now to approach, and they're going to have to fight into an annihilation, which even with the sound barrier could be risky business, especially because Nyx has one as well. And having tracked this, Denmark are quite aware they need to fold back and probably look for a player advantage that doesn't involve them having to try and check this Ramatra in a 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to wait, right, until they get Rav back in the fight. Rav quite low yet again off the rip. So they want to take it in a way where, like, maybe they can kind of force them to split a little bit. I know the Ramatra already losing the armor. It's going to be some healing here. It's going to be a Deadeye. Oh, and before
Psycho.
that sound barrier comes on down, Psycho's taken out.
Yeah, I think Psycho was banking on a shield there from Tama. I think he probably communicated it, but it came slightly too late. That hurts. Jonovic, though, again, inevitably caught out by this annihilation. There just isn't really a way for Denmark to play around that ultimate. There just isn't. And as a result, they might end up losing this flashpoint. Shockwave, though, able to flip it back. That is so important. Yeah. Now can stall it out. It's going to be pocketed by Johan, who has Kitsune Rush ready to use.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to back up a little bit, but this may give an opportunity here for Denmark to fight yet again, as it looks like you do have Skytor switch over to the Ram. They may end up deciding to give it up. Yeah, they're going to decide. I think once you switch over to the Ram and you lose Shockwave there towards the end, you're going to decide to give it up. So that is Austria battling back there, using that annihilation, taking our first flashpoint.
Not the result I think that Denmark were expecting and or hoping for, and a big part of it is the unfavorable matchup that Diva has to take into Ramatra. Skytor did a great job of working around Tama, but when push came to shove and there was an annihilation in play, it just wasn't an option. It was not an answer to that ultimate, and it felt deterministic at that point. Like this from Skytor, dicing with death though, but Psycho does get run down in the end. Denmark looking comfortable, not only with the Diva comp, but also this rush style with Skytor at the head.
Yeah, Skytor moves up, takes a ton of damage at the start of that fight, but is inside of the Kitsune rush. And then puts some damage down onto Tama, and then also that Sim TP that's directly behind Tama. And once it's gone, he tries to like rotate up towards the point. And a really nice shot by Skytor to just chase the Ram, and then also kind of drop that low ground, being able to finish off Psycho. So a nice plays by the tank from Denmark is they're going to get up to a pretty nice lead here.
32% and counting. Maybe a rush here off the rip for Austria. To get Tama within striking distance could be big, but this Deadeye is going to delay things. Good damage on Tama. He had his dukes up, so had some damage mitigation, but still, he is under pressure. Able to recover, though, now with the Kitsune rush in play. Eclipse is going to surge forward now with that haste buff, but has nothing to shoot at. Denmark playing back behind the periphery, but Tama chases them wherever they try and hide, and Austria will clean them off, get themselves into this flashpoint properly.
And I mean, I think this is like kind of the type of series I thought we would see, right? Psycho doing a great job here on the sim, really kind of like pushing the pace of knowing exactly like when they should chase, when they should fall back, doing a nice job with those sim TPs, giving Tama a better chance at success. So we'll see Austria, they'll get up, they'll probably take the lead here in just a bit. And you had that sound barrier annihilation combo. You want to end up using it. Sim walls here for both sides, so everybody just gonna throw in some damage into the void here for a little bit, and then once these start to wear off, I think you'll start to see, and maybe we get an annihilation with a speed boost on in.
Eclipse very mindful, doesn't want to overcommit to this, sees the Sim TP and is scared of it. Now it's Annihilation's got to be matched as the sound barrier, though Jonovic holding onto his until the last moment. Later beat wins, usually, but I tell you what, drawing a beat on Psycho and isolating the Symmetra is a great way to start this fight. That's a source of ramping damage that Austria no longer have any access to now. Tomix is having a TP away briefly with that Swift Step, but that's all they can really do. And Denmark now will be put back in pole position. I think Kitsune Rush Deadeye combo here could secure a flashpoint for them.
Yeah, for Austria, they end up using that annihilation to kick things off, and then they use the beat. But it was a nice job by Denmark. They just kited it for a little bit. They waited maybe like, I don't know, 3-4 seconds, and you get that longer annihilation, that longer sound barrier, which decides it'll be a TP up to the high ground. Tama will get there, get a touch. It'll be a Deadeye here. Or Shockwave, just pushing them off of it. Tama will have to step up and get a touch, but he is going to be deleted, as that is some damage from the Deadeye, the right click of the Cassidy, and then some extra damage that comes in from the Lucio. And just like that, it'll be Denmark tying it up at 1 flashpoint apiece.
So the story so far is that Denmark start with this Diva composition that runs headlong into an annihilation on the first flashpoint. It doesn't work out. They switched over towards the Ramatra composition and shown that they can certainly hang. Kind of mogging Austria in that previous fight there, when both teams were pretty even in terms of their ult economy. So much so that, as you can see here, we're going to have just rushes matched up in this next fight. Very, very close ult economy battle. Jonovic also with their first beat could be big. It may be worth expending both support ultimates to get a first cap here.
We'll see. It'll be Austria trying to break on in as Denmark kind of controls high ground. Trying to go low here. So it'll be both Kitsune rushes used basically at the exact time. Got the advantage of another beat here for Denmark, but oh, you lose Eclipse. I don't even think you need to kind of commit any of that now, as you hold on to the rest, as that'll be Denmark cleaning it up.
That is such an interesting decision. Like, Austria are in a matched ultimate scenario against Denmark. They choose to go to the low ground. Like, they have the option. They don't want to fight to get that high bridge, and instead they're trying to sort of, they walk out on the low ground. They ult with the Kiri ult second map, but it's like you're choosing a disadvantageous position where you don't have information where Shockwave is, who subsequently tears them apart with their fire rate increase from the rush. It just feels like an ill-fated start to the fight.
Deadeye for Shockwave yet again. Ooh, nice job there. Rab just TPs directly on into everybody. And I mean, dude, you can't lose Nyx here with the beat, man. That is
pretty sick. Deadeye. Skytor's just going to hit the annihilation here, I think, once the sim wall expires, or does he even need to do that? No. Not with Eclipse now. Riding, trying to ride off into the sunset, but being run down.
They just beat and run them down. Yeah, I mean.
Yep. This flashpoint's over, man. I mean, they're in great shape. Nyx has a beat to bring back in a little bit later, so maybe more to it than I thought, but goes very low early. Now you can annihilation after this sound barrier comes in, and you're in pretty good shape. It's going to come out now from Skytor. Sim wall from Rav. That is big. Now you've got a little pocket to play from to wait for that sound barrier to expire. And Rav is so charged up. Tama just ceased to exist there. It took so much damage and is barely alive with this Annihilation in play. It's enough of a deterrent to buy time for Eclipse to come in with a Deadeye from the top rope, in fact. And Tama somehow, man, still alive, despite being taken down to like 10% by Rav. It's Austria who've actually been able to flip here at the death.
Oh, I was worried, man. I mean, they end up using that beat for like Nyx on the comeback, and they were about even at that time. And when the kills don't go their way, I was like, oh, Denmark's going to pull this out somehow. But I believe they end up losing OWWC, so they're down a little bit in terms of their overall HPS output as Talmex and Co. push forward, because you have this Kitsune Rush to be able to use. Shockwave with a Deadeye. It looks like everybody from Denmark just trying to hightail it. Oh, that's a nice kill. A nice headshot there from Talmex on a Shockwave. Pops the Deadeye and no, gets absolutely nothing with it. So trying to deter that push coming on through. It's a nice shot from the Kiri on Austria that takes out Shockwave.
Yeah, it's time to be reminded perhaps that Kiri is an absolute menace. She is still dangerous, and Deadeye renders you so slowed that you're susceptible to that increased critical damage multiplier of those kunais. Still, Denmark want to get about it. They want to get busy here. They're going to be ahead in sound barriers yet again. I would love to not have to use it, but a Kitsune Rush is going to have to be a good one. Perhaps this time Austria will stay on the high ground and not just give that up. It'll be a touch for Denmark and a flip as well. Austria have to respond. Their calling needs to be on point here. Rav gets caught. Another kick here for Tomex. That's the second massive kill he's been able to find in as many of those fights. And now Eclipse is going to go hunting. Shockwave spotted. I think he's bleeding out from the damage over time from Eclipse's right click. But the Kiriko is now down. Austria only have the healing of Nyx to lean on, and they need to wait out for this sound barrier. At this rate, looks like Nyx might get there, but how necessary is it in the end? Austria win this second flashpoint and are going to have themselves a beat for the next fight. And I can't say the same for Jonovic.
Yes, Denmark feels like maybe kind of gave that one away a little bit. I mean, they're losing Rav at the start of a lot of these fights, Mitch. No, obviously, Sim can be kind of like a glass cannon, so to speak, right? You kind of TP on in, and Psycho seems right now to just kind of have his number in terms of the Sim play. And with this beat now from Nyx and Deadeye, I mean, you're in a great position here for Austria to be able to just kind of take this point and then just kind of move on through. Great beat there, connects with everybody.
How do they make use of it? I think Skytor with a Annihilation here is very quickly going to provide that kill pressure now. So even with a sound barrier, Austria don't get any value off of it. They can't push into this. Reasonable exchange, but the Deadeye position for the high ground is troublesome. Eclipse, though, is going to be forced back by a nicely tossed Vortex by Skytor. So even though Denmark have low ground here, they're still able to fight as equal competitors now, get a wall in play. This is going to force some positioning here out of Eclipse. Cassette needs to find an angle on this, and I don't know if there is one to be had. Tama, though, finds a backline that is completely undefended. What is Skytor up to right now? Looks like he's just trying to make some space, but the kill potential offered by Tama as he dove in there is superior.
Yeah, I mean, Skytor, uses Nemesis form and tries to push in towards that backline, and Tama's doing the same, but Tama's got the benefits of the Annihilation, right? So just kind of runs right on past. Very difficult for Johan to deal with. Jonovic just kind of falls as well, just kind of go back to heal that Kiri, where now Austria just one flash point away from taking a map in this series. I think they look really good on these like Ram Rush columns. As I say that, Rav and Co. use their TP, come on in and take out two. I think maybe Austria caught up a little off guard there.
I mean, not easy to pull that off from Denmark, I've got to say. Very clean. In fairness, Rav already charged up enough to kind of nuke Tama down, but that is a very cheaply won fight. Denmark and Austria are completely out of phase in terms of their support ultimates now. So in theory, Denmark might look to try and ration these out as much as they possibly can and get ahead of Austria to stay alive on this map.
Yeah, and huge fight coming up, right? For Austria. You can win this, or at least kind of get, maybe both of Denmark's support ultimates out, right? Then you're in a great spot. That'll be a TP across here, trying to put some pressure on the point. There's a lot of damage going down.
Eclipse has got nothing to do here. Yeah, this Deadeye has completely forced them out of line of sight. No way. Oh, okay, that could have been a nasty little wraparound. Still, Psycho knocked off the map. That is a stunning boop. Shockwave, though, can't get back to safety. It looks like, the damage over time from Eclipse will do him in, even though he TP'd back in time. Deadeye here. Is this boopable? Well, no. Skytor's is going to face tank it all. And hey, Annihilation for 3 kills. That ain't bad either. Denmark here now will be in final fight territory with both their support ultimates available.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to fight this again if you're Austria, as looks like, Eclipse went over the tracer there for a second, but then going to think better of it, going back to the cast, where look, Austria, they kind of like rotate around, right? And they go underneath. Oh, that's a huge long-range pickup there on a Shockwave from Psycho. He'll be back for the spawn. But Austria like rotates around there, Mitch, and they take like position underneath the point. And that's like, if you're Denmark, that's the best spot for them to play in, right? Because you had the Annihilation up at that moment in time. I mean, nobody was able to make it out alive. Now, once Skytour gets in with that Annihilation, you'll have Shockwave back into the fight, so everybody back at full strength. But Austria in control position on the point first.
Now, Denmark obviously lost a player at the start of the fight. Shockwave, those returned to them. Now, really, look for these support ultimates to be used. It's just going to be mirrored Kitsune rushes now. The timing of the beats, though, will be important. Nick's waiting on it. This sim wall could be a problem, though, for Denmark and Austria, respectively, actually, as the beat gets broken up pretty drastically by this structure. So, it ends up being a bit of a stalemate. Tama, though, takes a face full of damage that Nyx has to beat, or at least feels like he needs to. So Jonovich says, all right, let's go. Let's keep it even here. Psycho is vulnerable, caught out in the open and brought down. It is so easy to misposition a sim in this comp against this comp. And Psycho's just fallen the wrong side of that variance.
Oh, nice right clicks there from Shockwave. Connects with 2 players during it. But yeah, it's just a later beat, man, right? Denmark just holds on to it for a little bit longer. Austria decides to beat. They move up a little bit. No, Denmark able to just kind of survive for a little bit and then use a beat of their own. So now Austria, you're going to be in a really rough spot, right? Moving through this choke into the Deadeye, into the Annihilation. As it can take a while for like you to get kind of a good position here on this point to be able to attack from. So you see they're trying to move across here. Tama already taking a chunk of damage.
Yeah, he's really low. No support off nice here as well, so that damage is, yeah, significant. Okay, very low. Tama going for it here with the Annihilation. Is that going to be enough? He has to right-click this entire time. Skytour also struggling. Look how low Shockwave was. Eclipse just hasn't been confident enough to peek out into these fights. I want to see Eclipse go more aggressive here. This is where you can sort of win a map, but instead, there's nothing. Psycho eventually falls, and Eclipse, who was honestly hiding away from pressure for most of the round from that Deadeye, has to give it up. And that's Denmark ultimately taking the series and a come-from-behind win on Flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, that last one was close, map, but like that last point, like you mentioned, I mean, they end up losing Tama off the, I mean, it takes them a while to even get close to the point, like I was talking about. They lose Tama, it's like 70%, and they're never really able to, like, kind of, like, force the issue. So that, like, ends up being their last fight. I mean, Tama switches over the ball, not able to get a touch towards the end, but we take a look at some of the stats. Skytour, 47 limbs really kind of stood out. Able to play, whether it be the Ramatra, the Diva, able to do a lot here in this series. I think just going to show Skytour's flexibility. And I mean, Denmark looked as strong as predicted.
Yeah, they really did. I think it was quite the series that we saw from Denmark and the likes of the likes of Austria in this one. Overall, though, I feel like it really did come down to that tank head-to-head. I think that we highlighted heading into this series, Mitch, the lack of depth and the kind of question marks that we had there for Tama. And then for Skytour, as Matt was just highlighting there, Mitch, he really showcased, I think, a lot of excellence on these heroes that work very well into the current meta that we've been seeing develop.
I mean, I thought Skytour's Diva play was really solid on Dorado. When you ban Cassidy and play ball, and you're not playing ball into like Sombra Brig comps, and you're still struggling to sort of find value, I think that says a lot about the current state of Wrecking Ball in the landscape of other sort of tank options there. So Tama maybe sort of throwing caution to the wind there, but in the Overwatch World Cup, like, you're going up against really seasoned competitors in so many of these teams. We've been rattling off all the players that have been part of OWCS for a while, and Skytour is one of them. So it can be pretty hard, I think, to try and sneak the ball pick through. But I thought Tama's Ramatra was really solid. I think you're kicking yourself for losing that last Flashpoint map. I think Austria were really in a position to close it out.
Yeah, I think, Matt, overall, I kind of want to get your, kind of overall thoughts on how the series ended up going out. What do you think maybe could have been a difference maker, I guess, on New Junk City for Austria to try to take it over the line and take us to a fourth map?
I don't know. I mean, I thought they played pretty good, Ash, on New Junk City, not gonna lie. I think it's probably looking at some of the other maps. Like, I think Psycho on the sim, especially in a tournament like this, where he can kind of be like a, really like a shot caller, a huge advantage for this team in that regard. I think like playing the sim could be like a bit of an advantage for them, because it's going to be tough to make these like ball compositions work. And I know Altama looked pretty good on the Ram, so if you can play like more Ram sim looks with like Cassidy and things like that, that might be like a strategic path to victory there for Austria. Because like playing like ball and relying on these dives, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off.
It's definitely going to be a tall order, I feel like. I think that now that we've seen like these two teams, though, for what we've kind of experienced thus far in EMEA, Mitch, I want to get like a little bit of a temp check on how everyone's looking as far as like how these teams are stacking up against each other, different looks on the meta, and takes here from different squads.
I think like generally, right, like the unifying factor between these EMEA teams is like the Lucio Kiriko comps with the D.Va mix in are like really prolific. And it's like a preference, it feels, between like Soja and Emra in some of these scenarios. I like that we've seen a little bit of like Mei mixed in. I want to see more of these like Sigma-based compositions as well at times that we've seen worked in. And a pretty limited amount of Jetpack Cat Bastion looks. But after these games, we're 3 games into the day, right? I think it's pretty clear to see that there are going to be some dogs in these groups, and there are going to be some like teams that are pretty dominant, right? Like I'm going to use United Kingdom as an example. I think they're like far and away the favorites in that sort of group. Ireland gave us hope, didn't quite convert on the promise they made in that after that first round of their series. But I feel like we have some really competitive series on the horizon as well, right? We haven't seen Finland and Sweden yet. I want to see what Germany are capable of doing. France is also still waiting in the wings. So generally, I think this region's pretty well behaved in terms of meta. There's usually a baseline they like to revert to whenever anything sort of gets a little bit hot to handle. But they're great when it comes to these rush comps. I want to see more of these Ramatra looks as well.
It's going to be really fun to see how the region continues to develop as OWWC continues forward here for the qualification stage. But we've got an interview with Shockwave after that 3-0 victory here from Denmark. Congrats, Shockwave. It's been a while since the last time we actually got to chat with you. I guess I want to open things up with seeing like how you've been doing. I know that you recently played in the Saudi E-League. Like, what's been up with you?
Well, first of all, thanks. I've been kind of, I wouldn't say chilling, but like kind of figuring out what to do. But yeah, I had Saudi League and also had a nice run in Stage 1 and now World Cup. So yeah, still been pretty busy with Overwatch, but yeah.
It's pretty insane. Like you get seeded into a group here, Shockwave, where it's like all the Scandinavian teams, right? Who are usually like the most respected out of EMEA. How do you sort of feel about your matchups going forward? Because obviously we know that Finland and Sweden boast some pretty powerful squads, really known players, much like yourself. And I'm sure there's always a bit of rivalry there. So like, how do you feel about your road ahead in terms of getting out of this group, making it into top 2? Because I feel like a really good team is going to fall outside of that bracket and not be able to make it to Seoul.
I think the key is for us is to have like good macro. With younger players, I think they have really high mechanics, but they don't have too much experience. So a lot of time it's like enemy picks like this hero, then okay, what is my job against, or they play ball and then they play Ram, Sim, there's a lot of different comps. So I think the main thing is just like everyone knows the win con, everyone knows the macro, and we get that all sorted and we get that all down. I think we're golden. I think it will be easy.
Yeah, no, I gotta ask, are you guys all playing together right now in the same location? Like, is that like helped you guys at all?
Yes, it's been very nice. Yeah,
I saw Kellex walking behind you. I was
I mean, yeah, we sort of have a boot camp here at Parkin, which I can show you real quick. It's like
yeah, why not?
Here.
Yo, hey, hold up.
Hey, whoa, wait, what?
Yep.
Let's go.
It's like our just small, like biggest stadium probably in the country, just casually. And no, we've been very fortunate to have this insane boot camp at the Parkin. Yeah, it's been amazing, honestly. So yeah, that's probably also kind of given us an advantage, being honest. So
yeah, huge.
No, of course. It sounds like the vibes are good over there. You guys are having a great time. I absolutely love to see it. It was so nice getting to chat with you, Shockwave, and happy to see you representing Denmark once again here for the Overwatch World Cup. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck with the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
So great getting to hear from Shockwave. It'd been so long since we last really got to chat with him, but now, what's up?
What are you laughing at?
Sorry,
Spit it out.
no.
You see-
They are playing at literally the Copenhagen Stadium, which is the
It is
national
insane.
stadium in Denmark. That is ridiculous. Shout out to Esports Denmark for getting behind this squad as well. It's like legitimately like a government like initiative out there to push esports, and that's so sick.
I thought you were laughing because you know, after Kellex was on camera and he you know, just kind of said what's up a little bit, he started to try and wiggle his feet behind Shockwave on the side and throw him off.
free?
And that's what I was that's what I was laughing at.
All
We're
right.
all like locked in on completely different things right now,
Yeah.
like in that interview. But you do love to see it. That was our third match of EMEA for the day, but we are going to throw to a quick break. Before we go, though, I want to remind you guys to show your conference pride with the Overwatch World Cup bundles. With skins from every region, you guys can support your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, and Americas. They're available now. So coming up next is our last match of EMEA. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with Portugal versus Germany.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill balance divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/faceit.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup, where we're covering EMEA, and right now it's our last matchup of the day here for Saturday, and it's going to be a fun one with Portugal versus Germany. To kick things off here within Portugal, Matt, I think that they're definitely the underdogs in this matchup, but is there any player that you're looking out for in particular to keep our eyes out on, I think, in this head-to-head?
In the support role, I think we've seen Rod, FD in the past, so and Rafa as well. So I would, keep an eye on those two players. I think it's safe to say, Ash, I think they come in a little bit of a underdog in this group, and then in this game specifically, as Germany has a whole list of players we've seen in the past.
Yeah,
I would say as well, I think two of these players were actually on the Portuguese World Cup team back in 2023. So them bringing back, I think it's Kurama and Rod is kind of sick as well.
Yeah, you love to see returning players, I think, being able to, represent their home country. And that's really what Overwatch World Cup is about, right? But now talking a little bit about Team Germany that they are going to be facing up against. This is a squad that I think one of the teams that we've really got our eyes on. We talked about how it's going to be a little bit of a dogfight here in Group B, maybe for that second place seeding to see who's going to really be qualifying all the way to Busan. But when it comes down to this lineup, Mitch, I think that for me, there's a lot of great names, but my eyes definitely get drawn over to Ice Nom. He had such a good performance at Champions Clash this past weekend within Tokyo. He was so impressive on the Zarya, the Diva, and the Ramatra. I think all heroes that are really great playing into the current meta that we're seeing.
These are all players that we've also seen compete at a high level, a lot of them, right? Kraxu, SXJ, obviously Ice Nom is someone that sort of needs no introduction. I don't really know what my read is on this German squad. I think that they are definitely going to be one of the stronger performers. Hardy, in theory, is sort of sat on the bench there as well. So you've got some real legends, of, I think, this region. Also, bear in mind, Ken is also someone who was on Peps and SRP Check, who played in OWCS. So you have on the bench 3 players that could easily come in and make a pretty big impact here. I feel like Germany are favored just from what we've seen from their players. Portugal have a couple of players competing in Master. They're 7-7 right now. Kurama and Rod, I think. So decent showing, but in general, that name brand pedigree definitely rests with the Germans.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's going to be a bit of a David Goliath matchup here for our last match of EMEA of the day. Let's get straight into Portugal versus Germany. See who comes out on top.
Thank you very much, Ash. We are jumping, of course, into our deathmatch straight away. Thiago Lini versus Kraxu. They are going to pick a Widowmaker. It is Kraxu that ends up coming back and winning this out, though. So Germany, who I would consider to be favored here in this matchup, will also have choice of first map.
Yeah, and one thing to also call out is, both of these teams came through the conference cups, right? Where Germany won the conference cup, and then Portugal, they finished in 5th, right? So Portugal was actually the last team in. From the conference cup. So they had an interesting route here, right? They go 4-2 in the conference cup. They did beat Belgium there. They beat Czech Republic. So they did get some pretty impressive wins. But Germany there, Mitch, was 6-0 in their matches, 12-1 in terms of map count. So an extremely strong showing in the conference cup to get here.
Yeah, Germany breezed past Israel, Estonia, Ireland, South Africa, Poland, and Austria, sort of in straight fashion. So really dominant. They only dropped a map to Ireland, so about as pretty straightforward as you could ask for. Portugal would have played potentially against Germany in the Swiss if they had beaten Estonia in their first round. They actually lost 2-0 to them. So these two teams dodged each other through that conference, never had a chance to play. But a 6-0 Swiss record is not something to sneer at here. And I think Germany should be very heavily favored. Roadhog banned. Roadhog is banned, folks, for our first map. That's extremely based.
I mean, me and Jake made a joke about Roadhog during our show match in Japan. And then we saw, some Roadhog in the actual tournament. So I don't think Roadhog is, creeping his way into the meta by any stretch of the imagination. But look, it's Portugal getting rid of the Lucio here off the start, and then just trying to throw away a tank ban there for Germany, is they actually will give the first ban over to Portugal.
I think someone I'm looking out for, more so throughout this series than any other, is Craxu, just as a hit scan player. I think that guy really sort of delivered. And now I think of it, I think we even covered him back in 2024 when he was on that obnoxiously named Wasp X Oh No roster.
Yes, you are. We did do that.
Yeah. So I think SRP Chick I think is playing in Face It Master right now. So I think they did okay. So yeah, curious to actually that was like ages back as well. That was at the start of the year. So yeah, I'm not too sure. But
yeah, we saw them play. We saw Rex play in what? This was 2024. Yeah, so last year's OWCS. So still some time, obviously, before we get into game here. We would assume, and I know based off of previous results and just kind of roster, that Germany would be the favorite, but obviously Portugal coming in, trying to play spoiler. Maybe they've kind of learned some stuff since the Conference Cups.
Also, Craxu played in 2023 on the German World Cup roster. Back then, it was not a great run for them in general. You're gonna love this, guys. You're gonna love this.
What are we loving? What's happening?
A player installing an update. They're installing an update.
For what? The game?
To play the game.
Okay. Look, we're equipped to deal with anything.
An update?
You look less enthused on that one. I do wonder what's the turnover of players from the previous Overwatch World Cup. You kind of mentioned that we saw, in the previous World Cup, some of the members from Germany. And how far did they go in the previous World Cup? Did they make it to? No, they didn't make it to BlizzCon, right?
No. So, but if you remember back in 2023, we had our conference as well for EMEA, right?
Yes.
That was 3 groups. We had 2 groups rather of 8 teams. And Germany ends up placing, you had to be top 2, right, in either of your groups. But I think from there you go straight to World Cup, right? And Germany shared a group with Finland and Saudi Arabia. So they didn't go too well. They did not, they ended up 3 and 4 with a 6-9 sort of map differential. They were 5th in that group. But bear in mind, Sweden also didn't make it out of that group stage.
Yeah, that's true.
It was rough.
And it looks like from the lobby, all of the players on Germany have changed their profile to Portugal, and then all of the players on Portugal have changed their player icon to Germany. So they are trying to.
Dude, that is gonna.
They are trying to send our
admins.
Producers, our admins, everybody for a trip. They're like.
I mean, that's kind of funny, really. That's brutal stuff. So yeah, I mean, these teams in sort of recent memory have not encountered one another. Like I said, Portugal dodged Germany on the basis of losing their first Swiss stage maps to Estonia.
But though, if you think you can get by, it's Norway. Like, this is a game that could be like a tiebreaker for second type of thing, right? Like that's kind of like if you're Portugal, right, or Germany, like. You look at this as like a potentially a huge matchup where if you're Portugal, you win this, you feel like you kind of control your own destiny, right? That would force Germany to beat a team like the United Kingdom, Great Britain. So like that would be pretty tough for them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I think that this group is a little bit more clear cut on paper, but we've had those success stories of teams coming out of absolutely nowhere at World Cups before, so. Want to hold out hope for something like that. We've had I think top 8 in 2023 was, who did we have? We had Canada and South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Finland, the UK managed to make it into that sort of top 8. The United States were there. They got beat down by China, if I remember, in their quarterfinal. And then, Spain were a fixture. This is our EMEA group standings as they currently are. We're getting an extra game here from Group B, so that one is going to be at the end of today's matches. A bit more firmed up for us. We've seen Great Britain obviously with a pretty dominant showing over Norway, frankly. Not a whole lot to write home about there. Kai just kind of popped off in that series. Group A saw Denmark and Austria give us what we hoped at times would be a little bit of a banger, and that last Flashpoint map was honestly pretty close, but they end up closing that series out in straight sets.
I feel like Ireland kind of fumbled a little bit versus Spain, right? Like, it feels like that game could have been maybe a little closer. Like, they kind of kept going on the Cap Bastion after they don't run at map number 1 and win, but I know Spain obviously did play quite well, but that could be one where Ireland could be kicking themselves a little bit if they kind of finish with the same record in a rough spot to make it out. But hey, we got a game, our final game of EMEA for today. Germany, obviously coming in here, the favorites going up against Portugal. So we'll see what Portugal has for us. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but like I mentioned before, both these teams came out of the Conference Cups. It was one way to kind of get into the Overwatch World Cup, where Germany was the dominant force in that in the EMEA.
And I feel like in this group, they'll continue to be that force. Germany here, this is their debut showing in this group. Portugal, of course, it's an uphill battle. Let's see, though, what Oasis has for it. As Germany won the face-off, and they will get to choose map, and they are going to be on the most refined of compositions, of course. It'll be Jetpack Hack Bastion for the German squad. Portugal, though, not going to opt into that.
Oh, this is a weird comp, though, for Portugal. Like, we've seen a lot of the Mizuki with Sigma. We haven't seen a ton of it with other heroes. So we'll see how you kind of play this Mizuki here, in combination with like a Diva, Tracer, Soj combination. You see how nasty this Bastion is up in the sky. Is how in the world does Rafa kind of play around this? Is Kurama takes some damage. It's going to be recall out already.
Now, again, one of the weaknesses for Mizuki is just the uptime between those your Kasa casts. So it can be tough to give that AoE healing to Diva unless she stays quite close by. And so you have to right-click pretty frequently. That timing of that is really important. It's a valuable resource for Rod FD to try and manage here. Okay, QRXU. I'd rather say Craxu because, frankly, it saves me 2 syllables, but I don't want to freak you all out at home. It does pop that tank mode for a time, but all of Portugal will sort of fold away, and Kurama eventually gets snarled up by SXJ on the point.
Yeah, I just don't know how you're supposed to play around this if you're Portugal, right? Not many players, like, you can't kind of send Rafa to deal with this Bastion. That's going to be up in the sky. Rod can't really engage with it, so you don't have the speed to kind of collapse on some of the other players, but also just an interesting setup. So I like this maybe a little bit more with the Cassidy, right? Like, really play like kind of counter, like maybe you can kind of hit ice with the chains of the Mizuki. Lock him in place as QRX goes over the top, uses turret form, puts down some damage. I know it just causes them to pause for a brief moment in time, but now going to get to this high ground. Has the artillery strike already.
And this is 42% accounting for Germany. Portugal haven't really been able to actually engage in a fight with them at length. Donkey pressed it down, but it's going to be a Kitsune rush here and water stick from SSJ. It doesn't get much better than that. Apparently no Suzu available for Dank Pancake. And so the Kiriko is down. Rod FD, do they go for a Sanctuary here? That would be ill-advised. Best to save that for a rainy day, but in that case, you want to disengage or perish as quickly as possible.
Yeah, TP back there from Rod and end up falling is a few more players here. We'll see if Kurama can kind of get out with their life. Not able to do so. Recall already used, so SXJ coming out with some big kills there. And it looks like Germany, they're going to play a little bit close here. Maybe you can force Portugal to end up using like a Kitsune rush really early or like a Sanctuary and then just kind of disengage back to the point.
All right, here we go. Aku over the top once more. Oh, the Bastion's getting dropped on in this time. Oh,
yeah,
that is dirty stuff. And Kiriko being forced to play in traffic. Dank Pancake caught out in the way of the car.
They're going to lose the fight, maybe, but...
Style points, yeah. Style points here for Germany. Aku here able to stay alive long enough to get on out, and there wasn't even a touch from Portugal. I talk about insult and injury laid on in equal measure.
That is such a sick play. I can't wait to see that on replay as Akashi kind of grabs. We talked about it when we were showing off the new map, Neon Junction. Dion was like, hey, yeah, you could do the jetpack cat and just drag people into the train. I was like, oh, that is such a nasty idea. Imagine if you did that like on Oasis or some of the other maps that we kind of have in there. That was a perfect spot to do it. The Sanctuary drops. She uses the catnap, gets right inside of it, and then just drags the Kiri She missed the first car and then had to like double back and find another car coming on the highway. But the kill comes in as that one was all Germany.
Okay, brutal stuff. And obviously there's still plenty of room to abuse Jetpack Cat on this particular map.
Oh yeah.
QRXU is able to play out off towards this coast side and virtually be untargetable. Just
how
play
does,
like
how does
really
Rafa get
awkward
out
angle.
of the high ground here, right? You can't turn and like look up and turn your back to the rest of the team, and then you obviously just can't allow the Bastion to do this.
To some degree, though, QRXU is at the mercy of where Aku drags them. And if she wants to sort of, she has a different idea of what QRXU wants, then it looks a little bit weird. Like in that case there, I thought they were going to die to Cassidy. That's not what it ends up being. And this is why I think Shockwave was the one that mentioned, or maybe it was Tread earlier, that you do need a lot of coordination to play Jetpack Cat's composition properly. Iceland's going to have to give up the mech here. Got to respect the damage of the Mizuki. And that will be SXJ also getting shot in the face by Thiaglini.
Yeah, it's not a comp that you can just kind of select and face roll into. Like, it can be very difficult to play. You're putting a lot of pressure on your Kiri, in terms of, like, the overall healing output, right? So, see if QRX2 can get, like, an off angle again as Aku. She's going to pilot, the Bastion around the outside. See if you can kind of, like, set something up, right? As everybody here from Portugal, they have their kind of back turn, but there's really no sightline here.
Yeah, I mean, most of Portugal are sort of pushing in inside that low room. That was a cheeky little attack grenade. And oh, the follow-up there could have been big from Icenom. However, Thiaglini is going to be given a stay of execution, but it might be short-lived here. Eventually, Icenom able to catch them out, and that's amidst the remedy aura of the Mizuki. So not quite enough there from Rod. They're going to try to go for a Kekai Sanctuary. Self-destruct inside that, though, could be pretty effective, although that might have been too far forward from Icenom. Yeah, he's at least going to be able to get a remake, though. That wild pulse bomb throw for ranked demon SXJ that isn't going to connect. But now Icenom can make this space, and Rafa will be likely eliminated behind this. Self-destruct had to be used. QRXU had to trade in order for that Diva kill, so less than ideal. And this Deadeye for Thiaglini is going to go off.
Yeah, so Icenom takes a lot of damage there, just trying to survive. They have the Kitsune Rush still going here. So they do end up losing Ducky. So you will end up losing your Kiri. And Mitch, this is still controlled by Portugal. Not able to flip it is Germany. So this is looking really good maybe for Portugal to take this round 2.
Yeah, honestly, and it's the kind of comp that we mentioned on the previous map. It was a bit weird, right? It's the Mizuki and Diva setup. But honestly, so far it's been good. Thiaglini has been very sharp, I think, on the Cassidy, and someone who has a favorable matchup into the Bastion as well. Germany going to try this Catstian look one more time. And over the top, they are going to go. Look at the top of your screen. That is where they're going to try and drop down. Rafa caught, looking to try and pressure down a little bit there as Rod is running the ground. They tried to go for a binding chain on Icenom, but it wasn't enough to slow the Diva down at all. QRXU has to respect this Cassidy damage coming in. Thiaglini has been very, very dangerous on that pick. Now I'm going to drop down the low ground and look just to lay it on thick on this Diva. Rafa can only stall for a certain amount of time. But for the most part, a job done here for Portugal. They get themselves to 99%, and now they've just got to break through.
It's interesting for QRXU to go with the like the mortar shells for the Bastion, right? A lot of people typically, with the Bastion output, with obviously being in the sky, go for, kind of the sentry mode, being able to heal as well. But going with those mortar shells, it's kind of difficult to walk into, right? It's going to eat a lot of the defense matrix and just splash damage in these chokes. So maybe it's for this map in particular, people going to go over to that, but. A lot for Germany to kind of make up, Mitch. I mean, just one fight here for Portugal to be able to take this round.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can snowball. Portugal will have one big full ult fight, at least, before the end of the round. So you might just be saving up for that, playing it patiently. But again, at this level, do you have the ability to put off like a broader macro strategy like that? I guess we'll find out. So far here for Portugal, right, they do commit a Deadeye. So they are trying to, see if they can break in here and force some ultimates out. But Germany are completely unmoved by that. They will sit on 5 ults until they're forced to make use of them.
Well, because you had already lost your Kiri for Portugal. So, like, why is Germany really that worried? The defense matrix was used to kind of, like, soak up a lot of damage by Rafa, so you had no way to protect Thiaglini when he kind of moves up onto the point. So, not really worried at that moment in time. Sanctuary could be massive here to deal with some of the Bastion damage through this choke.
Obviously,
lurking.
Yeah, catnapping at the ready. Oh, Thiaglini just blown to smithereens. He must have committed to the bridge. So this Kekai Sanctuary looks a bit more awkward now with the context of not having your Cassidy available. And it's not going to last that long. QRX is going to be brought down. He goes for a very audacious ultimate. And Doki able to climb the walls and get away from Kurama's questing pulse pistols. Germany in good shape in this fight. Only ever lost QRXU. And with Mizuki now down, Kurama is going to be forced into stall protocols. They're going to try and get a touch here. And that's something that I think Germany are aware of. SXJ might go hunting. And Germany might have fought their way back into this round. It's going to take a lot for Portugal to try and even the odds. They got none of those ultimates that they were hoping to make use of. They just spent almost all of them in that previous engagement.
Yeah,
so here we go.
As well. You could also just kind of drag somebody off the side. Yeah, it looks like she's looking for it. So see if you're able to kind of land one of those. It'll be actually Portugal just kind of steps up, keeps OT rolling.
Here comes Bastion again. Back around the corner. Suzu, that's very early Suzu here, especially as QRXU's about to touch down and do some real damage. And yeah, it's just too much for Rafa to resist. QRXU able to blow them up. Doki picked off here. Dang, Pancake really dishing some damage out with these kunais, but it's still a catnapping to make use of now. It should be a guaranteed elimination here for Aku. And it is Kurama picked up. I think if you can get the Tracer there, you absolutely want it. They're such a sticky threat. And that's the round. That's the map. Germany notch up there first.
I mean, that looks like a well-trained Cat Bastion kind of combination, right? We've been talking like a lot of teams, you can go out and select it, but to be able to kind of pilot it, at a really high level, it is rare. It takes a lot of practice, and Germany looked pretty dialed in on that comp. It does start to feel like maybe it's something you're going to have to ban out or try to if it's Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think ISOM is taking over this game, right? We're seeing a lot of these really seasoned EMEA tank players return to their national squads and just, kind of light it on up. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously quite a funny moment. The start of that second round, it did feel like there was a bit of disjointedness on, Team Germany in terms of their, Jetpack Cat Bastion composition. It's not easy to pull off. It looks like it, right? It looks like it is easy, but I think against seasoned teams, especially with a decent amount of awareness, decent hit scan players like the Cassie, that's quite nice there. Nice little boop out on the Bastion. Yeah. It's maybe harder to pull it off. So it's a while before Team Germany can get back into the round map, but they really put their trust in this composition, and you can see why it is so oppressive at the moment.
I mean, if you can't deal with it, I mean, it is so, and the other team is like pretty decent with it. So like, I think you saw like just kind of the movement of Aku on the cat. She was like tremendous, being able to kind of get that bash in all these different angles. It is very difficult to deal with. I mean, some of the situations that Portugal was put into, right, where the Bastion is like directly above a choke, and it's like, okay, what do you do? Like, you can't really kind of get out there and make a play for the Bastion, because the Bastion's just going to get like squirted out of the way so fast. You only have so much defense matrix to soak up damage, so it's puts a lot of strain on your resources as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination that removes the only limiting factor that Bastion has ever faced, which is mobility. You have now sort of covered over the only weakness that Bastion realistically has, and so he gets to run sort of roughshod over you. And not to mention as well, the Jetpack Cat ultimate in many of these scenarios is like guaranteed kill. The knockdown aspect is really powerful, but just being able to play on some of these maps where like you can't do anything about it unless you can somehow burst the cat down before they drag you off the map. But those cases are like the one.
But the cat is such a difficult target to hit.
Yeah,
like she's so tiny and fast, and we've seen some stuff at Champions Clash where like you get dragged off the side, and then like if your team has a cat, you can go save that person and things along those lines. But then like people start to get really good with it of like, okay, if I know I'm Jetpack Cat, I can like actually like kind of fly down almost towards the bottom of the skybox and just like insta kill somebody, and then like so there's no path to save them. So Portugal will pick New Queen Street. We'll see where they decide to go in terms of bans here. Feels like you'd have to ban a Cat Bastion. Like you wouldn't want to see one of those again if you're Portugal, unless they kind of have something up their sleeves to be able to stop this.
Yeah, I'm happy with Germany's look on this comp. Obviously, they've scrimmed it pretty extensively here, so yeah, I'm confident that they'll be able to continue to sort of pull that off. I think have a substitution here by the sounds of things. I think it's on the we'll confirm on this, but on the Portugal side of things.
Yeah, it looks like Rod coming out So we'll have a support change as we kind of get into the next one. So who knows? Maybe they want to play cat of their own. Maybe that's kind of what they're looking at.
Yeah, Warrior Guigo is going to be subbed in here. Yeah, okay. Don't know what to make of that, folks. I'd be lying if I told you I knew what their hero pool was. So
you're supposed to know everything.
There's no way to find that out.
Yeah, there really is no.
Just like, yeah, it's very, very honest. I might have to dig into the Face It Master archives and try and see. But yeah.
So Rada was playing a lot of Mizuki. So maybe this could be a Lucio look. This could be Jetpack Cat. It could be vibes based. You never know. You never know with these types of subs.
On New Queen Street, I suppose you can make the Jetpack Cat Bastion composition look pretty good. I think we're going to see the ban phase become pretty pivotal over the course of this game, because you obviously have two opportunities where you can ban one or the other component of the Jetpack Cat and Bastion composition. And this is why most teams have been looking to try and ban it, for that control map, because it does just make it so slanted. So it's going to be banned here for New Queen Street. Germany, though, will be respecting Kurama here and targeting Tracer.
Yeah, I like that call from Germany. And I think for Portugal, you kind of have to get rid of the cat. You can't allow pretty much, like, if you wanted to play like a diva-based composition and something that mimics what you just had, you can't let the cat kind of come on through. So I understand completely the decision here from Portugal to get rid of the Jetpack Cat. And we'll see what they decide to do in terms of support line now with the sub.
Yeah, we'll see it play out in a few moments. We're not too far away from jumping in the game here, folks. I am informed. Germany obviously being able to win out Oasis pretty handily by sticking to the Jetpack Cat Bastion comp, which is something apparently, Team Portugal don't want to play. They don't want to sort of reckon with that concept, which could be a problem. If you want to try and avoid playing against that, it's going to tie up your bans for this map and the next. And even then, I don't know if there's going to be a good option in the absence of Jetpack Cat Bastion for them. We'll see what Germany end up coming out with. But Iceland was a terror on the previous map. SXJ doesn't need to be on Tracer to run you into the ground. And QRXU, obviously, as a hit scan player, I think one of the more known names in the region.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is also, you kind of see Ice hovering over the SIG. This is something he could end up coming into play here potentially. Obviously, some time to make changes, but SIG with the Mei and Soj, that's a very powerful combination. If like Portugal was running a Diva, this is where like a Mizuki could come into play. But Portugal, Mitch, look at this. I mean, they're going to play a Wuyong Kiri backline with a Reaper with the SIG. So a much different look than used to what we're seeing with these types of comps.
There's some synergy there with the Tidal Blast. I think that, you do play Wuyong in these poke compositions, but you want to have a good recipient for that ability and not just have to use it reactively. Great shield here for Icenom. Obviously, the Sigma mirror is a real sort of chess game to a degree. You want to try and accretion them when they're using kinetic grasp. You can obviously shield the accretion, so you want to try and make sure their shield is low. A lot to sort of consider in this matchup, and you also want to try and make sure you hit the kinetic grasp when they are trying to shoot hyperspheres at you.
Nice,
that's perfect
there. Yeah.
But again, like, he sees the kinetic grasp, and so kinetic grasp wasn't saved until the crease was off cooldown, so it's like you can't do anything about that if you're the Sigma.
And this is a hero that, if you think about for Ice, right? In the past when they've had Vistola on the roster for Virtus.pro in the OWCS, like that's like where he's played. But Ice this year is really kind of showing that his hero pool can stretch far beyond what we had originally imagined.
He was playing Symmetra for VP last year, bro. at EWC.
I mean, look, that was a dark time for Virtus.pro fans. Probably a dark time for Ice as well. He's like, I got picked up to be our secondary tank, and now I'm playing Symmetra. But you already see they make a pretty nice progress. And look at how far they are ahead in terms of the Kitsune rush. Obviously taking a lot of damage from that far on the side, but this rush is going to be devastating. They just run right over Rafa.
A great shot from Tiagalini, though. Icenom is probably not going to let this Sojourn get away. Great Susu from Dank Pancake. It looked very good, and that Susu, honestly, is huge. It's just, Icenom is able to infer the location that the Kiri's TPing to, because it's only another teammate that they can select.
He's just like immovable, so they're going to go over to play. They're going to play Ramatra here, try and get past that Sig shield. You could play Maga here if you're Portugal as well, right? Maga pretty decent against Sig, gets right past the shield.
You can't be rocked when you're charging. Get a big stomp and your Sigma looks really uncomfortable. I think that can sort of work. They're sticking with this poke pop around the Ramatra though, which I find super interesting. Sound barrier here comes out for Germany. They got a Blizzard as well. Okay, Tidal Blast here on the Ramatra. Rafa T-posing up on them, hit by the Accretion. And yeah, great job with the Kinetic Grasp here. Icestorm's doing it all. Covers up a bit of Kurama's barrage, but not enough of it here to honestly give Germany the fight win.
Is that a worth trade though for Germany? You end up giving up what? Blizzard and Beat for Barrage, your Tidal Blast, and Kitsune Rush on the other side. Interesting as well for Germany. Like SXJ is going to go over and play Reaper, so I'm not going to have anything that kind of like challenges the Pharah. I think they're just going to try and like bully Rafa, just put a ton of pressure onto that Ramatra and see if they're able to kind of keep that Ramatra up.
It is interesting. I think QRXU is being asked to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Let's see how it plays out. Obviously, that Ramatra shield is not as permanent as the Sigma one, so you know, those windows where Rafa, you know, can give his teammates a bit of protection from this long-range hit scan are fewer and further between. Big damage here on Warrior Gigo. In fact, there's going to be more pressure against Kurama. So a couple of these elements here taking some undue risks against QRXU, who obviously in the hit scan department is pretty dominant, trading out some shots here with Tiagalini and dominating in that regard as well. Portugal are going to collapse.
Yeah, as I know, Portugal gets about 25 meters or so now the bot will go back into their territory in the hands of Germany. So Aku, she comes up with like three kills in that fight. This this is actually an overclock that's used like more pushed up by the spawn on an off angle. I believe that's actually a rail shot that gets hit, and then SSJ with the right clicks of the Reaper at range, able to find two.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need something to give you some equity against the poke comp as Reaper. I love that the right click perk's been picked up here for SXJ, and obviously, yeah.
Well, it's baseline now, right? So it's like always
of course, it's baked into his
Reaper's kit. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, same with Ramatra, right? LC has had some of those perks, like, you know, made baseline, which is kind of sick. So, yeah, if you feel less helpless now, you know, going up against like these comps that have like Farah and Wu Yang in them. Still, here we go. TP forward. Looks like SXJ wants to take the fight to Portugal. Big Accretion hit, and Icestorm is just looked a little bit better in that department right now. However, Sigma, as strong as he is, still struggles to reckon with this Annihilation. Rafa's able to at least create a bit of space off the back of this, but I think there was an Accretion hit on Farah. That's gross.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you get up into that high ground area, and it's close quarters. I mean, finally, though, Tagalini comes up with a few kills here as really kind of starts where now Isom actually didn't really connect with anything with that gravitic flux, and then they lose SXJ. So now it's going to be some changes here for Germany as going to move away from the Sig, going to play the Diva with this setup. Now this is going to be a lot of pressure on Kurama, right? Not going to be as easy to play that Farah.
Not at all. Still, Kurama going to try and play some of these sidelines a little bit tighter. Icestorm has showed us some real dominance on the Sigma, but there's only so far you can push that hero. I think that when you're going up against like a Farah, hard to mitigate her adequately. Defense Matrix much better, of course, at soaking up some of the rocket damage, as well as denying barrage, which is going to be a win condition in this fight for Kurama, I'm sure, if they live to tell the tale. This pressure from Icestorm, though, far too much. Nicely done. Tidal Blast here, self-cast by Warrior. Unfortunately, not able to find much off the back of that one. QRXU down, though, to Tiagalini, who has given as good as they've gotten so far on this map. Unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, it has not amounted to enough. 115.92 for Germany, and they're trying to run it back.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of kill trading there over by the bot. And look, I mean, if you're going to trade kills and the other team has their Reaper Diva Kiri alive, I mean, it doesn't really matter almost who you have up. You're in a really rough spot. So now it's just going to be the tanks kind of counter-picking each other. It's just going to be Rafa going over to the Zarya here. Obviously very good against the Diva. But a lot of ultimates available for Germany as they're looking to close this one out.
Okay, Zarya here obviously has some, you know, fundamental advantages against the Diva, but it's the utility the Diva offers that makes her preferable here.
One way to deal with the Zarya, right? Both bubbles popped. They just decided to all focus fire onto Rafa and just run that Zarya down. So not an opportunity to even kind of get any damage rolling as the bot very close here to Portugal's spawn.
They're going to finish.
Yeah.
Now, map completion achieved here for Germany. Zarya, while she is in theory a counter to Diva, doesn't do anything about the rest of the threats on the side of Team Germany, especially QRXU on that Sojourn. You are still very much subject to long-range damage, and yeah, you just blow up both her bubbles and run her down. If you see the Zarya use the first bubble a little bit early, prematurely, you know you can press a bit harder, get the second, and then go for that elimination, and almost like every time do better than just the trade.
I mean, especially when you're playing like a comp that has a Lucio in it, right? Like, you see Zarya use one bubble, you just kind of charge her down. If she uses the second one, just pop it and just kill her. Or if she doesn't have it, you're able to deal with her quite easily. So we take a look at some of the stats here. Just kind of completely dominated by Germany. Aku with another really good game. She finishes with only one death.
Yeah, honestly, this time on the Lucio. So doing a great job of staying scarce of a comp that honestly is pretty hostile to Lucio. The Sigma Mirror dominated by Ice Dom. I mean, that right there, and like accretion when your opponent is using kinetic grasp, but you can't grasp if your opponent has accretion up because you can't really cancel that. So yeah, Ice Dom looked really good here, but again against the comp eventually had to make a switch. Then over to the Diva. He looked very, very good as well. The Pharah here for Kurama was definitely a bright spot, but the situations like this where QRX used to be able to get good sight lines against them, dying to a Reaper as far ever is brutal. Less so now, of course, with the right click baked in, but still, you know, that is tough. And eventually, Germany were able to run over Portugal, especially in those final moments.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know really what Portugal can kind of do at this point, right? Do you... what do you ban? What do you go to map-wise? Like, it's really tough. Like, I feel for Rafa because he's constantly kind of moving around different tanks, like trying to figure out the path, but it just seems like Ice always has the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got a pretty deep hero pool. Remember, Ice Dom was also like pinch hitting as a wrecking ball player when required, so there's not going to be any limitation there. I don't think you can target their hero pool. Because we've now seen Team Germany play like the Jetpack Cat comp and also showed that they're pretty agnostic to it being banned, this is like a 4-alarm fire for Portugal, basically. There is no way, I would say, that they can sort of game the system in terms of bans in order to, you know, like get an edge. Do you go after the Sojourn? QRXU has been so dominant on that pick. The Tracer was not available for Kurama, and that was like a Pharah pick that was kind of forced there. That actually seemed like a really heads-up ban by Germany. Yeah. Kurama was not maybe able to have that same level of impact, I think, on New Queen Street.
Yes, like, I mean, do you just ban the Bastion here? Maybe, if you're like Portugal, just to eliminate that, and like if you go down, you know, losing to just kind of Soj, that's how you go out. It does sound like we have a sub, so Rod will be coming back in for Warrior Guigo, so seems like that was just kind of short-lived there. Is maybe King's Row, they want to go back and play some of those Mizuki comps again?
Yeah, like, do they look... I was gonna say, do they feel more confident on like a Sigma style for one of these like more linear maps? They probably I hate to say it, they're probably just walking to a tank cap there. Ice Dom probably very confident in that matchup. I think if you don't ban Jetpack Cat, there's no reason for Germany not just to windmill slam that comp.
They ban the cats. That would have to be the Bastion, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need to ban one half of that composition, sorry, to stop them. But yeah, even then, like, your options don't look a whole lot better. Maybe I'm curious to see what Germany chooses to do here, if they sort of defend first and try and play for a quick game, or see if they can put Portugal on a clock. That's also an aspect to consider. And that might even be what's being discussed right now. But Portugal here going to a very iconic map to try and, I don't know, show us a little bit in this series. I think Stay Alive might be pushing it a little bit too far. From what we've seen, they definitely seem like one of the weaker teams in this group. From Group B, should be the United Kingdom and Germany advancing, you know, not factoring in any kind of sort of crazy upsets or events like that.
I mean, who knows? Maybe even this Germany team can kind of give you know, Great Britain a shot, right? And you know, make that game quite interesting. That seems to be kind of like where this group would lead you to believe it's trending in terms of a match between those two to decide, you know, who gets a #1 spot. But yeah, I mean, it's a really rough spot for Portugal to be in. I mean, Because it seems like, okay, they're going to play the Cat Bastion, or like Ice can play like all the tanks, so you're never really going to get an advantage in terms of the tank. It's not like, you know, you kind of switch to this thing and there's no answer for Ice on the other side. Like, he's so good at so many different tanks. No real answer response there.
Yeah, no, I think it's brutal. I mean, even looking ahead of this game, this is the last of our EMEA matches for the day. But following this, we'll be kicking off with Americas as well. So great way to keep those watch hours coming on in. We'll be starting with Canada versus...
People are eating good today on the drops. I mean...
Yeah, we are almost always live, honestly, between Asia, between EMEA and NA. We have Canada versus Colombia up first, Brazil versus Puerto Rico, and then USA versus Mexico coming up.
That's why we're trying to buy you guys some time here in EMEA, because some of those games...
Everyone's asking like how much longer does the stream go? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. The stream goes.
Portugal, this makes a lot of sense, right? They get rid of Bastion. And then on the other side for Germany, I like the decision to get rid of the Mizuki. Like, if you don't want to play it, then on the other side, like, we saw Portugal do it when they brought in Rod before. Now Rod comes back in, so we'll see what that kind of forces him onto.
Did they play anything but the Mizuki in that first map? I don't think so, right?
No.
100% playtime, Mizuki. Okay, run it back. I'm actually down to see it, honestly.
Well, you can't see it because they banned it.
That sucks.
If they didn't ban it, you could see it again.
I wish you know what, Matt? I wish they didn't. I wish they didn't ban it. Yeah,
I mean, you could make just commissioner's move here and just throw that ban away.
I just want to say this. The difference between Rod FD and FD God is one letter. It's one letter. He's on Lucio.
Dude, hold on.
Have you ever seen them in the same room?
You're kind of cooking. Hold up.
I'm just saying. Is it time for FD Rod to show us
a genius
what he's capable of?
That's why they they lock you in the side room, and it's we only got to break Mitch out in case of emergency. We need
it's like
something.
Yeah,
epic.
we need to fill 10 minutes. We need to fill 20 minutes between maps. Break glass.
Yep.
Get this guy out. All right, let's see what we've got, Portugal. Last chance saloon for you guys, as Germany so far are taking you to task.
Ball. Okay, no, we're gonna switch. So now you deal with this. I'm curious why I guess the Ram is like a little bit better against the Diva, right? Maybe that's why you kind of play the Ram on B. It's definitely one that you can just kind of like match though, as Isom very good on the Ramatra. So Rafa in a world of trouble, Mitch. I mean, he is getting hit from every angle.
And all you can do is just like sheepishly back up while holding right click. Rafa does get out alive in fairness, but man, Kurama's going to have a tough time playing into this Pharah, and SXJ is not going easy on him.
Is like, yeah, I mean, who's challenging him here, right?
I mean, you've got to go after the Sojourn. The Sojourn is a problem because like in a protracted engagement, Icenom is going to get chunked down. So can SXJ get this Sojourn out of the game? And can Kurama get anybody to look at them? Somebody give them attention, please.
Yeah, they just kind of ignore Kurama coming around on a flank as Tegolini takes out no QRXU. So you get a pick there, but how do you dislodge Ice on the Ram here? You have both supports alive as well as Rod tries to make a play for it. He dies. Kurama goes with the ice block there towards the point. He ends up falling. He ends up taking out Octu. Poor Octu. She ends up falling there. But she'll be back in the fight rather quickly, as that is a fast Germany point A take.
Don't you just use like one of them scraper things if you get ice on the Ram?
What?
Like you're trying to go to work? You want to be able to...
Hey, somebody's got to get you out of here.
That's
You've been
crazy.
up for too long.
It's like a scraping thing, right? Y'all have them up on the East Coast. I've seen it.
We do. We have
y'all drive Rams as well.
When it does,
guaranteed.
When it does get snowy, you do have to wipe the ice off of your windshield before you drive.
You shovel too, right? Y'all like just shoveled it.
Y'all, yes, y'all do shovel. We do shovel
that snow. Hey, dap me up, homie. Dap me up.
Yeah, for sure. Hold on. Just hold your hand down. I'll be there in a sec. Isom in a really weird spot. So, I was gonna say he does have the annihilation to pop there. He ends up using it. I think like maybe you feel like you can survive there a little bit, like, and kind of continue to hold that right click, but I mean, he ends up, but like I think you're still fine though, if you're like Germany, right? So like you'll be able to get ice inside of the Kitsune rush and get quite aggressive through this choke.
I think that's going to be crucial. You probably don't want to, yeah. It's interesting because of the spacing between Rafa and the rest of Portugal. It's kind of annoying. You're looking in two different directions. That forces Iceland to shield up a little bit earlier than would have liked to. Kurama! Nicely done. SXJ falls, and now, wow, that is a very speculative blizzard from Kurama. It's
A prediction blizzard.
It's a zoning tool. And honestly, I'm here for it. It's worked out. His sound barrier here for FD Rod, but Tiagalina's already been picked off, and Portugal are really forcing the issue here. QRXU is going to make them eat their words now. That is dirty. 3 eliminations there off railguns, and oh boy, you committed some big ultimates, Portugal.
Yeah, they committed a lot there. I mean, the blizzard, the overclock, sound barrier there. Germany, right? I mean, it is a really nice shot by Karama to get rid of SXJ off the rip. But now SXJ does have that barrage to be able to use. You know, if Rafa ends up kind of coming in with that annihilation, you have the sound barrier for Aku, the coverage she can provide. So you're in a pretty good spot for Germany to take the second checkpoint, as Karama has to be so careful not to get picked off here. You know, the damage you most certainly needed in this fight.
Now, for Portugal,
Ice is going to end up with an annihilation as well.
Yeah. Rafa's been holding on to this for like a long time here. This is such a sick position for SXJ. Okay, nice beat timing here for Germany. They're going to go for it. SXJ just as they went hyper aggressive with the blizzard, with the barrage. Pardon me. Rafa very low though. They've taken so much damage, and frankly, there's just not enough to back them up. That is with both Portugal supports alive. Still, Rafa got run over with the damage mitigation. Dirty stuff from Germany, and that checkpoint obviously gained here. 3:40 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Portugal early on. It was a nice Suzu that kind of keeps, you know, I think Pancake and Rod alive. It's just the extra damage that kind of comes on through, right? I know as, you know, SJ picks up Karama at range, and then Ice using the Annihilation, pushing on forward. They just don't have any support ults to be able to live on through it. So, decent time bank available here for Germany, as a lot of these players, Mitch, for Portugal, they're stuck in that back corner. That's not a great spot to be in.
No, you obviously got to make your way out into the open, but the Ramatra shield only lasts for so long, and Dank just got knocked off the map. That is about as rough as it gets. Straight into the fires of the Foundry below. And yet, because Iceland is so low, Matt, there's still a beat that needs to be taken here by Germany. SXJ also falls back off that more forward position. Fire battle here, obviously. Karama trying to, you know, duel SXJ for dominance of the skies, but Tiagalini gets caught up inside the vortex and has gone the way of the weary. Now Portugal are struggling. They are staggering in. They are only ever at 4 or less players up. And that's exactly the conditions Germany will create to cook themselves to map completion.
Well, backing into that corner for Portugal, like, there is no other outcome other than death there. I mean, you have Lafara just spamming rockets in that corner. The Ramatra gets in there with the vortex, like locks people in, and then like probably the worst case is they just kind of like lose like one player at a time. They like never actually kind of like fully die and like get a full reset. Is they're always fighting at a player or two behind. So rough spot to fight out of, especially with that comp.
I mean, I think this is telling us most of the story, right? Icedom on Ramatra has a single death over the course of the round. Also, the backline, super safe. There just isn't that capacity with this composition from Portugal to pressure them. Like, Tiagalini not able to really sort of catch onto any of them. Ideally, like, you've got Farah that can sort of set Tiago up for one-shots, right? With these railguns. Yeah. Nice little 1-2 punch. Even a concussive blast to create a more, like, predictable trajectory for players that are knocked aside, that are easier to catch. It's not as easy as a Wrecking Ball power driver that just pops them up. It's still, you need to sort of be able to put things together in that regard. Portugal here, this could be it. The last we see from them in this match, at least. Of course, one loss in the group does not put you out of contention for Busan. It, though, does make this uphill climb that it already was,
it makes it tough,
even more precipitous.
I like this come from Germany. We'll see know how they get around this kind of Mei control at the choke with SXJ play in the Mei, as they'll end up trying to play a Ram into this. So, okay, they're going to play a Mei of their own. Okay, they're going to just... why not? Let's just match. Okay, so this is something I think that obviously Germany would feel really strong about, where Portugal's just going to decide to mirror.
I think, yeah, SXJ actually doesn't really have the opportunity to play in that choke at all. They fall off that line. because Germany's setup isn't ready to play close at all. Okay, they're going to go and flank. So keep an eye out for SXJ. Look at how low those supports on the side of Portugal are. That's just the main. Starting to pummel them with a bit of damage here. Nice Ice Wall was looking to catch Ice Nom out, but obviously he has kinetic grasp, so can deal with some of the follow-up damage, even though he was out of position for a time.
See Portugal get some high ground control here. They have to kind of like use the Mei to do it. As Ice Block from SXJ, they'll just kind of contest on the point for a brief period of time. You have to dislodge this high ground though, because it feels like although you may get some point control, nice wall there from Kurama, eventually Germany is going to be able to kind of just like collapse down on top. SSJ needs some help, but no, if he has Ice Block is gone now, so now you're going to have to fight.
Yeah, I mean, Kurama, I think as soon as that head started turning towards the main, it got very dicey very quickly for them. This is great from Germany. Look at them being able to play pretty in a modal fashion, I guess, on defense, be able to fall back, not lose any players there, and also keep that ult charge flooding in for Doki and Aku.
Okay, so the positive though here for Portugal is you're able to get 2 ticks, right? You still got 2 minutes on the clock, although that fight does drag on for a really long time. Now Germany though with these like big support ultimates, right, pretty far ahead of Portugal. Is that is a sick blizzard eat there, man, from Ice.
Oh, he's so good, bro. He just canceled the hit.
He doesn't hit the flux. Yeah, very close.
It did look like Ice might have interrupted that, but either way, he ate the blizzard. If he goes from like canceling blizzard to canceling flux, I'm just gonna run around my house with my pants on my head at that point. Just check me the heck out. This guy is doing.
Why would that provoke you to run around with your pants?
Because it's crazy. It drives me nuts. You never heard the term "pants on head" insane?
No. You drive me nuts every time we talk, so I'd be running around with my pants on my head constantly, I guess.
Take the hiding first, honestly.
Brutal for Portugal. I mean, because even if you use, like, let's say you use a beat to survive the flux, you can get, like, flux into a blizzard, so... okay, that's a nice start. They actually get a QRXU while using the overclock. This is going to be a fight win for Portugal. They're in a great position here.
Yeah, Icenom here sitting on a flux and no good reason to make use of it, rather. Germany also very split after the fact. So Portugal get to run into the map. We thought they'd be stopped in their tracks at that first checkpoint. But there's much more play to this game. Obviously, a slightly awkward spawn means that Germany just have to quickly exit stage right here. And look how far forward Portugal are pushing. They're trying to punish this. There's no shield up for Icenom at the moment as well. That got blown up very quickly. This is a little bit nerve-wracking for Germany as Portugal drive the battle lines really far forward.
Yeah, I think if you're Portugal, you have to take a forward position here. Like, you can't just allow Germany to go back and like kind of control the choke. So I would try and play quite aggressive. That's a nice wall though, kind of catches Rafa out, and it's going to be a flux from Icenom around the corner. So that is not going to be a fight where Portugal is able to kind of control that corner. They'll end up losing this, and they end up using their blizzard. Wait, they use blizzard and overclock there? I mean, that is a lot to use there if you're Portugal.
And again, it's like one of those situations where is there a decisive voice amidst that flux that says don't ult? The game plan probably was to use those ultimates for Portugal coming into the fight, but you'd think it has to change after Icenom catches 2-3 inside that gravitic flux, but maybe Portugal's comm structure is not quite nimble enough to account for that. Oh my god, Rafa's so caught out. As soon as that Kitsune rush came down, they went to the side room, and so that speed boost for Germany means that they can just gobble that Sigma up. Portugal here have 2 minutes of excruciating pain ahead of them, potentially.
Yeah, the ideal scenario would be is like Rafa there is able to like back up, use that kinetic grasp, but I think there was like a Mei wall in the way, so like, or you're worried about the Mei wall, so you're kind of forced into that side room, and there's just a railgun waiting for you as soon as you turn the corner. So rough there for Rafa, not able to live on through that.
Someone just hold this choke now. Overclock for QRXU, and there are a number of small lanes to fire through right now because his opponents are trying to walk up through a choke. Gravitic flux for Rafa. Could be massive. It's going to be a rush to get you through the choke, which is pretty normal. Oh, the Mei wall to block the accretion. Yeah. Just as the kinetic grasp was being used by Icenom, so it would have been pretty valid.
That's a good flux, though. Nice beat from Aku. She connects with everybody.
Yeah, Aku beat it straight into it immediately. Crucial there. Obviously, you are quote-unquote touching the ground for all intents and purposes up there, so you don't get caught in like a never-ending Ajax. That would be brutal. And another cleanup here for Germany. Portugal have 1 minute left to show us what they're capable of against.
I'd like to see Portugal go like Maga here, right? I don't think you're gonna win the Sigma head-to-head, right? And maybe it's a little bit too late, but I think like if you're trying to like play this like brawly type of style, like, you almost want to go like, you almost kind of have to throw some of the meta set out the window. I feel like at this point, you're almost trying to play like a Maga May Reaper or something like that, and just kind of run them down.
I generally wanted to see more Maga into this Sigma. Ice is just a little differently built. I'm not gonna lie. Blizzard on the low ground. And that could be a problem. That's going to split Portugal at the very least. Still, SXJ was picked off for that. But Ice is going to be very dangerous inside this small area. Dodges the accretion. And immediately realizes he can pick up the grasp here and keep himself alive a little bit longer. Consistent damage being output now.
Yeah, but, dude,
this is an Ice
Portugal uses beat, and somehow Germany is going to be able to kind of like withstand this.
I hope you don't mind. I'm just going to glaze Ice for the next minute or so. Because this guy is like forcing ultimates out of Portugal. They're just throwing good money after bad. Guy is unkillable.
I think Karama just walled them off of the point. You saw that. I think Rafa went to go turn the corner, and Karama put a wall down, and it definitely put Ice on the bad side of the wall, but it prevented his own Sigma from contesting. So that ended.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Did you see that? That was a wild one.
Okay, so the glaze session got cut, devastatingly short. But look at these stats, bro.
Yep.
1 death.
35-1. Yeah, pretty good.
I do think that like Sigma can take over the game. Especially if there's no tank. Like, you need to play something that gets past the shield. Now, Winston, not it. Doomfist, not it. Because these heroes get boomed by accretion.
Yeah.
You need... I really... If you don't want to match this, like, you either need, like, a superior poke. You need an amazing dive comp with, like, very, like, Genji Tracer. Like, maybe you work the Venture in there somewhere, right? Fine. But I was, kind of hoping to see more of the exploration of the Amalga into this comp.
There's probably not a better poke comp, so you're looking at, like, what you can do to kind of get around it. For me, it's probably like the Maga. Like, you can play Ram against it, but it feels like Ash, for me, the situation that Portugal was in, you just kind of needed to just full stand, and maybe are able to kind of make things work with like a really aggressive Maga comp past the shield.
I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Sorry.
No, you're totally good. Mitch, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, you're trying to go up against Ice who, like, you want to play a mirror against a much more experienced player, then you're asking for it.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely tough. I feel like we saw the difference in experience, I feel like, between these two teams in this Portugal versus Germany matchup. And again, you've got a class act tank like Ice on the side of Germany. It's a tough head-to-head to go up against. And I feel like on the Germany side, they definitely looked a lot more synergized than what we saw from Portugal. I feel like we were hoping for maybe a bit more of like a close matchup, but again, it gives us a little bit of an idea of where these teams are standing within their groups here for OWWC, EMEA, and it's been a while, again, since we've also seen, Matt, I think, the national representation here in global competition.
I mean, look, it's always fun, right? And I think you get some of these games that, like, obviously Germany has like a roster full of like, OWCS players who play professionally at like the highest level before. And some other rosters, right? Like Portugal, they have a few players who played at the highest level, but some who are probably kind of like, this is like their kind of pinnacle of competition. I think you kind of see like where maybe a player like Ice is able to come in, and there's no way you can kind of like ban his hero pool out, and like he can really kind of like take over a game. I think for those teams, Ash, like I think I would kind of like almost be like, okay, like, well, what is it that we can do, like comp wise, meta wise, that we feel like can kind of hang with everybody else, and then just kind of like really drill into that. Like, I think kind of mirroring some of these comps is gonna kind of get these teams like in trouble, so to speak, like where they but like, let's say you come out and play like this like death ball type of thing, you're able to kind of like win, let's say, a few fights, like maybe you kind of throw the other team off their game a little bit. But like, if we're just gonna kind of match like Soj versus Soj and things like that, I mean, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious now, Mitch, as far as like where you see Germany with their ceiling, I think, going into like the rest of the EMEA, considering the fact that we just got a great preview of what this team has got to bring to the table, but then they've also got, a Hottie in the back pocket as well that I think like even deepens, the potential for different compositions that this team could bring out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're going to need to lean on Hottie at all, frankly, because Ice is just that kind of flexible player. Like what you want Reinhardt, don't worry about it. Icenom can sort of do that too. Look, remember, you don't play cross groups here, right? So we are not playing a group stage into like a 8-team single elimination bracket or something like that. No, you just pick top 2 in your group to make it to Busan, right? I'm thinking more about that. I'm thinking about further down the line, because there is, to my mind, no doubt that Germany getting out of this group, like unless they have like a ridiculous capitulation. But if you want to compare it to the rest of what EMEA look like, I think they're astonishingly good. I really think that the Great Britain Germany game is worth looking forward to. That's just packed full of heavy hitters.
It's going to be one of the most exciting ones to see. I think it's great to hear you kind of set the stakes of the expectations that we have for Germany going all the way to Busan and then even further possibly to Anaheim. But we're going to have to wait and see how that journey ends up looking. We do have an interview, though, with SXJ after this win. Congratulations, SXJ, on your win today here representing Team Germany. I was kind of curious, like, how you feel coming into this team, especially being one of the breakthrough players is kind of what we're calling them for OWWC, knowing that you are from Malta and whatnot. How's it been like slotting in with the squad?
For clarification, I'm actually like part German as well, but
okay.
But obviously maybe I'm not like I obviously don't speak German that much, but no, I mean the team is really nice, like I started right in, the team environment's pretty chill. Everyone just like loves playing with each other. Like they're all such a great group of people to play with, so yeah.
I mean, SXJ, you obviously have been on the grind for quite some time. We've seen you in the OWCS as well. So like competition is not something you're any stranger to. You're going to get some of that in this group. I feel like, that United Kingdom game is definitely going to be quite a matchup for you. Having seen a little bit of them so far, how do you anticipate that game is going to go? Because I imagine you would love, for seeding purposes, to get out this group in first place and make a real statement for Germany.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the groups and stuff, like UK is obviously going to be the most difficult match, but I mean, I'm noticing like Funny Astro might not be playing as well, so I think we can definitely squeeze the win in over them, catch them by surprise. I mean, we're all looking to just get the top seed and just beat them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely have a chance in that game. You guys looked awesome here today against Portugal. You guys are the #1 team out of the Conference Cups. What do you feel like your team is doing better now than maybe like some of the other teams that you've kind of seen or scrimmed against?
I mean, we're just scrimming a lot, like some days double block, triple block. Amir, our coach, he's voting a lot with us, having one-on-ones. We're just like, we really want it, like obviously #1 goal is to qualify to Korea, but getting the first seed would be like the icing on the cake, So I think we're just grinding really hard for it, and we'll show our results next week.
I love to hear that from you, SXJ. It's been really cool to see you on the global stage here for OWWC EMEA and representing Team Germany here as well. Congrats again on the win, and it's been really great chatting with you. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Always great to get to know our players a little bit more, but overall, I kind of want to get your guys' just like general thoughts on what SXJ had to say in this interview. He sounds really confident, I think, about Team Germany's chances here, Mitch, and it's not really surprising that he necessarily feels that way. I think they definitely showed their stuff in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably not, if I'm honest with you, probably not thinking too much about the United Kingdom game, because they know like a 2-1 result in any sort of permutation can kind of get them out of this group. But I'm sure they've like idly discussed it. And pound for pound, I like how they look against them. I think SXJ and QRXU match up against Kai and Maimone pretty well. Yeah. Both teams have really solid May play as well. So that's a back pocket thing, especially in these Sigma mirrors that you can really lean on. That to me is going to be really interesting. And obviously they both got some, incredible tank players in Tread versus Icenom. So it's like, for me, it's like across the board, a really sick role matchup. It's kind of nice to get such a high level game so early on in like the qualification process for Busan. Like we're getting good games out of the gate, which is never a given, I think, with tournaments with this kind of structure where you've got to like filter out so many teams on your way towards like ultimately like a top 8 or so.
It does seem like, Ash, that they really do want that game though against the UK. Like hearing him kind of talk, it's like, I think obviously they're fine just qualifying for Busan, but like winning that game and like with the amount of it sounds like just kind of like bot reviews and practice and stuff that they have going on, that it would probably be pretty special for this German team to kind of have that #1 spot coming out of this group. and then also probably set themselves up for a better performance in Busan, right? Well, you know, in terms of like, obviously you get the #1 seed, you get easier opponents, like see how you can kind of make it to BlizzCon through that route. So it seems like that may be like our first like hugely consequential game, like going into next week, right? Like whoever wins that looks like they're in a pretty good spot. And you know, it may come down to like the tank play, right? Ice was tremendous today. We'll see. Obviously, Tread can kind of get up to that level as well, and I expect that series we'll see a lot of different tanks in that matchup.
I think that's what's so fun about this year's Overwatch World Cup. The groups are definitely spicy here, and we get some really exciting matches just to kick off qualification heading into the main event as well. But that's a wrap on EMEA from myself, Uber, and Matt. We will see you guys next weekend, but you guys stay tuned because Americas with Jake and Johnny is up next.